You are listening to the story at Manga Explained 2, where your Ike will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary. The Earth was suddenly invaded by monsters, among which dragons were the most powerful creatures. Humanity was forced to evolve, and individuals with supernatural powers, known as psychers, emerged. Our protagonist, Lihan, who came from the slums, had to join a brutal training course at the age of 10. Despite his background, he immediately dominated all the other trainees. The genius of a prestigious clan was scared witless by him, and he didn't miss a single punch, even against the drill instructor. A few days later, he was hunting dragons as if it were child's play. So, without further ado, let's begin. If one had to use a single word to describe the current world, it would undoubtedly be hell. This is because humans could no longer fight against nature, and the recently appeared monsters with their physical bodies alone. They had to rely on robotic suits of armor to protect themselves, and to approach the strange life forms. However, these strange entities were countless. They possessed something akin to infinite magic, such as the ability to manipulate the minds of others, causing monsters to go berserk and abandon everything, leaving only a pure, burning instinct for slaughter. That was the ultimate life or death moment for the soldier fighting in that heavy armor. Sergeant Red did everything he possibly could. He drew a specially crafted gun. He fired relentlessly into the swarm of oncoming monsters. One by one, they were annihilated by the beams of light from his weapon, their fresh blood splattering across the ground. His pupils glowed faintly, his eyes bloodshot. Countless massive explosions echoed as the area was engulfed in a sea of fire, thick smoke, and a scorching heat that felt as if it could penetrate his armor at any moment. The monsters gradually vanished. Red stared intently into the inferno before him, not daring to let his guard down for a single second, because no one ever knew when the next crisis would strike. Just then, a blinding blue light appeared before his eyes. A hazy black shadow in the distance grew larger and larger until, in the blink of an eye, it revealed itself a black dragon with enormous wings, flying straight towards him. Its form was hideous and ferocious, like a god of destruction. Each of its roars could make a man's mind tremble uncontrollably with fear, even paralyzing them on the spot. Its pupils shone with a golden light. So did Red's. He stared, transfixed, at the dragon. The gun slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Alone, what could he possibly do? In the same way that Red had slaughtered the monsters, the dragon showed him no mercy. It spat a torrent of fire, and his armor was instantly engulfed in a furious blaze. The heat was so intense that the outer plating began to melt, and Red felt as if his very soul was being incinerated by the flames. It was all a memory from the past, but one so haunting that it had plagued his dreams for years. He jolted awake from the nightmare. A sliver of light from the window sliced past the curtains, casting a long streak into the room. Red clutched his face. Damn it. That cursed dream again. He swept back the bangs that fell across his brow, revealing a large scar above his left eye. His neat blonde hair fell back into place. Red's gaze shifted to the window, and he suddenly remembered that today was the day the new recruits were scheduled to arrive at this place, the island that also served as their base. Outside, countless helicopters carrying new recruits from all over the world were descending upon the island. One of them, of course, carried our protagonist at that time, a boy dressed in somewhat rugged clothes, with a stubborn look in his eyes that was entirely at odds with his age. He was one of this year's new recruits. It all began with the roundup that day. A high-ranking military officer had captured him and taken him to an interrogation room. Lihan, the 10-year-old leader of a group of orphans, was just a child. The officer in charge of him placed a hand on Lihan's file and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not going to throw you in prison, kid." Instead, he asked, "Have you ever heard of a place called A?" Since it was common knowledge, Lihan was able to answer immediately. EK is the training facility for psychers, people with supernatural abilities. Are you saying I'm a psycher, too? The officer seemed very pleased with this response from Lihan. You're a smart one. But you're not just a psycher. You are to be humanity's savior. You won't have to live in an abandoned building and starve anymore. You'll live in a proper house with fine food and clothes. Lihan glared at him, his eyes holding a maturity that completely defied his age. So what? He asked coldly. Is that offer only for me? What about my friends? If you want to take me to EK, you have to take care of my friends. Give them food to eat, clothes to wear, a place to sleep, and send them to school. You must agree to my terms. He was, for a moment, involuntarily intimidated. This was not the gaze of an ordinary child. Silent for a moment as if weighing the decision, the final answer Lihan heard was an agreement. I will take responsibility for your friend's care. The condition Lihan had laid out was accepted, but, of course, it came with another condition attached. The officer said calmly, only if you can survive a day as a seeker. Do you understand what I mean? Lihan agreed to the terms he was given. It was an exchange of equal value. And so, after getting a haircut, the 10-year-old boy, Lihan, boarded a flight to A. The helicopter door opened, and Lihan, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, walked towards the exit. He recalled his conversation with the officer, who had told him that psychic abilities had different ranks, and his current level was not very high. So for your friend's sake, do whatever you can to survive. Lihan stepped off the helicopter and advanced toward the main gate of the headquarters, his steps slow and steady, filled with determination. Stopping before a towering skyscraper, Lihan looked up. At the top of that building were written the 3 letters, A. He clenched his hands into fists. He swore that he would absolutely stay in this place and become stronger. A gust of wind blew past, flipping back the hood of his jacket. Suddenly, Lihan heard a noise nearby. Looking over, he saw a noisy crowd had gathered. In the middle of the crowd, a boy with distinct Western features was loudly berating another boy with darker skin, who was kneeling on the ground, crying. Useless nobodies like you being dragged here just get in everyone else's way. It's because of worthless trash like you that I have to be treated this way. How disgusting. The boy was punched in the cheek, causing it to swell, but he didn't dare to say a word in response, only his tears flowed uncontrollably. A few people in the surrounding crowd, angered by the scene, began to shout, "Hey, who do you think you are? The center of the universe." The boy glanced at them coldly. "Shrimp brains," he said, his pupils beginning to glow as if some kind of energy had just been released. "The difference between your power levels and mine is like that of the gutter compared to the ocean." As he spoke, he cupped his hands together and aimed them toward the ground. Small stones on the ground floated up. "I am a well-trained sucker, you know." The stone, lifted from the ground, hovered in his hand. A faint blue light surrounded it. Seeing him suddenly pull a stunt like that, the other kids gaped in astonishment. It was the first time they had ever witnessed a psychic ability. The boy with dark, curly hair clutched his cheek, tears welling in his eyes as he stared at the stone hovering in his bully's hand. "With an injury like this, maybe you'll get sent home. This isn't the place for people like you. You might even thank me for this one day. Now, get lost," he said, and with a swing of his arm towards the dark-haired boy, the stone in his hand shot forward. And just at that moment, a hand reached out and caught the stone with perfect accuracy before it could hit the poor kid. The one who caught it was none other than our protagonist, Lihan. Holding the rather large stone in his palm, Lihan remarked, "So slow. At this rate, why not just throw it normally and save the effort?" Suddenly interrupted, the blonde-haired kid was obviously furious, his face contorted, and his brows knitted tightly. "Who the hell are you?" Lihan dropped the stone to the ground, eye to eye with his opponent, and said, "The one who's going to teach you a lesson about life." The crowd, though they didn't know the full story, became excited and started cheering at the prospect of a fight. After all, they were just children. As long as it didn't involve them, they were more interested in the spectacle than in stopping it. That is, until Red appeared. He stopped before them, his voice sharp as he yelled at the unruly mob. Lihan and the blonde boy, who had been trading blows, both froze. The crowd of children instinctively parted, making way for Red to advance towards the 2 boys fighting in the center of the circle. Red glared at them, his voice firm as he ordered, "You two, break it up, now, brats, what are your names?" The blonde boy immediately snapped to attention and answered loudly, "Simon." "Lihan." Red glared at the 2 boys, not a hint of warmth in his eyes. "You've already undergone singularity awakening training." Hearing this, Simon's brow furrowed slightly, and his excited expression vanished. "It's still just Lihan energy, sir." "Is that so?" Red remarked, and then suddenly drove a fist hard into the boy's stomach. The force of the blow made the boy's body double over. His face contorted in pain, a bit of saliva flying out. He trembled as he knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach. But Red showed absolutely no sympathy. He continued to berate him, "You became arrogant over just that. Garbage." After dealing with Simon, he turned his attention to Lihan. "Lihan, right? They acknowledge your act of defending the weak." But just as he had done with Simon, he also delivered a powerful punch to Lihan's stomach, sending him staggering back several steps, his body scraping against the ground. "If you don't have abilities on par with Simon, you're even worse than garbage. Listen up, all of you," he barked. "In 3 weeks, you will all be promoted to the 1st year. If you don't awaken within that time, you'll be expelled. Lihan endured the pain and struggled to his feet, looking at Red, his face still twisted from the lingering itch. Seeing the doubtful looks on the children's faces, the instructor said coldly, "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Red. I am the instructor who will turn you little brats, who are worse than garbage, into psionic warriors to fight against the dragons. Introduction's over. We will now start running laps around the training ground until they say otherwise. Your instructor says to stop." He finished. Immediately, they were given only a few minutes to strip down and start running. Lihan, of course, was among them. In his slightly torn shoes, the boy began to run, completely unfazed by the instructor's screams in his ear. Some of the others, however, couldn't keep going. They were so exhausted and out of breath that they were on the verge of throwing up. Naturally, Red screamed in their faces, treating them like the truly weak they were. "Useless. Don't block the way. Go home immediately, you two are expelled." Lihan happened to be running past at that moment and glanced over at them. "I'm used to being treated like this. I can endure hardships like these. But what I'm worried about is my psychic ability. Can I become like him?" Lihan wondered as he ran, looking at Simon, who was ahead of him. Because in this center, psionic power was the most important thing. He wondered if he even possessed any psychic ability at all. As for the child Lihan had protected when he first arrived, it was no surprise that despite his efforts to run, it wasn't long before he grew tired and collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Red approached and stood beside the boy, saying coldly, "Dregs. Go home and sleep." The boy's face was a mess of tears, snot, and drool. He struggled to lift his head and said, "I don't think I can go on." He tried to continue, his limbs feeling completely drained, but then something no one expected happened. Even Red was slightly surprised, because Lihan had, at some point, run to the boy's side and was lifting him up. "You haven't given up yet, right?" Lihan asked with a smile. The other boys stared at him, tears mixing with sweat, and said dazedly, "No." In response to this, Red simply watched in silence, completely devoid of the harsh attitude he had displayed from the beginning. The sky gradually turned the orange of sunset. Only then did Red finally shout, "Stop." Lihan immediately collapsed to the ground, sprawling out, drenched in sweat. The other children also fell, panting heavily. After running for so long, they were all exhausted. Red looked over the group and said, "So 40 out of 43 remain. That's all for today. The real training begins tomorrow. From now on, every morning we'll start with a run just like today." For most of the kids here, hearing that felt like being struck by lightning. Lihan just watched in silence, while the child he had helped was, predictably, still crying. The next day, training ethic began. At 500 am, they had to wake up and run. 800 am was breakfast. At 900 am, the morning class, taught by Red, commenced. The children sat properly, waiting. Red began to instruct them on how to find and awaken their own abilities. Imagine that within your body, there is a region that generates psionic energy. It could be your head, or it could be your heart. You can also think of the lower abdomen, similar to martial arts. Imagination is the most important thing. Lihan placed his hand on his chest. "I'll focus on my heart." At 1200 pm, it was time for lunch. After getting his food, Lihan began to walk around the dining hall, looking for a place to sit. The boy he had helped was, of course, sitting all by himself. Lihan walked over, placed his food tray down next to the boy, and said with a smile, "Let's eat together." The boy looked visibly happy. His name was Kuro, and he became Lihan's first friend at Ake, as well as in his life. Lihan smiled and said, "Enjoy your meal." For some reason, however, Simon happened to walk past his table with his food tray. He even slowed down a bit, glaring intently at Lihan. Lihan glared right back, neither of the two children willing to back down. It wasn't until Simon finally looked away that Kuro whispered in a low voice, "His name is Simon. I heard he was trained as a potential student in England." Lihan thoughtfully remarked, "No wonder. He's the real deal. I don't want to admit it, but there's nothing he can't do. I hope we can also use psionic power within 3 weeks." Kuro scratched his cheek and said shyly, Well, I can already use psionic power." The spoon in Lihan's hand fell. His expression darkened, clearly taken by surprise. Really? Kuro, that's amazing." Then he muttered to himself, "Maybe I shouldn't be worrying about others." After that came the afternoon class, combat training, and the evening run. Then it was time to wash up, have dinner, stretch, and attend roll call. 1000 pm was bedtime. The lights went out, and the dormitory was plunged into darkness. Lihan's eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling. I can't sleep. The bath, the food, the blanket, and the pillow are so much better than my old life. But I want to go home. Before the thought could even fully form, Lihan shook his head, quickly banishing it. No, I can't go home. I'm not allowed to be weak. 2 weeks passed. The children gradually began to awaken their psionic abilities. The number of awakened students increased significantly, but Lihan, however, still hadn't found a way to awaken his own. Lihan started to panic. What should I do? He had asked Kuro before, but Kuro had basically just awakened naturally, without any special secret. And now, there was only one person left he could ask, Simon, who was sitting over there with his friends. As soon as he saw Lihan approaching, Simon smirked contemptuously at his friends. Oh, look who it is. Seeing this attitude, Lihan understood exactly what it meant. He already knew. Simon asked with a laugh, the secret, right? But you're holding your head a little too high. I thought your country placed a great deal of importance on etiquette. Right now pride wasn't an issue. So, Lihan immediately knelt down in front of Simon, startling him in surprise. Please teach me, Lihan said seriously. Simon frowned slightly. He stared at Lihan, seemingly in thought. He then closed his eyes and said to the friends standing behind him, get up. I'll show you. You're the one asking for a favor, so you can't complain about the method, right? Taking a pencil handed to him by a friend, Simon drove the pencil point straight into Lihan's chest. What the? Lihan grimaced in pain, feeling the tip slowly digging into his chest. Time passed slowly. At the ache base, helicopters were near daily sight. Red leaned out of the window, a cigarette in his hand, his long bangs fluttering in the wind. It's unification day already, isn't it? Time flies. Just then, the door to his room burst open, and a man with a perfectly round head entered. He was drenched in sweat, yet he called out with a cheerful grin, Sergeant Red, I knew I'd find you here. Red turned and walked toward the doctor. Oh, it's been a while, Dr. O2. Oba pinched his nose and grumbled, you reek of smoke. Smoking isn't allowed in here. Being nagged the moment they met this Red awe. He asked with a scowl, what the hell are you doing here? Oda plopped down into a chair in the room and said, I thought you'd be a bit less intense now that you're here. How are the new recruits this time? The new recruits. Red replied. A bunch of failures. What's with the harsh judgment? With the ass. Red sat down in the chair opposite Otu, his face full of disdain. Well, there are at least 2 decent ones. 2, you say. One is named Senate. His personality is a bit flawed, but his skills aren't bad. Overall, he's already surpassed the level of a first year. Oba stroked his plump, shiny chin. Simtos. You mean the last genius from the British Royal Psycher Training Institute, right? Like me, I have high expectations for that kid. Red stood up and looked towards the window, an old memory surfacing in his mind. The other one is something else entirely. In terms of intellect, the others would have to call him Grandpa. That's a great strength for becoming a soldier. But then, Red fell silent. Ek needs superhumans, not ordinary people. Without the ability to use psionic powers, you can't survive here. Lihan. Oda smiled at Red, wondering to himself what the second boy's name was. Then, he asked with an excited grin. Ah, that's right. On my way here, I happened to overhear something. Do you know what the kids call you? Red asked that cuckoo-headed bastard, right? Oh, but let out a surprise though, thinking to himself, he even knows that. Very quickly, 3 weeks had passed. Red stood before the children like a boogeyman. From now on, you are all first-year recruits. However, only qualified psychers will be officially recognized as such. Upon hearing this, Kuro glanced furtively at Lihan standing next to him, clearly worried for his friend. Red announced loudly, the foundation of psionic ability is the psionic core. It can be identified through the eyes. It doesn't matter if you can't externalize your power, if you can utilize your psionic core, you will be accepted. Those who can do so, line up with the technician over here. Those who can't, her and the helicopter over there will take you home. Filled with a grim determination, Lihan waited for the moment his name was called. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. The other children, terrified, wanted to rush over to see if he was alright. Fresh blood slowly seeped out, staining a patch on his chest red. He trembled, as if about to touch it. Sweat slid down his face as he gasped. This is the method. Are you trying to kill me? Simon, holding the pencil still dripping with Lihan's blood, said coolly, don't worry, it's not deep. It's easier to concentrate when you're in pain. That wound is your psionic gate. Lihan looked at Simon in astonishment. Simon leaned down to Lihan's level and said with a smirk, Imagine that wound is the place where your psionic energy radiates from. Just clutching your chest won't make it flow out. With that, Simon stood up and offered the pencil back to the boy who owned it. Unsurprisingly, he didn't take it. As for Lihan, he felt a flicker of admiration for Simon. So, he knew from the beginning that my core was in my heart. Lihan clutched his chest tightly. I'm starting to feel it. It wasn't this clear before, but how do I make it flow out? There wasn't much time to think. Soon, it was his turn. Red bellowed, Lihan, you're the only one left. Stop standing there and get a move on. All eyes turned to him. Lihan gripped his chest, thinking desperately, think, brain, think, I can't go back. Red, meanwhile, was looking absolutely furious. He clenched his fists, and a dangerous power seemed to gather in his eyes. Then, he stopped waiting. He advanced slowly on Lihan, each step thudding heavily against the ground, his entire body radiating a terrifying aura. Stopping in front of Lihan, he glared and said, for a soldier, a superior's order is absolute. There are no exceptions. He leaned in, raising his hand high before clenching it into a tight fist. At that moment, Lihan's eyes snapped open, and he stared intently at Red. What do I do? How do I do this? In that most critical moment, Lihan's attention fell on Red's chest pocket. Tucked into it was a ballpoint pen. Lihan lunged, snatching the pen from Red's chest just as Red brought his fist down. The powerful blow sent Lihan's small body flying. There was no time to nurse his pain. Lihan scrambled back to his feet and clicked the pen. It's the only way. Seeing the pen in Lihan's hand, Red instinctively touched his own chest. A look of bewilderment on his face. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, looking at Lihan. If the gate is too small to open, then I'll just have to stab a little deeper. Lihan took a deep breath and stabbed the pen hard into his own heart. Simon, Kuro, and the other children all turned pale. They never expected Lihan would resort to this, and the force of the stab was not small. How much courage must it take for someone to stab themselves in the heart? Red's blood rushed to his head. He strode forward, grabbed Lihan by the collar, and lifted him up. You little monkey, what the hell do you think you're doing? You want to die that badly? The pen fell from Lihan's hand, and drops of blood followed, pooling on the ground. For the first time in his life, he cried. Tears streamed down his face, his whole body trembling with both pain and joy. A blue light emanated from his eyes. Gudu Awakens. Red stared intently at Lihan, as if contemplating some internal struggle. Finally, he let out a sigh, and released his grip. Lihan fell to the ground. Red turned his back on him, and remarked, first time I've ever met such a failure. After taking a few steps, Red stopped, and turned back to look at Lihan. Looking at the child who had risked everything just to awaken. There was still a hole in his chest where his heart was bleeding. A bruise on his face from the punch, and his face was a mess of tears and snot. He said, Congratulations, Lihan. Lihan stood up, lightly clutching the part of his shirt where the wound was still seeping blood. A breeze blew past, and he thought to himself, I finally made it to the starting line. After everyone was given some time to rest, Kuro rushed over to Lihan. Crying, he asked, Are you okay? Lihan calmly smiled and replied, I'm fine. It's nothing. Odu, overjoyed that the boy Lihan had passed, spoke in a voice pitched much higher than usual, his whole expression softening. Hey Lihan, this is a medal for your victory, take it. Lihan held out his hand, and a bracelet that also functioned as a watch and a communication device was placed on his wrist. What is this? He asked in surprise. Odu explained enthusiastically, this is my latest technological achievement, in the form of a bracelet device. As soon as Lihan held his face in front of the watch, a status line appeared. User identification. Lihan, trainee. Registration complete. Lihan's jaw dropped in amazement. This is amazing, right? Right. Oda asked with a laugh. If you want to know its features. But before he could even finish explaining its uses to Lihan, Red shouted for them to assemble. Class assignments will be completed shortly. You will be grouped by class after I check the roster. The ranking system at A consists of classes of through D, based on individual ability. The current assignments are based on the results of the 3 weeks of training, but remember that you can get promoted and skip ranks if you have the talent. To the 25 of you who are left, congratulations on your admission. You probably all think I'm a bastard up to this point. Hearing this, the children flinched and quickly looked away. Ota was exasperated. Look at the way he holds a grudge. Red, however, feigned a calm demeanor and said, But first, I need to clear up a misunderstanding you all have. He said with a smirk, I'm not just an ordinary bastard. I'm a complete scumbag. Next came the class assignments. Class A, 1 person, obviously, Delsimon. Class B, 4 people, one of whom is Kuro. A total of 5 people will follow the lieutenant. And Class E, 5 people. Class D, 15 people. It was no surprise that Lihan was placed in Class T. After all, this hour was still we. However, Lihan didn't mind being placed in Class D in the slightest, confident that he could climb the ranks. He then looked towards another soldier who had just arrived and said, "These groups will follow instructor Wei Chen here." Wei Chen was an incredibly muscular man with an intimidating appearance. His head was mostly shaved, leaving only a few tufts on top and a longer strand hanging down. His attitude, however, was the complete opposite, extremely cheerful and friendly. He greeted them immediately with a wide, toothy grin. "I am Wei Chen, the weapons instructor. Things will be tough from now on, but let's rely on each other and do our best. He's so kind." But the children, after suffering for 3 weeks under Sergeant Red's command, felt a shiver. This strange sensation of having their hearts suddenly warmed was unfamiliar. After the class assignments were done, everyone began to head towards their respective dormitories to settle in. Lihan stood still, watching as Simon walked in his direction. Simon paused for a moment, then simply walked right past him with that same arrogant attitude. And of course, Lihan also noticed. The child walking right behind Simon was Kuro. The boy was walking and crying miserably, probably still upset about not being in the same class as Lihan. As if knowing the boy's thoughts, Lihan remained standing silently, looking towards the sun, and said, "Don't worry, Kuro. I'll get to where you are soon." The sad look on Kuro's face quickly vanished. The 20 children from Class E and Class D were left on the training ground. Instructor Wei Chen said enthusiastically, "Now, we'll be moving to the gym." The gym wasn't far from where the children were standing. The facilities at it were incredibly modern. They had everything. Wei Chen quickly walked to his usual spot, picked up a staff, and then performed a few moves, showcasing his hand-to-hand combat and staff techniques. His movements were as fluid as flowing water and drifting clouds, each one filled with power and incredibly beautiful. The children watched without blinking, all of them gaping in amazement at the techniques Wei Chen displayed. Moreover, even standing still in the gym, Lihan could faintly feel the force of the wind generated by the staff. You must all be wondering why humans learn to use swords and spears when confronting dragons. The reason lies in the psionic equipment that you will use. There are no materials on Earth capable of storing psionic energy, but the hides and bones of dragons can preserve and channel it. Therefore, weapons made from dragons can inflict fatal damage on them. Hearing this, Lihan asked, a worried look on his face, "Then how did people manage to catch them in the first place? Without these weapons?" Wei Chen suddenly fell silent. He lowered his eyes, his voice tinged with a somber melancholy. From the beginning, they were all disastrous battles. A single dragon could wipe out hundreds of psychers. Although there are psychers who fight or provide support from a distance, the decisive blow must be delivered at close range with a weapon. They have to thrust the weapon into a vital point and release their psionic energy. The psychers who take on this role are called strikers. Hearing this was a revelation for the kids. Unconsciously, some of them began to aspire to become one, and Lihan was no exception. Seeing the expressions on the children's faces, Wei Chen smiled softly, then pointed to the staffs propped up in the corner and said, "Now, go find a weapon that suits each of you." Lihan walked over, looked them over, and chose a long staff with a pointed tip. "This one is modeled after a spear." Wei Chen looked at him and asked with a smile, "Do you like this spear, kid?" Lihan nodded and replied, "Yes, sir. The force of the wind I felt whenever you swung the spear was really cool. I like that sound, too." Wei Chen smiled at him, his eyes holding a hint of approval. Lihan. The judgment and strength the kid showed when he confronted Lieutenant Red were not ordinary. "I'm sure he's had a difficult life. As it happens, the kid has a natural aptitude for combat," he said with a smile. "Do your best, Lihan. I'll also do my best to help you." Lihan nodded and looked at the spear in his hands, a smile full of determination and enthusiasm on his face. 2 weeks later, during a routine sparring match in the gym, Lihan's opponent was a boy with slightly curly brown hair, and both of them seemed to be exhausted. Sweat streamed down their faces, their breathing heavy and ragged, but Lihan still had a slight edge. He said with a smirk, "You look tired, Raul. You can surrender." Chubbs laughed and replied, "Haha, what are you talking about? You're the one who's just trying to stall for time." Suddenly Chubbs lunged forward, the tip of his staff aimed straight at Lihan's face. Lihan quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge while raising his own staff to block the incoming strike, but his cheek was still grazed. Cho had put all his weight into the lunge, but his staff overextended, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing this opportunity, Lihan spun his staff and struck hard. His staff was knocked from his grasp. Lihan immediately used his own staff to pin it firmly to the ground, disarming him. With his opponent's weapon controlled, he followed up with a finishing blow, a strike aimed straight at the other boy's neck. Cho managed a weak smile and raised both hands in surrender. After defeating the class president, Lihan had now triumphed over every single member of class in weapons training. I learned a lot, Lihan said with a smile, extending his hand to shake Cho's. Cho was just as cheerful. As you know, I'm getting promoted to class next week, so the class president position will be vacant. Therefore, Cho said with a smile, I think you should be the next class president. I can't just become class president, because you asked me to. Cho picked up his staff, and pointed towards the other kids. Everyone supports you. We've already discussed it among ourselves. Lihan was a little surprised and embarrassed. He scratched his head and said with a forced smile, Thank you, Cho. And thank you, everyone. Lihan wondered, if I become class president, will I be one step closer to getting promoted? But life is not a dream. Red, radiating a murderous aura, glared at him and declared that it was impossible. His gaze was as vicious as a predator's, ready to devour its prey, in this case, the tiny boy, Lihan. Lihan looked up at Red, and for some reason, the scene felt all too familiar. In one of the gyms, other officers were discussing the latest rumor while lifting weights. After all, with so few forms of entertainment here, gossip spread like wildfire. That bastard, Sergeant Red. His temper is no joke. I've been beaten up by him a few times myself. What an unpleasant guy. Is he fighting with someone? With a first year. Out on the training ground, under the watchful eyes of many, Lihan held a sharpened wooden stake in his hand. And opposite him was Sergeant Red. He manipulated a flame in his palm, incinerating the cigar he held in his mouth. The upperclassmen who often worked with Red also ran out to watch the commotion. Have a nice trip. Go on, first year, give him a good one. Yeah, you hear that, kid? No one knew who was saying what. It was a rather noisy afternoon. Red tossed the cigar aside. His gaze drifted to the 3 or 4 upperclassmen poking their heads out of a distant window, his expression nonchalant as if he couldn't care less about the battle before him. As for Lihan, a fire lit in his eyes. His small hands tightened around the sharpened wooden stake, his mind flashing back to the events that led to this confrontation. When he was informed that Lihan would be the class president of Class T, Red had asked bluntly, this is the only kid who wants to be in charge. You're handing Class T over to a psychic cripple who can't even externalize his power. Are you serious? The kids in the room were dead silent. No one dared to meet Red's eyes, let alone answer. Red scoffed, then said with a scowl, fools. But I suppose you must have your reasons for trusting him. Then, he had called Lihan's name. Red reached for a wooden staff, used his foot to snap off the padded end, leaving a sharp point, and threw the staff towards the boy. Lihan, bewildered, caught the staff instinctively, not understanding what had just happened. Red said, I hear no one in this class can beat you. So prove it. Come outside and face me. Lihan looked at the wooden stake and said worriedly, its point is a little. Red asked with a slight frown, so, you think a nobody like you could actually hit me with that? No, sir, Lihan replied. Back in the present, Red put his cigar back in his mouth, then shrugged off his jacket and tossed it aside. Lihan looked at the man opposite him and asked calmly, you're fighting me bare-handed, sir? Of course. You think I need a weapon to fight a kid? But tossed the half-smoked cigar from his mouth and said, the rules are simple. You win if you can make any part of my body and knee, for instance, touch the ground. Lihan asked, and if I lose? Red replied, you just have to surrender. Lihan said with a smile, that's not going to happen. And perhaps Red, at that moment, had no idea just how truly stubborn the boy was. After the battle began, Lihan didn't immediately charge in. Instead, he twirled his staff and moved, probing for an opening. Red, in turn, raised his hands into a defensive stance, his eyes tracking Lihan's every movement, clearly treating him as a real opponent. The other children watching from inside the room were astonished, their whispers buzzing. Is that kid for real? He's got guts. But what chance does he have against the instructor? Simon, who happened to be passing by, heard the commotion, and pushed his way through the crowd of kids at the window, positioning himself in the center to get a clear view. That crazy bastard. Below, Lihan had begun his assault on Red. With a shout, he lunged forward, swinging his staff at Red from various angles a child could manage. But Red blocked every strike. He wasn't even scratched, his expression didn't so much as flicker, and he parried and countered with ease. But if that was all there was to it, it would have been far too boring. Lihan suddenly launched himself into the air, his staff held high above his head. He dove, aiming to plunge the staff into Red's throat, but the instructor simply reached out and deflected the weapon slightly. Lihan lost his balance, and Red seized the opportunity, grabbing his shirt and driving a powerful knee into the center of his stomach. The boy's face contorted in agony. In that moment, it felt as if his internal organs had just been crushed. Lihan fell to the ground, his vision blurring. Pain radiated through his entire body, but his hands still held tightly to his weapon. Red walked over and coolly raised his foot. The pressure and the force of the wind from above forced Lihan's eyes open out of pure survival instinct. Red stomped down hard. Just before impact, Lihan desperately threw himself aside, narrowly escaping death. He used his staff, planted in the ground, to slide backward, a look of panic still clear on his face. Is he really trying to kill me? Having lived the life he had, he was all too familiar with that kind of killing intent. Red met Lihan's gaze, and asked coldly, "What are you looking at? The dragons and monsters don't pick and choose who they kill. If you're useless, they kill you. That's all there is to it. The fear you're feeling right now is nothing compared to a real battle." Lihan trembled, using the staff to pull himself to his feet. Once again he faced Red with that same defiance. "Sergeant Red, are you fighting with your mouth?" The taunt seemed to have hit a nerve. Sergeant Red didn't stand still any longer. He opened his hands and charged toward Lihan. "You want to play? I'll play with you." Red's speed increased. He lunged and suddenly snatched Lihan's collar. He lifted the boy up, swung his arm back, and hurled Lihan into the air. The boy's body was helpless in mid-air, but he never let go of his weapon. The small body hit the ground with a sickening thud. The impact of the hard earth against his back sent a jolt of pain through Lihan's entire body. His head was ringing, making it hard to think straight. A normal person would never have gotten up from a blow like that, but Lihan still managed to crawl to his feet, touching his head. It was only then that Red discovered a bleeding cut on his own cheek. When Lihan managed to hit him without him noticing. "Did that kid attack me with centrifugal force?" Seeing the red gash on Red's cheek, the onlooking children erupted in excited cheers. It was something they had all wanted to do for a long time. "Nice one, Lihan, nice one." While Red was momentarily distracted by the wound, Lihan, like someone who knew no fear, once again charged at him with his staff. Red tilted his head to dodge instinctively as the staff whistled past his face. But it wasn't a miss. The staff's owner had already retracted it and suddenly vanished. Exploiting his opponent's blind spot, Lihan used his small frame to quickly slip behind Red's back. He swung the staff hard, aiming a blow straight at Red's shoulder blade. The instructor dodged the move, but with more difficulty than before. Lihan gave neither himself nor Red a moment's rest, attacking again, this time from the left, but Red still narrowly avoided it. Lihan didn't give up. The moment he landed, he was moving again, circling the instructor. A smile suddenly appeared on Red's face, a sight that made one's hair stand on end. Lihan stopped short, twisted his ankle sharply to change direction, then launched himself into the air. He flipped several times, using the laws of physics to add power to his attack, like a spinning wheel. "He's going to take my final move head." Not bad, Red thought with genuine praise. The staff slammed into Red, leaving a long, red gash across his shirt and shattered on impact. Red reached out and pulled the sharp, broken tip of the staff from his own flesh. Blood seeped through his shirt. Lihan was now unarmed. In Red's eyes, he was now as small as a human was to a dragon. Lihan had barely landed when Red was upon him, grabbing his throat with just one hand. "This should be the end, right?" he said. He squeezed hard. Lihan's body dangled in the air, but no matter how much he struggled, the hand didn't lose him in the slightest. Red glared at him and ordered, "Surrender." He tossed the bloody piece of wood aside. With his other hand, Red summoned a flame and began to burn Lihan's throat. Burning, pain, and suffocation all assaulted his nerves at once. A sky-piercing scream of agony erupted. The children watching felt a sudden chill. How did things get so intense? Red showed no mercy, and the flames grew stronger. He snarled, "Surrender. Your stubbornness is impressive, but foolish." Lihan ignored him, continuing to struggle to break free. The moment he heard the word surrender, he gritted his teeth, even as tears of pain streamed down his face. His body was reaching its limit, yet he resolutely spoke, enunciating every single word. "I would rather die than surrender." At that moment, Wei Chen came running from the distance, hastily pushing past the crowd of children who stood nearby, none of them daring to intervene. He was clearly in a hurry, sweat drenching his face, veins bulging on his temples. He roared, "Sergeant Red, stop it. Are you trying to kill the boy?" Seeing that someone had come to stop him, Red coolly tossed Lihan towards Wei Chen. Damn it. He wouldn't surrender, and neither would I. What was I supposed to do? Wei Chen lunged forward to catch Lihan in his arms. The boy, having exhausted all his strength, fainted. Wei Chen was so furious he looked ready to beat Red to a pulp. No. This entire organization. You make me sick. Red retrieved his jacket as the others broke out into a noisy clamor. He glared at the crowd and barked, "Shut up." The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Red let out a sharp sigh and put his uniform jacket back on. Fine. Since he refused to surrender, I'll admit he won. What good will pampering them do? Wei Chen remained silent, simply holding the 10-year-old boy who had just been beaten half to death. The other children were utterly horrified by what had just happened, and every word Sergeant Red spoke next sent a fresh wave of fear through them. That kid overcame the hardship and proved himself. Fine. After he's treated, I'll put him in class. After that incident, life at Ike naturally returned to its usual rhythm. In the infirmary, the staff member in charge, Weena, was having a small conversation with Red. She asked, slightly surprised, "Class B?" Red nodded affirmatively. "The A's. I'll write it down on the promotion list." Weena was still in disbelief. "From class to class B? Will the higher ups even approve that?" Red gave his frank assessment. That kid wouldn't have any trouble even if he were assigned to class. Weena sighed. But the higher ups prioritized high power. Hearing this, Red's face twisted into a scornful frown. Those empty-headed fools are truly mistaken. What we need when hunting dragons isn't some miracle like psionic power. It's an unwavering will to accurately thrust a weapon into a dragon's vital point in the face of absolute terror. In that respect, Lihan has the potential to become the strongest striker. It would be foolish to waste a talent like that just because his psionic power is developing slowly. Who knows, the kid I chose might just become the one to save the world. Weena asked in surprise, "I've never heard you praise anyone like that before. Don't you hate Lihan?" Red replied calmly, "No. On the contrary. I quite like the kid." She heard this and judged helplessly, "You really are a sadist, Lieutenant Red." Time flew by, and Lihan had been in the infirmary for 7 days. Just as Weena was about to check on his condition, she noticed a tall figure hesitating outside the door. She approached and asked, "Aren't you going in, Instructor Wei Chen?" Wei Chen, who had just arrived, was carrying several bags and had a somewhat timid demeanor that contrasted sharply with his large frame. He jumped when he heard Weena speak. Weena peeked into the basket Wei Chen was carrying. "What's all this?" "Just some snacks." "Then why aren't you going in?" Wei Chen scratched his head hesitantly and pointed into the room through a small glass window on the door, which faced the hospital bed. "It seems like I shouldn't interrupt." Inside the room, Lihan, who had woken up at some point, was trying his best to practice using his psionic power. He aimed both palms at a small, round marble. The marble began to glow with a blue light. Lihan's eyes also began to change to the same color, his concentration pushed to its peak, sweat sliding down his forehead. Outside the door, Wei Chen and Weena were involuntarily drawn into his effort, looking even more tense than Lihan himself. And under Lihan's focused struggle, the marble finally lifted into the air. Wei Chen and Weena happily turned and gave each other a high five, as if they had accomplished it themselves. After the high five, both of them suddenly became awkward and quickly looked away, trying to play it cool. After all, it was rather embarrassing for two adults to get so carried away. "That child. But he possesses incredible talent for concentration," Weena said, clearing her throat. "You can go in now." Given permission, Wei Chen opened the door and entered. The marble was now resting neatly on the table. Lihan let out a sigh of relief. Wei Chen entered with a smile. "Long time no see, Lihan. How are you?" Seeing it was Wei Chen, Lihan's face lit up. He said with a touch of gratitude, "Instructor Wei, I'm fine. Thanks you." "I brought some food," Wei Chen said, placing the basket on the floor. He then skillfully took out a knife, peeled an apple, and poured some milk for Lihan. "So you'll be returning to class tomorrow. I'm very proud to see you practicing how to use your psionic power." Lihan took a piece of apple on a skewer, finished it, and then nodded. "Since my psionic score is below average, I thought I should practice a bit before returning to class. Wei Chen nodded in praise. That's a wise decision. No matter how good your martial abilities are, you still need to be able to use a certain amount of psionic power if you want to become a psyker. A psyker's battle mainly takes place in the air, so you need to know how to retrieve your weapon if you drop it during a fight. Suddenly, Wei Chen snapped his fingers as if he had realized something. After giving Lihan a few instructions, he rushed out and got permission from the medical staff on duty. At the gym where Lihan had trained before, he followed Wei Chen, looking around bewilderedly. Instructor Wei, why are we at the gym? Wei Chen stopped and looked at him. Lihan, considering your level of psionic development, the probability of you awakening a singularity is extremely low. Unlike those who can create fire or teleport, it's best you don't dream of things like that. Then how am I supposed to fight? As Wei Chen finished speaking, his eyes began to glow with a brilliant blue light. The answer is simple. You will push your psionic power to its absolute limit. In that way, you could say that your psionic power itself is your singularity. Lihan's jaw dropped at the sight before him. As Wei Chen activated his psionic power, the staffs behind him lifted into the air, hovering under his command. Lihan gulped, staring at Instructor Wei. The thing about psionic power. Wei Chen, now floating in mid-air, directed the staffs to form a staircase and slowly descend it. Psionic power is similar to a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. He set his feet on the ground, walked up to Lihan, and said, the first level of psionic power is nothing more than an illusion. Your generation has more potential than ours. Don't give up, and keep practicing. Lihan. Filled with determination, Lihan smiled and said, yes, sir. After that day, Lihan made a full recovery and returned to class. This time, he was officially in Class B. But he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Lihan took a deep breath in and out. Just as he was about to open the door, he collided with the large body of another child who was just coming out of the classroom. The other boy was about to curse, what the hell, when his eyes fell on Lihan, who was a full head shorter than him. Lihan clutched his reddened nose from the impact, tears welling up slightly from the pain. The tall boy asked in surprise, Lihan? Lihan asked, bewildered, you know me. The other boy clapped him on the shoulder and said with a laugh, are you kidding? Everyone in this class knows you. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. I'm the president of Class B. He then held out his hand. Lihan also extended his hand to shake it in return and asked, do I need to call you that all the time? Just call me Daichi. I hope we get along, You came at just the right time. We're in the middle of free-for-all martial arts sparring right now. Follow me. Lihan followed Daichi into the classroom. The room was filled with the sounds of people sparring. Daichi was cheerfully giving him a brief rundown of the current class situation, but Lihan's expression suddenly changed when he saw a particular scene. The suffocating schedule headache, the pressure of his lack of psionic power, and the anxiety of not knowing when or how he would be discharged from the infirmary. Lihan walked over and picked up a staff, his entire body seeming to radiate fury. This will be where I release all my stress. From the bottom of his heart, Daichi didn't even get to say another word before he heard a whooshing sound by his ear. Lihan, staff in hand, shot forward. Daichi quickly turned his eyes towards Lihan, only to see the small figure moving at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had delivered a painful blow to the other 4 members of Class B. All 4 of them were knocked to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their staffs clattering to the floor. Lihan stood before them and asked, was that fun? Kuro, who was being beaten by the other 3 and could only curl up and cry, heard the familiar voice and looked up in disbelief. Lihan continued, Kuro's singularity is his psionic power. Is it fun to bully others for their weaknesses? You should be grateful we're not having a psionic power spar. Daichi watched the scene unfold, a powerful emotion stirring within him. The corners of his mouth curved up into a slightly crazed smile. He's exactly as I thought. He makes me want to fight him and rewind a few minutes. At the beginning of the martial arts class, Kuro was terrifying. He was taken down in just a few seconds, his wooden sword falling from his hand, sweat and tears hitting the floor. One of his classmates, holding a wooden sword, said arrogantly, Kuro, what are you doing? Come on, another one came over, lightly tapping the first boy on the shoulder. Hey, I turn. Okay, I'm third, said another. In Kuro's eyes, there were now 6 legs. The 3 children were slowly surrounding him. Kuro cried and prayed silently, save me. The image of that reassuring back appeared in his mind. Save me, Lihan. And so, as they were beating Kuro to a pulp, Lihan truly appeared and gave them a taste of their own medicine with his staff. Kuro looked up, feeling as if he had just seen the sun. He stared into disbelief at the back of the figure shielding him. Is it real? Lihan. Kuro reached out, about to call Lihan's name, but was cut off by Lihan himself. He looked towards Daiichi and questioned with a frown. Daiichi, is this how free-for-all sparring works in Class B? Kuro's outstretched hand suddenly retracted. He never expected Lihan to challenge the class president over this. Daiichi rubbed his shaved head, and said with a cool smile, this is Ake's way. Our enemies won't spare their opponents just because they're weak. You're the strange one here. Your thoughtless act of saving someone will only put him in a worse situation. Lihan gritted his teeth, glaring at Daiichi. He was furious about Kuro being bullied, but he was even more furious that he couldn't think of anything to refute him. Kuro looked at Lihan worriedly, unsure of what to do. However, Daiichi picked up a wooden sword, and looked at the group Lihan had taken down. 3 of you gaining up on one. That's a bit pathetic. The beaten boys could only accept their fate helplessly. Daiichi had already made his point. Daiichi said, full of ambition, enough with the explanations. Lihan, let's show them a real fight. Lihan placed his other hand on his staff and asked, you want to try? The fight began. Daiichi moved first. He yelled and leaped into the air, his staff held high above his head with both hands. Following the momentum of his descent, he swung down in a wide arc, slamming it against the staff Lihan raised to block. Before Lihan could even counterattack, Daiichi charged again, using the exact same offensive move. In this situation, Lihan was forced to block differently. If he tried to block 2 consecutive strikes the same way, his staff would break. He immediately loosened his grip, letting the staff drop momentarily to the ground. After he attacks, his balance will be broken, Lihan thought. He then caught his staff, flipped it, and struck forward from below, aiming for Daiichi's knees and throwing him off balance. Without hesitation, Lihan immediately followed up with another move. This is the end. Daiichi was sent stumbling by Lihan's staff, his body lurching towards the tip of the weapon Lihan had just used. But somehow he managed to react in time. His feet stayed planted on the ground, and he narrowly twisted his body to the side to avoid a direct hit, though his chin and cheek were grazed. Ignoring the minor pain, Daiichi lunged forward, his entire body leaning into the charge, using the momentum to headbutt Lihan hard. It was the first time Lihan had encountered such a ferocious fighting style. He couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward, while Daiichi stood his ground firmly. Lihan scrambled up, rubbing his ringing head and grumbling, damn it, he used your head. This is martial arts. Daiichi laughed, a crazed look in his eyes. You should be careful of my body, too. Not just my sword. I've been learning Sambo since I could walk. If I get my hands on you, don't expect to put your bones back together. Lihan used his staff to support himself, shakily getting to his feet, his eyes never leaving Daiichi. Oh, is that so? Are you planning to catch dragons with that Sambo of yours, too? Daiichi held his sword tightly and smirked. I'll try to strangle a few dragons if I have to. The other 3 boys in the class started cheering loudly from the side. Go Daiichi, the tiger cub from Siberia. Daiichi slung his wooden staff over his shoulder and shouted at his friends, drop the cub part, you guys, it doesn't sound cool at all. We're all going to die someday anyway. Lihan looked at them. Those bastards. The way they talk is harsh. But there's no real malice. He could tell it was a tight-knit group around Daiichi. His gaze then shifted to Kuro, who seemed to be contemplating something. Kuro. It's like he doesn't belong in this class at all. Don't look away, Daiichi shouted as he charged, pulling Lihan's attention back to their fight. Although his reaction was a few seconds late, Lihan managed to dodge Daiichi's attack, albeit with some difficulty. I'm not planning to drag this out. Daiichi darted behind Lihan, his body low to the ground, shifting his weight. Lihan, in turn, pointed the tip of his staff at Daiichi. With a roar, Daiichi shot forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on his prey. Lihan calmly planted his staff on the ground, using the momentum to launch himself into the air, and glide forward. Let's end this, he thought. The small body spun several times in midair, the staff in his hands spinning with him. He knew his own striking force alone wasn't enough. Lihan brought his weapon down. At the same time, Daiichi swung his up in a sweeping motion. The other boys in the class turned pale at the sight. Lihan landed behind Daiichi. Both of their weapons were broken. The tip of the staff fell right next to where Lihan was standing. That bastard was always aiming for my weapon. Wait. The moment Lihan's feet touched the ground, and he looked towards Michi. He saw his opponent charging at him. Michi grabbed Lihan's arm with both hands and used a throwing technique to slam him to the ground. Lihan looked at his opponent in surprise, feeling his body lose balance in mid-air. Michi. The other kids cheered excitedly. Lihan's eyes fluttered open. He was staring at the ceiling, his neck pinned down by Michi's leg. His arm was also trapped. Give up, Lihan, unless you want me to break your arm. The other kids cheered even louder. But Lihan had always been defiant. Even pinned down like this, he gritted his teeth and shot back. Can you even break it? Do you have the guts to do it? The question seemed to snap a nerve in Daiichi. A sickening crack echoed through the room. The children who had been cheering for Daiichi were startled by the sound, their faces turning pale. Lihan's arm had been broken. He lay on the ground, clutching it. Daiichi stood up, his gray eyes looking down at Lihan, and let out a breath. That's why I told you to give up. Your arm is useless now. Seeing Lihan's arm broken, Kuro's tears started flowing again. He wanted to run to his friend, but fear held him back. Daiichi spoke again. I'm surprised you didn't scream, even when I broke your arm. I'll give you that. Hey, someone take him to the infirmary. He gestured behind him at Lihan, not noticing that Lihan had already gotten to his feet, weapon in hand. Another painful, pounding thud rang out. Lihan, holding his staff, pointed it at Daiichi, his breathing heavy. Those who fought you before. They must have cried over a broken arm. Daiichi, who had been knocked to the ground instantly, trembled slightly. With a grunt of pain, Lihan forced himself to stand up and continue moving. However, the other person couldn't respond, their eyes had turned white, and drool trickled from their mouth. Lihan stared blankly, calling out to Del, who suddenly shot his eyes open. He was finally awake. Seeing the plain white ceiling, Del Simon bolted upright in surprise. Nearby, Lihan, who had woken up earlier, was talking to someone. A small screen had appeared above his watch, replaying a video message. On the other end was Captain Kang Bei-han, the man who had brought him to Ark. Excellent, kid. You've exceeded my expectations, Lihan. Thanks to you, the children are all living well. I'll send you another video next time. After hearing the message, Lihan's eyes welled up with joyful tears as he watched the video sent by Kang Bei-han. All three kids were attending school properly, smiling and laughing happily. The video ended there. They're okay. They've even gained weight. After a moment of emotional reflection, Lihan noticed that Del was also awake. Could you get that picture for me? He asked. Del Simon, having just woken up, was still too groggy to think clearly and casually agreed. But as he reached for Lihan's watch, he paused and snapped. No, why should I get your album for you? Lihan calmly raised his bandaged hand. You broke my arm. Del Simon gritted his teeth, retorting. And you hit me squarely on the head, you bastard. From behind, Lihan said, that's the price of carelessness. Don't you remember the methods of Ark you told me about? Lihan was right, and Del Simon had no comeback, so he could only fume in frustration. Lihan looked at Del Simon and said calmly, I was really angry that day, but I hold no ill will toward you. Sitting on his bed, Del Simon smiled cheerfully. Same here. But next time, let's have a real fight. Lihan confessed honestly, I think I made a mistake with him. Instead of fighting, I should have reached out my hand. Del Simon gave a slight nod. I understand how you feel, but he'll die the moment he becomes a sophomore if he continues like this. What? How is that possible? Lihan asked, surprised. Actions spoke louder than words. Del Simon led Lihan out of their quarters. Where are you suddenly going? I'm sure you'd rather see for yourself than listen to me explain. Del Simon said as he walked on. He stopped in front of an area with a bright red sign. Is this place the emergency room? To be more precise, Del Simon corrected. It's a place where they can save any life, as long as the patient is still breathing. Just as he finished speaking, a team of doctors rushed past, pushing a gurney with a man, half dead and covered in wounds, into the emergency room. Lihan quickly stepped back as the gurney sped by. Though it was only for a moment, he recognized the person on it. What is happening? Lihan thought, horrified. Del Simon watched the gurney and asked, can you guess the level of training from what you just saw? Lihan pointed towards the emergency room, his face a mask of confusion and terror. More importantly, isn't that senior about our age? Lihan looked at Del Simon again. Although he was also tall, this was an exaggeration. He looks like a full-grown adult, like our instructor. Del Simon put one hand on his waist and rubbed his bald head with the other, as if organizing his thoughts. Once you become a sophomore, you'll start receiving certain drugs. Your body will grow rapidly and become more muscular. Lihan stared at Del Simon, finding it hard to believe what he had just heard. Del held up 3 fingers and smiled. Did you forget? We have to fight dragons in 3 years. This place won't wait for us to grow up. Lihan was silent for a moment, then mumbled, "That's not bad." Del looked at him, surprised. "What do you mean?" Memories of a harsh childhood flashed through Lihan's mind. "I've always wanted to become an adult quickly," he said coolly. "I had to do everything to survive, and I was always fighting with adults. Every time they beat me, the only thing I could do besides secretly wishing I could grow up faster to fight back was to cover my head and take the blows. In the end, the things I fought so hard to get were mercilessly taken away." Lihan looked Del Simon straight in the eye. "I don't need a beautiful childhood. For me, survival is more important." Del Simon let out a breath of admiration. "You have the strongest mentality here." Lihan lowered his eyes and nodded slightly. "I understand what you mean. Let's go back." After Lihan and Del Simon recovered, they joined the next mission, a parachuting drill. The backpacks containing their supplies were placed neatly on the training ground. "Zet," their instructor announced, "just do exactly as you've practiced. We depart at 16:30. Make sure you complete your checks by then." As Del put on his military uniform, he grinned at Lihan beside him. "Right after getting out, we have to join this parachute training. Do you miss the medical room?" Lihan, finishing dressing and slinging his backpack to the front, gave a helpless smile. "Too well. But this is life at ARC." He took the opportunity to check the supplies in his backpack and found it was filled entirely with food. Lihan's expression grew serious. "This isn't a simple parachute drill." Del Simon glanced around, his brows furrowing slightly. "Some of the fools are already starting to forget, little by little." Suddenly, Del Simon's pupils contracted. He quickly tapped Lihan on the shoulder and said, Hey, Lihan, those two. He's the one, isn't he? The genius from England, right?" Del Simon bared his teeth in a grin, his whole body trembling with unrestrained excitement. "I really want to fight him." "We're still in the middle of parachute training," Lihan said, exasperated. Meanwhile, Simon, after putting on his own backpack, noticed Del Simon's stare. It was a predatory look that made others want to keep their distance, as if a fight was about to break out. Kuro sat a good distance away from Lihan. This time, Lihan didn't approach him either, because he understood it was for Kuro's own good. Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. In front of them, it seemed a few children were dawdling, so Zet yelled out, "Stop hesitating. Get on the plane." One by one, the children put on their helmets and ran onto the aircraft. The wind from the rotor blades kicked up dust and sand as the small figure of Lucy stepped aboard. Zet stood at the plane's door, hands on his hips, observing them. Only after all the children were on did the plane slowly take off. Zet and a few other instructors returned to the base. Watching the aircraft disappear into the distance, Zet muttered, "This will be the last time you brats have someone to wipe your asses for you. The first person we follow upon arriving at the island is Kuro." As before, he was still hoping a familiar person would reach out and save him. Lihan. I saw his silhouette, and then he really appeared. But now, no matter how long I wait, I can't see you. So you're not coming this time. Tears streamed down Kuro's face, soaking the ground below. His small body was suspended in the air, his parachute hopelessly tangled in the branches of a tree, leaving him unable to get down. An hour earlier, the helicopters carrying the children from ARC were still over the sea. The children looked out the windows, and then back inside the cabin. The atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Some of them grew restless from the wait, and began to whisper, "How much farther do we have to go? This ocean looks tiny." Just as the words were spoken, Zet's voice came through their watches. "You are now passing over a desert island. You will land, and begin survival training. Your bags contain enough food for 2 days. Depending on how you use it, it will serve you best." The children were shocked and bewildered. Survival training, all of a sudden. "We have to stay on a desert island for 2 days. Del Simon, however, was quite calm. Hearing Zet's announcement, he just smiled and reassured his companions, "This looks like it'll be fun, like a camping trip." From the base, Zet continued his announcement, "An instructor will return to pick you up in 1 week." This meant they would have to survive on their own until then. After the children jumped, the instructors naturally had to circle the island to pick up those who had missed the landing zone and fallen into the sea, preventing them from drowning. Grabbing a kid by the scruff of his neck, Zet tossed him onto the boat. He turned to the person driving the speedboat with him. "This is the last one, right?" The man looked at the display on his electronic map. That's right. I don't think there are any more losers out here. Are the children properly dispersed? They were at first, but 7 of them have already gathered and formed a team. Hearing this, Zet looked toward the island and said coldly, even though they're just kids, they're not innocent. They're just like adults. If they lose control, might will make right. Instead of starving together, they'll start robbing each other. And that group of 7, naturally, started looting as soon as they landed on the island. The biggest one among them looked down at the child he had just knocked to the ground. Thanks for the food. I'll enjoy it. With that, the entire group swarmed the fallen boy's pack and began to rummage through it for food. Haha, this idiot hasn't even eaten anything yet. Hey, remember to save some for the captain. Come look at this, the fat one said, looking toward a boy sitting on a nearby rock. He was presumably their leader. It was a boy with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and purple eyes, wearing a headband on his forehead, with a rather handsome face. Hearing his name called, he looked at the fat kid, and scowled. You idiot, I told you to gather as much food as possible before sunset. The group froze and looked at him. He stood up and asked with a glare, do you think I brought you here to distribute food? We have to gather food and loot it from them like this. That way, no one else will dare to act like a leader. There was something in Kuz's aura. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat kid panicked and scrambled to his feet, shouting, right, and those two, Del Simon and Lihan, we have to bring them here. We can beat Del Simon too. Come muttered in a low voice, maybe. Suddenly he whipped his head around, instantly on high alert. A loud noise had just echoed from a fair distance away. Pat immediately led his underlings in that direction. Did you hear that? It's our next prey. At the same time, on the beach, a figure was walking out of the sea onto the sand. His feet stepped onto the soft, golden grains, his entire body soaked. It was Lihan. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. Phew. I wasted too much time after falling into the sea. This place is too exposed. Lihan looked around the beach. Luckily, no one was there. He then looked toward the forest in front of him and thought, I need to find a place to hide first. He pushed aside the dry leaves to enter the woods. More than anyone, Lihan understood those who had grown up without ever experiencing hunger. For them, a 2-day supply of food was not nearly enough, and if they were pushed to the edge, they would choose to rob others. He then wondered to himself, has a person like Simon ever known hunger? Of course, Simon had landed safely in the forest, but he was getting irritated with the person following him. A breeze blew through Simon's long hair. He frowned and asked, who are you, and why are you following me? Del Simon looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Staring intently at Simon, he grinned. You're the genius, Simon, right? Fight me. Simon considered him for 3 seconds, then simply turned and walked away, leaving Del Simon sputtering in disbelief. Dave, wait. I don't mean any harm. I just want to defeat you once. Simon glanced back at Del, wondering if the boy was mentally deficient. Adjusting his backpack, Del Simon matched Simon's pace, rambling, okay, so maybe that was a bit sudden. We have a lot of time, so once we get to know each other better. Feeling the insane, persistent stare on his back, Simon was thoroughly annoyed. This guy is so much trouble. Time passed, and the first day was nearing its end. As the sun set, the group led by Care finally found the source of the noise they had heard earlier. At first, they were cautious, but the sight before them brought mocking smiles to their faces. It was Kuro, tangled in a tree, crying and pleading for help. Help me, please. The other kids just clutched their stomachs, roaring with laughter. Why does this kid look so natural hanging from a tree? One of them cheered. He bent down, picked up the pack containing Kuro's food and supplies, and handed it to the largest boy. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, Kuro. Watching the group leave, Kuro cried out in a panic. Wait, you took my bag, can't you at least get me down? Hare paused and looked back, offering a kind explanation. If you weren't tied up, we would have robbed you and beaten you senseless. So you're lucky. Just sit tight and wait for an instructor to rescue you. A week of hunger won't kill you. And it's about to rain, so you won't have to worry about being thirsty. Probably. The taunting laughter faded into the distance, leaving Kuro to weep alone. You're all so cruel. Night fell, and he remained tangled in the tree, crying endlessly. He didn't know where all the tears and snot were coming from. As he cried, he remembered everything that had happened since he arrived at Ark. Simon's voice, full of disdain. What are you crying for? It's disgusting. The usual taunts from the bullies. Oh, your crying is so annoying. Ian Del, though not malicious, had said words that stung man up. Why are you crying over something like this? All of it combined made him feel even more sorry for himself. What did I do wrong? Why can't I even cry when I want to? Kuro let out another heart-wrenching sob, his cries echoing in the desolate night. Surrounded by darkness, and exhausted from crying, he began to drift off. Tears still clung to his eyelashes as his vision blurred. But in that moment, Kuro thought he saw a saving grace. Is that Lihan? He thought. In his mind's eye, Lihan pushed through the tall grass and ran toward him. A sense of security washed over Kuro, and he finally succumbed to sleep, the image of Lihan fading into the darkness. The night remained quiet, filled with unseen dangers. Suddenly, the sound of rustling grass came from the path ahead. To his surprise, it was Lihan, his appearance identical to what Kuro had just envisioned. Seeing the scene before him, Lihan was startled. What is this? The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the leaves. Lihan sat outside a makeshift tent, sharpening wooden branches into weapons. Kuro woke with a start, and quickly pulled back the tent flap. He saw Lihan's silhouette. Hearing the noise, Lihan stopped his work. He turned to Kuro and smiled. You're awake. After Kuro was fully awake, Lihan handed him a plate with half a chocolate bar and a few crackers. Here's your breakfast. I couldn't get your backpack back, so let's share mine. Kuro looked at his portion, and then at Lihan, thinking worriedly, this isn't enough for one person. I don't want to be a burden to you. He knew he should have said that, but he was too hungry. Kuro quickly stuffed the crackers into his mouth, speaking through tears. Thank you. Dro, you idiot. You pathetic loser. He kept eating, crying, and repeating his thanks, making Lihan worry he might choke. Lihan sighed. After you eat, let's go find some water. Of course, the children's survival exercise was being constantly monitored by flying cameras. Their entire journey on the island was being recorded and sent back to the command room where Zet was supervising. The door to the dark room opened, flooding it with light. Otto stood in the doorway, hands on his hips. Zet, there's smoking in here. Zet glanced at him. Shut up, he said. Otto chuckled. You've created quite the atmosphere though, with the lights off and everything. Anyone interesting? Zet took a drag from his cigarette and pointed to a screen. This one's gone completely crazy. Look. Otto looked where Zet was pointing. It was a kid with curly orange hair, wearing a basket on his head. A week on a deserted island is ridiculous. All we have to do is survive somehow, right? The boy, Kinji Meyer, had already built himself a sturdy looking raft and was floating on the sea with several bottles of soda in front of him. His logic was simple, just build a raft and go back. Meanwhile, Lihan and Kuro had reached a riverbank, their reflections visible in the water. Lihan took out his water bottle, filled it, and took a sip. After downing half of it, he let out a breath and smiled. It's fine. We can drink this. Let's drink as much as we can and take some with us. The sun was harsh, and sweat dripped from Lihan's forehead. Let's hurry back to the shelter. While Kuro, like a useless parasite, was already exhausted just from walking, Lihan was thinking about the week ahead. If we're both going to wait it out, we'll need more food. Is there anything edible on this island? I don't see any coconut trees. Is this why everyone else resorts to robbing people? Suddenly Kuro, who had been trudging along, stood up straight. His hair stood on end as a psychic aura emanated from his body. He quickly grabbed Lihan's shoulder. Lihan, stop. Lihan stumbled back just as his foot was about to land on a small branch. After regaining his composure, he inspected the ground and found a trap. Looking at the deep, neatly dug pit, a chill ran down his spine. It's a trap. Even if it didn't seriously injure us, it would have slowed us down for days. How did you know? Kuro didn't know how to explain. Lihan, somewhat shaken, pressed on. Have you seen something like this before? Oh, yeah, Kuro said, sitting on the ground and trying to explain, getting flustered in the process. It was like a sizzle or a whoosh. Miraculously, Lihan understood. From Kuro's reaction, it was clear he wasn't just describing it, he had actually seen it. His psychic ability has been activated. It's short-term precognition, an incredibly advanced and rare power. Could the extreme conditions on the island have triggered it? Lihan put his backpack on and continued moving. This survival training could be a wonderful opportunity for him to prove his abilities. Back at Lihan's tent, two shadows were cast upon it. Based on their height, they clearly weren't the owners. It was Kara and his group. He pulled back the tent flap and looked inside. There must be two of them. No backpacks here. Looks like they took them. The large boy cracked his knuckles and asked with a grin, should we wreck this place? Kara frowned. They haven't gone far. They'll be back. Probably went for water or something. We'll come back later and ambush them when they're resting. The journey back was long, and by the time they returned, Kuro was panting, his legs feeling like jelly. Finally. I just want to lie down. Yeah, let's go in, Lihan said with a smile. But he suddenly stopped at the entrance, his expression hardening. Lihan bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. Wait. Someone's been here. The stone I placed here as a marker is on the ground. There are footprints leading away from here. He examined them closely. Based on these tracks, there were 2 different people, and there are more footprints further away. If they're in a group, they'll likely try to rob us. Let's pack up the tent and move. Though reluctant, Kuro followed. They packed up and moved to another location, walking until sunset. As the sun disappeared behind the forest, Lihan scanned his surroundings anxiously. We need to find a suitable place to rest before it gets dark. Kuro, can you see anything? Kuro didn't answer, lost in his own thoughts. Something feels strange. I feel like my eyes are closing. When Lihan turned to look, Kuro's eyes had turned completely white, the psychic aura flaring around him again. Kuro saw a vision, a tiger slowly approaching them, launching a surprise attack on Lihan. Faced with such a large, ferocious beast, Lihan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage and be eaten. Snapping back to reality, Kuro used every ounce of his strength to shove Lihan aside. The sharpened stick fell from Lihan's hand as they tumbled apart. A moment later, a tiger lunged forward, landing exactly where Lihan had just been standing. Having narrowly escaped death, Lihan slid across the ground, his blood running cold as he stared at the massive tiger. The tiger seemed to ignore the weaker Kuro, its amber eyes fixed on Lihan. Its body was sleek and black, and it let out a menacing growl. Lihan glanced at his sharpened stick lying on the ground. Damn it, my weapon. The tiger stared at Lihan, its body tensing as if preparing to pounce. It roared, revealing sharp fangs and a massive, terrifying maw. Lihan felt truly helpless and instinctively shut his eyes. But a protagonist can't die that easily. A ball of fire shot through the air, striking the tiger's body. Its fur was singed, and smoke rose from the impact. Startled, the tiger quickly retreated. Lihan had been saved in the nick of time. He quickly looked toward his rescuer and was surprised to see a familiar face. It was Choi's, his hands held out in front of him where a flame had just been burning. He looked like he had rushed over. Are you okay? Choi's asked, concerned. Choi's extinguished his flame, looking from Lihan to Kuro. His face was pale. Lihan followed Choi his gaze down to his own leg, and saw a wound on his thigh. Your leg. Duh. Lihan said worriedly. Choi's looked down at his thigh and gave a weak smile, his legs trembling as if he could collapse at any moment. Some damn bastard set up a trap. I can barely stand. With that, he collapsed to the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. I'm so glad I ran into you too. A trap. We saw one earlier, too, Kuro said, worried. Lihan nodded in confirmation. Yeah, probably the masterpiece of the same group. Choi shrugged and gave a wry smile. So there's a group of thieves in here, too. Not that I have any food for them to take. What? Why not? Lihan asked, surprised. Choi chuckled and patted his stomach. Right after my leg got like this, I ate everything before someone could steal it. Lihan was speechless, unsure how to react. Has he always been this foolish? But that was a matter for later. With night falling, their only priority was to find a place to rest. Of course the group of thieves was also sleeping, but Care couldn't seem to rest. He sat in his sleeping bag, staring up at the sky, lost in thought. A hated memory surfaced in his mind. He had just returned from a film shoot when his father called for him. His father knelt on one knee, gripped his shoulders, and said, when you entered the airport just now, the sensors were triggered. It seems you have psychic abilities. This is a great opportunity. Care, you must enroll in ARC. Care's face paled. But Dad, what about the movie I'm in the middle of filming? His father ignored him, his grip tightening as he growled through gritted teeth. Care, if you can become a psyker, you won't have to act like a clown anymore. You'll gain immeasurable fame and fortune. After the war, psychers will become the nation's military. He could become a powerful figure who commands everyone. And that was why Care was forced to go to ARC. My father is insane, he thought, looking at the building before him. He had no other words for this place except a curse. Damn it all. The next morning, as the sun rose, Simon began his daily training routine, doing one-handed push-ups to burn off his excess energy. Simon, of course, was sitting nearby, watching him. You have a lot of energy to spare, don't you? Simon glanced over. In Simon's hand was a chocolate bar, his entire meal for the time being. Taking another bite, Simon said, we don't have much left to eat. How are you going to last for the remaining 5 days? Del Simon stood up, flexing his muscles. I'm a physical type. If I want to become an elite striker, I have to train at this level. At the very least. Fool, Simon scoffed. A psyker should fight with their psychic abilities. Oh. Dale Simon grinned as if he smelled a challenge. A cunning smile flashed across his face. He theatrically put a hand to the bridge of his nose in a show of sorrow. I miss you, Lihan. You're the only one who can go head-to-head with me. At the mention of Lihan, Simon reacted as if he'd been jolted with electricity. His hair seemed to stand on end as psychic energy radiated from his body. You fought Lihan. Seeing this reaction, Del Simon was even more pleased. He took the bait. Thanks, Lihan. Because of you, he's willing to fight me. The scene shifted to a well-hidden cave in the forest, surrounded by leaves and vines. One would have to look closely to see the cloth covering the entrance. Inside, the campfire was burning. Lihan woke up and called to his 2 companions. Good morning, everyone. The other 2 sat up. Lihan waited for them to become a little more alert before explaining the day's plan. Let's stick together until the training is over. Kuro and I will go find some firewood and food. Lihan smiled, and Kuro, of course, smiled and nodded in complete agreement. Joyce, you're injured, so stay here and guard the hideout. Okay. I'll leave it to you too. No problem, Lihan said with a smile. Thanks to your fire ability, we have an advantage in this survival training. Lihan and Kuro quickly found a nearby river. Lihan watched the fish swimming in the water. We have fire, which means we can cook these. Kuro scratched his cheek, asking worriedly, but do you know how to catch fish? We don't have any equipment. Lihan looked at him and smiled. Kuro. Thank you. Kuro looked at Lihan in surprise, wondering why he was being thanked. It was the first time in his life anyone had said that to him, and he felt flustered, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. For what? You saved me when I was in danger yesterday, and then you found this safe cave, Lihan said, his expression tinged with sadness and resignation. I thought helping you was the best course of action, but I realized I couldn't keep it up, so I couldn't figure out how to face you. But when we landed here, you completely convinced me. You're a psychic genius. You clearly have the power to defend yourself and even save me. We can get through this if we rely on each other. Because we're friends. Kuro was stunned. In that single moment, his entire life changed. Before coming to Ark, he had lived a life of extreme hardship, poverty, and rags. A nameless orphan in Japan, he was given a name based on his dark skin, Kuro. Voices of scorn were all he ever heard. Cry baby. Stop crying. Useless. You trash. We did. It had destroyed him. But now, that child was gone. That child now had a friend who believed in him. Seeing the psychic energy swirling around Kuro, Lihan instructed excitedly, incredible. It's even better than I imagined. Now, what we need to do is... Kuro leaned over the river. The reflections of the 2 boys were clear in the water. A fish swam by, but in Kuro's eyes, he saw a projection of the fish's future. I see it. I can see the fish's location. Lihan was even more astonished. Kuro really is a genius. He can use telekinesis from day one. If he uses precognition and telekinesis at the same time, we can easily catch fish without any equipment. Suddenly, Kuro shouted. Now, a light flashed in his eyes. A fish that leaped into the air was frozen in place by his power. In a flash, they had caught several fresh fish. Success, Kuro. Lihan cheered excitedly. They quickly filled 2 baskets with their catch. 2 full baskets. This is enough to eat. They hurried back. On the way, Lihan kept encouraging Kuro. You were amazing today. You caught 8 of them. You're really good at this. Kuro smiled humbly. I think I'm starting to get used to it. Choice is going to be so happy. Lihan grinned. That demon. His fighting skills are improving, too. They quickly returned to their cave. But once again, Lihan was the first to realize something was wrong. He dropped the basket of fish and slid down the rock face toward the cave, telling Kuro, you'd better wait outside. The cloth covering the cave entrance had been torn to shreds. Lihan rushed inside. What happened? He stopped at the entrance, not even taking a moment to catch his breath, as he frantically searched the interior. Choice was knocked out on the ground, and firewood and stones were scattered everywhere. The culprits were long gone. The scene shifted back to where Simon and Del Simon's battle was about to begin. Del held a wooden sword and tossed another one to Simon. Looking at the wooden sword in his hand, Simon asked, exasperated, do you think this is aerial training? He even brought weapons. 2 of them. Del Simon put a hand on his head and smirked. Lately, I've been thinking that using two swords looks cool as hell. That's not the point, Simon said, though he was secretly thrilled. But why did you agree to a duel? Simon replied, if you truly fought Lihan on equal terms, then you must be Del Simon Vladimirovich, the class president of Class B, right? I'd heard you were recommended for Class A. I will test for myself whether you are worthy. With that, Simon took a fighting stance. A psychic light seemed to shine from Del Simon's eyes, and the aura around him changed. It looked like he was warmed up. I like you, he said with a grin. Let's begin. The words had barely left his mouth when they both charged, swords in hand. Suddenly, Simon planted a foot on the ground, lowering his center of gravity and kicking up a cloud of dust. Del was almost thrown off by the sudden change in rhythm, his sword hesitating in the air. Damn it, if he stops so suddenly at this moment. Del brought his sword down with force, but it missed. Because Simon had stopped short, the blow didn't connect, and it threw Del off balance. Simon seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword with precision into Del Simon's chest. His posture was that of a nobleman trained in aristocratic fencing. The sword remained pressed against Del's chest, but he seemed completely unfazed, his fighting spirit only growing stronger. Is that all? You don't think so, do you? Del pulled his sword back, raised it to shoulder level, and swung at Simon, forcing him to retreat. If you fall back, I have the advantage. With that thought, Del lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. Simon was forced back, able to do nothing but parry with his sword. Del was a powerhouse, and his attacks grew stronger with each strike. Several times, Simon was nearly overwhelmed. I have to find a breakthrough. Simon frowned, observing Del's sword path. As Del brought his sword down in a vertical slash, Simon immediately leaned to his right to dodge. His body moved like the wind, and in an instant, he used Del's blind spot to slip behind him and launch an attack. Almost by instinct, hearing the whistle of the wind, Del ducked. Damn, I should have been more careful of my back. Del quickly retreated and spun around, not letting Simon out of his sight for too long. But Simon, as expected of a Class A student, was highly skilled in swordsmanship. The moment Del turned, he saw Simon's sword thrusting toward him. Taking a deep breath, Del arched his body backward, narrowly dodging the blade that skimmed over his head. Simon hadn't anticipated such a dodge, and his forward momentum caused him to lose his balance. Del Simon seized the opportunity, instantly knocking the weapon from Simon's hand as his body fell freely to the ground. Then, using a move reminiscent of capoeira, Del briefly let go of his own weapon to spring back to his feet and catch it. Simon was now unarmed. It's over. Del Simon charged gleefully toward Simon. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. Damn it, this feeling is so familiar. Simon's pupils glowed with a blue light, indicating the use of his psychic powers. His gaze slowly followed Del Simon as he collapsed to the ground. Using his psychokinesis, Simon had directed his own weapon to slam into the back of Del's neck. The result was clear, and Del was knocked out instantly. Simon brushed his bangs from his face. Sorry. In a straight-up duel, you may have won. But as is said, we are suckers. He then fell silent, wondering to himself, is Lihan even stronger than this guy? The scene shifts back to the cave. Finding Choi's unconscious, Lihan rushed over and lifted him up. Choi's, wake up, Choi's. Choi's groggily came to, his vision blurry. One of his eyes was swollen shut. I'm not dead, Lihan, he said weakly. Stop shouting. A little later, Kuro returned with the fish. Choi started a fire, and after they had all eaten and regained their strength, Lihan asked what had happened after they left. Looking at Choi's leaning against the cave wall, Lihan asked in a low voice, who did this to you? Choi's winced in pain. It was Care, he said. His group has 7 people. He took all our food, but he'll be back. We should find a new hideout. Normally, Lihan seemed kind, but he was no simple child. He immediately rejected Choi's suggestion. I'm not so kind as to let the bastards who beat up my friend get away with it. Hearing the word friend, Choi's let out a sigh of relief. But for now, we should find a safe place first. Lihan and Kuro quickly packed their things and helped Choi's leave the cave. We'll let them occupy this place for now, Lihan said. We'll attack at sunset. That evening, Lihan and Kuro approached the cliff opposite the cave to observe. A firelight flickered from within, and 2 guards stood at the entrance. They're using our cave as a hideout, just as planned, Lihan whispered. Kuro, begin whenever you're ready. Okay, Kuro nodded. I can't do this alone, Lihan added, but together, we can take them down. Hearing this, Kuro slowly closed his eyes. Lihan is the only friend who has ever believed in me. I will not let him down. He opened his eyes, psychic energy enveloping his body and lifting several nearby stones into the air. With a forward thrust of his hands, Kuro sent the stones flying like silent bullets through the air, taking the enemy by surprise. One of the guards was hit, causing him to drop his weapon. His companions spun around, on alert, only to be struck by 2 stones in the leg. Unable to give chase, he roared into the cave, where under attack. Hearing the commotion, Kare and the others rushed out. The injured guard, unable to stand, pointed from where the stones had come. Damn it, over there. They're throwing rocks, run and dodge. How can you run from my sight? I can predict your trajectories, Kuro thought as he launched 4 more stones. The group was thrown into disarray, panic setting in. Seizing the opportunity, Lihan charged forward, staff in hand. With just a few moves, he took down 3 of the boys approaching him and Kuro. His eyes burning with anger, he hooked his staff upwards, catching a 4th boy in the face, sending him reeling with a bloody nose. As the boy collapsed, the leader, Kare, was revealed. Kare scowled at Lihan, his hatred unconcealed. Lihan calmly faced him, staff at the ready. He remembered everything their group had done over the past few days. This was the time to settle all scores. A piece of wood grazed Kare's cheek, drawing a trickle of blood. His eyes were glued on Lihan. Wiping the blood from his face, Kare wondered, did he take down 6 of them by himself? No, that's impossible. He didn't come alone. Who's the other one? Lihan revealed his hand. You can come out now, Kuro. I can handle this myself. The moment Kare saw Kuro, his eyes filled with undisguised enmity. We were beaten by these 2 weaklings. And one of them is Kuro. We came to get revenge for choice, Lihan said coldly. This isn't just some simple squabble. Don't expect me to go easy on you. Kare bent down and picked up a wooden club dropped by one of his lackeys. He had heard enough. It was time to let their actions speak. Just try. Lihan raised his staff, channeling his own psychic energy. With a furious roar, Kare charged at Lihan, his reason lost to rage and humiliation. In contrast, Lihan remained calm. He watched his opponent's movements without blinking. The moment Kare was in range, Lihan lunged forward and brought his staff down hard on Kare's head. Stunned by the blow, Kare froze for a moment, as if unable to believe he had been outmatched. He shook it off and, ignoring the bruise on his cheek, attacked again. Lihan simply ducked under the swing and countered with a sharp blow to Kare's stomach. A wave of shock ran through Kare's body. He trembled, staring at the ground as sweat dripped from his face. Lihan stepped up beside him and asked coolly, "Does it hurt? Endure it. This is just the beginning." Enraged, Kare adored the pain and raised his weapon, shouting, "Stop acting so tough." But all he received in return was a relentless barrage of blows. Lihan remained completely untouched while Kare could only take the punishment. This was no longer a fight, it was a one-sided beating. Finally, Kare's weapon was knocked from his hand, and his body slid across the ground, covered in wounds. He had been hit so many times that blood was trickling from his mouth. Feeling the pain throbbing through his body, Kare's disbelief grew. This is impossible. Just how strong is Lihan? Lihan's gaze was fixed on him. Choice was injured. Did you have to beat him that badly? Kare pushed himself up with one hand, struggling to stand. Don't you look down on me. How dare you look down on me? His eyes now resembled those of a cornered, defiant beast. Before coming to Ark, Kare had been a famous child actor in Germany. His father had used his fame to achieve his own political goals, gaining much in the process. But it wasn't enough to satisfy his greed. He wanted more. He told me that if I became a psyker, the entire city would be ours. You have to climb higher, Kare, even if it means hurting others. That was what drove him to act as he did. Shaking, Kare stood up, clutching a handful of sand. He threw it in Lihan's face and screamed, "I won't let it end like this. A bastard like you should just stop." Caught by the surprise attack, Lihan couldn't dodge in time. His vision was temporarily blinded by the stinging grit. Kare seized the opening and lunged forward, landing a devastating punch that sent Lihan flying. Kuro rushed forward to help, but Kare grabbed Lihan by the collar, ready to land more blows to knock him out completely. Hearing Kuro's voice, Kare glared at him, his face dark. "Don't you come near me." Kuro froze in fear. While Kuro stood motionless, Kare rained punches down on Lihan's chest and stomach. The small boy's body shuddered with each impact, but he didn't make a sound. Gritting his teeth, Kuro watched, his entire body trembling with fear. After he felt had done enough, Kare let Lihan drop to the ground. He then picked up another club and advanced on Kuro. "I won't let anyone get ahead of me again," he said. A stone shot up from the ground, aimed at Care's face. He raised a hand to block it. The stone hit his palm, turning it slightly red and successfully enraging him further. Kuro was enveloped in his psychic aura, his hands held out in front of him, determined to protect Lihan despite his fear. Care closed the distance in an instant, and Kuro's fear caused his psychic energy to vanish. So now you want to climb all over me too? I never liked you from the start. How can a weakling like you stay at our? Care said, grabbing Kuro by the collar. A lowlife like you should have been kicked out long ago. Care had seriously underestimated Lihan. He had left him without checking if he was truly down. Lihan had already gotten up, and he silently approached Care from behind, and delivered a powerful punch to his face, channeling all his pent-up anger into the blow. The punch was so strong that blood erupted from Care's nose and mouth. Lihan glared at him. You think you're better than everyone else? Try not hiding behind your cronies all the time. Tell Semin, Choice, and Kuro. They're all better than you. At that moment, an indescribable fear welled up inside Care. The Lihan before him seemed like an intimidating mountain. There's always someone stronger. What does that make you? You're nothing. Care fell into complete despair, his will to fight gone, replaced by primal fear. Lihan raised his sharpened wooden stake, preparing a final blow, but he intentionally missed his target, instead stabbing the ground next to Care, a move terrifying enough to scare him witless. Lihan stood up, turned his back on him, and said, everyone has a reason to become strong. If you want to keep moving forward, find another way. If you touch my friends again, I won't be as merciful as I was today. Left alone, Care lay on the ground, staring at the sky for a long time before letting out a self-deprecating laugh. I never wanted to be a sucker in the first place. And so the long night ended. Later, a notice was posted. Care had voluntarily withdrawn from R. After avenging Choice, Kuro and Lihan returned victorious, though Lihan had to be supported by Kuro on the way back. The next 3 days on the island passed quickly and smoothly. Finally, the training was over. Rescue helicopters filled the sky, and the children cheered. Although they had managed to survive, they were all exhausted. I never want to experience that again, Choice sighed, and Lihan agreed. Before they left, a group of other children gathered around them, thanking them profusely. We only survived because of you guys. The praise was so overwhelming it made them both feel a little awkward. Choice scratched his thick, curly brown hair and pointed at Lihan. The one you should really be thanking is Lihan. If it weren't for him, before he could finish, an instructor's announcement cut him off. The survival training has concluded. Congratulations on completing your week-long mission. Leaning against a tree near Semin, Semin couldn't help but smile at the sound of Sergeant Zet's voice. The past week had taken a toll on them all. You will board the helicopters when directed, Zet continued. Lihan found this strange. Why only when directed? The helicopters hovered in the air, but now some of them already had children on board. On one of them, Sergeant Zet looked sternly at the children who had been summoned. Semin, Kuro, and Lihan were among those who had shown outstanding performance. After reviewing the evaluations, Zet's voice boomed. You four are the only ones who have been selected. This was more than just survival training. It was a test to see which of you are the rough gems worthy of becoming humanity's protectors. Kuro, Semin, Semin, and Lihan. You are the members who have been promoted to the sophomore level. Life at ARC wasn't just training, there were also recreational areas for the first-year cadets. After practice, Lihan was resting in his room when Choice came by. Lihan, we have the day off. Want to play soccer? Soccer. Choice pointed to the ball in his hand and grinned. Know how to play? Lihan nodded, closed the book he was reading, and set it aside. A day off at ARC was rare, and the kids took the chance to have fun. Choice, Lihan, and Kuro formed one team. Everyone good? Choice asked enthusiastically. Let's start. On the opposing team were Semin and Semin. No psychic powers. warned Semin before they started. I know, Semin sighed. This guy really holds a grudge. At ARC, leave was only granted for important matters. Today, all the first-year instructors were in a meeting to evaluate promotions to the second year, so the cadets had the day off. In the meeting room, all the first-year instructors were gathered, their expressions grim. Once everyone was present, the base commander, Alexander D. Ko, signaled for the meeting to begin. Wei Chen, the head of Research Division 2, pushed up his glasses and spoke first. We have 4 slots this time. How are the children? Semin is more than qualified to advance, he exceeds the standards. As for the other 2, let's start with Lihan. Since his enrollment, his psychic energy has remained at the lowest level. If not for special consideration from Zet, he would still be in Class D. And now he's been selected as a candidate for promotion. Why would we advance a child like that? Alexander Deco looked at Wei Chen and Zet. Present your reasons. Wei Chen spoke calmly. As you've seen from the incident with Sergeant Zet, Lihan has excellent weapon skills, patience, and willpower. He has everything a soldier needs. That praise doesn't sound like you at all, Alexander Deco said, his face impassive. If I don't praise him, how will you ever let him advance? Wei Chen thought. He continued aloud. Besides his psychic potential, Lihan's teleportation skill is also quite clever. He seems to use it in conjunction with his rotations to make his attacks more powerful. What's more astonishing is that he came up with these ideas on his own, without any instruction. As he spoke on the soccer field outside, Lihan scored a goal with a powerful, storm-like shot. Alexander Deco seemed to accept this reason to some extent, but his expression remained unchanged. He gestured for them to move on to the next candidate. Outside, after the goal, Choi's threw an arm around Lihan's shoulder. "Hey, you bastard. You said you'd never played before, but you're pretty good." On the other side, Del Simon and Simon were arguing. "Aren't you British famous for being good at soccer? What does that have to do with me? How should I know? Are you stupid?" While they bickered, the tension in the meeting room grew. Hearing the information on Kuro, one of the instructors slammed her hand on the file. "Are you kidding me? Psychological sensitivity. The most important thing for the psychic transformation surgery is mental fortitude. Saying this is like telling me to kill the child." Zet calmly replied, "Kuro's psychic progress is the best. He's far ahead of the other geniuses. Plus, his ability to see the near future is strategically vital. But his mental state remains the problem," Alexander Deco said, frowning slightly. "That's why Lihan needs to advance with him," Zet said. "Kuro's mentality is heavily influenced by Lihan. Right now, Lihan is like an older brother to him." Alexander Deco took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Lihan again. It seems you two are very keen on promoting him." Wei Chen and Zet remained silent, but their expressions said it all. On the field, the game continued. Lihan got the ball and executed a seamless short pass to Choi's, preventing the opposition from stealing it. After receiving the pass, Choi skillfully dribbled the ball, weaving through the defenders in front of him, his speed leaving them in the dust. The goalie stood ready, his eyes fixed on Choi's. Choi's frowned at the obstacle ahead. They were all gathered here to defend. Getting past both Simon and Del Simon would take time. But that wasn't his only option. Without even looking back, he passed the ball sideways. Lihan, running up from behind, received it perfectly. The ball flew into the goal. Before Simon and Del Simon could react, a brief victory celebration erupted. Choi's high-fived Lihan. "Nice one, Lihan. We make a good team." "Huh." Lihan smiled. Just then, a familiar shadow fell over them, signaling the end of their game. The promotion evaluation was finished, and the announcement would be made soon. Sergeant Zet scanned the field. "Since everyone's already gathered here, I'll announce the results now." The candidates for promotion were announced. Del Simon and Simon, who had been grabbing each other's collars, temporarily called a truce. There are 4 promotions this time: Del Simon, Kuro, and Lihan. Del Simon let out a whistle. Simon acted as if it were a matter of course. Kuro still looked apprehensive. All Lihan was in disbelief. He knew his own abilities. Compared to the other 3, he was completely unqualified. But Zet's announcement confirmed it. Choi's came over and put a hand on Lihan's shoulder. "What's wrong, Lihan? Congratulations on the promotion. Remember to save a spot for me." Choi's cheerful attitude helped calm Lihan down. He nodded and said with a sincere smile, "Yes. We'll meet again, Choi's." The 2 boys shook hands. Zet approached them. "Return to your dorms," he sighed. "Those who were promoted, pack your things and assemble." The children began to leave, but Lihan stayed behind. He looked at Zet. "Thank you, sir, for the evaluation today, and for selecting me for Class D. I believe it was all thanks to you." Sergeant Zet took out a cigarette. "I'm not so sure you'll be thanking me later. From now on, you can't give up. If you complete the 2nd-year program, you'll see me again. Survive, Lihan." Lihan stood at attention and saluted. Zet took a long drag from his cigarette and turned to leave. As the setting sun painted the sky, the 4 chosen children gathered at the designated location. Del Simon was as boisterous as ever. "All right, let's go, gentlemen," he said with a grin. Simon stood beside him, looking as though he had much to say but ultimately remained silent. "Yeah, to Sector 2, right," Lihan asked with a nod. Kuro clutched his bag, trembling with fear, tears streaming down his face. Lihan gently placed a hand on his shoulder and offered a reassuring smile. Lihan. Kuro whimpered, looking at his friend. Don't worry, Lihan said softly. We're going together. But I'm scared, Kuro said, his face pale. We have to have surgery to become adults. Del Simon burst out laughing. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go. Why are you so excited? Simon asked, exasperated. We're going to become much stronger than we are now. Del replied with a grin. At Sector 2, they were greeted and led to the private research lab of Dr. Sasha Dees. She looked at the 4 children. Hello. For the next 5 weeks, I'll be the one looking after you. My name is Sasha Dees. 5 weeks? Lihan asked curiously. Yes, Sasha Dees nodded. It will take 5 weeks for your bodies to develop into those of adults. The first 2 weeks will be spent in incubation pods, and the following 3 will be for recovery training. Their eyes fell on the large pods behind her. 2 weeks in those machines. A wave of fear washed over them. Lihan fell silent, adjusting the strap of his bag. He had to admit he was scared, too. But he quickly regained his composure. He held out his left hand. See you all in 2 weeks. Hearing his calm words, the others felt their own fears subside. That's right. It's not like it's dangerous. We'll see each other again in 2 weeks. Del Simon and Kuro immediately put their hands out next to Lihan's. Sasha Gi watched this, surprised, though she had been told a little about him. This child truly is incredible. The one surgeons at Rec commended so fiercely. Lihan. His mentality is the most stable of anyone his age. A week ago, the experiment began. Their location was constantly monitored. Every development track. After stripping naked, the 4 children stepped into the containment chamber. A chemical, green and viscous, was slowly pumped in. They knew this substance would strengthen their bodies, but the thought of it was still deeply unsettling. Of course, while their bodies were submerged, they were each given an oxygen mask to breathe. But for a conscious person, the air supply still felt terrifyingly finite. Dr. Kaxa frowned, thinking to herself, they are overcome with fear. Every child who goes through this is the same. I'm sorry. Just be patient a little longer. You'll all lose consciousness soon. She then told her assistant to prepare the needles and surgical instruments for when the children passed out. Time passed slowly. The liquid in the tank turned from green to blue. Dr. Takta stood before the monitoring panel, her heart filled with worry. It's been a week today. Thankfully, nothing has happened. Today's procedure is a critical moment for them. She then found herself wondering, does humanity really have to go this far just to deserve to exist? What a mockery. She couldn't help but feel a wave of wary anxiety. They're just 10-year-old children. Jonah, seeing her expression, asked with concern, Dr. Gi, are you tired? Please, take a break. Dr. Taxa felt that she probably should rest, so she decided to step outside for a bit, leaving the lab to Jonah. Her eyes fell on a familiar figure sitting in the waiting area. Sergeant, you said you don't like kids. So what are you doing here every single time? He leaned back against the chair and smirked. To make sure the doctor doesn't damage my property. Or kill them. Sakfa gritted her teeth, her face showing clear anger. This man had a real talent for saying things that infuriated people. She flopped down onto the sofa and said, there are no problems. She pulled out a cigarette for herself. We're in the middle of inserting the second culture fluid. The second culture fluid contained the dragon's soul core, a concentrated liquid diluted from a dragon's heart. He took a drag from his cigarette, thinking, if the kids are forced to resonate with the dragon's core, they should be able to use the dragon's psychic power more easily. Then Lihan should be able to, as well. Suddenly the communication watch on Dr. Taxa's wrist beeped with an urgent message. She rushed back to the lab, praying the situation wasn't too dire. It quickly followed. Saxa burst through the door, asking breathlessly, what's wrong? Inside his containment pod, air was bubbling uncontrollably from Lihan's mouth, his expression one of agony. Joanna pointed at the monitor displaying Lihan's status, which had turned completely red with a large warning triangle in the center. She said in a panic, Lihan's consciousness has returned. He's in immense pain. Saxa was so panicked she started to stammer. She reached for the emergency controls, intending to manually shut it down. But before she could touch the panel, another hand shot out and stopped her. Saxa looked beside her in shock. It was Surgency, and she couldn't understand why he was stopping her. Wasn't this necessary to save Lihan's life? He looked at her, his brow furrowed. You can't turn it off, doctor. He must reach the second level, no matter what. Time passed. The surgery concluded, and Lihan successfully emerged as an adolescent with a normal physique. Sitting in her office, Dr. Kakse rested her chin on her hand and smiled at him. "How are you feeling?" Lihan smiled back honestly. "Thanks to you, I feel great." Dr. Kakse's smile faded as her expression turned serious. "We've never had a case like yours before. This is the first time we've seen a berserker state resist psychic power. It's truly astonishing." Back at that critical moment, after surgeons had insisted Lihan must reach the next level, Saxed screamed, "Are you insane? He'll die if this continues. I have to stop the chamber now." She was so terrified that tears streamed down her face. She only wanted to save the child from his current agony. But surgeons had said coldly, "Lihan is not someone recognized for his psychic abilities. Continue the process, doctor, but without the psychic resonance. If it's him, he might just pull through." Every time she recalled that moment, Daxa couldn't help but feel a sense of shock and dread. She sighed and said, "You're the only special case to have only developed physical strength. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? A sense of disconnect with your body, perhaps?" Lihan calmly smiled and cut off her worried questions. "I really feel fine. Plus, there's one less thing for me to worry about now. At least I won't be kicked out." Hearing this, Saxa felt a new level of respect for Lihan. His mental fortitude is truly solid. I guess he's the trainee surgeon she praised for having a stronger psyche than the others. But this made things even stranger for Daxa. Psychic power was directly linked to one's mental state. So why would a child with such a strong mind have such low psychic power? She didn't press him further, simply organizing her documents and signaling that he could leave. She had a few theories that Lihan's psyche was somehow related to suppressing the development of his psychic power. But they were just theories. Just as he stepped out the door, Lihan ran into his old friend, Demi. He had grown taller and still had that same playful demeanor. Demi raised a hand in greeting. "I came to see you, Lihan. Starting today, we're second-level trainees." Lihan looked behind Demi. Simon, with his perpetually annoyed at the world expression, was standing there staring at him. Lihan looked at them both and smiled. 5 long weeks went by so fast. Everyone's changed so much, especially you, Kuru. Lihan pointed to the young man standing next to Demi. Kuru was now significantly taller, his skin still tan, but his curly black hair had turned white, a stark contrast to the boy he was before. Hearing Lihan's praise, Kuru scratched his head and smiled shyly. Lihan looked at the three of them and expressed his heartfelt joy. "I'm so glad everyone survived." Salmon scoffed. "What's there to be glad about? It was a given. Stop being arrogant and acting like you're the captain, Lihan." Simon then turned sharply and walked away. Demi just shrugged and shook his head. "He's definitely going through puberty." After the 5-week period ended, Lihan and the others were moved to the second-level dormitories. From the outside, it didn't look much different from the first level, but from the second level onward, all training was team-based. Each team consisted of 4 to 10 members, and there were currently 12 second-level teams. Lihan entered his room, next door to Kuru's. He looked around. A private room, huh? Returning to the topic of team combat, Lihan and Kuru were assigned to Team 7. The captain of Team 7 was Kadasaki. They were currently gathered in a stadium for practice. There are many things to train for at the second level, too many to list. But they can be roughly divided into 3 main categories: handguns, flight combat, and mock battles, Kadasaki explained with a smile. "You understand why you have to practice shooting handguns, right?" Lihan answered, "We were taught that modern weapons can still be used against the minions." "Yes, that's right," Kadasaki nodded. "The minions we've known so far are goblins, wild boars, werewolves of low intelligence." Later, more intelligent species called Enkidu appeared, acting as commanders for the mid-level troops. Those damned Enkidu can even use psychic powers. If the Enkidu use psychic powers, doesn't that mean physical weapons won't work on them? "Good question," Keda said. "That's right, they aren't affected by physical weapons. But their psychic power has its limits, just like dragons. Our goal is to strike the moment they run out of energy. Just like handgun training, flight combat and mock battles are equally important. They are methods of competitive combat between teams. Mock battles are held in artificial forests through small-scale combat training grounds. The main event is Capture the Flag, where you steal the flag from the opponent's base. It requires teams to build strategies and focus on the abilities of each member. But this is a very dangerous form of training. Even without blades, steel weapons can still cause serious injuries. As for flight combat, it's basically learning to use flying discs. This is the easiest one because you just need to make the opponent fall. But you always need a supporter in the back. Supporters have to control numerous flying discs to help their teammates move. In rare situations, supporters even have to use the discs to attack the opponent. Until now, we haven't had a psychic user strong enough to be a supporter for the team, but now that you're here, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Kuru. Hearing this, Kuru swallowed hard, tension clear on his face. Hitasaki smiled and asked, "You can do it, right?" Kuru replied hesitantly, "About that." Kuru's attitude displeased Frieren, who had been standing silently behind Keda the whole time. He stepped forward and demanded, "Can't you give a confident answer? We're not asking for your opinion. Once you're on a team, you have to fill the role that's needed." Lihan stepped forward to defend Kuru. Kuru can definitely do it, but he's not the type who performs well under pressure. Before he could finish, Frieren got in his face, growling, "Shut your mouth, newbie. What do you know?" Keda finally stepped in to intervene. Frieren snorted and stepped back. "Stop it. Lihan has a point. It's their first day. They have a lot to learn. And Lihan, even though we're all second level, everyone here is your senior with more experience. Watch your attitude." The other team members moved to stand behind Lihan, staring him down. Hitasaki chuckled softly. To be honest. He opened his eyes, revealing narrow, purple pupils. He smirked. "You're only here because I wanted Kuru on the team. You two are like a package deal. A buy one get one free. I don't expect much from someone with such low-level psychic power. Just try not to get in our way." The members of Team 7 began to laugh at him. But did Lihan get angry? Not at all. He maintained his calm demeanor. He extended his hand and said with sincere smile, "Yes, I understand. I'll do my best not to get in your way, Captain." Hida's smile vanished. He stared blankly before shaking Lihan's hand. That was the first incident after Lihan reached the second level, the drama of Team 7. Hitasaki fell silent, his eyes wide as he stared at Lihan, a seed of resentment planted in his heart. "Arrogant brat," he thought, "let's see how long you can keep that up." Lihan thought to himself, "I'll show you just how much I can endure." After a hard day of training, Lihan returned to his dorm to rest. He stepped into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the hot water wash over him. He recalled some of the events from the afternoon's mock battle practice. Lihan and the others, dressed in armor, lay prone on the ground, holding real guns. With every shot that rang out, his body flinched slightly. Kato, of course, was observing as the instructor. After finishing the shooting practice, Lihan stood up with the others and began the run and gun drill, firing at dummy targets. After completing his turn, Lihan glanced over at Kato's group. He felt his results weren't bad. Surely Kato can't call me a burden to the team now, right? But just as he looked back at Kato, he found him already staring. Kato quickly averted his gaze and started berating Kuru instead. Kuru, suddenly scolded, became flustered and even more clumsy. Kato gritted his teeth and adjusted his hat. "Damn it, I'm speechless." He then walked over to correct Kuru's form. Is Kuru still not good enough to be acknowledged? Lihan wondered. He truly didn't understand. From his perspective, Kuru was doing a great job. The bathroom door opened, and a cloud of steam rolled out. Lihan towel dried his hair. Droplets of water still trickled down a physique that many game enthusiasts could only dream of. Earlier, Kato had informed him he would be on the reserve team. In front of many witnesses, he had said casually, "In mock battles, teams with too many members have to cut down their numbers to fit. Our team is one of those with a surplus, and we have a lot of close combat specialists like you." He then stood up and patted Lihan's shoulder. "Everyone at the second level gets to watch the mock battles at the training center, so don't be too sad. You still get to watch." This essentially meant he would likely be on the reserve team for the rest of his life. That was unacceptable. Lihan looked at the photo Captain I had sent him. He put on his watch and told himself, "It's all right. Everything is fine. This was part of my plan." Another day came. Today was the capture the flag match between Team 3 and Team 9. The members of Team 7 were also there to watch. Heda said with a smile, "Team 3 has some new faces, so let's watch them and carefully analyze their tactics." Hearing this, Lihan had a good idea who he meant. A new face on Team 3. He looked at the screen. He must mean Del Semin. After the battle began, the second-level students were in an uproar watching Del Semin lead his team. He looks so reckless, doesn't he? On Team 9's side, the members facing Del Semin were terrified. Are those lunatics out of their minds? Attacking with all their members like this? But the members of Team 3 were full of arrogance. "We have the undefeated psychic user on our side. We'll crush you easily and take all your flags. As he spoke, psychic power enveloped Del Simon's body. The members of Team 9 panicked and charged. Don't just stand there gawking. Take him down before he uses his psychic ability. But before they could even get close, their weapons were ripped from their hands by an invisible force. Del Simon had disarmed them all. His eyes glowed as the steel swords hovered in mid-air. The members of Team 9 stared, dumbfounded, at their own weapons floating above them. How can he do that? Simon lowered his hand, and the swords he controlled rained down, stabbing toward the members of Team 9 like a storm. The group scrambled to dodge their own weapons. The other members of Team 3 used this opportunity to rush in and attack. The psychic energy around Simon weakened slightly as he calmly observed the situation. As expected, the unarmed members of Team 9 were easily defeated by Team 3, and the flag was captured. The outcome was clear. This team was more than capable of winning. After watching the match, Kato returned and placed even more expectations on Kuru. Having a talented psychic user in a real battle is so important. The strategy I've devised is quite similar. We can do it because we have Kuru. But this only made Kuru more anxious, feeling he couldn't perform like Simon. At this point, Lihan, having heard the plan, spoke up in protest. Captain, I have a different idea. Team 9 didn't use any strategy at all. They didn't take advantage of the terrain, they just attacked with individual strength and ability. If Lihan stopped himself mid-sentence, because Kato's face was now darker than the bottom of a pot. If what? Say it, Kato asked coldly. If you were the captain, is that what you were going to say? Lihan looked at the man before him, then at the expressions of those around him. In the dead silence, he suddenly understood something. Now I get it. The reason they hate me so much isn't because I'm weak. Frieren suddenly called out to Lihan. Lihan looked over and saw him signaling for them to talk privately. They slowly moved away from the group to a deserted spot. Frieren got straight to the point. I admit you're strong. Kiddo and I have always acknowledged that. But you really don't fit in with Team 7. All the members feel that way. Hearing this, Lihan finally understood. Sokato has been watching me. He calmly asked Frieren, why do you think I don't fit in? Frieren explained, you're not afraid to speak up and go against Kato's thoughts and orders during training. While I agree that your suggestions are often better, Team 7 only needs one leader. If there's someone in the team who doubts and opposes his Kato, the whole team will be divided. As long as Kato is the captain, you will definitely not participate in the mock battles. Submit a transfer request at an appropriate time. Lihan half closed his eyes and murmured, so that's how it is. After speaking, Frieren left and Lihan returned to his dorm. Now I understand. A captain needs the trust of all his team members. And I've become a threat to his position, Lihan muttered. A transfer request, huff. That afternoon, in the coach's work area, Lihan sought out a very familiar face for advice. Coach Wei Chen. Wei Chen looked at the form he was reading, then back at Lihan, filled with disbelief. He stared at the paper for a long time before asking, Lihan, is this for real? Lihan smiled and replied immediately, yes, sir. Wei Chen put a hand to his forehead. Well, the second-level instructors will have to discuss this first. It will probably take a lot of time. For now, everything was temporarily settled. Lihan sat on his bed thinking, good. I needed to do this anyway, so it works out for me. I can focus on training my own abilities since I don't have to worry about the mock battles anymore. While I wait, I can analyze all of my current teammates' matches to create my own strategies. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lihan called out, come in. It was Kuru. The door opened, and Kuru walked in, sitting down next to Lihan. What did you say to the vice-captain earlier? Lihan shook his head. Nothing much. Are you ready for tomorrow's match? I can control 4 flying discs at once now, Kuru said. Without anyone on them. No, with people on them. Lihan was surprised. Really? It seems your psychic ability is improving rapidly. I think you could become one of the strongest second-level psychic users. Kuru scratched his cheek shyly, still lacking confidence, and Lihan could see it. He smiled. Don't worry, Kuru. I'll be cheering for you. Kuru smiled and nodded. As always, Lihan had a way of putting him at ease. The next match featured Team 7. This time, the newcomer Kuru was also a topic of discussion. People had heard he was strong, and wondered what abilities he would show. Lihan looked at the screen, observing the battle, with high hopes for Kuru's performance. Inside the arena, the members of both teams stood on high platforms. Below were deep pits with nets to ensure safety in case of a fall. Kato led his team forward. Alright, let's go. Remember to support us, Kuru. Kuru nodded slightly. The aerial combat match between Team 1 and Team 7 began. The kids standing next to Lihan were buzzing with excitement, but he alone began to analyze the competition. The core of aerial combat is the flying disc. Most dragons can fly, so they must be able to fight in the air. Besides parachutes and grappling hooks, flying discs are also used. They are a type of autonomous drone, providing a foothold in mid-air. Some have been weaponized and can fire projectiles. In aerial combat, one person typically controls two discs, which can be used for movement or as weapons against opponents. And the most important position is the supporter. Their role is to control a large number of discs simultaneously from the rear to minimize the psychic energy their teammates need to use. That position was perfect for Kuro as he could control 4 discs at once. Inside the arena, Kata signaled for his team to begin. Just stick to the strategy, and we'll definitely win. Frieren led the charge, leaping onto a flying disc and roaring, "Charge!" Team 1 also moved into position, their members jumping onto their discs and rushing forward with fierce expressions. Team 1 is advancing together, Frieren thought. Just as Kata predicted. They're still overconfident in their attacks, thinking they can beat any newcomer, no matter how strong. As they charged forward, Team 1 suddenly split into 2 groups, attacking from both sides. But just as they separated, they found Frieren's massive frame blocking their path. He raised his sword, leaped into the air, and brought it down in a powerful vertical slash. The Team 1 member was knocked off his disc and immediately eliminated just moments into the match. Meanwhile, the other member who had split off was also struck down by Kato. He fell without even knowing why he had been defeated so quickly. Watching the fallen opponent, Kato smiled and nodded. Good. Just as planned. Outside, the crowd erupted. What? They took down 2 people right at the start. Has Team 7 always been this strong? It's like they knew their opponent's next move. Of course they did. Lihan thought. Because this plan revolves around Kuro. Kato had explained. Team 1 doesn't have a supporter, so each person controls their own disc. Since you can control 4 discs at once, you will be responsible for controlling the vice captain's disc and mine. And since you also have the ability to see the near future, control the discs after observing their future movements. Kuro had nodded worriedly. Okay. Frieren let out a grunt. I get it. So you're saying we should focus on our excellent close combat skills and take them all down, right? Kato said with a cheerful laugh. Yes, that's right. Back in the present, Lihan acknowledged that Kato's plan had worked. At least for now, as the opponent would soon figure it out. The rest of Team 7 was reveling in their easy victory, oblivious to the fact that Kuro, who was controlling the flying discs while also using his powers, was nearing exhaustion. His hands trembled, and sweat dripped continuously from fatigue and the immense pressure. I can't make a mistake. Everyone will lose because of me, he thought. In Kuro's mind, the images of his teammates flashed repeatedly as the battle intensified. However, Team 1 was no pushover. They managed to defeat one member of Team 7, though it took them a great deal of effort. Damn it, are they always this strong? I can't believe our team is down to just the 2 of us, while the other side still has 5 people, including the support in the back. Their eyes fell on Kuro, who was standing behind his 4 teammates. If we can't take down their support. One of them judged the situation before whispering to his remaining teammate, let's proceed with plan A. Colum nodded slightly and lunged forward. His eyes were fixed on Kuro, calculating his path. Philip, holding his sword, shouted and charged forward. Kato quickly moved to block him. He's coming, is this going to be a one-on-one fight? But then, Philip suddenly leaped into the air while Colum, who was behind him, rushed forward, spreading his arms to restrain both Frieren and Kato at once, creating a path for Philip to charge toward Kuro. Kato and Frieren glared fiercely behind them, wanting to rush back, but they couldn't break free. Only now did they realize they had fallen into a trap. Stop that bastard. Kato screamed, but the other 2 members were no match for Philip. He easily evaded their attacks and continued his advance on Kuro. Kato finally turned back and shouted to his unrestrained teammates, don't chase him. Get over here, this bastard is trying to take us all down with him. Colum gritted his teeth, his face contorting from the strain as sweat poured down. Lihan frowned at the scene. No, they should be running to protect Kuro. If Kuro is separated from them. He remembered that in the original plan, flying discs 4 and 8 were always supposed to be behind Kuro. Now, Kuro was facing Philip alone. His heart pounded in his chest. He suddenly remembered that discs 4 and 8 were assigned to him, and hurriedly took control of them. The 2 discs swooped down from the sky, racing toward Philip. They were just inches away from him as Philip raised his sword to strike. Just then, Column was struck by a sword from Team 7, and could no longer hold on, collapsing. Kato and Verdian broke free from his grasp, looking back in a panic. And what of the situation behind them? Kuru had been utterly defeated. He had no way to defend against Philip. The individual strength of Team 1's members had always been formidable. Philip looked up, met the gazes of the 3 remaining opponents, and slowly smiled in victory. Without Kuru to control the flying discs, Kato and Verdian immediately fell to the ground. Kuru is unconscious. It's finally a close quarters battle. The crowd outside buzzed. It seems Kuru was the one controlling their discs. Huh. That said, their defense is way too weak. Lihan looked at the screen. It was just as he had predicted. Kato's strategy relied heavily on Kuru's outstanding psychic power. The moment Philip approached Kuru, Kuru was still trying to control the 2 discs to attack him. As Philip was about to bring his sword down, an explosion sounded behind him. He paused and looked back. It turned out that in his panic and fear, Kuru had caused the 2 flying discs to crash into each other, shattering them. Philip looked at the broken disc fragments on the ground. Kuru trembled even more with fear, his hands and feet fumbling. Philip let out a sigh and said with a smirk, "Too bad." Kuru had clearly been fighting under immense pressure and finally made a critical error. In the end, Team 1 was victorious. Lihan frowned. "I wouldn't have left Kuru alone if I were the team captain." 3 weeks later, Lihan was once again summoned to Wei Chen's office for a private conversation. Wei Chen held their application in his hand. "Lihan," he said, "about the application you submitted. It's been approved. Your proposal to form a new team has been accepted." Lihan swallowed, his heart beating a little faster. "It was really approved." Wei Chen explained, "Your leadership evaluation from the first level was outstanding. All the instructors agreed to give you a chance. I think they want to test your reputation and skills." Lihan took the paper from Wei Chen. On it were the conditions for forming a team. It must have more than 4 members, including the captain. You have the right to nominate 1 member from any existing team, unless they refuse. Reading this, Lihan grew worried. If I follow these conditions, the other captains will hate me. They've already made preparations to avoid losing their core members. Lihan smiled and asked, "Are you saying I should do what I can?" Wei Chen laughed. "You're as sharp as ever, Lihan. I have high expectations for you." Lihan left Wei Chen's office, bowing his head slightly in thought. "My team members. The first people I think of are them, Kuru and Jose." But after thinking, he felt troubled. Jose wasn't here. "Well, I guess I'll start by talking to Kuru." Lihan sighed and slumped over. Suddenly, he stopped and his eyes lit up. "That's right, there's one more person." Lihan quickly made his way to the dorm room of an old friend and knocked. The person inside immediately opened the door. It was Dimi, still sweaty, apparently from his usual training. "Oh, what's up, Lihan?" A few days passed. Team 7 went through several more matches, and they struggled in each one. Ida held his forehead, grumbling in frustration, "Our rank keeps dropping because of Kuru. We should have tried harder to get Simon on the team." Kato's teammate nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Simon is really good. Both his combat skills and psychic power are excellent. He could probably take on 2 or 3 people at once. Kuru can't do anything on his own. His stats are a complete lie." As they spoke, they were unaware that Lihan was standing in a nearby corner, overhearing their conversation. "I don't have anyone to replace him, so I just have to keep putting him in." The flashback ended. Currently, Lihan was in Dimi's room, explaining his intentions. Dimi smiled. "You're starting a new team. Who else are you planning to recruit besides me?" Lihan replied, "Kuru. I started this with the thought that Kuru would definitely be on my team." Dimi chuckled. No team captain is going to let you take their members that easily." "But Dimi, you still haven't answered," Lihan said. Dimi scratched his buzz-cut head. "While I appreciate the offer, my answer is no, Lihan. I'm the next captain of Team 5. I can't abandon my guys now." Lihan's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly composed himself. Given Dimi's abilities, it wasn't surprising. Lihan nodded slowly. "I understand." Dimi looked at Lihan, a hint of guilt in his eyes. He rubbed the back of his neck and looked away, hesitating before saying, "Besides, I'd rather be your rival than your teammate. It's more fun that way." He then grinned wisely. Lihan gave a helpless smile. "That's just like you, Dimi." He walked over and gently punched Dimi's chest. "Don't come crying to me when you're my opponent, and I'd beat you to a pulp. Next time, I'll break both your arms." Lihan left Dimi's room. On his way, the second-level students all looked at him with judgmental eyes. "That's Lihan. Does he really want to be a captain that badly? That arrogant bastard. Lihan walked past them calmly, thinking, say whatever you want. He had expected this. When the news of him forming a new team was announced, all the team captains stared at him, especially Kato, whose face was dark with anger as he confronted him. Lihan, is this how you stab me in the back? I don't care if you leave my team or start a new one, but I won't let you have Kuru. Kuru stood behind them, as usual, looking away, timid and unable to be honest with himself, or with those who were good to him. Lihan didn't press the issue immediately, simply stating calmly, Kuru won't be able to reach his full potential under your guidance. Hades scowled and pointed at Kuru. Don't pretend you know everything. Kuru will continue to be a core member of Team 7. If a war broke out right now, would you ask the enemy to wait? Lihan retorted. I am certain I can unlock his full potential immediately. A commander must win despite limited manpower. Blaming others won't change the outcome. Kato was so furious his face contorted, and veins popped on his forehead. He grabbed Lihan by the collar and yelled, you bastard. No matter what you say, I'm not giving you Kuru. Lihan replied coldly, that's not your decision to make. It's Kuru's. At his words, Kato whipped around to look at Kuru, and Lihan did the same. Kato's face darkened as he threatened, Kuru, if you go, I'll kill you. Kuru flinched, looking at him in fear. Lihan asked casually, do you really think you can? You're all talk. You talk so much that if you fell into the water, your mouth would be the only thing that floats. Kato couldn't hold back anymore and swung his fist, punching Lihan hard in the face. Lihan didn't dodge. Kato stared, dumbfounded, at Lihan on the ground. A sense of dread washing over him, as everyone here could testify that he had struck someone in anger. Lihan sat up, wiping the blood from his face. I'll let it slide, Kato. This isn't worth slowing me down. With that, he stood up and calmly walked away. As he passed Kuru, Lihan spoke in a normal voice. I'll be waiting for you, Kuru. Watching him leave, the others started whispering again. What an idiot. Who would leave their team to follow a captain with no proven track record? Who knows how they'll treat him if the team fails? Left alone, Kuru once again trembled with fear, facing immense mental pressure. I've now asked everyone I could think of, but the situation still isn't great, Lihan thought to himself, wondering what to do next. Lost in thought, he bumped into a person wearing a skull mask and a mysterious full-body coat. Before Lihan could apologize, the person was already a good distance away. He's fast, Lihan thought. But more importantly, is he allowed to dress like that? It's completely different from everyone else. While still focused on the strange individual, his watch buzzed with a new message. It was from the instructors, announcing a gathering of all team captains in front of Building 2. In front of Building 2, several people had already gathered. In the center was Dr. D. She walked between two rows of people and announced, these 6 are newly promoted students. They are waiting to be assigned to teams. We've decided to let the new captain choose first. Lihan stepped forward. Hearing this, he was secretly pleased. This is a great opportunity. I have to recruit at least one person right now. He stepped up and said, my name is Lihan, captain of Team 13. My team is currently short on members. Everyone is welcome. Hades sneered. Short? You mean you have none? Other captains also made their offers, but among the new students, one person stepped forward to join Lihan's team. As soon as Lihan saw his face, he beamed with joy. It was his old friend, Shows, who had now also been promoted to the 2nd level. That evening, after everyone had settled into their dorms, Joes went to Lihan's room to talk. This is a relief, Lihan said with a sincere smile. Joes leaned back with his hands behind his head, saying casually, it would be even better if we had one more member. Lihan sighed. Well, it's a new team. Anyway, thanks for believing in me and joining. Joes. They've always wanted to be on the same team as you. Joes grinned and looked out the window. The ones who didn't join are the real idiots. If they knew your abilities, they'd be lining up at the door. Anyway, let's try to recruit more people starting tomorrow. Joes stood up and stretched. I'm heading back to my room. But before Joes could leave, there was a knock on the door. Lihan went and opened it. It was Kuru, but his face was bruised. Kuru, what happened to your face? Lihan asked in surprise. Kuru scratched his head, grinning. Kite. I told Kito I was leaving Team 7, and the bastard. Turns out he couldn't even kill me. Awesome. Are you even the Kuru I know? It's no big deal, Kuru said humbly. Seeing Kuru join the team, Joes was overjoyed. This is great, just like our team on the desert island. No matter who the opponent is, I am sure we won't lose. Just then, Another person approached. This looks fun. Can I join? People are talking about you like you're the scum of the earth. Lihan. So Team 13 seems like it'll be the most interesting. Lihan and Kuru stared blankly at the newcomer. Joes came up behind Lihan to see who it was. It was another familiar face. Lihan, you know him, right? He was in Class B2. Lihan smiled. Of course. You're just who we need, Kanat. Kanat made finger guns with both hands, and pretended to fire twice. He winked and said, take care of me, Captain. So Team 13 is official now, right? Lihan nodded. Yeah. But we're a thorn in the side of the other teams. If we're not careful, we could be disbanded. You know what that would mean for us, right? Kanat gave a thumbs up. I'm ready. Kuru looked at Lihan with complete trust. Me too. Looking at his 3 new teammates, Lihan felt his determination grow stronger. The weight on his shoulders was heavy, but he felt he could handle it. Alright, Team 13. Let's assemble tomorrow. The next day, the members of Team 13 gathered and reported to their team's coach. He was a man who looked to be in his 40s, with auburn hair slicked back and a slightly sinister look. He looked at them and said, nice to meet you, Team 13. I am second level head coach Gothman. Captain of Team 13. Lihan. Members just Batista, Kanat, and Kuru, is it? What happened to your face? Kuru had a bandage on his face, and his left eye was swollen shut. He could have reported Kiddo's actions, but he chose to let it go. They slipped on the stairs, sire. Gothman didn't believe the excuse for a second. He was definitely beaten up. But Kuru's denial surprised him. He sighed and said, be careful. He then began to brief the team. You will have a grace period for competitions starting today. This period will last about 3 weeks. After it ends, you must participate in competitions, so prepare yourselves. The format and opponent will be randomly decided by the head coach, and you will be informed at that time. That being said, considering the current circumstances, it seems quite special. Lihan finally understood Gothman's words. Was he telling them not to let their guard down? Their first match was against Team 9. The format was a gunfight. Team 9 had the most wins and the highest score in gunfights. Kanat took off his helmet and complained, this is so stuffy. I don't like it. As long as we don't get shot, it's fine. Right. But Lihan immediately pushed the helmet back onto his head. Kanat, do you want to die? Lihan grabbed Kanat's head and brought it close to his face, threatening in a low voice, don't you dare take it off. You are not allowed to do that under any circumstances. Kanat nodded in fear. Lihan swore he wouldn't let anyone on his team die. He adjusted his own helmet and went over the strategy one more time. The strategy is called the mobile bunker. That just came up with the name, so don't laugh. The other 3 didn't laugh. They were more surprised. A mobile bunker. In their respective areas, both Lihan's team and their opponents waited for the start signal. The 4 members of the red team looked down on Team 13, confident they could end the match quickly. On Lihan's side, morale was just as high. Lihan was filled with confidence that they would definitely win. As the competition began, the crowd roared. Don't go easy on them, Team 9. Annihilate those traitors. Dimmy, of course, wouldn't miss Lihan's match. Seeing the crowd's reaction, he grinned. They're really popular, aren't they? Simon was also there, observing the battle. He thought to himself, you can't win a gunfight. What will you do, Lihan? Both teams began to move. The red team followed their usual plan, advancing in a line. No sign of them. I guess they're trying to hide near their starting point. Yeah, that's probably all they can do. Let's go. Nearby, Kanat and his team were hiding. Damn, they're faster than I thought. He raised his hand and sent a recon report to his teammates. Enemy within 200 meters. I will join you. The enemy had reached an open area, advantages for professional shooters, while Kanat hid behind a tree not far away. Further back, the other 3 members of Lihan's team were waiting and hiding. Seeing Kanat's message, Lihan frowned and swore under his breath. They're already here. Jose leaned against a tree, panting from exhaustion, while Kuru, as usual, was quickly running out of energy. Damn, they're not giving us any time to rest. These Team 9 guys. Good thing we're prepared, but I need time to recover. As Jose spoke, he glanced at a tree trunk that had been set on fire. Lihan looked into the distance. Kanat must know our situation. Instead of coming to us, he'll definitely jump out in front of them to fight, and buy time, risking getting shot. A bullet hit Kanat's leg and he yelled in pain. Even with protective gear, the pain was intense. After shouting, he quickly turned and ran. It hurt so much, damn it. The members of the red team didn't miss the opportunity. They immediately charged forward, chasing Kanat. Kanat, squinting, lifted his injured leg, turned toward them, and opened fire, praying silently, "Just let me hit one of them. Even one would be great." Bullets rained down on the red team, but they were agile and ducked behind trees, avoiding the shots. Who can he hit by shooting randomly like that? Feeling exhausted, Kanat slumped to the ground. But just as he took a breath, the opposing side unleashed a barrage of bullets at him. Caught off guard, Kanat quickly rolled behind a tree trunk. According to the strategy, I am supposed to join the team, but with this leg, I'll only slow them down. It's better to buy a little more time. The four opponents looked around, seeing only Kanat, and grew suspicious. Why is there only one of them? There are only 4 of them anyway. Who needs a scout? This will end in a direct confrontation anyway. I'm rushing in. Cover me. Meanwhile, Lihan's trio, having completed their preparations, had recovered a good amount of their strength. Lihan held his gun and signaled to the others. "We should get started. Thanks to Kanat, we've had enough time." I'm sure Kanat is injured, but he must have decided to stall for time instead of regrouping with us. Joe forced a smile, and gave a thumbs up in praise of Kanat. "Thanks to him, we've recovered enough. I honestly had no energy to fight just now." Lihan and Kuru gave a wary smile. "That's because we used telekinesis and fire to cut down a tree." Kuru and Joe began to use their psychic powers again. "Now it's time to use them," Lihan said. As Team 13 moved, the crowd murmured, watching the screen. The 3 of them were moving behind a massive tree, controlled by Kuru's psychic power. Did they cut down that tree? Are they using it as a shield? Both Demi and Simmons said in unison, "This strategy is only possible because of Kuru." They immediately turned to look at each other. Back on the battlefield, Kanat was still fighting for every second. He hid behind a tree, aiming his gun at the enemy, firing from cover. After a while, he ran out of ammo, and had to reload. Unfortunately, the red team's opponents had already closed in on him. They pressed in, giving him no room to escape. I thought it was a trap, but it was just a stupid strategy. After realizing Simon was there, Demi had casually walked over to stand next to him, and offer his thoughts. "One member of Team 13 is down. They lasted longer than I expected. Now all that's left is that tree shield. Can they actually win with that?" Simon replied, "This strategy has a weakness. I am sure Lihan realizes it." On the battlefield, Lihan's team had brought out their tree shield, confusing the enemy team. They kept firing, but couldn't stop them. Because Team 9 had selected its 4 members based on their shooting skills, none of them had strong enough psychic powers to destroy the shield. He knew that, the captain of Team 9 thought, glaring at Lihan, who had only peeked out to shoot for a moment before they were forced back behind cover. "Kanat, we have to stall as long as possible. I'm sure their members will eventually get tired from using their psychic powers for so long." Hearing this, Lihan glanced at Kuru. Of course, he fully understood that weakness. This tree shield was only meant to get them close enough. At that moment, Joe could use his fire ability. Flames quickly spread, setting the surrounding trees ablaze, sending thick smoke billowing toward the people hiding in the forest. The members of Team 9 grew even more panicked. A sudden fire. Is that an ignition ability? Is fighting like this even allowed? This display left the spectators in awe. After starting the fire, Joe quickly picked up his gun again. "That's enough smoke, Lihan. Those bastards can't see a thing in front of them." Lihan nodded with a smile. "Good. I'll take care of the ones who try to run." Forced by the suffocating smoke, the members of Team 9 had to run from behind the trees. But the direction they ran was right toward Lihan, the only area not yet covered in smoke. And that's when they became walking targets. 2 were taken down. The remaining 2, covering their noses with cloths, moved cautiously through the smoke, believing they wouldn't be found. Unfortunately, 2 stones flew with great precision through the smoke and struck them accurately. Yes, they could shoot so precisely because they had Kuru, whose eyes could see all their movements. Lihan raised his gun one more time to take aim. It's over. All members of Team 9 were rendered unable to fight. Team 13 wins. The crowd erupted once more, but their attitude was completely different from the start of the match. How did they do that? Kuru threw stones to mark their positions, and that Lihan guy. His shooting skills are incredible. They did it. Lihan, Kuru, those bastards actually won. Joe and Kuru took off their helmets and gave Lihan a thumbs up. Lihan smiled and returned the gesture. The warm sun shone down, and a cool breeze blew past. They had won. Meanwhile, the head coach, who was also observing the match, was clearly plotting something unpleasant for Lihan and Team 13. After their victory, it was time to celebrate. In Lihan's private room, his team was having a feast with delicious food and soft drinks. Kanat happily raised his cup. Because this is a special meal for the winning team, it's well worth the effort we put in. Joe's grinned. Pretty cool. Huff. You even took a bullet. Kanat said cheerfully, anyone who hasn't been shot can't join the party. He then looked down at the lavish spread of food. Now, this has helped us achieve victory. Joe's held up a chicken leg like a microphone. Captain Lihan, please tell us how you're feeling right now. Caught off guard, Lihan was a bit embarrassed, but he quickly shared his true thoughts. Thank you, everyone. It seems the strategies during the match were a bit too intense, but I think we were able to win thanks to everyone's hard work. Guru, now much bolder, raised his fist. It wasn't that intense. Those strategies were awesome. Lihan said, we were really lucky because our opponents were strong but very predictable. Most of Team 9's members are skilled at shooting. Kanat grinned. That's amazing, being able to predict the opponent's numbers. Just as I expected, my ability to judge others is never wrong. As he spoke, Kanat winced in pain. Do you need to rest, Kanat? Jose asked with concern. Kanat forced a thumbs up, gritting his teeth through the pain. It's nothing. Even if I were dying, I couldn't miss a party like this. While they celebrated, in the instructor's building, only one room remained lit. It was Gothman's office. He turned off the lights and sat thoughtfully in front of a computer screen. I paired them with Team 9, and I never expected them to win. I wanted them to lose at all costs. I have to pressure them before they start thinking they're special. Gothman operated the screen, searching for a suitable team to fight Team 13, then paused before Team 7. If it's Team 7, they'll use all their energy to crush Team 13. But what if Team 7 loses too? Then I'll just have to find a way to make sure they don't lose. Gothman reached toward the screen and began to arrange the match. In his own room, after the party and cleanup, Lihan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. So he sat up. There were times in the past when I couldn't sleep because I was worried about the day's offense. I have amazing teammates now, so I should worry less. No matter who the opponent is, I'll take them down one by one. Lihan prayed silently. Another match was held. This time, Lihan's Team 13 was scheduled to fight against Team 1, the very team that had previously defeated Team 7, with an unchanged lineup. Their captain was clearly wary of their opponent's abilities. Has everyone memorized our strategy? He said. We need to be cautious of Kuru and Jose. In terms of psychic power, they are definitely at the top of the second years. The two of us have to hold them down. Their psychic power is strong, but you just need to make them lose their composure and focus. As for the others, I don't know their combat abilities, but they won't be a problem. Because we have the strongest member, who is also our captain. Cullen pounded his chest in agreement. Outside, Demi had naturally found his way next to Simon to chat. Look at this matchup. How much do the coaches hate them? I can't believe they'll be able to beat Team 1 after a gunfight with Team 9. To win, they have to take down the captain, the one wearing the headband. But he's a monster, very difficult to suppress. Even with 2 or 3 strong people charging at him, with him leading the charge, they'll easily take down the long-range support and sweep through the rest of the opponents. This is Team 1's specialty, the tank rush. In the end, what strategy will Lihan use to face this difficult situation? Simon scowled at Demi. Can you just watch and shut your mouth? Back in the match, after approaching the blue team, Lihan's team, Team 1's strategist had to pause for a moment. Whoa. Is that Kuru? As the captain? I'm mistaken. Seeing Kuru acting as captain threw Team 1's plan into disarray, as they had expected Lihan to be the captain. What should we do? Cullum asked worriedly. We can't see Lihan. Jose and Kanat stepped forward proactively. Don't be nervous, Kuru. Don't worry, we'll protect you no matter what. Kuru nodded, but his movements were still a bit stiff with anxiety, his hands and feet clumsy. Meanwhile, Team 1, seeing this situation, couldn't come up with a new strategy and had to continue with their current one. Their captain growled, no matter where that guy is hiding, he won't be able to find a flaw in our formation. Forward, Cullum led their team, charging toward Kuru like a tank. On a tree nearby, Lihan stood on a branch, observing the battle. Victory in this format didn't mean wiping out the enemy team, but simply taking down the designated captain. The two sides clashed. The battle looked incredibly tense as Jose and Kanat had to give their all to protect Kuru before their plan could be executed. Jose condensed a flame in his hand and lunged at an opponent. His eyes seemed to burn, but Jose chose not to directly confront his opponent's weapon. Instead, he suddenly ducked, dodging the staff, and looked for an opportunity to counterattack. On the other side, Kenneth was currently holding off Philip, barely managing to block him. From the tree, Lihan looked down at the fight below. They were right at his feet. A perfect position. Lihan nodded slightly at Kuru, who began to mentally prepare for their coordinated move. Nothing to worry about. We've practiced this more than enough. Lihan closed his eyes and let himself fall. Below, the battle raged on fiercely. No one had the time to notice the small movements near Kuru. Fulham was still unstoppable, like a great mountain charging at Joe's and Kenneth simultaneously. With his massive arms and mountain-like physique, Cullum could control both of them by himself. The members of Team 1, seeing this, excitedly pushed forward, wanting to use this opportunity to defeat Kuru. In the air, Lihan was rapidly approaching the ground, only about 45 meters away from Cullum. Victory is ours. Philip and his teammate charged toward Kuru, but were stopped by Kuru's actions. Kuru raised both hands to the sky, his eyes fixed on it, not daring to lose focus for even a second. Philip froze for a moment, wondering what Kuru was looking at. Then he heard a loud crash behind him, like something had just fallen. Philip whipped his head around. The battlefield behind them was covered in dust and smoke, making it impossible to see what had happened. What the hell was that? Philip frowned. Kuru, after coordinating with Lihan, slumped slightly from exhaustion. It had required immense concentration. The dust gradually settled, revealing a shocking scene. Cullum was defeated. Joes and Kenneth were safe. And Lihan had appeared on the battlefield, right next to Cullum. In his hand was the red headband Cullum had been wearing. He held it up, stood, and smiled. I think we've won. The battle was over. Team 13 was victorious. Everyone watching from the outside was stunned. What? Did he just jump from that tree? That tree is as tall as 5 buildings combined. I don't care if he was being reckless. But that was a bit much, wasn't it? He's insane. But so cool, damn it. Now the crowd was once again chanting Lihan's name. Demi grinned at the current situation. Look at them. Not long ago, these were the same people cursing him. I get it now. It's because he always shows them these unexpected, incredible skills. Someone remembered that Lihan used to be on Team 7. They started gossiping about his past. Why didn't he participate in matches like this more often? What was the captain of Team 7 thinking? Not holding on to a guy like this. Looks like he's not getting any praise from the public now. These words reached Kato's ears. And of course this only made him even more furious. Right now, our boys are training before the battle. Lihan approaches Gudu. If we keep this up, the real battle will be easy. As expected, you're amazing, Gudu. Gudu replies, I think you're better than me, Lihan. But are you scared? Lihan answers, yeah. If we lose, watch out for your nose. Tomorrow will decide our team's survival. It's really hard to control everyone through psychokinesis. Lihan says to Gudu, but if it were easy, every psychic controller would be a third year already. Gudu remains lost in thought. Lihan lays out the plan. Tomorrow, he will jump from a high place to ambush them. At that moment, he says, control my falling speed so that neither I nor they end up dead. I'm counting on you, Gudu. Back in the present, Gudu is clasping his hands. I'm sorry, it's my fault your arm is broken. Lihan reassures him. It's okay, at least no one died. It was a difficult task. You did a great job. Kenneth affirms, don't blame yourself too much, Gudu. If we hadn't done that, who could have stopped that monster in the match? Choice chimes in, anyway, there are no more matches scheduled until Lihan's arm recovers. Suddenly a notification appears on his watch, and the cheerful atmosphere in the room vanishes. The schedule reads, Air Combat Match in 2 days, Team 7 vs. Team 13. Meanwhile, the young man is running frantically towards a door. Inside is a man who nods as the youth bursts in, saying, I didn't think you'd come, Katusoki. Back with Team 13, Choice exclaims, don't you think there's some mistake? Our team has an injured member, yet they schedule a match immediately. It's like they're telling us to lose. Kenneth Mayer shakes his head. What's more, our opponent is Team 7. They're on a hot streak. They'll wipe the floor with us. Choice insists, this is unfair. We should protest this. What the hell is this? Their instructor, Jamin, believes it's obvious they will defeat Team 7. Don't you have the confidence to win? Katusoki, furious, retorts, even if no one on Team 13 was injured, we would still beat them anytime. The instructor looks up at him. So you will win, won't you, Team 7's captain, Soki? After leaving the instructor's room, a fuming Kitusoki thinks to himself, he won't listen to a word I say. He sighs and walks down the hallway. Meanwhile, Lihan tells his team, it's no use complaining about it. The only thing we can do is win. To be honest, Lihan hasn't figured out how to win yet, but he's sure he'll find a way before the match begins. Suddenly, Kitusoki approaches from behind, interrupting their conversation. Interesting, he says. I hope you're not all talk, Lihan. But are you okay with that arm? Lihan provokes him back. One arm is quite a disadvantage, but to fight Team 7, my right arm is all I need. Soki angrily steps closer. Air combat isn't a battle you can win with hasty preparations. If you're too kind, it's hard to win. You know that. Lihan replies, I'll prepare a different strategy just for you. If you're not serious, we'll mop the floor with you. Soki points a finger at them. I'll kill you, Lihan. And Gudu, too. Lihan calls his name Kaito. Soki sees Lihan's face and begins to tremble in fear. Lihan's expression darkens as he says with fury, if you've never killed anyone, don't you dare threaten us like that. Soki, terrified by Lihan's threat, quickly walks away. As his retreating figure disappears, someone mutters, what a bastard. Lihan says, he's no pushover. Now, let's head to the training room. Everyone gathers in the training room. Lihan is struggling to control a hoverboard. This is trouble, he thinks. Even in my best condition, I can only control 2 hoverboards. Now, it's just one. He glances at his teammates. Choice is using his firepower, but also seems to have trouble controlling 2 boards. They can only rely on Gudu, but Lihan doesn't want him to carry the whole team. Although Team 7 lacks a strong support member, they are a well-balanced team with high morale and solid tactics. Led by Kaito, they are a formidable team, and the chances of winning seem slim. Suddenly, Choice calls out to Lihan from a distance. He walks over and shows Lihan his fire blast. In air combat, there's nothing to burn, he explains. I don't think my firepower will be effective. Plus, with everyone flying around, I don't think I can hit a target easily. As Lihan ponders this, members of Team 7 are watching from the stands, laughing at their predicament. A blonde-haired member says to Kitusoki, I don't think we have anything to worry about, Kaito. He replies, of course. Our strategy is that we have nothing to lose. Our victory is 100% certain. When the announcement that Team 13 will proceed with the match is made, others begin to gossip. Isn't Lihan still injured? And they have no experience in air combat. On the day of the match between Team 13 and Team 7, people in the crowd murmur that it feels like the match was set up for Team 13 to lose. That coach is truly evil. Kanat Mayer senses something behind him. It's Dimisi. Mayer turns and asks, what are you doing? Dimisi looks away and says, well, you told me to stand next to you. Mayer thinks Dimisi is being a nuisance. Instructor Jotman is trying to adjust every team's win rate to around 50. The competitions and conflicts between teams are decided based on his analysis. He thinks that even for someone like Lihan, winning this time will be difficult. It's time for the 2 teams to enter the arena. Kitusoki tells his teammates, destroy them. Show them our power. On the other side, Lihan asks Choice how he's feeling. Choice flashes a smile and flexes his bicep. I'm great. I'll burn everything. So don't you worry. Lihan looks at him confidently. I'm looking forward to you shining, because you are the core of this strategy. The announcement to begin the match sounds. Each team, launch your hoverboards. The boards lift into the air. Suddenly, the entire arena buzzes with excitement, their attention fixed on the number of hoverboards from Team 13. Kitusoki's jaw drops. He sees 16 hoverboards being controlled by Team 13. Impossible. Normally, a second here can control about 4 boards for a support member and 2 for others. 2 of their members couldn't even control 2 boards 2 days ago. But now they have 16. Even if each of them controlled 2 boards, that would still leave 10 extra. Goju can't possibly control 10 at once. A teammate next to him, Borden, says, give us the order. Quick, Lihan smirks. You seem confused, Kaito. I'll show you soon enough. The 16 hoverboards hover behind Team 13. The warriors of Team 7 are panicked and confused. Kitusoki tells them, no need to freak out. Just stick to the plan. We'll take them down one by one. Team 13 is ready for battle. They didn't rest in the psychic training room. Even though Lihan's psychic ability is below average, he has acquired the ability to focus his power where he wants it. He grabs a hoverboard and pushes it forward. If he used this right, I can not only control objects but also make them fly faster. He then uses all his strength to launch the hoverboard at high speed toward Team 7. Hitsuki asks, "Are you planning to use all those boards like this?" He raises a hand to block it and adds, "It's fast, but as long as it comes straight at me, I can easily dodge it." Rewind to their training session. Because there are no materials to burn in air combat, Choi thought his fire ability was useless. He and Lihan had planned something before the match. Lihan suddenly thought of something that could be burned. Just as the hoverboard reaches Team 7, it explodes. A massive explosion shakes the entire arena. Everyone is stunned. Murmurs spread through the crowd. One hoverboard costs more than a coach's monthly salary. Then, the crowd starts cheering for Team 13. Who cares? Blow them all up. Lihan and Choi coordinate seamlessly, launching and detonating hoverboards towards Team 7. The massive explosions send 2 members of Team 7 flying and falling to the ground. Hitsuki orders his teammates to stop them, or they'll blow up all of their team's boards. His teammate argues that getting closer would mean getting caught in the blast. At that moment, Instructor Jotman comes running, screaming for the match to be stopped immediately. Amidst the explosions, both Gudu and Jotman are yelling at Lihan. After the match, Jotman and Lihan are in a room together. The coach leaned on the table, radiating a murderous aura towards Lihan. Facing him, Lihan thinks, "Did he call me up here just to stare at me for 10 minutes? Dealing with Sergeant Red was easier. He would have already unleashed a torrent of curses at me by now." Jotman starts scratching his head. This is embarrassing to start with, but... He points a finger at Lihan. "Do you have any idea how much one hoverboard costs?" Lihan can only reply that he knows they are very expensive. The coach says grimly, "If you weren't a member of Aegis, you wouldn't be able to pay that off in your entire lifetime." Lihan then asks, "Didn't you call me here to ask about my strategy?" The coach shakes his head. "Technically, it didn't break any rules, but can't you see how controversial it will be?" He shakes his head again. "Some coaches will praise you for thinking of a creative strategy to bend the rules. But I'm the opposite. Next time you plan on doing something like this, remember to inform me beforehand." "Understood," Lihan replies, but he has one more thing to ask. "Go ahead," the coach says. With a serious expression, Lihan says, "If we were fighting dragons, this strategy wouldn't be controversial. You wouldn't be asking me the price of these hoverboards. We must win at any cost. Isn't that the purpose of this training?" Hearing this, Jotman stands up and bursts out laughing. "You've got me there. You talk just like someone I used to know." He places his hands on the table, looks at Lihan, and says with a smile, "I like that attitude, Lihan. I look forward to your future matches." "You're dismissed, Captain Lihan." With that, Lihan salutes Jotman and leaves. At the door, he runs into Hitsuki. Seeing Lihan, Soki breaks into a cold sweat, remembering the battle where he was engulfed in smoke and fire, unable to fight back before being defeated by Lihan. Hitsuki points at Lihan. "Even if you won with that cowardly strategy, no one will praise you for it." Lihan calmly replies, "That remains to be seen. Did you wait here just to tell me that?" Annoyed, Kitu clenches his teeth and makes an excuse. "I was just passing by. Who would want to wait for a bastard like you?" As he walks away, he mutters curses. "I'll definitely crush you. Until then, don't you dare lose to anyone else." Lihan gives him a strange look before turning and walking away. Back at the dorm, his teammates welcome Captain Lihan. A victory feast is spread out before them. Gudu mentions he was worried it would be against the rules, but they were declared the winners. Kenneth Mayer adds that even if it wasn't against the rules, it was very close. Suddenly, in the middle of the party, Choice looks at his watch. Gudu asks, "What's wrong?" Choice stares at his watch and says, "Doesn't this always happen when we're having a party?" He smiles and points to the watch. As predicted, another notification shocks everyone. Match schedule, in 7 days. A captured flag match between Team 5 and Team 13. Elsewhere, Dimisi is lifting weights in the gym, his muscles taut. He thinks to himself, after a direct declaration of war, they pit us against the strongest team in that category. Back with Team 13, Lihan nods. "That's Jotman for you." One thing after another. As the sun sets, Dimisi is on his way back to the dorm after a training session. He's sweating profusely. "So hot. I need to shower right away." On his way, he sees a familiar figure, a young man with a dark expression and long, unkempt hair. As he passes Dimisi calls out, "Wait. Captain, oh, former captain, since I'm the captain now." He taps the former captain on the shoulder. Are you going to ignore me now that you're a third year? He proudly points to himself, boasting, Team 5 is doing great now that I'm the captain. The long-haired man keeps his back turned, his face dark. Nobody asked. Get lost before I log you out. Hearing this, Missy breaks into a sweat, then forces a smile. No can do. Tell me the details after we fight. In a flash forward, Lihan is being overwhelmed by a man in combat. He's panting, wondering, what's with this guy? He's too strong. Before him stands a man in a black coat with various patterns, wearing a mask and holding two blades. His eyes glow brightly from behind a skull mask as he teleports toward Lihan. A flurry of strikes hits Lihan in an instant, causing immense pain. Finally, Lihan is defeated. Back to 6 days earlier. Lihan is talking with instructor Jotman about something that has clearly shocked him. Jotman says grimly that he can't give details right now. Meanwhile, Missy has been taken down by the long-haired man. Due to his sudden injury, he cannot participate in the upcoming match. But, the instructor points out, the match will proceed as scheduled. Lihan thinks, without Missy, Team 5 is like a chicken with its head cut off. This is a guaranteed win. Then, Jotman pulls out a stack of files. This is the real reason I called you in. Lihan takes the files, confused. What's this? The instructor explains, these are transfer requests to your team. You're famous for being able to utilize your team members effectively. It seems Kachu from Team 7 has been criticized. Lihan reads the papers, thinking, I knew this would happen. He figures most of the second years want to transfer, because joining his team means they get to fight immediately. Jotman advises him, think it over carefully. You don't have to decide right away. Lihan replies, no need. I'll take them all. We can't afford to be picky. Later, the transfer students have gathered. Welcome to Team 13, Lihan says. They introduce themselves one by one. Among them is a red-haired boy with a very cheeky attitude named Cheon Veo. Lihan announces, we will begin preparing for tomorrow's match. During that time, I will observe your special abilities and assign roles. Any objections? Suddenly, someone speaks up. Lihan notices he's Korean. Do you have something to say? The boy just waves his hand and says with a smile, no, I just wanted to ask you to take care of your fellow Korean. Lihan's brow furrows, as he snaps, in ADIS, we don't distinguish by nationality. If you want to be taken care of, prove your worth first. The red-haired boy's cheeky tone softens. Alright, be good to me. Lihan then dismisses everyone for the day. As he turns to leave, the red-haired boy Cheon-do gets annoyed, thinking he's too rigid. He turns and walks away, cursing under his breath in Korean. The remaining members wonder what he just said. 1 hour before the capture day flag match between Team 5 and Team 13, the dome of the arena closes. The fighters inside wonder, are they creating a nighttime environment? Choice says angrily, they want to make us lose at any cost. Ouchie. Lihan calms everyone down. Don't get agitated. The opponent is in the same environment as us. Let your eyes adjust to the darkness. His teammates nod in agreement. Team Glue will lead, and Team Choice will provide support from the rear. Gudu and I will attack from the flank. With a determined face, Lihan tells them, without Missy, Team 5 will be the weakest opponent we've ever faced. But don't be complacent. Do your best to win. 10 minutes prior, the lead team entered, followed by the support team, and finally Lihan's group. They took down the members of Team 5 one by one. Are they all eliminated? Lihan asks. Kanat Mayer observes and notices one person still near the flag. He points to a figure sitting by the flag, wearing a black coat and a hood. Team 13 is still at full strength. They wonder about him. He's the only one left. He just stood there watching his teammates get beaten. He stands up, draws his two blades, and slowly advances towards Team 13. Suddenly, in a flash, he takes down 4 members of Team 13 with a single strike. Lihan, watching from behind, is shocked. Gudu rushes to block a blow for Lihan. With a single kick, Gudu is sent flying. Lihan realizes the man can teleport. He moves right past him. There's no time to be surprised. Now, only Lihan and Cheon-hyo are left. The black-clad assassin rushes towards them. The red-haired boy says angrily, we can't even get close to him. He runs towards the assassin, raising his sword to strike, but the assassin's speed is too great, and he easily dodges the blow. As Cheon-hyo looks up, he gets kicked squarely in the face and collapses. Outside, the spectators are buzzing. Team 13 is completely wiped out, but who is that guy in the skull mask? Isn't that bastard the one they call Silent Joe? The whispers continue. If it's him, his central nervous system was damaged during training, and he lost the ability to speak. But after that accident, his fighting ability became unnaturally fast, and he became an experimental subject. That third year. The chatter grows louder. Our third year's really that strong. Isn't letting a third year participate in a second year match against the rules. Lihan trembles, trying to pick up his weapon to continue fighting. Sensing the movement, Silencio turns to see Lihan struggling to get up. Lihan stands, watching him step over his fallen comrades. I don't know who you are, Lihan says, but I have no intention of losing. Skull mass. He grips his weapon tightly, his eyes glowing. The two rush at each other. So that's Silencio. He's on a completely different level from the other second years. In this situation, there's no way to win. So what will he do? Facing the masked man, Lihan thinks, if it can't block the next attack, it's over. But I won't go down that easily. Based on his analysis of what just happened, Silencio can move about 10 meters in an instant. Considering the energy cost for such a large movement, he can probably do it twice in a row. But the condition for winning the match is to capture the flag, not to defeat the man in the skull mass. If Lihan can hold him off for a moment, they can win. And his chance to stop him is when he uses his ability. Silencio begins to radiate a purple energy. The image around him blurs, and then disappears completely. Blurry shadows rush towards Lihan. He silently counts in his head, 1, 2, 3. On the third second, he ducks, dodging the attack. Silencio is shocked by this, and dodges Lihan's counter-attack. Lihan misses, and gets a painful kick to his body. Now, Silencio has Lihan pinned down, and is about to stab him with his sword. Suddenly, he notices Lihan is smiling confidently. From above, Lihan's weapon flies down, striking Silencio squarely on the head. The skull mask shatters, revealing a pair of purple eyes. The impact stuns him for a brief moment. He quickly recovers, but by then, Lihan has already run to the flag and grabbed it. He recovered in just 3 seconds. That's incredible, Lihan says, holding the flag. But that was enough time for me to get this. He holds up the flag with a confident smile. This is our victory, skull mask. That's insane. Lihan defeated a third year. I should have joined Team 13. The blonde-haired youth who had been watching the match grits his teeth in anger. A few days later, on a clear day, Gudu is feeding a cat. He strokes it gently and praises it. Good kitty. You eat so well. There used to be a cat just like you near the orphanage. Gudu's expression turns somber as he confides in the cat. He too used to have no friends, wasn't good at anything, and looked different. Then he smiles brightly. But now I have my own talent. And I have friends, too. The cat just meows in response. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind. It's Jianyun-ho. He scoffs internally. This weirdo is talking to a cat. What a total loser. His rank is clearly lower than mine. He speaks up. What are you doing here, Gudu? Gudu is startled, and asks when he got there. Jianyun-ho smiles and says, I think we should discuss a few things during the break. Gudu is confused about what there is to discuss. The red-haired boy continues. As you know, our team doesn't have a vice-captain yet. And I think I should nominate myself for the role. It would be great if you supported me. The cat rubs against his leg. Annoyed that the cat dirtied his pants, he kicks it away. Gudu's face pales as he watches the scared cat run off. The red-haired boy continues talking, but a sudden gust of wind blows past them. Gudu is furious, and unleashes a massive amount of energy. Jianyun-ho's face turns pale with fright as the trash can behind him is crushed by Gudu's anger. Seeing this, his arrogant demeanor vanishes, replaced by pure fear. Gudu says furiously, don't you ever do anything like that again. Jianyun-ho trembles and raises his hands, promising he won't. Gudu walks away, leaving the terrified redhead sitting on the ground. In the infirmary, Lihan is visiting Dimasi. You probably didn't come here just for fun, right? So what brings you here? Lihan asks with a serious expression. I can only speculate since Aegis seems to be hiding a secret. But after seeing you, everything seems clear. He asks directly, the one who did this to you was a third year, wasn't he? Dimasi is surprised by the question. He confirms it was his team's former leader. The third years are on a completely different level. He clenches his fist. It's not just a difference in level. At this, Dimasi trembles in fear. I couldn't even move before I was defeated. Damn it. Lihan thinks, this is the first time I've seen him so broken. Then Dimasi suddenly says, oh, right. That guy. He wasn't himself anymore. It was like he had gone insane. Lihan says, if he wasn't like that from the beginning, then it seems something is going on with the third year's activities. Think about it, the facilities for third years are scarce, and it's extremely rare to even meet one. They both realize something. There are still many stages before completing second year training. That means they will have to engage in real combat before reaching the third year. Could that really happen? Elsewhere, a robot stands behind a warehouse door. The door slowly opens, and it steps out. The cat that Gudu was chasing is also there. He finally finds it and, relieved, rushes towards it without paying attention to his surroundings. He happily picks up the cat, asking if it was hurt. Let's go back. I promise I'll give you lots of yummy food. Before he can leave, a chill runs down his spine. The robot has approached him and the cat. It asks, who are you? Gudu is terrified, but still protectively holds the cat, wondering about the voice. The robot removes its mask, revealing, to Gudu's shock, Sergeant Red. He smiles and recognizes Gudu. You look different. I almost didn't recognize you. At the development center, the sergeant asks Gudu, are you lost? You've come quite a long way. He hands Gudu a kafsoa. A car will come to take you back to the dorm. Drink this while you wait. Gudu takes the drink, and thanks him. As he opens the can, he asks, aren't you mad at me? Sergeant Red seems surprised. About you being here. The second generation psychic power armor you just saw will be unveiled soon, so it's fine for you to know a little early. Besides, the second year like you can't leave Aegis on your own anyway. Hearing this, Gudu looks disappointed. That's right. Our reinforced bodies can't leave this place until we can no longer fight, because we are considered property of Aegis. The sergeant agrees. He then adds, and people who suddenly get angry are those with drama queen personalities. They are psychos, don't you think? Gudu's face pales, shocked. He thinks Sergeant Red doesn't seem to realize he's talking about himself. A professor approaches from behind and asks, how did the test go, Red? The sergeant laughs. Just what I expected from you, old man. The psychic response rate is very high. But I have a suggestion. I think you should reduce the amount of dragon material in the system. Increasing power is important, but if it's this sensitive, it will be very difficult to control. Unlike our first generation, these kids can summon psychic power as easily as breathing. As he speaks, he pats Gudu on the shoulder. The professor smiles at Gudu and introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm the head of Team 1, Charlie Smith. Gudu shakes his hand and introduces himself. Sergeant Red adds, this old man is a legend in psychic armor design. The professor points to the sky and tells Gudu, the first generation was created in a hurry and was quite rudimentary, but the second generation is much improved. It will become the ultimate equipment. The sergeant tells him, it's designed for you guys. I can barely control it. Hearing this, Gudu bites his lip, thinking, I have to wear that armor. He imagines himself alone in that armor, fighting a horde of dragons, entering a real battle. Finally, the car arrives. Gudu says goodbye to them and gets in. Sergeant Red takes a drag from his cigar and asks Charlie Smith, what will happen to the armor I tested today? The professor replies, it will be disassembled and recycled. Due to the rarity of dragon materials, we're always in short supply. Red turns to him. Why don't you just leave it as it is? Who knows, maybe someone could wear it. The daily schedule at Aegis starts at 500 am, but Lihan always wakes up at 400 am. He drafts strategies for matches, records the special abilities of his team members, and other things. Of course, he also objectively records and scores his own skills. His psychic power is still below average. In other words, it's inefficient. He can't even perform the basic psychic skills taught by the instructors properly. But in contrast, he has an ability that only he possesses among the kids here. Absolute precision in using his psychic power. Gudu and Simon can use psychokinesis to turn a pencil into dust, but they can't use their psychic power to write with it. Lihan, however, can suppress everyone when it comes to controlling psychic power. He resolves to train harder to refine this precision. He checks his watch and sees it's time to go out. A little later, he and his teammates are jogging on the field, treating it as an indirect competition. Timothy runs alongside Lihan and asks, how was the dimensional rift you saw yesterday? Messi replies, nothing much. It was very sparkly. A good place for a day. The dimensional rift is a remnant left behind when the dragon army attacked and the gates closed. Under Jotman's command, the second years were divided into two groups to observe the rifts. Jotman had informed them that the rift is a direct connection between Earth and other worlds, and it's theorized to have influenced the emergence of psychics. He was confident that seeing the rift would be a good experience for them. There's no danger, so don't worry. It formed over 10 years ago, and has shown no activity since. Lihan asks, I heard psychics feel strange when they get close to it. Demasi explains, you might feel a little dizzy, but it's hard to explain. You're going to see it today, so you can feel it for yourself. With that, he speeds up, leaving his panting teammates behind. The sky is clear, and the training session is over. Lihan announces, we'll assemble at the helicopter pad at 1000 m. After eating and showering, you can enjoy your free time. Choice laughs. This feels like a field trip. The team disperses. A young man approaches Lihan from behind to talk. Lihan, wiping his sweat, turns around. The young man invites him to breakfast. Lihan smiles, recognizing him. You're Jot, the captain of Team 10. Jot replies cheerfully, I am glad you remember me. After Silence's defeat, Jotman no longer openly wanted them to lose, but they still lost a few times. Team 10 was one of the few teams that had defeated them. Lihan extends a hand. I'd like to learn more about your strategies, so I'd be happy to talk. Jot scratches his head and laughs. I'm nothing compared to you. Military helicopters have landed, ready to pick them up. On the helicopter, an instructor tells everyone, Sinyuju, where we are headed, is one of the 6 places where a spatial gate opened during the first invasion. The Dragon Army summoned their split into 2 and advanced towards Korea and China. North Korea confronted them with nuclear bombs, but it was ineffective and turned the northern region of Korea into a dead land. The North Korean government was wiped out, and its people crossed the border. The Republic of Korea accepted these refugees while fighting the invaders, and they have not yet fully recovered from the social and economic chaos of that period. Someone asks, isn't Korea Lihan's home? He replies, yes, Shio and I were born there. The fleet of military helicopters flies over the sea and approaches the island. In the distance, a large rift emitting a purple light appears. They have arrived at Sinyuju. The rear ramp of the helicopter lowers, and Lihan and his teammates step out. They feel the immense energy radiating from the rift. The energy grows stronger and stronger. Lihan wonders, what is this pressure? It envelops all the military helicopters there, illuminating them. It's so massive it feels like they could be swallowed any moment. Ahead of the helicopter's flight path, lightning strikes down. The boys were starting to get scared, no longer wanting to go. They made up all sorts of excuses, just wanting to go back and get to bed early. Lihan said nothing, quietly looking out the helicopter window. If they're teams 4 and 10, then we're flying close to them, he thought. A person in the other helicopter saw him, smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. Suddenly, the military helicopter emitted a burst of purple energy that astonished Lihan, and then it exploded. Witnessing the sight, Lihan's face went pale. What was that light? Team 10 has been wiped out. And I just spoke with Jot for the first time this morning. A loud shout of his name snapped Lihan back to reality. In a panic, the instructor told him, this is an emergency. Your team members are preparing to parachute out. The helicopter was smoking and about to explode. I'll send information to headquarters about this incident. Hurry up, they were preparing to jump. Lihan gave them instructions, and one by one, they leaped out. The instructor said to Lihan, once you land, gather the members and wait for rescue. If your lead instructor can't make it, you are in charge. Before he could finish, the helicopter was struck by the same purple energy. It exploded in mid-air, sending Lihan and the instructor flying. Fortunately, Lihan managed to jump clear and suffered only minor injuries. He thought of the instructor, who had been blown up with the helicopter. His own parachute was now caught on a tree branch. Lihan took a deep breath to calm himself. We've been trained for this, he thought. Some are probably injured or panicking, and can't move. I have to find them. First, head towards the smoke. Looking ahead, he wondered, is that where the helicopter crashed? Or maybe it's a signal from Choisia. He took a knife from his pocket, cut the parachute cords, and dropped to the ground. As he moved cautiously through the forest, he heard a sound and spun around, ready to strike. It turned out to be Qian Yun. Lihan asked why he was there, and not with the others. Zhou explained that while parachuting, he had watched their helicopter, and saw Lihan was the last to jump. In a situation like this, you find the captain first. Lihan was inwardly impressed. I didn't expect him to make such a clear-headed decision in this chaos. He's better than I thought. Let's go, Lihan said. We need to regroup with everyone as soon as possible. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lihan reminded the redhead to break branches and mark trees to avoid getting lost. Finally, they reached the smoldering wreckage of the crashed helicopter. This is Squad 2, Lihan noted. Team 8 must be on their way. They carefully entered the burning aircraft. Bodies were strewn across the floor. Joe's face turned pale with fear. If we hadn't escaped, we would have ended up like this. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt a wave of nausea. He couldn't handle the pressure. He glanced at Lihan, who seemed completely emotionless. "Doesn't this affect you at all?" he asked. "Because this happens often," Lihan replied calmly. "This isn't the first time we've seen dead bodies. People die at ages all the time." He turned away. "Hurry up, before more people die." Suddenly, a monster appeared before them, a terrifying, six-seed dire wolf perched on the wreckage, staring them down. With a grim expression, Lihan drew his combat knife and ordered Joe, "Try to find something useful in the helicopter. I'll hold it off." Terrified, Joe asked, "Can't we run?" "If we turn our backs, we're dead," Lihan explained. "This bastard is faster than we think. We have to kill it, right here and now." The dire wolf lashed out with its tentacles. Lihan again urged Joe to find something in the wreckage. Panicked, Joe scrambled into the helicopter, his mind screaming at him to run. Lihan sliced through the monster's tentacles. "Good, get inside," he yelled to Joe. The monster, enraged, lunged at him with its sharp fangs. Lihan dodged frantically. Joe stood before the burning helicopter, trembling, not wanting to go in. "We'll die if we keep fighting like this. What if they use Lihan as bait and run?" The thought was so cowardly that he slapped himself across the face. He told himself he wasn't a coward who would betray a teammate, and forced himself forward. The dire wolf snapped viciously at Lihan. Overcoming his fear, the redhead rummaged through the debris for anything useful. He found an iron bar. "I'll just take this. If it's Lihan, he'll know what to do with it." The severed tentacles had regenerated, and were now wrapping around Lihan's arm, trapping him. Suddenly, a piece of steel flew through the air and struck the dire wolf in the head. Both Lihan and the wolf turned to see Joe, holding a makeshift spear. He charged forward to save Lihan, yelling, "Sorry I'm late." The enraged dire wolf shifted its target to the redhead. Joe threw another piece of metal at it. "If it's Lihan, he'll be watching my actions and reacting accordingly. He's smart." With all his might, Joe threw the spear towards Lihan. The wolf, in a frenzy, lunged at Joe, tackling him to the ground. As its sharp teeth descended, a fatal blow pierced its head. It was Lihan. The monster collapsed on top of Joe. He grimaced. "Is it dead?" He wiped blood from his face, feeling like his whole body was shattered. Lihan offered him a hand. "It's dead. You did well, Heo." Leaning on each other, they pressed forward. "The rescue team will come," Lihan said. "Just hold on a little longer." Meanwhile, their teammates had started a campfire. "Lihan will definitely see the smoke and come here," Gudu said confidently. "If Lihan is here, no matter what happens, he'll handle it." Choi Sisa agreed. Lihan always makes the right call. Members from other teams noted how much Team 13 trusted their captain. After seeing his combat ability, it was easy to understand why. Suddenly, figures emerged from the forest. Gudu, thinking it was Lihan, joyfully called out a welcome. But it was the members of Team 9. Hanat Mayer pointed at them. "There are 6 of you. Did your helicopter crash too?" They shook their heads. The white-haired one looked down. "We were ambushed. Our instructor and our captain were both killed." Lihan's teammates were horrified. Were they the only ones who had survived? A voice came from the bushes. "Did you all encounter a dire wolf?" It was Lihan and Joe. "There are 3 tribes of monsters here. They control the dire wolves like their own hunting dogs." The others panicked. "What do? We don't have any weapons or equipment. Are we going to die helplessly like this?" "Everyone focus," Lihan commanded. "I have a plan. Please, lend me your strength." With a serious look, he continued, "Even if the rescue team is on its way, it will take at least 5 more hours. We have to build a fortress to hold out until then." 2 hours later, they were ready. Wooden stakes and large rocks surrounded them, creating a seemingly safe area. For normal people, this would be impossible without weapons. But they were psychers. "Is it okay to have these torches lit?" someone asked. "Dire wolves have superior senses of smell and night vision. All we can do now is wait," Lihan said. Hanat Mayer quietly asked him, "There are only 2 of us, so I'm asking. Even if the rescue team comes, what if their signal gets cut off like the helicopters? Will they know what's happening here?" Lihan calmly replied, "Right now, we need to survive first. Let's focus on executing the strategy effectively." The blonde-haired youth thought, as expected of him, Lihan knows everything. Is this battle really so desperate? All our ambitions and competitions seemed like a joke now. Suddenly, the howl of a monster echoed through their camp. The sound grew louder, and everyone went on high alert. Gudu used his power to create a shield that enveloped the entire base. Everyone was surprised. When had Gudu become so strong? A beast is approaching from the 6 o'clock position. Lihan yelled. Spear team, focus your attack on the target. Lihan and Kinemair grabbed spears and charged. The spear throwers were instructed to launch their weapons with as much psychic force as possible, not as a defensive act, which would slow the spear's velocity. They unleashed a volley of spears at the monster. It shrieked in pain. Lihan and the blonde youth charged in to stab the dire wolf in the head, but it managed to swat Kinemair away with a tentacle, sending him flying dozens of meters. The monster advanced, but fell into a trap they had set. The trap finished it off. Lihan immediately announced the next target to Gudu. 2 beasts at 12 o'clock. They were closing in fast. He then ordered Choice to set the barrier on fire. The flames stopped the wolves. Seeing this, Lihan continued to utilize his teammates' powers, giving orders to finish the entangled monsters first, then the dire wolf trying to breach their base. It was taken down by a volley of sharp spears. The others were consumed by Choice's fire. Only one remained. This time it seemed to have learned, using its back to block the attacks and waiting until they ran out of spears. They seemed to have some intelligence, Lihan noted. He grabbed a spear from a teammate and charged forward with Zhou to finish it. I'll rip your mouth apart. He pinned its arm with a spear, and Zhou followed up by thrusting his own spear through its head. He was as aggressive as ever. Shut your mouth and die, you bastard. Suddenly, Gudu shouted a warning. Zhou, look out. The wolf attacked him with its hand as it fell. Good thing it only tore my clothes, Zhou thought. But before he could finish the thought, an arrow pierced through his abdomen. He collapsed in front of an aghast Lihan. Gudu apologized, saying he couldn't manage everything, but getting hit by an arrow was better than being attacked by a dire wolf. Lihan, supporting the heavily injured redhead, gave his next order to Gudu. If there are archers, pinpoint their location. It's time to send in the surprise attack team. The trump card Lihan had been saving was a 3-person surprise attack team. When they thought everything was over, the Elu hunters would appear. He planned to use psychokinesis to ride aboard, as if flying. Once Gudu located the Elu hunters, he would escort the team to them. They just had to capture and defeat them before they were discovered and could set up a defense. Eliminate them all. Gudu had reached his limit. His nose was bleeding, and his limbs were trembling. He couldn't use his psychic power anymore. They had truly exhausted all their strength. If more enemies appeared, they would have to flee quickly. Suddenly, Lihan heard the sounds of many dire wolves approaching. They swarmed in, surrounding their position. He realized they were being encircled. Their leader must be somewhere nearby. Then, he spotted him, White Fang. It was the leader, a werewolf-like creature. It bared its sharp fangs, and a malevolent aura coiled around their legs, paralyzing everyone with fear. The howls of the wolves filled the forest. What should I do? Lihan thought desperately. Finally, specks of light appeared in the sky. We're saved. Lihan shook off the dark aura and ordered everyone to pick up their spears. They just had to hold on a little longer. Gudu, though exhausted, tried to use his power one last time. His body trembled as everyone fought back with all their might. The wolves kept coming. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the sky, dropping a large metal box right on top of the wolves. A huge explosion followed. The box's door opened, and a suit of armor stepped out. It was Sergeant Red. It's a miracle you all lasted this long. Back at the base, under a clear blue sky, Choice looked up. It really was a miracle. Canet Mayor agreed. The entire squad was wiped out that day, but we survived. Choice added admiringly, that psychic power armor was incredible, wasn't it? The werewolves we struggled to kill were cut down like butter. But he also noticed something. While everyone else was celebrating their survival, Lihan alone seemed lost in thought. Lihan sat in his room, thinking. Since their return from the dimensional rift, the petty squabbles between teams and the competitions had become meaningless. At the neurology clinic, a man with parted hair told Lihan, I used to hate you, but I was so glad to see you were still alive. Like he said, I wasn't ready to kill anyone or see others get killed. I finally realize who our true enemy is. Lihan's resolve hardened. The enemy's forces are nothing like ours. We have to get stronger. A knock came at his door. After a moment without a response, a fist punched straight through the door, startling Lihan. A voice from his watch said, Lihan, you have been summoned. Report immediately. An emergency meeting had been called. Lihan walked down the hall with Silent Show. Although Lihan had covered the hole he made, he wondered, why did he punch through the wall? This guy is insane. Can I ask who called the meeting? Lihan asked. Silencio typed a message that played aloud. It was Sergeant Red. Now stop bothering me. Okay, Lihan thought. He probably dislikes me because of our last match. They arrived at a tall building where two people were waiting on a sofa. You called for me, sir? Lihan asked Sergeant Red. The other person was Simon. The sergeant, as gruff as ever, said, don't just stand there like a lost puppy. Sit down. This is going to take a while. Back at the emergency meeting, they discussed the fact that a quarter of the second years had died in the incident. Not in actual combat, but during a training exercise. We must question the commander-in-chief and reveal the truth, one said. Alexander Jutman, the chief of staff, sighed over the heavy loss of assets. That is the final decision of the High Committee. Head coach Jutman will be assigned all responsibility. Now, let's talk about the incident. From the helicopter's dashcam, the attack was suspected to be planned by other mages. What do you all think? Feel free to speak your minds. We have always eliminated werewolves and low-level warriors like the Ilu hunters. An instructor spoke up. This time, they initiated the attack, and the Ilu mages even revealed themselves. This is the first time that's happened since the war began. The Ilu mages can also open gates. Perhaps the war will happen sooner than the prophecy foretold. Should we awaken the prophets? Sergeant Red suddenly remembered something. The sergeant was now speaking grimly to the three of them. The only letter remaining among the teams is U. Choose between white and whiskey. A thought flashed through Lihan and Dulcimen's minds, a temporary team for a special mission. He and Dulcimen would be on the same team. Suddenly, the masked man chose the name U. Lihan and Dulcimen followed his lead. Sergeant Red nodded. Then the call sign for this team will be whiskey. Everyone fell silent. He crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa. Now, I'll explain your objective. Back at the emergency meeting, someone had said, a prophet would be good right now, but there will be a time when we need them even more. The commander-in-chief asked, Sergeant Red, what do you think? The sergeant lowered his head, then said, we should put the prophet matter aside. But please, grant me the authority to form a team. The commander was surprised by his plan. We will capture and torture them. It's the easiest way to get information from the enemy. The three of them were to capture the Ilu mages in Senyuja. They went to a laboratory and met a bald man. I'm the doctor here, Dr. Otto. Welcome, you second years. He cheerfully told them, first, choose your basic dragon weapons. They have serial numbers, so be sure to return them when you're done. Lihan picked up a spear. It emitted a blue light, and the spearhead turned blue. The doctor smiled proudly. The dragon material is absorbing your psychic power. Dulcimen, after picking up a few weapons, asked, are there any other types? Like one with a narrower and longer blade. The doctor got a bit annoyed. You get your own custom weapon when you become a third year, kid. You think I can make one of these every day? Simon just clicked his tongue. Alright. Next, the engineer brought out their next piece of equipment, a sphere that could float. They stared at it, confused. Is this a hoverboard? The doctor explained that he had removed all functions except for mobility. Finally, Lihan was fully equipped as a soldier. He and the others boarded a military helicopter. Good luck, kids. They arrived at the Senyuja dimensional rift. To avoid an ambush, they landed the helicopter far from the area and proceeded on foot. Sergeant Red reiterated their mission, codenamed Mage Hunt, capture an Ilu mage alive and return. The search order would be Silencio, Sergeant Red, Lihan, and finally Simon. Before the mission, Lihan had asked the sergeant, why did you add me to this mission? There are many stronger third-year students. Sergeant Red, holding a cigarette, told him, if I wanted someone with stronger combat skills, I would agree. But from a strategic standpoint, it's different. Lihan's team survived without any equipment against monster soldiers. He continued, that's not your only strength. Most of the kids who return from the rift are suffering from BSE. When placed in a harsh environment like a battlefield, people eventually break down. The sergeant lit a cigarette. Looking at that rate of adaptation, Lihan is truly a monster. Sometimes I even think you're insane. The only thing you lack now is real combat experience. That experience was why he chose him and Simon. Simon remembered how Lihan had defeated a third year, then glanced at Silencio. I'll show you all who's the best. The sergeant announced. We'll take turns resting. Silencio with Lihan, and Simon with the sergeant, split into two teams. They set up camp in a ruined building. While two rested, the other two stood guard. Lihan sensed the forest ahead and his face darkened, remembering the members of Team 13 who couldn't return. He knew the chances of rescuing them were low, but they could be somewhere out there. While resting, Lihan happened to see Silencio take off his helmet. Seeing Lihan looking, he quickly put it back on. "I'll turn away," Lihan said. "Why don't you take it off for a bit?" Silencio was surprised and typed a message, lying that he wasn't hot. A while later, they reached the mission area. From this point, communication devices will no longer work through normal channels. We'll switch to the team network. They cautiously searched every corner of the forest. Suddenly, Silencio spotted two Alu mages and approached them. The other soldiers raised their guns. "Take them out, Silencio," came the order through the comms. With two swift, teleporting slashes, the heads of the Alu scouts were separated from their necks. He then reappeared before his teammates. He even prepared a message in advance. Insane, Sergeant Red thought. Lihan and Simon were astonished. That ability is amazing. It's like a cheat for assassination. Silencio spotted another one and quickly hid in a nearby bush, preparing to assassinate the next two. But Lihan spoke through the comms. "Wait." He observed them and said, "I think it would be better to follow them than to kill them." "Wait?" the sergeant asked. "They're heading towards the rift without any guard up. Most likely, they're returning after scouting." "Smart," the sergeant praised him. "Good observation skills. Lihan, Silencio, follow them. We'll trail behind." "I only thought about killing them," Simon thought. "Lihan, not yet. I'll surpass you someday." Silencio tailed them, using the camera on his mask to record their actions in detail. At the rift, several Alu were standing guard. An Alu mage held a staff and performed a strange ritual. "Do you see the stone on his staff?" the sergeant asked. "That's a psychic stone. You should have learned about it." Lihan and Simon realized that if it was a psychic stone, it could store a massive amount of psychic power. They must have used it to shoot down our helicopters. It seems to be recharging now, but it looks bright. It could probably fire one more shot. They observed one Alu mage and 6 Alu warriors, 7 in total. Luckily, no werewolves. "Everyone, assemble at Silencio's position," the sergeant ordered. "Initiate the mage hunt mission. The Alu mage can teleport. We have to capture it before it sees us." The soldiers were guarding the mage strictly. "Silencio will capture the mage. The rest of us will eliminate the others. From now on, no mistakes are allowed." The area below was lit up as if it were daytime. Lihan saw things lying on the ground. "What are those?" He looked closer and realized they were his teammates. Seeing them lying on the ground, Lihan lost his composure. He trembled with rage. "His psychic energy is overflowing," Red noticed. "Why so suddenly? If this continues, everyone will be in danger. The Alu mage can detect psychic energy." He thought, it should be fine, just don't advance. Then he announced, "Team Whiskey, all units, withdraw." The sergeant looked at the out-of-control Lihan. "I might need to take care of this kid. That's not enough energy for the Alu to detect us, as long as no more flows out." But suddenly, the energy erupting from Lihan grew even stronger. The sergeant, flustered, tried to think of what to do. The mage had spotted them, and was aiming directly at their position. Seeing this, the sergeant lunged toward Lihan just as the mage fired a beam of energy in his direction. The sergeant tackled him, snapping him out of his rage and pushing him out of the path of the destructive beam just in time. The massive energy beam hit the sergeant instead, destroying everything in its path. "Sergeant Red," Lihan cried out in horror. The man lay weakly on the ground. "Are you sober now?" A lot of blood was pooling beneath the sergeant's leg. He had lost a leg in the blast. Enduring the pain, he told Lihan, "If it can't fight anymore, you will take command. Now go." Terrified and guilt-ridden, Lihan told the others, "We're retreating. Cover me." Silencio and Simon fought together to provide support while Lihan carried the one-legged Sergeant Red away. "Damn it," Lihan cursed himself. The mage ordered its guards to attack the remaining two. A fierce battle erupted. Silencio fought one with his sword. The other guards advanced on Simon. He fired his rifle repeatedly, but the bullets seemed to have no effect. He put the gun away, and started using his powers, controlling 2 large rocks from the ground, and throwing them forward, taking one down. But his movements were too slow, and the other one got close. He could only stand there and take the hit. Suddenly, a smooth sword stroke cut off the Alu's arm and head. It was Silencio. He had killed it with a single slash. The monster collapsed in front of Simon, its blood splattering his armor. Witnessing this, Simon wondered how on earth did Lihan manage to defeat this guy. Realizing their team couldn't win, the Elu mage ordered them to stop fighting and return to guard him. The Elu soldiers turned and retreated to their original positions. Did they give up chasing us? Simon wondered. The two of them returned to Lihan and the sergeant. Lihan, his face dark and silent, said, "It was my fault. I ruined the plan." Silent Show, known for his hot temper, walked up and punched Lihan straight in the face. The punch was so strong it sent Lihan flying several meters. Del Simmons stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. "That's enough." The surgeon had been given a painkiller, and his wound was bandaged. "We can't proceed with the plan anymore. Pushing it will only make things worse. We should retreat." Lihan stood up and objected. "No. We stick to the plan." Hearing this, Silent Show brushed Simon's hand away and kicked Lihan again, so hard that he spat blood. Simon immediately stopped him. "I know you're angry, but Lihan is our commander now. If you do that again, I won't stand by." Hearing this, Silent Show sighed and saw. Simon then asked, "But Lihan, are you sure you're aware that everything that happened was your fault? If you come up with some half-baked plan, I'll kill you myself before you're forced to retreat." He continued, "I'll decide after hearing your plan. I don't want to admit it, but you're the smartest among the second years. Stop being so cranky and listen, Silent Show," Lihan said. "Overall, things aren't actually that bad right now." Silent Show had to suppress his anger at hearing Lihan say the situation wasn't bad. Lihan explained, "Right, we wanted to do this quickly because of the Illumage's psychic fire and its ability to escape with instant teleportation. But now, we don't have to worry about that anymore." Simon acknowledged, "You're right about the psychic fire. He used up the last of his shots. But why do you think he can't teleport anymore?" Lihan explained, "For the past 10 years, these things have lived in hiding, because they are very cautious and cunning. But right now, even though their lives are threatened, they haven't broken formation. The truth is, that one was trying to draw out the last bit of psychic energy from the crystal. The fact that he had the Elu warriors return to protect him instead of continuing to pursue us. He wouldn't need to do that if he could still teleport. There must be a reason why he can't leave." The two listened to Lihan. The masked man looked at Simon and nodded. "All right, Lihan. Tell us your plan." Lihan stood before the rift, the hover sphere in his hand. He was going to capture the Elu mage. They were still standing there, performing the ritual. Lihan decided to ambush them from the dimensional rift itself. He asked the other two to create a diversion from the front. Even if the Elu mage could detect his psychic energy, if it came from the same direction as the rift, a source of powerful energy, it would be difficult for him to distinguish it. His vision would also be obscured by the light of the rift. "He'll be affected too," Simon pointed out. "Besides being blinded, you'll also be under immense pressure from the rift, right? Can you control yourself under that kind of pressure? If you make a mistake, you'll definitely die." But Lihan didn't think so. He was confident in his ability to control his psychic power. He stood before the rift, preparing to act. "I'm not doing this to cover up my mistakes, but because I'm the only one who can do it." Delsinman said to Silent Show. He must have seen his comrades in that pile of bodies. "He acts like a machine, a cold-blooded guy. But if he didn't react to that sight, he wouldn't be human. And yet, even in a situation that went south because of his own mistake, he can still observe the enemy and plan the next steps. It's truly incredible." That was why Team 13 trusted Lihan so much. He reached the edge of the rift. Just in time, he thought. He threw his backpack and helmet down to check the depth. In his hands, he held 2 hover spheres. One small mistake would be fatal. He activated the spheres. Simon's watch showed 15 minutes had passed. Lihan jumped. The plan was in motion. He threw the 2 spheres down and landed on them. On the other side, Simon and Silent Show charged into battle. The Elu mage noticed their presence. The blonde youth saw that more Elu warriors had gathered. "The pet troll has returned." The masked ninja rushed forward and took down the first 3. Simon, from behind, fired his rifle continuously, causing them to cry out in pain, and turn to attack him. Unaware, one was cut down by Silent Show, the 4th kill. The 2 of them took them down one by one with gunshots and incredibly smooth sword strikes, coordinating with just looks and gestures. Everyone put their faith in Lihan. They couldn't fail their very first mission. He was now flying inside the rift. A massive energy was pressing down on his body. That feeling again. Lihan knew this was the fear of dragons. Suddenly, he saw a dragon with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. He trembled and broke into a sweat, telling himself it was just an illusion. The dragon opened its mouth as if to swallow him whole. In a panic, he bit his own hand until it bled to regain his focus, and flew towards the imaginary dragon. His two teammates had nearly finished off the Elu warriors. Simon was getting tired. There are only two left. The mage behind them finally joined the battle. They have to protect the Elu mage, so they definitely won't advance. Simon raised his gun and aimed at the mage. Noticing this, the mage raised his hand to cast a spell. A burst of power erupted, deflecting the bullets coming from Simon. They saw the trajectory and defended well with a psychic shield, but they can only defend from the front. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind the mage. It was Lihan. He lunged forward and restrained the mage, a syringe filled with anesthetic in his hand. The soldiers were too slow to react. Seizing the decisive moment, Silencio charged in. In a flash, the soldiers' heads were severed from their necks. The needle plunged into the mage's neck, and Lihan began to inject the drug. The worst that can happen now is that he teleports, he thought. A purple energy emanated from the mage. He was indeed trying to teleport. His body was slowly fading away. Is it a failure? Lihan thought in a panic. But finally, the anesthetic took effect, and the mage collapsed in his arms. They had succeeded. Afterward, they were brought back to the base. Lihan now stood before Sergeant Red, who was typing up a report from his hospital bed. Don't just stand there staring, the sergeant said. I can get a prosthetic leg, and I'll get an additional disability pension. It's a good enough retirement. Stop apologizing. Yes, sir, Lihan replied. The sergeant closed his laptop. Executing the plan was the right decision, Lihan. If he had retreated, my leg would have cried in sorrow. He praised Lihan for doing a great job, which made writing the strategic report easy. Now we just need to get the details from the one we captured. Can we even interrogate a creature from another world? Lihan wondered. There's a mind reader at Aegis. He's the only one who can do it. Out of habit, Sergeant Red took out a cigarette and was about to light it, despite being in a hospital room. A door opening made them both turn. It was Silencio. As if afraid of disturbing them, he slowly started to close the door. We're done talking. Come on in, Sergeant Red said. Silencio walked to the bedside. Are you okay, sir? Red laughed. I was planning on going on a diet, but I guess I don't need to anymore since my body is much lighter. Lihan saw the masked man's shoulders shake. He's laughing, he thought. The two of them joked around cheerfully. Lihan could see it with his own eyes, but it was still hard to believe that someone like Sergeant Red could get along so well with Silencio. As the afternoon sun began to set, the instructor shooed them away. Go on, you old souls and fake ninja. I need to reminisce about my lost leg and be melancholy. As they left, Silencio said to Lihan, I'm sorry for hitting you. If I were in your shoes, I would have behaved the same way, Lihan replied. No, I deserved it. I put everyone in danger. But you didn't give up, because of it, Silencio continued. You overcame it. I see now why Sergeant Red has such high expectations for you. They walked towards the dorms, continuing their conversation. Lihan remarked that he never thought Sergeant Red would be so open about his likes and dislikes, though he mostly just bullied people. Hearing this, Silencio started to laugh. They were beginning to get along. They reached a fork in the path, one way to the second-year dorms, the other to the third years. This is it. See you later, Silencio, Lihan said. They waved goodbye, and then the masked man sent him a message. Suddenly, something caught his attention and he turned back. Lihan smiled at his words. Study hard so you can get to the third year soon, kid. Then he turned away, flashing a middle finger at Lihan. Back when Lihan was preparing to enter the rift, he had felt its immense pressure. Can you control the hoverboard in that state? Simon had asked him. If you make a mistake, we all die. Lihan was confident in his psychic abilities. The reason he did it wasn't to make up for his mistake, but because he had the highest chance of success. A plane landed, carrying high-ranking officials from various countries who had come to inspect the facility. Among them was a man named Inspector Du from the United States, who found the place oppressively hot. As they approached the instructors, an announcement was made. The inspection council has arrived. Armored vehicles and military trucks followed. The commander-in-chief ordered, escort them to the conference hall safely. The instructors saluted them. Thank you for coming all this way. We will escort you to the conference hall immediately. To prevent you from getting lost, we have equipped you with these short-range communication devices and a map. Inspector Du took the watch-like device and thought, this is all I need. An instructor offered, Inspector, please allow me to escort you. The man smiled and turned. It's alright, I can manage on my own. An inspector has that privilege, right? Outwardly, the instructor said, yes, of course, but inwardly he thought, this is one of the difficult types. Inspector Du thought to himself. Anyway, the information you're about to show us is just for show. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where is that kid, Lihan?" "It's a pleasure to meet you, Team 13. The inspector had given the group a lot of candy, and they were delighted. "There's plenty more, so put it in your pockets for now. You're all like my own grandchildren, so we'll treat you well." Lihan approached from behind. "Inspector, we need to continue our training." The inspector stepped back, holding up his hands. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Everyone get ready," Lihan commanded. "We're heading to the shooting range." The inspector watched him, thinking, that must be Lihan. According to his level 1 information, there was nothing special about him. But during the competitions, he had become famous and achieved great results at the Dimensional Rift. The inspector leaned against the fence of the shooting range, stretching and yawning. "These stubborn bastards. There haven't been any competitions since the incident at the Rift. The other teams are all on break. So why are these kids still training?" He heard footsteps and saw them marching out with their rifles. "Are they done already?" "Everyone, we're heading to the armory now," Lihan ordered. The inspector smiled. Stubborn indeed. Hours later, as the sun began to set, the inspector was still inside the building, watching the young men. Lihan approached Gudu. "You'll be training with me today." Gudu's face paled with fear. The two got into a combat stance. Why does Lihan want to spar with me? Gudu thought. From the look in Lihan's eyes, this didn't feel like a normal training session. At the Dimensional Rift, he had learned a very important lesson. You can't fight in the real world with psychic power alone. Gudu had to become a versatile warrior. He might be weak at level 1, but their bodies were already superhuman, so it was just a matter of mental fortitude. Lihan lunged at Gudu, striking powerfully. Gudu struggled to fight back. He blocked the first hit, but could only dodge and parry the subsequent blows. Lihan didn't hold back, attacking relentlessly until Gudu felt breathless, as if he were about to die. Lihan's face remained expressionless, focused. He pointed his weapon at Gudu's face. "Even if you can see the near future, you can't win by only defending. Try to attack." Lihan lowered his weapon. Gudu took a moment to catch his breath, then gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and charged with his weapon raised. Calmly, Lihan disarmed him. "When you attack, keep your eyes open and hold onto your weapon." Gudu bowed his head and apologized. "Gudu," Lihan said, "this time, attack me with all your strength." Gudu's eyes widened. Everyone turned to Lihan in surprise. "What did you say?" Lihan continued, "Gudu, from now on, I will attack you with everything I have, so you do the same." Choice thought that based on weapon skills alone, Lihan would win for sure. But Mayer thought that if they added psychic powers, the outcome was uncertain. "What's wrong, Gudu? Are you afraid of hurting me?" Lihan asked. Gudu nodded and looked down. Lihan sighed. "I'm sorry, but you must have a reason for doing this. I trust you completely." As he spoke, the training weapons around them began to stir. "Gudu is using his psychic power," someone said. "Then I'll do everything you ask," Gudu replied. The weapons levitated and gathered around him. "I trust you, Lihan." Lihan was in an office with an instructor. "All right, Lihan, what brings you here today?" The man pointed to a cup of tea. "This is oolong tea. Try it." Lihan took the cup and sipped it. He struggled to keep a straight face but forced himself to say the tea was delicious, though its taste was strange. The instructor chuckled. "Look at him, still just a kid." The truth was, Lihan was there because of Gudu. Because of Gudu, the instructor thought. Lihan explained with a serious expression, "He lacks offensive tactics and is hesitant in battle. I'm afraid this will get him killed someday." The instructor said, "People undergo psychological shifts based on the dangers they face." Psychological shifts? Lihan wondered. It's the refusal to harm another person. Even the bravest soldiers sometimes waver when they have to kill someone. But once they've had that psychological shift, they can act. It's a bit cruel to force Gudu to attack someone, but he needs an opportunity. Like the time you pushed him past his limits in the desert, when he placed his complete trust in you. Back in the spar, Gudu was preparing to attack with all his strength. So this is a person's psychological shift, Lihan thought. Choice thought Gudu wasn't listening, and Mayer wondered if he should stop them. The inspector, watching from above, was astounded. Is this the power of a level 1? This is unbelievable, Lihan thought. How should I handle this? Should I do what Gudu does? Now, Gudu could see all of Lihan's moves and dodge them easily. Attacking him would be difficult. Gudu threw the weapons at Lihan, who channeled power into his hands. As the first weapon flew towards him, Lihan caught it easily. Even though this was thrown with psychokinesis, it's as strong as if he threw it with his physical strength, he thought. His teammates on the sideline were disappointed, so he just had to catch it instead of dodging. Sounds simple, but who can actually do that? Lihan challenged him further. You're only throwing one spear. Are you looking down on me? You need to do more than that, Gudu. Gudu frowned and accepted the challenge. He gripped a spear tightly. Gudu, in the end, you'll have to attack me. Stop avoiding it. Attack me with the spear in your hand. Lihan then charged towards him. Gudu threw a continuous volley of spears at Lihan, who deflected them all. You don't have many weapons left, Lihan said as he closed the distance. Gudu gathered the remaining weapons and threw them all at once. Lihan used his power on his jacket to push the spears aside and continued his charge. Raise your spear and fight, Gudu, Kanemaru cheered. Lihan was almost upon him. Gudu's face still showed some hesitation, but he finally resolved to attack. Lihan shattered the spear in his hand. It seemed like he was about to land a heavy blow, but instead, he just flicked Gudu on the forehead. He smiled. Good. You still kept your eyes open when you attacked. Gudu rubbed his forehead in pain. His teammates cheered. What a beast. A fighting machine. You need to try harder, Gudu. You're still too green. Gudu just scratched his head. When you threw all the spears at once, why did you aim for the same spot on my body? Lihan asked. If you had thrown them in different directions, it would have been harder to dodge, and I might have been hit in the arm or leg. Gudu smiled sheepishly. Actually, I was afraid of hitting you, and I didn't expect you to use your jacket to block them. The inspector, who had witnessed the entire fight, thought. Lihan. He's even more impressive than the rumors said. He'll surely bring great things to Aegis in the future. This is something he's never told me. He slowly walked down to where the boys were. Standing before them, he said to Lihan, Could you spare a moment for me? The two of them went outside to talk. What did you want to talk about, sir? The incident at the Dimensional Rift. I've already submitted everything I know in my report to the council, Lihan said. The inspector handed him a can of soda. I just wanted to hear it directly from you. He patted the bench next to him. Come on, sit down, make yourself comfortable. Prepare yourself, Lihan. My special skill has been honed through dozens of negotiations. His eyes twinkled. Superexpression, not psychokinesis. If I agree with you at a certain moment, or about a certain action. He continued making strange faces at Lihan. You will feel at ease and unconsciously say things you didn't intend to. What a crazy idea that was. Truly brilliant. He was getting close. He leaned in and asked, and then what happened? Lihan was taken aback. What do you mean? And then? That's all the information that has been reported so far. There's nothing more to the story. Not even a flicker of emotion. This kid is really something, the inspector thought. Lihan stood up and bowed. I'm going to get back to training now. As he walked away, he thought, I was ordered to keep it a secret. No matter what happens, he won't get any information from me, Inspector Do. The inspector watched him go, and then took out his phone. He made a call. Investigate Lihan for me, from the time of the Dimensional Rift until now. Report everything you find to me immediately. The next day, Lihan and his team were training hard as usual. Another team ran up behind them, Team 5. Their captain, Dimasi, deliberately ran alongside Lihan. Still working as hard as ever, huh? I have to do my best, no matter what, Dimasi replied with a serious expression. He glanced at an inspector wearing dark glasses and a suit. See that guy over there? He's an inspector from Russia. He's been following Team 5 for days, and it's really getting on my nerves. He keeps rambling on about fighting for the motherland, even after the war with the dragons is over. After the war with the dragons? Lihan asked. What are we supposed to be fighting then? I heard Aegis would be disbanded after the war. The two captains ran at the head of their teams. Dimasi's face was grim. The higher-ups want to start a world war after defeating the dragons. Hearing this, Lihan's face went pale, and his eyes widened as he looked at Dimasi. Gudu was training with him. Lihan watched them with a serious expression, then lowered his head and thought. It's so hard to understand. Even after defeating the strongest enemy humanity has ever faced, peace still won't come. Suddenly, Inspector Do burst through the door. Lihan, I finally found you. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. The period you were missing from Aegis after the Sinuju incident. It's clear that during that time, you were on a secret mission. Today, I am going to make that rumor a reality. Two bodyguards appeared behind him, trying to intimidate Lihan. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the watches of Team 13. They read it, then turned to glare at the inspector with menacing expressions. He froze, confused. Lihan had already moved behind him and grabbed him, much to his surprise. What is the meaning of this? The bodyguards drew their guns, but Gudu used his powers to disassemble their weapons and even twist their arms. We have to protect you immediately, Lihan explained. Why don't you explain anything? The inspector cried out in pain. You just charge in and grab me. I don't want to say much. We've received our orders. Please cooperate, Lihan said. The inspector grimaced. Wait. Suddenly, the building began to shake. Lihan looked at his watch and said, Enemy attack. Attack warning. Protect the inspectors in your vicinity. Now, Inspector Du realized something. Why are they targeting the inspectors? Could there be an inside man? Choices. I'm entrusting the inspectors to you. Zhou and Kanet picked up their weapons. Who are the enemies? The Adlu. Gudu Awakens. Lihan, still holding the inspector tightly, replied, probably human. The inspector and his 2 bodyguards were tied up and sitting on the floor. Lihan's team was each given 2 magazines of ammunition, 60 rounds per person. They were ready for battle. Lihan asked the other teams, how many people does each of you have to protect? They reported their numbers. The inspector thought, the other captains completely accept Lihan as their leader. It makes sense, given his experience and achievements. Lihan communicated through his watch, the most advantageous terrain for us is Simulation Arena 4. Bring all your equipment. Team 13 escorted the 3 men to the chosen location. Do you know anything about the enemy, Inspector? Lihan asked, turning his head. It seems you knew something when I showed you the message. And I don't think you're the inside man. The inspector, still tied up, smiled. The purists. That's what they call themselves. They're a group of people who don't consider Sighters to be human, and want to kill them. They operate based on religion, and fear of the unknown power of the new human species. In 3 years, the dragons will invade us. And they still want to kill us. Kanet said. They believe that Sighters are the reason the dragons invaded us, Shemdu explained. They think that if they kill all the Sighters, the dragons will disappear too. Of course, it's all lies. Sighters appeared after the gates opened. A helicopter flew overhead. A masked man inside looked down. Found them. The monsters who oppose God. The base's anti-aircraft system began firing at the helicopters. Some were hit and crashed into the Aegis courtyard. Below, soldiers returned fire. A few helicopters that hadn't been shot down managed to land, and the purists disembarked. Lihan and his team saw them coming. They held their rifles steady amidst the wreckage as an enemy helicopter crashed nearby. There's a high chance they're still alive, Lihan said to Kenneth Mayer. Can you count how many people were on board? About 4, he replied. The reason he wanted to cross the simulation field with its many hiding spots was to avoid a fight as much as possible. Lihan looked at everyone with a determined gaze. Everyone, get ready. His words were met with some hesitation. What they had to do now was kill. The actual Aegis military was systematically eliminating the purists, who were pinned down by gunfire. But they fought back fiercely, their faces contorted with hate. The earth belongs to humans. You monsters don't belong here. What Team 13 had to do now was kill. The inspector assessed Lihan's teammates. Most of them are useless right now. Maybe only that kid, Kenneth. Lihan and he advanced. These bastards were stronger than regular trained soldiers. But there was one key difference. When it came to killing, their opponents were veterans. Kenneth followed behind Lihan with his gun. Can you do it? Lihan asked. I'll pretend they're deer and shoot them down, he replied nonchalantly. We'll die if we don't kill them, right? This brought back an unpleasant memory for Lihan. Back in Korea, it was pouring rain. A man was chasing a young boy, young Lihan. The railway crossing barrier was coming down. The man finally grabbed the boy's shirt. The boy fought back, kicking the man in the face and causing him to stumble onto the tracks just as a train arrived. The man was run over. The boy could only lie there, horrified. Back in the present, Lihan and Kenneth stood before the flaming wreckage of the helicopter. Lihan gave a hand signal, and the blonde youth nodded in understanding. Lihan took out a hoversphere, draped his jacket over it, and sent it out as bait. As expected, the moment the jacket appeared, it was riddled with bullets. Before the surprised soldier could react, Kenneth had snuck around behind him and taken him out. This surprise attack caught the purist soldiers off guard. One of them raised his gun and charged at Kenneth. Suddenly, a shot rang out from another direction, piercing the purist's head. It was Lihan, his face calm. Kenneth was terrified at the prospect of having to kill someone. He aimed his gun at a pierced soldier, needing to be precise. He was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut, but he forced them open to eliminate the enemy. Finally, he pulled the trigger. Lihan watched from behind. "I'm fine," Kanat said, his face grim. The inspector and the rest of Lihan's team were huddled together. Gudu was shaking uncontrollably, his face a mask of fear. "That kid's panicking," the inspector thought. "I doubt he could even kill him." He didn't notice where Gudu was looking, which allowed him to untie his own hands. From a distance, a voice announced, "They're here." "What's here?" the inspector wondered. Gudu was still in a state of extreme anxiety, thinking, "What if I miss?" A purist soldier appeared behind the inspector, aiming his gun at them. "Get down," Gudu shouted, detecting him. The soldier was hit by multiple shots and fell. To everyone's surprise, the shooter was the inspector. Dro calmly realized the inspector had snatched the gun from his hands and eliminated the enemy. Suddenly, he spotted another enemy hiding behind something. He fired at Inspector Du, but Gudu used his psychic power to block the bullets with a metal plate. Protected, the inspector quickly took down the second man. Gudu tossed the bullet-riddled metal plate aside. "Are all the enemies gone?" the inspector asked. "Yes, they're gone," Gudu replied. "Even if you can't shoot, your psychic ability is truly amazing," the inspector praised him. Hearing the gunshots, Lihan and Kanat rushed back. "Is everyone okay?" The inspector handed the gun back to Gudu. "You're a smart kid, so I'm sure you understand the current situation, right?" Lihan nodded. "Continue." Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Purist soldiers emerged from it, having blasted through a cave door. One of them raised his gun to the sky and ordered, "Clean them up." In their minds, Aegis was deceiving the world. The dragons weren't invading Earth anymore. It had been 10 years since they disappeared. What these bastards were plotting after training their Psychers was world domination with their new species. They raised their guns in unison and began their purge, believing their actions were for the sake of humanity. In Simulation Arena 4, all the second years had gathered. An inspector yelled, "Who do you think we are? Do you think you won't face consequences for treating us like this?" A hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up. It was Del Simon. "Shut up before I kill you, old man. Still don't understand why you're tied up." He unleashed a massive amount of psychic energy and roared, "A traitor among you set all of this up. That damn traitor. Because of him, he had been forced to kill." The portly inspector's face went pale with fear. Simon had never felt so disgusted in his life. The inspector was so scared he could barely stand. Lihan approached from behind. "That's enough, Simon. Our mission is only to guard these inspectors." Thanks to Lihan, the inspector was spared. Simon looked at him, nodded, and walked away. Joyce thought that despicable Simon listens to Lihan so easily. In another part of the building, Wei Yan had also taken down some purist soldiers. Sweat poured down his face, his expression furious. The soldiers lay defeated before him, but he was also injured. The kids had been too scared to do anything, and his right arm was wounded. Finally, trembling and helpless, he called for Lihan's help. Lihan and his team were on their way. "The purist bastards are targeting the Level 1's headquarters," he informed Lihan. "They've reached the shelter. Based on the distance, only Level 2's can intercept them." He entrusted the mission to them. Besides the instructors in command, there are only Level 1's there. If Lihan's group is late, it's all over. The purist soldiers had penetrated deep into the base and killed an Aegis member. Their leader thought, "This place is annoyingly complicated." A soldier reported finding a door. "Delta, Alpha, do you have anything?" They exchanged information. "This is Delta, still searching. This is Alpha. We've entered the shelter, and have hostiles behind us." The purist soldiers guarding the entrance went into combat mode when they saw Lihan's group approaching. There was no more time, they had to face them head on. "They don't have any heavy weapons," Lihan said to Simon. "Can you block them?" "Let me show them," Simon replied, activating his powers. "Fire on my signal. I'll take the lead." Everyone stood behind him. "Fire." A barrier erected itself in front of Simon, blocking all the damage from the purists. "Start shooting," he ordered. His power spread throughout the arena, paralyzing the purist soldiers. Lihan and his team fired relentlessly, taking them all down. Even in defeat, the soldiers were defiant, calling them freaks. One struggled to his feet. "You should be eradicated from this world." A loud gunshot rang out. Kanat had shot him dead. "You're the real monsters." Lihan walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. "Calm down. We still have enemies inside." He turned to the others. "I'm forming a temporary combat team with these members, since we're all pretty similar. Keep one thing in mind. Lihan's face was devoid of emotion. He had paid the price for being controlled by his emotions once, a lesson carved into his very bones. He would never repeat that mistake. From this moment on, you must suppress all emotions. If you can't, the entire team will die. Lihan sketched out a plan. We know the terrain here better than they do, so deploying troops won't be a problem. Captains should move out with their teams. They split up and headed in their assigned directions. Dimisi turned to Lihan. I have something urgent to do. It'll be quick. Can I do it now? I'll hand over my responsibilities to my vice captain. I have to confirm something. Go ahead, Lihan replied. Dimisi was in the game. At his feet lay several defeated Aegis personnel. He looked grimly at a young man, the same long-haired man who had injured him before. What are you doing here? He asked. The man was surprised to see him. You're grabbing your own people by the collar, Dimisi yelled. Snap out of it, the man, still holding another person, asked. You think Aegis is on our side? He explained to Dimisi, I don't know if you know this yet, but you'll be sent out to fight in the real world before you even reach your 3rd year. On one mission. I was terrified and desperate. My instincts and intuition were screaming that I couldn't be it. Is this the fear of dragons? Dimisi thought. The long-haired man dropped the man he was holding and stepped forward. Even though I was terrified, Aegis ordered me to take the thing down. They see us as disposable pawns, and I was a defective one. But throwing me away would have been a waste. So, what do you think they did? They recycled me. They held me down, tied me up, and injected neuro-control drugs into my brain. He told Dimisi, you think Aegis is the only place like this? Our motherlands, the invaders. They're all the same. The only thing on their minds is to use us or kill us. Protecting humanity in these circumstances is just not worth it. Hearing this, Dimisi looked at him grimly, then burst out laughing. Surprising the long-haired man, he unzipped his jacket. I don't like Aegis either, you know. You're preaching to the choir. But I have a family to protect back home, understand? Dimisi's body began to glow with psychic power. First, I'm going to kill that dragon, and then I'll take down any bastard who gets in my way. On the system board, a message appeared. Looks like Alpha Team is done for. Delta Team, the enemy is heading your way. The red dots on the screen were about to converge. A purist soldier was preparing a grenade launcher. I'll use this to take them all out at once. Lihan's group was moving deeper into the base. I can't believe Aegis has a place like this. How did they know about it when we didn't? As he expected, the only explanation was a traitor among the inspectors. Suddenly, he noticed a tripwire stretched across their path. Stop, he ordered. It was a simple trap connected to a grenade. Whoever walked through it would set it off. I should have brought Gudu with me, he thought. The purist soldiers pushed open a door to a room. We found them. The leader ordered the others. Take care of them all. A soldier next to him hesitated. But they're just kids. They're not even armed. The ruthless leader replied, I know, Private. But you need to cast aside that compassion of yours. The private trembled, aiming his gun at the children, but having no intention of firing. The kids, terrified, cried and looked at him. In the future, those monsters will try to sit on top of our descendants' heads, the leader said. The private was in turmoil, feeling the immorality of the act. This is too much, he thought. It's nothing short of a massacre. I don't want to kill children. The words had barely left his mind when a gunshot rang out. A bullet, fired from the leader's pistol, struck the private in the head. He fell, dead before his eyes could close. Future generations will decide whether this was the right thing to do or not, the leader said, loading his rifle. I'm just doing what I have to do. A loud gunshot, and a spray of blood erupted from one of Lihan's teammates. Cat Mayer had been hit and collapsed. The others quickly dragged him to safety under a hail of bullets from the purists. Simon, let's go, Lihan ordered. The two of them charged out, guns blazing. Among the enemies, Lihan spotted one with a grenade launcher aiming at them. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The grenade had been fired. Simon didn't have enough time to erect a shield, and even if he had, it wouldn't have been strong enough. Lihan used his psychokinesis to control the grenade, imagining himself holding it. He then threw it back at them. The foolish soldiers hadn't anticipated this, and couldn't react in time. A massive explosion incinerated all the purists in their path. Lihan and his team charged forward. As the smoke cleared, he saw a soldier on the ground wearing an Aegis watch. A voice was coming from it. Sindra has been wiped out. Lihan picked up the watch and received a message from the spy. Continue the attack on Area D. Meanwhile, Missy had been sent flying through a reinforced glass window by the long-haired, purple-eyed young man. He was being beaten mercilessly. The purple-haired man delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, causing him to cough up blood. I have explained it to you, and you still don't understand. He picked up a long wooden plank. Each of us has an opponent we can't defeat, no matter how hard we try. He channeled his power into the plank and launched it at Missy's head. Suddenly, Missy looked up. I still don't understand. His power had blocked the attack. Why would I lose to a coward like you? Kana was leaning against a wall while his teammates bandaged his wound. He reminisced about his childhood, pretending to be a pirate on a raft, and the first time he met Lihan and Choi Sif. He lamented the attention and expectations. I'm not worthy of those things. How shameful. I'm sorry, we don't have enough manpower to send a squad to help you evacuate right now. Please wait for us here, Kenneth. Because he was injured, his teammates had to leave him behind after providing first aid. At Simulation Arena 4, the purist soldiers were attacking. When their guns proved ineffective, they switched to grenades. However, someone in the group used psychokinesis to detonate the grenades in mid-air. The soldiers realized their weapons were useless against the Aegis soldiers. Damn it. Where is the air support? One of them thought. They were running out of time. So was Aegis. The frontline squadron was about to be wiped out, but other Aegis members would soon arrive. An airstrike could finish them all off. Lihan's plan was working. They didn't even need to aim at the purists. If they could just hold them off, reinforcements would arrive. Inside the bunker, the purists were breaking down the door. Emergency, the enemy is approaching quickly through the shortest route. It seems they've used Delta. The leader thought, they're young, but their bodies are completely different from ordinary people. I thought they were just scared kids, but they didn't fall for the trap when they saw the area cleared by Delta. Lihan and his team were rushing towards Area D. Suddenly, he raised a hand to halt them. Ahead was the enemy squadron, as he explained the plan to everyone. The anti-aircraft guns of Aegis were firing continuously. From the smoke and explosions, a plane emerged. Target alert, first automated bomber. It soared through the sky, heading towards Simulation Arena 4. In the bunker, Lihan laid out his plan to enter through the ventilation ducts, which were connected to the room. He would ambush them from behind before the doors were open. Simon was concerned that they didn't know if the metal of the ducts was bulletproof, and if Lihan created a diversion from behind, the risk of death was high. But we really don't have much time, Lihan insisted. A voice came from behind. I only heard half the plan, but I think I can help. It was Kenneth. Everyone was shocked and asked about his leg. He just smiled and rubbed his wound. Simon asked if it was the effect of a healing element, saying the ability suited him. Thanks for the compliment, Kenneth replied. He then began to follow Lihan's plan, crawling into the duct, which was wider than he expected. Outside, Lihan and Simon would go first. Once Kenneth created a diversion, they would attack simultaneously. Suddenly, the ventilation duct showed. The purists noticed something inside and opened fire. Kenneth, running and making noise in the duct, drew their attention. This allowed Lihan's team to easily take them down, with Simon providing a shield. Kenneth was hit multiple times and fell out of the duct. Finally, the door opened. Retreat inside, immediately, the leader ordered. Lihan and his team fought to prevent them from entering Area D. Everyone, move, now. Kenneth was a bloody mess, but he struggled to his feet. Where do you think you're going, you bastards? Everyone stared in shock as his body began to regenerate, a green energy emanating from him. As he healed, he grumbled. Do you know how annoying you are? Always getting injured at the crucial moment, thinking I am weak or a burden. But now, it's different. He smiled and raised his gun. That's right, a healing element should at least be this strong. Back on the surface, Gudu was with his teammates when a splitting headache brought him to his knees. He sensed a red power approaching the unmanned bomber. It was dropping a series of bombs towards his team. With a look of despair, he thought, Lihan, it's a good thing you're not here. The bombs hit the ground, creating a massive explosion that lit up the sky. From afar, everyone saw the bombs falling. Missiles are being deployed, the inspectors panicked. Gudu stood frozen. Life at Aegis was hard, but it was better than his previous life. He was grateful to Lihan for this. It's a good thing you're not here. You shouldn't die in a place like this. If Lihan were here, he would never give up. Gudu tried to use his power, pushing back against the atomic bomb. The inspector's jaw dropped. What is that? A giant hand materialized, blocking the bombs. The bombs exploded against the massive hand. Gudu stood alone, holding them back. Inspector Du had never heard of anyone who could wield psychokinesis on such an unimaginable scale. The pink-haired inspector thought, they are cruel bastards who don't deserve to exist. If we can just get out of this. He pulled a pistol from his coat pocket and aimed it at Gudu. Meanwhile, Lihan and his teammates were trying to wake Kenneth. He slowly opened his eyes. Can you hear me? What's my name? He recovered and sat up. You're Lihan. I'm fine. Everything ended well in the end, Lihan said. But you were too reckless, even if you did discover your power. I just told you, I'm fine, Kenneth replied. Anyway. With this, the level 1 migration area has been cleared. All areas are resolved. Demasiv was carrying the long-haired man down the hallway. 3 days later, Lihan was standing on a balcony, looking down at the wreckage from the battle. Inspector Du approached with his bodyguards. How are you, Captain Lihan? I'm fine, Lihan replied. It's just that for the first 2 nights, I couldn't sleep without medication. Inspector Du took a drag from his cigarette. Some are still in serious condition. They're breaking glass and furniture for no reason. It's so hard to stop people's evil intentions. We saw countless bodies of level 1s during the mission. They didn't have the strength to protect themselves, just like us a few months ago. Those bastards treated us like animals and slaughtered us without a second thought. But it seems they're just human. Like yous. They said they were afraid of being oppressed by Psychers. Maybe this is the reason. The inspector finished his cigarette, his face dark with sweat. I don't want to become a monster like this, Lihan said seriously. People shouldn't kill each other, no matter the reason. It just should be that way. I don't know why either, Inspector Du said. But if the person behind him was really a teenager, he would have been terrified to witness Gudu's power. But you're also scary in a different way. Lihan's face was grim. Thank you for saving Gudu. It was Inspector Du who had saved Gudu from the shot and captured the red-haired man. So there really was a traitor among the inspectors. I didn't think they would cause so much damage. They targeted the day with the fewest active personnel. Now the inspection committee won't say anything about Aegis. Du rubbed his chin. An idea forming. He then said to Gudu, you probably don't like adults because they only care about their personal interests and the bottom line. It's as if everything will be meaningless if we lose to the dragons. Humans are always logical and rational. We repeat the same mistakes, even when we know the consequences. Inspector Du smiled and extended a hand to Lihan. Where do you think we get weapons if not from the dragons? From each other. He's also acting for the future of his country. I know it's difficult, but someday in the future, you'll understand. The inspector turned and waved goodbye. That's a cowardly excuse, Lihan said. If you know it's a mistake, you shouldn't repeat it. Inspector Du's face changed, surprising his bodyguards. Lihan is truly terrifying, he thought. The 2 disasters following the suppression incident left a terrible scar on Aegis. Most of the levels were wiped out, with only half surviving. All surviving second years were scheduled for regular psychological therapy. One evening, Lihan packed his things, ready to leave. He walked alone down the hallway to meet Silencio, having become the only one to advance to the 3rd year. Silencio looked up at him, and they stood in silence. His actions puzzled Lihan. Is something wrong? Silencio raised a hand to compare his height with Lihan's. Lihan then noticed how tall he had become. When did I get this tall? Silencio turned and then ran off, leaving Lihan confused. He had arrived at the 3rd year area 8, the Psychic Arms Division. Here, there was no distinction between 1st and 2nd generation Psychers. They were all just called Psychic Arms. A man came out and smiled at Lihan. I'm Johnny Swat, and you are? He extended a hand. I'm Lihan, he introduced himself. The man mispronounced his name twice. Silencio approached from the distance. Your senior is waiting, Swat said, patting Lihan on the shoulder. Good luck, kid. Lihan and Silencio went to the dorm room. The door opened, and he thought, this place is huge. It was twice the size of his room in the 2nd year dorms. Silencio told him to leave his luggage and go for breakfast. In the kitchen, chefs were preparing food with incredible skill. The menu was incredibly diverse. The large cafeteria made Lihan's eyes widen. You can eat whatever you want here, as long as it suits your taste, Silencio said. They have Japanese, Chinese, everything. And you don't have to queue for food. I'm Korean, Lihan said. I'm just not used to the atmosphere here. It's so different from the strict 2nd year level. I don't know anything about Korean food, but you'd eat white rice, right? Silencio asked, pouring oni over a pile of pastries. It's not that I'm craving Korean food, Lihan explained. It's just that I haven't had a proper meal in a while. But Silencio, you seem to eat a lot of sweets. Hearing this, Silencio was startled. He explained awkwardly, psychers need to consume a lot of sugar. Psychic powers require the brain to be constantly active. I have to eat all this to have enough energy. He picked up a bowl of white rice and a plate of food, thinking that a meal with rice reminded him of the old days. Silencio was fascinated that Lihan could use chopsticks. Lihan, you know how to use chopsticks? Yes, he confirmed. Chopsticks are considered a mystery of the world in the West, Silencio said. I heard they can even catch flies with them. In Enter the Dragon, there's a scene where a character catches a whole fly with chopsticks. I've watched that movie more than 10 times. So your mask is from a movie too, right? Lihan asked curiously. Exactly. This mask is the face of 3, a character from the movie The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But I asked Aegis to modify it a bit before installing it. Lihan smiled. I'm not surprised. I see. After eating, they left the cafeteria. An instructor approached Lihan. Are you the new kid who just got promoted? I'm Lao Cha. Nice to work with you, rookie. He also respectfully greeted him back, and introduced himself. After hearing Lihan call him Sergeant Lao Cha, the man praised him. Good observation. I'm not a beef, so still have a military rank. But Lihan, he asked seriously, are you the one who blew off Sergeant Red's right leg? Lihan tensed up, then answered, yes. But I wish it had been me who got hit by that bomb instead. Hearing this, Lao Cha threw his head back and laughed. You're not a house cat, you're a jungle tiger. He then asked, you're not busy this afternoon, are you? At the physical training center. Lihan thought of his old teachers and teammates. Is he going to spar with me? He has the same aura as those two. This man is incredibly strong. Everyone gathered in the sparring room. The man took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles. Let's test your skills, rookie. Lihan got into a fighting stance. If you get hurt, I'm not responsible. Moo, I'm so scared, the instructor said sarcastically. Whispers reached Lihan's ears. He's fighting for real. Good luck, rookie. Lihan knew they were cheering for him, not for Lao Cha. Do they really think I'm going to lose? Suddenly the man attacked, a blow grazing Lihan's face and leaving a cut. Don't lose focus, kid. Enraged, Lihan charged. Lao Cha got more serious and they engaged in a fierce exchange. Lao Cha recognized Lihan's basic combo attacks. Simple but powerful. A sign that this kid doesn't just rely on his enhanced physique, but his proper training. He then rushed at Lihan and punched him in the face. But that enhanced physique has a weakness. Lihan grimaced in pain. The man followed up with a kick to his waist. One more hit and I'm done for. Lihan thought. I have to find a way to take him down. He wrapped his legs around the man and pushed him back. Good thinking, Lao Cha thought. But this is the end, kid. He spun around and threw Lihan off. He was sent flying into a rack of weights on the wall. The muscular instructor put a hand on the ground and glanced over. A normal person would be seriously injured by that hit. He was sweating profusely. He stood up and asked his disciple, "Are you okay, kid?" Lihan said nothing, just charged forward, gritting his teeth and glaring at the instructor. The old man was surprised, leaning back as the iron bar neared his neck. He chuckled. "All right, that's enough." He looked exhausted, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide as he gripped the iron bar, taking a moment to calm down. He bowed. "I'm sorry." The old man didn't scold him, but praised him enthusiastically. "It's okay. That's good fighting spirit." He even gave him a towel. You might not realize it when you're training on your own, but a purely physical enhancement has a weakness. You've realized that. As Lihan wiped the blood from his face, he asked, "Do you mean the body becomes heavier as physical strength increases?" "That's right," the old man admitted. "Because your body has become as hard as iron to adapt to the psychic armor, you also have to bear a greater weight." He remembered when Lihan had grabbed him and pushed him back, and explained with a laugh, "That was an excellent move to change your attack state instantly. But if you had realized that I'm stronger against physical damage, you should have started with a hold from the beginning." He waved a hand and walked away. "The reason is that you're still too inexperienced. Kid, you have a ton to learn. That's enough for today. See you same time, same place tomorrow." Lihan looked at him seriously, and nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Tomorrow. The next day, the instructor was already there. "Welcome back, kid." Lihan looked more energetic today, and greeted him cheerfully. The old man pointed to some others training nearby. "See those idiots over there? It was the muscular, blonde-haired Johnny Swat, looking fierce. He's a first-generation psychic, focused on close combat and physical enhancement. He's fought in 2 wars against the dragons, and even caught a werewolf with his bare hands. Then he told Lihan, "Go and take down Johnny." Seeing him hesitate, the old man chuckled. "What, scared?" Lihan walked towards the man, thinking, he must have a reason for telling me to do this. He agreed. "I'll try." He approached the two. "Mr. Swat, can you spar with me?" The man turned and smiled. The rookie. Right. It's Lihan," he corrected. He didn't care. Have any experience with psychic powers? His specialty is physical enhancement, Lihan remembered. "I won't use my psychic power," Lihan said. "All right then," the man agreed with an arrogant smile. "Let's begin." He got his name wrong again. "It's Lihan," he repeated as he put on his gloves. Johnny didn't care and charged, yelling, "Same difference. Here I come." Lihan immediately curled into a fist and charged as well. The instructor watched silently. Soon, he was knocked to the ground. Johnny stood over him, taunting, "This kid's not good enough to fight me." Lao Cha. He had been knocked out in an instant. But Lihan got back up. Again. Johnny laughed, "Just beat him to a pulp until he understands." With his teacher's permission, he nodded and looked at Lihan, ready to fight again. It was dark outside, but the training room was still brightly lit. Lihan was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth in anger. Lao Cha approached him with a bag, teasing, still upset about losing. He sat cross-legged and said seriously, "No. Even if I fought him a 3rd time, I would still lose." "That's not surprising," the old man said, handing him a bottle of water. "Of course. You have no experience in hand-to-hand combat. What you're good at is armed combat, which has nothing to do with this." Lihan listened silently. It's not like using a bomb crap to fight dragons. This reminded him of what someone had once said to him. "Are you trying to kill a dragon with a samo? I might as well try to strangle a dragon if things get bad." Seeing him lost in thought, the old man asked what was on his mind. Lihan just smiled and opened the water. "Oh, it's nothing." They continued talking. "If that's the case, then training in hand-to-hand combat isn't very useful for me." "Then why did you tell me to do it?" he asked, surprised. The old man just smiled mysteriously. "Think carefully, and you'll understand." He then asked, "What would you do if I told you to take down Johnny again?" After a moment of thought, Lihan replied, "I would switch to armed combat." "Exactly," the old man exclaimed, pointing at him. "We're not athletes. You just need to defeat your opponent in a favorable condition for yourself." Lihan smiled. "I understand." After that, Lao Cha taught him many things, and his teammates treated him like a younger brother. A few days later, they were walking and talking. "Is that movie based on a true story?" Someone added, "Yes, Lao Cha really took down 2 American soldiers with just a machete. He's a national hero in Thailand, so they made a movie about it." Lao Cha turned to him and asked excitedly, "What do you think? Am I cool or what?" "Yes. The actor is really handsome," Lihan teased. Everyone burst out laughing. "Oh, you know how to joke now." They all roared with laughter. They said he was the most famous actor in Thailand. The old guys invited each other for a drink before war. Lao Cha invited Lihan, but he quickly refused. "No, I don't drink." Back in the training room, he was alone. He suddenly saw something. The man in the skull mask was there, his red eyes staring at him. He recognized him immediately. "Silencio." He walked up to him. "Is your mission over? It's been 3 days, right?" The man held up his watch, which displayed a question. "What were you doing? Why did you just get back?" "Oh, I was just watching a movie," he replied. Lao Cha, the Jungle Hunter. He had watched it with the others. On the big screen, the actor charged with a sword, yelling, "Come on, you pig brains." Bizarre monsters rushed forward. Thinking of that scene, Lihan said, "I wanted to see if the Lao Cha in the movie was different from the real one." Silencio stood silently, then said, "If it's a movie, I can show you one too." He typed that, then immediately deleted it and replaced it with "good night," and left, ignoring his calls. Hey, Silencio. Seeing him leave without a word, he wondered why he was in such a hurry. But he didn't think much of it, just smiled and sighed. Thinking of his previous demeanor. When he first met him, he had a very intimidating aura. But in the end, Silencio was just a kid like him. That side of him wasn't scary at all. Lihan stood there with a staff, his expression serious. Behind him was Lao Cha, who was smiling with amusement. "You want a rematch?" "That's right," in an armed battle this time. He looked at the burly Johnny, who was holding 2 knives. It's been 3 days. Do you think you're ready to take down Johnny now? He looked truly formidable, radiating power like a giant bear, even more terrifying with weapons in his hands. Both were ready to fight. Johnny charged first, yelling, "Here I come." As was now a habit, he corrected him. "It's Lihan." They exchanged powerful blows. For the past 3 days, Lihan had watched him closely. As a powerful blow came down, he quickly retreated and dodged. He dodged or countered every move, having memorized all of Johnny Swat's attacks and habits. I can see all his moves. I can face him much more strongly now, as if I can see the future. This time, he landed 3 powerful hits on the old man, right in the stomach. He cried out in pain, sweating profusely. He trembled, clutching his stomach, unable to believe it. Is this someone who just reached the 3rd level? Lihan pressed his advantage, striking him in the leg. He stumbled, about to fall. Is it over? He thought he should stop there. But Johnny didn't stop, getting ready to charge again. He held his iron staff tightly, raising it high. The old man also watched him, waiting for his next move. Before he could react, Lihan thrust the staff at his face. He quickly raised a hand to block it, but his glasses shattered. Sweating, Lihan smiled and sighed. I lost. In reality, he had won. His staff had almost hit him in the face, while the old man's sword was nowhere near him. The old man knew it too. He was panting, exhausted. He made a mistake. If he hadn't hesitated at the end, he could only smile and say, "You're very strong. Very good." He still couldn't get his name right. It seems he can't say my name correctly, he thought. He reminded him it was Lihan, but the man just grinned. Who cares? Let's go eat. I'll introduce you to my friends. Johnny grabbed his jacket and gestured for him to hurry up. Laocha came up and patted his shoulder. Good job. He looked at him, beaming. Winning isn't always the best. You've understood the meaning of that. You preserved his dignity, and created an opportunity for you two to become closer. He understood all of this and smiled. You mean it's not necessary to defeat my comrades to prove my strength? Because there's a lot I can learn from Mr. Johnny. An old man saw him, and Silentio approaching and called out, "Hurry up, come over here, Lihan." He went over and greeted them. The bald old man shook his hand. I'll reintroduce myself, since you've reached the 3rd level. I'm the chief engineer of Team 3, Otto. I'm Lihan, he said politely. I guess Otto is a nickname. The man showed off his large, shiny bald head. That's right. Because my belly is as big as my head. And I finish my work very quickly, as if I have 8 arms, so they call me that. Oh, I do. Lihan didn't quite get it and just replied, I see. But Silentio, standing next to him, deadpanned, he's just making that up. The old man led the way. Lihan, the thing you're about to use only requires a psychic power, but PHA is best. You're the first boy with a bank's psychic power to control it here. When they arrived, Lihan's jaw dropped at the sight before him. Heos. The old man grinned. That's right. Do you see it? He pointed excitedly. Look closely. This is a veteran of the final battle. Lihan stood frozen, keeping psychic armor. Looking at the armor, he was skeptical. As it is now, it just looks like a remaining frame. This armor was huge. The old man explained. It's the old man from -3. I've restructured what's left. Now it's only for training purposes. You'll be trained every day to become compatible with this armor. Sparks flew as drills worked on it. Lihan was inside the iron suit, and outside, Otto operated the machinery, welding the armor pieces. The large drills descended. He looked at them nervously. I guess I can't put it on by myself. But the old man reassured him, that's why you need engineers and machinery. Don't move, unless you want a few more holes in your shoulder. He was still a little worried. But what if? He hesitated. I need to go to the bathroom. The bald man laughed. You think that's a big deal when you're in a life or death battle? I can't consider adding such silly conveniences. Lihan frowned and smiled slightly. I think in a way, I'm disillusioned. Otto explained, once you're settled inside, we'll open the cylinder for you to connect to the armor's controls. It will be like holding an extremely powerful weapon in your hands, and you'll have to get used to using it proficiently. Gas, bumping tentacles sprayed continuously around the armor. The old man's voice boomed, Today, we'll see the maximum time you can stay in the psychic armor. Begin. In the sky, a helicopter was flying. A voice announced destination is the Psychic Research Facility in northern Qinghai, China. Johnny squinted his eyes and said, "They've been paralyzed and all operations have come to a halt due to an Alu attack. The facility has officially requested military reinforcements from China." The person sitting across from him asked about the size of the enemy forces. He replied, "Just one." Thinking of the soldiers being attacked by monsters, he added, "That's what they told us, just one, but its combat ability is exceptional. They sent 2 special forces teams as reinforcements, but they were wiped out." Another person rested his chin on his hand and said, "Do we need to deploy more personnel? The situation seems more dangerous than we thought." They guessed the Alu was likely a soul shield user. A regular soldier can't fight an Alu if it uses a soul shield. In a narrow tunnel, it's quite difficult to damage it. But old Johnny was a warrior and feared nothing. He laughed excitedly. "But we're different. We are psychic warriors. We just need to shatter that soul shield, and everything will be resolved." He grinned and looked at him. "Right." He just replied, "Yes, yes," not even bothering to correct the mispronunciation of his name anymore. The old man noticed the unusual lack of correction immediately and yelled, "Oh, that's not right. Shouldn't you say it's Lihan? Who would keep correcting the same mistake over and over?" He turned to him, annoyed. "You don't even think about correcting my pronunciation of your name." The others burst out laughing. Old Johnny, even when he was wrong, just laughed it off, paying no attention to his name. He even deliberately mispronounced it just to be corrected. The plane finally landed. "It's been a month since I was promoted to the 3rd level. This is my first mission," Lihan thought. And a memory of the past immediately flashed through his mind, bringing back terrible images of death and a cruel monster killing countless people. A commander on the ground was guiding the plane's landing. They asked each other, "Is this the Psychic Research Center?" The place was a desolate wasteland. "Why does it look so empty?" "Many countries are conducting psychic research, but most of it is top secret," Johnny explained. "If they were discovered, they might be attacked by the purist faction." He suddenly stopped, realizing something. Lihan's expression had changed. He was looking down, silent. Did I say something wrong? The old man wondered. He placed a hand on his shoulder. "We don't usually order you to kill people." For a moment, the old man's face seemed to transform into that of another deceitful person. "What happened at Aegis was unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do about it now. We have no other choice." He looked up and stared at the old man as he continued, "But you must not get used to killing." The old man frowned, his voice low. "Please, them." Just as he was getting serious, the old man's words were interrupted. He chuckled. "Are you going to keep calling me that?" The old man burst out laughing. "Haha, it's just that saying that gave me goosebumps." A large car sped towards them, followed by 3 more large vehicles and several smaller ones. They realized the leader of this area had arrived. People in armor, carrying guns, stepped out professionally, followed by others in white coats who looked like researchers. Johnny's group stood silently as they approached. 3 people in white coats led the way, followed by those in military uniforms. "Welcome, Aegis," the leader said, extending a hand. Lihan stared at them, thinking, the research team from China's research center. Are the ones behind them the military? The men in black uniforms and hats immediately saluted, shouting in unison, "Greetings, heroes of China." Lihan's group returned the salute. Johnny turned to his comrades. "Jai, and I will talk to them. You all wait over there." They obediently moved away. Just then, someone slapped him hard on the shoulder. "So you're from Aegis too, kid?" Startled by the stranger's touch, Lihan immediately went on alert, glaring as he twisted the man's arm. "Don't touch me." The man screamed in pain. "Ah, all right, I get it." He walked away, clutching his arm and muttering, "Ah, that hurts. It's so hot." His words were confusing. He had twisted his arm, but he complained about the heat. The person standing next to him had to ask, "What's wrong with him?" A large elevator emerged from the sandy ground. The 4 of them stepped inside. "This elevator only goes to the 1st floor. The other routes are restricted, so this is the only way. There are 3 floors in total. Confirm the map and our route." Johnny stood before them, holding up 2 fingers. "We have 2 objectives. First, to retrieve the research data, and second, to check for survivors. If we don't encounter the enemy, just ignore them. After we complete the mission, we just need to plant the explosives and blow up the research center." He finished by saying, "That's all." Lihan immediately asked, "Do we have any more information about the research data?" "It seems not," the old man replied. "The research team is very tight." The Jai, standing beside him, added, "The military is also very frustrated about that. They say their comrades died in vain." Johnny suddenly looked at him. "Don't forget this. Even if the three of us die on this mission, he specifically instructed him, you are not to seek revenge. Just retreat. Gifted people like you are a precious, an irreplaceable resource. You can't die. Lihan closed his eyes, and nodded in agreement. He even chuckled, so in other words, if I'm so weak that I die on this easy mission, it's better if I die early, right? Old Johnny couldn't help but laugh. The number 1 on the elevator lit up in red. The door opened, and they stepped out excitedly. Victor Squadron. Mission start, the captain's voice boomed. But there was no one there. They cautiously entered, room by room, but they were all empty. Clear. Nothing on the first floor, they reported. Let's go down to the second floor. As Lihan followed, he felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important. The 4 of them stood before a closed door. Old Johnny tried the handle. It smells like blood, he said, turning back to the team. They immediately went on high alert. Lihan suddenly gasped, his eyes wide with sweat. So that's it. The reason I felt something was strange. There are no signs of a battle from the first floor to this exit to the second floor. He seriously told them his suspicion. This probably wasn't an attack from the outside. Old Johnny, pushing up his glasses, smiled. I see. I get it. I also thought something was strange. He remembered the layout of the place. Why is the third floor the only one without a direct elevator? Because they have to strictly control the third floor. He shouldered his gun and ordered, let's go back. We can't continue this mission. The researchers provided false information. They have to be held responsible for this. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator's power cut out, plunging them into darkness. They were startled and quickly put on their night vision goggles. The elevator shut off at just the right time, Johnny muttered. It's as if they were listening to us. Lihan suddenly remembered something. As if they were. He now remembered the man who had slapped him on the shoulder and said, so, you're from Aegis too, kid. Eavesdropping. The 2 of them hadn't suspected him. Now, remembering, he quickly turned to check his back. What is it? Johnny asked in surprise. And indeed, he pulled out a listening device. The old man chuckled. Just as I thought. You were right, it was eavesdropping. Now they all understood. They switched to hand signals and decided. Then we have no other choice but to continue. Johnny checked his device. Communication is blocked. If we want to get out of here, we have to find the power room and start the generator. Everyone got into position. There's no other way but to move forward, Johnny declared. The door opened, and the stench of blood from a pile of corpses hit them. Even Johnny was stunned. Jai gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. The whole room was filled with blood. Hazen was also terrified, frozen in place. The most shaken was Lihan. This is horrible, the others exclaimed. Is this a display or something? It's disgusting. Hazen, standing beside him, noticed he wasn't okay, and called out, Lihan, are you okay? But he just lowered his head, unable to speak, on the verge of fainting. Old Johnny's voice echoed in his ears, Chan, are you okay? Chan. He roared his name, and after a moment, he finally regained his composure and chugged down his water bottle. Hazen stood guard, asking with concern, are you calm now? Yes, I am sorry, Lihan replied, exhausted and sweating. It's okay, he comforted him. We've never seen such a horrific sight either. It's amazing you didn't faint. You're only about the same age as my youngest brother. Lihan was surprised. He has siblings. I have siblings at home too. Hazen nodded. I have too. My whole family died in an attack. He remembered being just a young, aggressive kid, crying and fighting the monster desperately. I jumped at them and screamed. I knew it was useless, but I wanted to die too. I can't believe a kid like me actually managed to kill that monster, but I couldn't die. After that, I joined the army and sold my life in battles. He smiled faintly, truly feeling lucky. But death seemed to be teasing me. I just wouldn't die. My reputation just kept growing. It was the first time Lihan had heard this. He was a bit surprised, thinking, Corporal Hazen had to endure things like that. He put on his glasses, confused. What does it feel like to lose your siblings? He didn't want to think about it. Seeing him back on his feet, old Johnny asked, are you okay now? He had already scouted the area. The second floor is clear. No signs of survivors, and that bastard. Let's go down to the third floor. The 4 of them gathered before another closed door. There's something very suspicious. Only the entrance to the third floor is control. The power's out, so it's probably completely locked, I guess. Johnny just grinned. That doesn't matter. Just wait. His eyes lit up, and his muscles bulged, radiating an intense aura. Lihan's jaw dropped. So this is the physical enhancement ability. He raised his hands, his whole body trembling and swelling, and tore the door apart with his bare hands. Inside, a shadowy figure with red eyes, and a white bandage wrapped around its head, holding a gun, pointed it at the door. It looked human. A soldier. Old Johnny thought. Are you a survivor? But the creature's sharp teeth and demonic grin made it clear it wasn't human. He quickly shouted, "Get back!" The creature immediately opened fire. Johnny stood his ground, shielding the team behind him. The demon fired relentlessly. His bulletproof vest was shredded, but his enhanced physique was like iron, and the bullets couldn't penetrate his body. The moment it stopped firing, he charged. He didn't even need his helmet. He charged the beast, but it was holding a grenade. He froze. A grenade. An explosion followed. He took the full blast but was unharmed, only his clothes were burned off. As the smoke cleared, he stood there, muscular and imposing. Is it gone? His teammates yelled in concern. Rennie. Jai rushed over, horrified. Was that an Elu? I can't believe an Elu used human equipment. This has never happened before. Not only that, Hazen added, it lured one of us away to kill. It fights just like a human. Johnny was furious, his body radiating power. At first, I just wanted to get to the power room. But now we have to find out what's going on here. Lihan observed from behind, thinking it's found an opponent that can't be killed by firearms. It probably won't attack recklessly again. But where did it disappear to? And how? In another room, a monster was pacing, also exhausted. It went down to the second floor. What is that bastard? Human weapons are useless against him. It approached a fresh corpse. I have to get stronger. It began to absorb energy from the corpse, telling itself, I want to tear them to shreds. The corpses were continuously absorbed until they were dry. They were like food for it. As it absorbed more, it grew stronger. All the energy gathered on its forehead. It laughed with glee, feeling the light on its head growing brighter. It absorbed all the power from the corpses. The sound of machinery whirred. The emergency power was starting up. The lights came on. Lihan took off his night vision goggles. The others did the same. Old Ronnie even put on a pair of sunglasses. All right, let's go. His subordinate was speechless. He's still wearing sunglasses at a time like this. They walked down the hallway. Just as I thought, there's a place not marked on the map. Let's see what they're hiding. The old man was furious, his veins popping. Whether it's data or two survivors, all the information they provided was false. They tried to get the real data after we handled it. It seems like it was a captured Elu, right? Jai asked from behind. Almost certainly, Johnny confirmed. I'm sure they were trying to train it for military purposes. They're doing this secretly behind the backs of Aegis and the higher-ups. They came to a crossroads. Should we split up? No, Jai said firmly. He had seen it. At one of the turns, there were many corpses in white lab coats. There's a milestone here. It must be the research team that died while trying to escape. Ahead was a room full of machinery and bodies. Johnny understood immediately. Just as I thought. Looking at the devastated room, he knew that after capturing the Elu, they had tried to explore a new field by researching and modifying it, but they had only made it uncontrollably strong. The others listened silently as he typed on a computer in the room. The countries participating in the Aegis project are responsible for reporting any research related to psychic power to the higher-ups. But that's basically just a name. I'm sure other countries are the same. Hearing him, Lihan thought with disgust, it's just that they haven't been caught yet. It's a war between humans again. I'm sick of it. In the end, it's these humans who let things get so out of hand. A blue screen appeared on the computer. I'm sure the higher-ups won't let us go easily. Damn it, it's all in Chinese. Check these documents. Just copy the important stuff, and we'll get out of here. Just then, he sensed danger and shouted, Annie at 6 o'clock. The three of them quickly turned, ready to fight. The Elu appeared, and they opened fire, but a shield protected it. It's using a soul shield, they knew. Lihan gritted his teeth, holding his iron spear. If I want to disable it, I have to use the spear. Just then, Johnny, his body radiating power, stepped forward. Chan, get back. Let me. He roared. This time you're not planning on running, are you? The team stopped and watched as he charged like a bullet. I'll break you in half. He swung his knife down, but before it could connect, the creature disappeared. He gritted his teeth in frustration, his prey having escaped right under his nose. Lihan was also shocked. Teleportation. Since when? The Elu was now behind Hazen, its hand clamped around his neck, choking him. Lihan stood before him with his spear, shouting, "Ha!" He tried to tell him to attack, but to do so he would have to stab through Hazen. No matter how much he urged him, he remained frozen, his face pale. "I know it's the right thing to do. If I stab now, Hazen will take the hit." But the familiar image brought back a memory of a comrade in the same situation. "I couldn't attack him. I can't do it." Jai reacted quickly, shooting at both Hazen and the monster. Both were hit. The Ilu grimaced in pain. It was injured and had to let go of Hazen. "Focus, Chan," Johnny shouted, charging forward. He was snapped back to reality. The monster's face was right in front of him, a power stone on its forehead. A psychic stone. The stone was embedded in its forehead. It suddenly turned and fled, slipping between Lihan and Johnny. They rushed to Hazen's side. "Jai, how is he?" But Jai was closing his comrade's eyes, shaking his head sadly. A fire of rage ignited within them, especially Johnny. Lihan's face darkened, his eyes burning with hatred. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, and then made a decision. "We have to chase it, and finish it now." Johnny looked at him for a moment, his fists clenched. "Are you trying to get revenge, Chan?" "Because this is the best time to chase it," he explained. "It's been injured in many places, and its psychic power seems to be running out." The old man's voice was steely. "Chan." His body glowed, his power flaring. He agreed. The hunt begins. Now there were only 3 of them. The old man suddenly asked him, "What did you learn from that situation?" Lihan looked at him seriously. "It can't use teleportation continuously, and it can't use teleportation and the soul shield at the same time." Thinking back to the fight, he realized, that's why it used Corporal Hazen as a shield. That ambush was a risk, but it succeeded. "Luckily, we managed to injure it. As you said," the old man continued, "this is probably our only chance." They came to a fork, and decided to split up. "No matter who finds it," Johnny warned, "don't die." Lihan entered a room alone, cautiously holding his gun. He was startled by a hallway full of corpses. He was terrified, but he gripped his gun tighter and told himself, "It's okay." He forced himself to walk down the hallway, past rows of bodies impaled on the walls. He didn't notice the 2 glowing eyes behind him. It was the Ilu, holding a knife, emerging from the wall. It had been pretending to be a corpse. He seemed to have realized it too. He held his gun tightly, remembering his experience at the rift. "This display isn't to provoke or scare the enemy. I know that thing well. It's to charge the psychic stone. To charge its psychic power, a power of the mind. It relies the feeling of hatred when humans imprisoned and harmed it, and the feeling of satisfaction when it tortured them. And thus, its psychic power is enhanced." Just as he thought, "I'm sure it's here," the monster appeared right behind him, its sword raised to strike. It swung down, but Lihan quickly ducked, blocking the blow with his gun. He was injured, blood splattering as he fell backward, firing wildly at the monster. He even used the butt of his gun to repeatedly strike its face. It cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I have to finish it as quickly as possible." He thrust his weapon into its chest. A bright light flashed, and the monster disappeared again. A faint purple light lingered in the air. He refused to let it go, continuing to strike at it. He gathered all his strength and threw his weapon, piercing the monster's head, even though it had already fled to the end of the hallway. He was panting, drenched in sweat. The monster lay on the ground, a long spear sticking out of its chest. He was exhausted, his eyes wide with fatigue. Hazen's body was placed in a bag. They stood silently around it, their expressions somber. "But this person shouldn't have had to die," he said. "They wouldn't have died if the person in charge had handled the situation more wisely," old Johnny replied. "But they don't care about the deaths of soldiers. In their eyes, they are the ones who can deploy hundreds of people with a snap of their fingers or a single word. They wouldn't do that if they truly felt the value of a single life. They are the ones who manipulate the entire chessboard." He also reminded him, "In the end, your emotions become numb. You get used to it." He frowned, surprised. "Get used to it?" Thinking of when he lost control, the old man said bluntly, "It's sad, but that's human nature. A cruel experience will become dull if it's repeated enough times." He lightly punched him on the shoulder. "Chan, if your heart becomes so numb that you can't even feel it in your chest," he pointed to his head, "at least you should remember with your head that all lives are precious." Lihan's expression was grim, his eyes determined. "I will never forget those who died beside me, and I don't intend to forget them in the future." The bright sun shone outside. The elevator reached the first floor. Inside, the 3 were on high alert. Johnny held a large shield, ready for an ambush. He stepped out, placing the shield firmly on the ground. Li Tran and Jai carried Hassan's body bag. Before them, under the sun, were men in white lab coats and soldiers, their guns aimed at them. The two sides faced off, the tension palpable. Should we break through the encirclement as planned? Johnny quietly discussed. He, standing beside them, didn't know what to do and said nothing. Suddenly, Jai stepped forward. Let me negotiate with them. Johnny was a little worried. Will you be okay? He stepped forward, confidently reassuring them. I don't think they'll shoot in front of so many soldiers when I'm unarmed. The soldiers on the other side recognized him. It's Jai, run. But they didn't react, their hands still gripping their guns. Jai stepped forward and shouted, my comrades, the research center has deceived the army. In front of everyone, he didn't hesitate to expose everything. They created monsters through inhumane acts and caused unnecessary sacrifices of soldiers to hide the truth. The scientists in white coats, afraid of being exposed, quickly shouted, that's ridiculous. Shoot him now. But before he could finish, the captain of the military unit shouted at him, shut up. Can't you see Jai Rana is speaking now? The man was surprised and exclaimed, what? Jai continued without stopping, you are not slaves. You voluntarily took up arms. But don't you all realize that your guns are pointed at the wrong people? The soldiers were stirred by his words. They looked down at their guns, thinking, from the beginning, the order seemed unreasonable. Why do we have to shoot down Aegis soldiers as soon as they come out of the research center? They had to ask themselves. Seeing that his words were effective, Jai shouted, soldiers are the source of the army's strength. And for that reason, we have a duty to question and refuse to obey baseless orders. Johnny and Lihan listened from behind. A bright light flashed as a large gun was raised to the sky. The soldiers on the other side looked at each other nervously. The men in white coats were terrified. The captain adjusted his hat. As expected, it will end like this. It's not surprising. Jai, the national hero of China. You have made the greatest personal contribution to the country in the First War. Many soldiers here enlisted after hearing about Run. Seeing that they still hadn't opened fire, the scientist rushed forward, wanting to grab his gun, scolding, what are you standing there for? He grabbed the captain's collar and pointed a finger at him, cursing, this is treason. Order them to open fire now. He even dared to threaten his family. If you don't kill them, not only you, but your entire family. But before he could finish, a sharp gunshot rang out. Everyone present was shocked, especially Johnny and Lihan. Jai also didn't expect the captain to open fire. All the soldiers surrounded the researchers, and the one who had been cursing the captain was shot dead. The plane landed, and the two sides stood at attention, saluting each other. Jai was a little awkward. Is this really okay? The captain on the other side replied, we have to prepare to be disciplined for disobeying orders. His eyes glanced at the handcuffed scientists. But what happened at the research center will sooner or later reach the ears of the leaders. So if we want to prevent the escalation of the rest of Northeast Asia, all the blame will have to be placed on the research staff. It's truly a testament to their hearts. Jai looked at him and said, thank you for your brave actions. He humbly replied, it's all thanks to my brave subordinates. He suddenly smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. Besides, even if they discipline me, the worst that can happen is that I won't get promoted to a higher rank. You're the truly brave one. He gave up all the glory and wealth to join Aegis. The plane took off, carrying the three of them back. On the plane, Lihan had his arms crossed and his head bowed, resting. Johnny turned to look at him and said to Jai, this is the first time I've seen such a rude way of sleeping. Jai understood what he had been through that day, and just replied, it's not that strange compared to what he's been through. Johnny fell silent and just stared at him. He just closed his eyes and slept. The plane flew over the vast sea, heading home. 3 soldiers in military uniform stood with their guns pointed to the sky, firing a salute. Others stood with their heads bowed in respect before a rifle and a helmet of the deceased. Everyone expressed their condolences. Lihan also stood there, saluting the helmet and rifle of his fallen comrade, his eyes filled with infinite sadness. I was really worried when you were negotiating, Lihan said to Jai as they walked. If your words had no value, they would have shot before you could even open your mouth. He lowered his head, looking a little tired. All the soldiers of Aegis, including Hazan and Lao Cha, will be heroes when they return to their hometowns. But I'm not that special. My job is just to recruit more soldiers. Just then, another person came up and interrupted. Don't be so modest. You deserve to be a hero with all your contributions since joining Aegis. The person who came was Johnny. He seriously told him, Chan, come with me somewhere. He was surprised. Right now. He nodded. Yes, you've been summoned. Follow me. He led him to a room where there was no one. He left him there, waving as he left, just telling him to wait there. They would be here soon. Ooh. He called after him, confused. But he didn't answer, and just left. Lihan was alone in the room. Suddenly, the TV screen behind him made a noise, attracting his attention. On the screen, two men were fighting intensely. He watched in amazement, wondering, Team 13. The two's class match will be restarted. Who are their opponents? One with glowing eyes shouted, charging forward. I'll hold him off. He shouted from within a large fireball. He jumped up, about to bring the giant fireball down. Simon stood there, his expression cold, without a trace of fear. A protective circle appeared around him, enveloping him and preventing the flames from touching him. Seeing him standing there defensively, the other one shouted for him to go up. His eyes lit up, wide open. His blue protective circle was neutralizing the giant fireball. The other one was turning to run, but before he could get far, Simon used his power to control the flames and catch him. Both of them were frozen by the flames, unable to run or fight. Seeing this, Lihan thought, Simon has gotten much stronger. Chose, you have to avoid a direct confrontation when facing Simon. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he was startled, his eyes wide as he wondered, where is Gudu? A voice suddenly sounded behind him. He's been standing there all this time. I called you here because of Gudu. You are Lihan. The old man introduced himself, I am Alexander. He was startled and quickly stood at attention, saluting. I am the head of Aegis, the old man said. He was nervous, sweating, thinking, if he's the head, he must be from the command center. Looking at the stern old man before him, he knew this was a person with real power at Aegis. Sit down, he told him. Would you like a cup of tea? In the large room, the two sat opposite each other, talking. This is a decisive turning point now. He took a sip of tea, the old man's words ringing in his ears. I'm wondering whether I should report to the higher, that Gudu can't recover. His eyes were sad when he heard this news. I think you're the only one who can persuade Gudu, he said. He looked straight into the old man's face, smiled faintly, and nodded. So it's agreed. Another person led him away. As he walked, Lihan thought about that fight. At the Bully ambush, Gudu had awakened his rank ability, but what happened after that had made him suffer. His comrades also couldn't control him. When they saw the enemy coming, they were horrified and scared. Rose shouted angrily, Dana, they're here again. Gudu's whole body flared up, his power uncontrollable, his body glowing in pain. Everyone who saw it was terrified, their mouths agape, not knowing what to do. Gudu seemed to be in a frenzy, his body transforming as he threw his head back and roared. Ah! A massive amount of power shot out from his body straight into the sky, enveloping the enemy plane in mid-air. The plane quickly lost control and fell straight towards where they were standing. The others, standing at a distance with their weapons, couldn't understand and shouted, What is that? And just like that, Gudu's power had brought down an enemy jet. But it had also killed the people below. Gudu thought his ability had caused a disaster and killed people, so he refused to train. He couldn't help but think of the old man's words. Please convince Gudu to return to training. We can't let his rank psychic talent go like this. Suddenly, someone called out. Lihan is here. He opened the cell door for him. Go in. They both went in. The room was divided into two parts, separated by a glass door. Inside the glass room was Gudu, and outside were the guards. He opened the door, and went into the cell. Gudu was sitting there. As soon as he entered, his voice greeted him first. Long time no see, Lihan. Gudu looked thin and haggard, his hands tied, his expression sad and hopeless. Are you well? He asked. The two sat opposite each other, talking. He comforted him. It's not your fault, it was just an unfortunate accident, Lihan said. He lowered his head sadly. You didn't see everything. I subconscious. I wanted to kill them. But Lihan didn't think he was wrong. Even so, you only did it to protect your friends. No one can blame you for that. Gudu asked sorrowfully, is that what everyone is saying? He looked up at Lihan, his expression full of despair. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can go on. This is where it should end. Lihan truly wanted to tell him that he was being too kind in his self-assessment. Killing an enemy didn't require this level of remorse. Looking at the boy in front of him, Lihan thought to himself that sympathizing with the enemy was a true luxury. He and Gudu had known each other since childhood, and he understood his personality well. Unlike other kids who had their own motivations, Gudu simply wanted to follow him. If this continues, I'll lose a precious friend. I don't want to experience that despair again, he decided silently. So be it, Q, though. Kyoto's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard Lihan's next words. Everyone else had tried to persuade him to continue, and that was Lihan's purpose for being there today. He never expected Lihan to say the opposite of what everyone else had. That. Kyoto shot up, looking at him. Lihan repeated himself, his expression completely serious as he advised. Maybe you're just not suited for combat. So what if you quit? Hearing this, Kyoto's face darkened, and he lowered his head, unsure of what to do. He had wanted to quit, but now, hearing Lihan say it, he was no longer sure of his decision. He was utterly confused. So what if you quit? Lihan repeated, his tone serious. He affirmed, if anyone puts you in danger, I will kill them all to protect you. But you don't have to do this. Quit to fight. With your abilities, you can definitely find a job in another field. Outside, the men eavesdropping were shocked and exchanged panicked glances. He's telling Kyu to quit, one said. The man next to him acted quickly. I have to get him out of there. As they tried to open the door, Lihan saw their movement and instantly reacted. He lifted the table and threw it against the door, blocking their entry. They pushed against the door but couldn't open it, shouting in anger. Damn it, the door won't open. Lihan. Open up. They continued to bang on the door violently, yelling, open the door now. Of course he didn't comply. As they started to shout, if you don't open, Lihan cut them off with a roar. Shut up, I'm talking. Outside, the men grew frantic. We're breaking it down. Bring the battering ram. Lihan turned back to Kyoto, bracing the table against the door. Normally, I should listen to them and try to convince you, but in this situation, I'm not sure you can survive until the war is over. He was completely serious, speaking with genuine concern for his friend. You'll live the rest of your life in misery. Kyoto frowned, looking at Lihan. You know you will be punished for this. But Lihan wasn't afraid. Who knows? I'm a soldier, who could be sent to the battlefield at any time. Even if I get punished, it'll be a light one. Kyoto gave a bitter, weak smile. You're smart, so you can foresee the consequences of your actions. Just then, the large door was smashed open. Kyoto was terrified, fearing that Lihan would be punished for advising him. The two men rushed in, and immediately subdued Lihan, pinning him to the ground right in front of Kyoto. Kyoto's whole body trembled. He couldn't stand seeing his friend being bullied. His eyes glowed a brilliant blue as a roar echoed in his mind. Don't you dare bully Lihan. With his teeth clenched, his power exploded. Stop, he yelled. The three men stared in shock as his immense power enveloped the entire room. Later, Lihan was released. Rubbing his sore wrist, he walked down the corridor when a figure approached him. It was the old man, Johnny. They stood facing each other, serious and Dewey. Johnny burst into cheerful laughter. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Unbelievable. You almost had me fooled. You should have told me beforehand. Lihan remained silent. He had planned everything that happened in the detention room. Back in the room, Kyo, whose power was pressing down on the two men holding Lihan. It didn't touch them physically, but they felt as if their throats were being squeezed shut. No, this is... Kyo, you did this. They looked at him in horror. It was an illusion of fear. They never imagined that even while restrained, he could kill everyone in the room. The two men froze, terrified. Kyoto's eyes, blazing like a wild beast's, suddenly returned to normal as he retracted his power. Lihan has convinced me, he said softly. I will continue my training and reach level 3. So please, let him go. Lihan, still on the floor, clenched his teeth. He wasn't surprised, but his eyes held a hint of sadness. Kyoto stared at him, thinking, even someone as confident and strong as you can be weak sometimes. Now I have the strength to help you. You've always protected me before. But now, it's different. I will stand by your side. As they passed each other later, ill words were exchanged, but they both understood. Now as Johnny questioned him, Lihan said nothing. As they walked past each other, Johnny turned sharply and said to someone standing nearby, just as you said, this kid is charisma. But, he added with a frown, this charisma seems a bit dangerous. Life returned to normal. Lihan continued his grueling training sessions with Lao Tran and Johnny, the training room echoing with shouts and the sounds of combat. As evening fell, they said their goodbyes. See you tomorrow. Lihan, silent, and two others left together. After every session, Lihan was always the most exhausted. As he in silent walked back, Lihan complained, I never should have said I wanted to learn from them. Both of his legs were trembling so badly he could barely walk. He thought of the two muscular old men pushing him to his limits. They are too enthusiastic about teaching. Silent, walking beside him, couldn't help but laugh. He typed a few lines on the device on his arm, asking, "Why are you learning martial arts? You don't really need it." Lihan glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows when I might need it? It's better to be prepared. That way, I can win in any situation." Silent looked at him without another word, recalling what Johnny once said, "This kid needs to relax a bit." Lao Tran had also pinned Lihan down during training, laughing, "Feel that? You got it. Why so quiet, you calm little boy? Just a little more, a little more." Unexpected situations don't happen often, but that day he was forced into a painful stretch by the old man, so much so that he could barely walk. Silent just stood by, clutching his stomach with laughter. Lihan was in so much pain he couldn't even stand up straight. Silent turned to him teasingly and asked, "Want me to carry you?" Of course Lihan refused. Walking with a strange limp, his legs itching, he insisted, "I can still take it. It just shows today's training was very effective." Suddenly, a man kicked the door open and swaggered in with a cocky grin. "I'm back." Everyone in the room turned to look at him. Lihan, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, called out in surprise, "Surgeon Zet." Johnny also smirked. "The new shoes look good." Zet, with his hands in his pockets, kicked his foot out playfully. "You want a new pair too?" Lihan asked in surprise. "Sir, are you returning to your duties?" "I'll be back as an instructor for the 1's class for a while," Zet replied. "We need to recruit 10 more 2's class members. And for now, I still need to recover my functions." He turned to Lihan with a playful look. "I heard you did great on your first mission as a level 3. Your head must be in the clouds from all the compliments, huh?" Lihan shrugged. "I'd had alter." Later, the two of them stood outside. Zet, as usual, pulled out a cigarette. Lihan broke into a nervous sweat. "Sir, don't you care about the no smoking signs?" "Shut up," Zet snapped as he lit it. "There's nowhere to smoke in this damn place anyway." He took a long drag and said seriously, "I've brought this up at every meeting, but they have no intention of changing it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised anymore," Lihan thought, speechless. Suddenly, Zed asked with the cigarette in his mouth, "Anyway, Lihan, do you remember the email you captured?" Thinking of that monster, Lihan replied immediately, "Of course, sire. Have you found any more information from interrogating it?" Zed's expression turned grim, all traces of joking gone. "The war will start in 5 years. That's the Vanguard's attack." He relayed what the Ima had told him. During the interrogation, it had revealed that the Vanguard army was almost ready, and their advance was imminent. Lihan's face went pale, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with horror. Zet stared at him intently. The prophecy that we would be attacked in 10 years wasn't wrong. But if there's a Vanguard army, the war will happen much sooner than we thought. As they stood talking, a knock came at Lihan's door. It was Johnny. Lihan opened it. "Is something wrong, sir?" Johnny handed him a stick. "This is for you." Lihan looked at it, surprised. "A memory card." Johnny grinned proudly. "It's a video of a competition between level 2's that happened yesterday. It's Team 13. You'll be the leader of that team soon, right?" He stood with his hands on his hips. "Besides, what are you doing cooped up in your room on your day off? Isn't it more fun to hang out with us old guys?" Lihan had no interest. "I wouldn't exactly call it fun. All you guys ever talk about is crude stuff. I didn't even know there were that many words to describe women." His response was what Johnny expected. The old man threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha, well, this place is full of guys like that, but now I feel a little embarrassed." He didn't press him to leave. "Alright, I'm going. Make sure you watch the video." "Thank you, sir," Lihan said with a military salute. Before leaving, Johnny added, "Don't think about useless things and hide in your room all day." Alone in his room, Lihan excitedly turned on the TV. The screen lit up, showing Simon. "Our opponent is Team 3 again." On the other side were 3 people, looking at each other uncomfortably, probably because they didn't have as many level 2's as before the attack. Lihan watched intently, wondering as he saw a familiar face. Is Gaizo the team captain? "I can't believe Xai and Nuke would step aside so easily." He chuckled to himself. "Well, Gaizo's personality isn't his best trait, but he is quite clever." He continued watching, fascinated. Whoa, what a mess. On the screen, Simon was grabbing Gaizo by the collar. Team 13 had won, thanks to Gaio. Lihan's eyes widened with a smile. To think he could single-handedly separate Simon and hold him off until sunset. That's exactly something Jaizo would do. Late at night, Lihan lay on his bed, hands behind his head, thinking. I am sure someone will advance to a higher level soon. I wonder who will be next. Simon, Jiichi, or Noob. In the quiet darkness of his room, he suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. In the video, Jaizo declared, I'll handle Simon by myself. But Nuke and Sei looked at him with disbelief. They exchanged a knowing glance, remembering how he had once screamed in terror at Day. Sei recalled Jaizo's exact words, if you're going to make me deal with Simon, you might as well just kill me, right? And now you're claiming you'll take him on alone. He scoffed. Embarrassed, Jaizo pointed a finger and yelled, Hey, you idiots. He explained that's because last time the plan was a direct assault. If the three of us attacked him head-on, we'd just be asking for a beating. Sei clenched his fist in anger. I don't like your tone. Jaizo was so confident this time, because he believed he had found Simon's weakness. He smirked slyly. I don't intend to fight him head-on. Simon is weak at teamwork. Even though he's better than before, if I challenge him, his ego won't let him back down. Sei asked, surprised, didn't you just say you wouldn't confront him directly? That's right, I won't, Jaizo admitted. But I'll make him think I will. I'll handle him myself, and you two can take care of the rest. A loud announcement echoed. Team 3 versus Team 13, the flag capturing round begins now. Just as planned, as soon as the match started, Jaizo began taunting Simon. Come and fight me if you dare. Simon, the great Jaizo will face you. His words immediately caught Simon's attention. But despite his brave talk, Jaizo kept a safe distance, what he considered a standard safety margin. To his surprise, Simon ignored him and turned to run away. Art, was he too cautious? Jaizo yelled in frustration. He quickly thought of another plan. Damn, I didn't want to do this, but I guess I have to play the villain again. He stood his ground and shouted, Hey, you so-called genius. As he hoped, Simon stopped. Jaizo continued to provoke him. How can you call yourself a genius? Lihan is better at fighting than you, and Kyudo has more psychic power than you. It was a dirty trick, but he had no other choice. He laughed mockingly. I'm pretty sure Lihan is taller than you, too. I heard he's 180 now. Taller than you. Simon stood silently. Jaizo watched him, waiting for a reaction. After a few seconds of silence, he grew more anxious. Suddenly, Simon moved his arm. Startled, Jaizo quickly backed away, breaking into a sweat. This silence was terrifying. When Simon finally attacked, he unleashed a powerful move that tore up the ground around them. Rocks flew everywhere as Jaizo scrambled to escape. The match was recorded and recognized as the longest in Axe history, probably because Simon spent most of it chasing and beating Jaizo. 3 years ago, Zet stood with his fists clenched, staring ahead. In front of him was Wei Chen, who glared back over his shoulder and warned, I thought I told you not to follow me. Zet was unfazed, smiling as he pulled out a cigarette. Well, it's my job to bring you back to A. He moved closer. I understand your situation, but I don't care about your class training center, he said, his eyes filled with fury, especially when you teach children how to kill. Wei Chen remembered his dark past. When I was young, I was asked to help by a cult my grandfather revered, called the Serenity Order. It was just one of the many cults that sprang up during the war. I acted as a member of the organization, training inhumanly every day. First, I started with small animals, then dogs, pigs, cows, monkeys, and even humans. Soon, I could kill without hesitation. The memory filled him with remorse. He confessed, I can't let children suffer the pain I did. If you understand, then go back. Set's eyes narrowed. He couldn't go back. This was a mission, not a personal matter. He threw his cigarette to the ground and crushed it with his foot. If we can't win the coming war, humanity will cease to exist. You can discuss justice after we survive. He made it clear to Wei Chen, I won't ask you to kill anyone. At least serve as a trainer before you leave. These words deeply unsettled Wei Chen. Didn't you hear me? No matter what, I have no intention of cooperating. Zet was equally resolute. Well, what should we do? I need to go with you, and you won't come with me no matter what I say. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Perhaps I should use force. Don't waste your life like that, Wei Chen warned, but before he could finish, Zet lunged at him. Wei Chen quickly dodged the punch, but he grazed his head, drawing blood. A knife spun in the air as they clashed, neither giving an inch. They went from being comrades to adversaries. Zet's gaze was determined. Wei Chen glared back. I won't kill you, but you should know your limits. Zet didn't care and charged again, intent on bringing him back. The knife clattered to the ground. Zet gave a savage grin. You should think about killing me. Wei Chen's nose was bleeding. A plane flew overhead as they fought in the narrow alley, trading blows, dodging, and counter-attacking. Wei Chen landed a solid elbow strike to Zet's stomach, sending him flying. Zet collapsed, clutching his chest, his body shaking in pain. You're pretty good, he gasped, forcing himself up. He then provoked him further. If you want to end this, you'll have to do better than that. With what's on the ground over there, he said, nodding toward the Nai. Wei Chen's face hardened at the taunt. Zet smirked. I guess I'm offending your honor as a martial artist or something. Wei Chen raised his empty hand. I'll end this with this. You won't die. But be careful. Zet watched his hand, reaching into his own pocket, wondering, am I imagining it? Or is his hand more dangerous than a knife? As another plane flew over, Wei Chen shouted and rushed forward. Zet's eyes glinted as he braced himself. Wei Chen's hand slashed past his face, drawing blood, but in that instant, Zet summoned a flame and thrust it directly into Wei Chen's face. When Johnny arrived, Wei Chen was unconscious on the ground, with Zet beside him. What happened? Johnny asked. Did he kill you, did you kill him, or did you kill each other? He just passed out, Zet grumbled as he pushed the heavy body off him. I suffocated him with my fireball. The flame you used to light your cigarettes. Johnny asked, surprised. That's right. Sorry for playing dirty, Zet admitted, holding up a blue stone. It's all thanks to this mineral Octa lent me. It enhances psychic power, which is why I could control my flame so perfectly. He pointed at Wei Chen. I didn't burn his face to a crisp, did I? Johnny sighed. Honestly, your fighting style is a real pain. I should have investigated him first. Whatever. Let's just take him back, Zet said, getting to his feet. Johnny activated his device. This is Delta. Requesting transport, and reporting mission complete. He then paused. By the way, what's his name again? Zet immediately blurted out, Di Chen. Then he cursed himself. Wei Chen, you idiot. It seemed Johnny had been fixated on the name Di Chen for a long time. Johnny sat next to Lihan, chugging a beer. He finished one can and opened another. Lihan watched, speechless, as the old man drank beer like water. Want some? Johnny offered. Lihan immediately refused. Johnny took another swig. It's a bit strange. Your body is that of an adult, but your mind is still like a child's. He looked forward seriously. Try to survive, Di-chan. You can't die without ever tasting alcohol, right? He was joking again, laughing so hard tears came to his eyes. Don't you dare die before you've ever been drunk. Lihan broke into a sweat. Sir, are you really going to keep talking about getting drunk? As soldiers ran past them, exhausted from their training, Johnny said to Lihan, in 2 years, at most, you will surpass me as a warrior. He looked at the beer in his hand, thinking, by then, even Ak won't be able to control him. He remembered a past battle where he was covered in wounds, his face bloody, while another man lay dead in a pool of blood. As dusk fell, he told Lihan seriously, if you turn your back on us, humanity will be no more. Don't become a monster, Di-chan. Lihan had never seen him so serious. Encased in power armor, Lihan was drenched in sweat, watching a ball hover in the air. Outside, Octa monitored him closely, a delighted smile on his face. It's worth it. This is amazing for an engineer, he thought, fascinated by Lihan. This kid is good. He watched Lihan's relentless training. Everyone knows his psychic power level is quite low, but his distribution of that power to control objects is excellent. That means not a single bit of it is wasted, allowing for better control and manipulation. If a normal person can divide their psychic energy into 10 parts, he can do 20. The more he thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. My God. If he keeps training like this, he could divide it even further. A notification appeared. Training complete. Lihan collapsed on the floor, utterly exhausted. Octa pointed at his watch. Operating time, 25 minutes. That's a 1, and it increase. Good job. It still feels like a long way from being applicable in real combat. Lihan gasped. You've only just begun. There's no need to rush, Octa reassured him. I'm completely drained, Lihan moaned. Oh, right, sorry. I'll take it off for you, Octa said, finally noticing. With the armor removed, he watched Lihan gulp down water. Are you okay? I feel like my muscles are screaming, Lihan replied honestly. That's natural, Octa said with a smile. It's because you used all of your muscle circuits at the end, and your psychic energy is completely depleted. You'll get used to it. He hopped onto a chair next to him. Besides, the second generation psychic armor will be much more comfortable. Generation 2? Lihan asked, surprised. Yes, Okta said excitedly. It's designed for specific support roles. But we only have 80 units due to a shortage of materials from the dragon species. We can't make more. Hearing this, Lihan's interest waned. So the number of people with psychic armor is fixed. Only 50 at level 3. We need 30 more people for the remaining suits. About that, Okta waved his hands dismissively. Whoa, I'm just part of the technology department. I'm not interested in item allocation. After training, Lihan saluted and left. On his way, he ran into Zet. Sir, are you back from the level 3 building? Lihan, Zet greeted him. I just saw Silent. He must be back from his mission, Lihan replied. Not surprised. You must be happy to see him, Zet teased. Mister. He's close to my age. It gets a bit boring when he's not around, Lihan admitted. And everyone at AK is nice to Silent. Zet lit a cigarette, thinking to himself, not really. He seemed to know something he wasn't saying. He recalled how Lihan had always helped his friends, even from a young age. He always cares for others, despite his age. Zet suddenly said, it's easy to see when someone is pretending to care. And you're not an idiot. You're always aware of what needs to be done. Acting fake only causes harm. He then shouted, would you like it if I talked to you like you were a fool? Probably not, sir, Lihan replied, confused. He fell silent, then asked, but this is the first time I've asked someone. Why does Silent always wear a mask? Zet's eyes widened in surprise. You really don't know? I don't. The mask doesn't have any special function, does it? Zet hesitated, then burst out laughing, looking up at the sky. What is? Just for show. A few days later, Johnny extended his hand. Welcome, rookie. My name is Johnny Scaff. I'm a first generation Tiamat. The rookie shook his hand. He was Simon. There are a lot of people here who want to meet you. Let's go, Johnny said, leading him down the hall. So you're the genius I've heard about. I have high hopes for you. The word genius made Simon remember his childhood. He stood on a stage, performing, while adults applauded endlessly. Amazing, Simon. You can use telekinesis to this level, he best in the praise. At this rate, you'll be the best even at AK. When he arrived at AK, he saw many other children like him but remained arrogant, thinking, so this is AK. Yes. He walked confidently toward the other kids, thinking, how pathetic. This group is all psychics, but I will still be the best here. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. A child was crying loudly. Simon looked at the boy, his fists clenched, thinking, that brat doesn't belong here. Just seeing him cry was irritating. Is he really a psychic like me? He glared, unable to accept being compared to a crybaby. Don't make me laugh. I can't accept this. The crying boy felt his gaze and looked up. It was a young Kyu. Without a word, Simon walked over and threw a punch, knocking Kyu to the ground. He couldn't accept the truth, that crybaby is a psychic stronger than me. The crybaby from years ago was now class, a realm completely different from the chosen, one that couldn't be reached by training alone. The thought made Simon furious. Upon hearing the news, he had punched a wall in a rage. Damn it, what can he do? He panted, exhausted. What can he do besides cry? He had trained day and night while his friends slept, all to remain a genius. In a large meeting room, only Lihan and Silent were present. An emergency meeting, Lihan said, bewildered. I wonder what happened. Silent opened a screen. Who knows? Both of us were summoned, so it must be a different kind of mission. The door opened, and both turned to look. Lihan's face lit up. Sergeant Tsai. Tsai raised a hand in greeting. Long time no see. Lihan placed a hand on his chest, surprised. Am I going to be acting as a vice captain? That's right, Tsai nodded. We're short on first generation psychics, so we don't have enough captains. Do you know about the Tyranid dimensional rift? Lihan's brow furrowed at the name. Tyra, the capital of Albania, was where the second rift appeared after the first war. At the time, humanity couldn't stop the Dragonic Horror, and the entire peninsula, including Albania and Greece, became a deadland. The minions must be trying to reopen the rift. Like Insaniu, Lihan gasped. But Tsai's face darkened. This situation is worse. The entire garrison stationed at the rift was massacred by the minions. He continued, the second phase of the war will be announced soon. The entire AK corps will need to prepare for deployment. You mean there are that many minions there? Lihan asked in disbelief. A few mages managed to open a time-based tunnel, Tsai explained. That's how the minions got through with such a large army. The number of minions kept increasing, as if to declare that this time they would succeed in opening a massive portal. Lihan's hands clenched into fists. Sweat formed in his palms. This is progressing faster than expected. The thought of those grotesque creatures made him anxious. This time, the dragons might appear. Just then, the door opened again. 2 people entered. I'm a bit late. It was Johnny and Simon. Here's the last member of the team, Johnny announced with a smile. Simon narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lihan. I assume you all need no introduction, Johnny said, looking at the assembled group. After all, you've fought together before. It was true they knew each other, but their relationship was far from good. They stared at each other, their expressions grim. The moment Simon saw Lihan, he remembered. Right, it's this bastard. He recalled the time he had been bullying Kyoto, and Lihan had run over to stop him, spreading his arms to protect the smaller boy. In Simon's eyes, Lihan was always getting in his way, as if to assert his dominance. He remembered Lihan holding a large rock, his eyes serious. Simon pulled out a chair and sat down, thinking, if it weren't for me, he would have been expelled. I will surpass him, no matter what it takes. Now there were 5 of them in the room, with Johnny at the head. All right, since everyone is here, I'll summarize. The objective is to prevent the dimensional rift from opening. 7 corps from the first generation will support you with psychic armor. The old man emphasized his point to everyone. However, we can only provide a maximum of 3 air support units. We don't have any more than that. Thinking of the monsters, he had to consider the worst-case scenario. If the plan fails, and the dragons invade, we will hold them back with the psychic armors. The men listened intently, their attention palpable. Lihan's hands trembled as he clenched his fists. I'm ready, he thought. Isn't this what I've been training for all this time? His eyes sharpened, and his brow furrowed as he stared ahead. The thought of the enemy made it impossible to sit still. He shot to his feet and asked, when do we move out? Johnny looked at him silently, then pushed up his glasses and announced, right now. At the Tajona outpost, 20 kilometers from the Tyrana rift, an image of the fissure appeared on the screen. It was a long, deep gash in the landscape, emitting a blinding purple light. This is a satellite image of the rift. We've detected a significant number of psionic barriers in the area. The image zoomed in on a circular pit. The dragon summoning ritual is being conducted in one of them. However, we have no idea which barrier is hosting the ceremony. The team sat below, listening seriously. Although conducting an airstrike to wipe them all out at once would be ideal, these barriers are immune to damage, even from a nuclear bomb. At this, Chunny suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, based on my long years of combat experience, I can assure you that we won't be able to solve this with an airstrike. The surrounding terrain is urban, and the Gizuns will just burrow underground. He laughed, but everyone sitting below frowned in annoyance. Now was not the time for jokes. Lihan sat among them, his expression incredibly tense. Seeing their reactions, Johnny cleared his throat awkwardly and loosened his tie. Ahem, let's proceed. The group left the building, and Lihan's team of 5 stood in a circle. With his hands on his hips, he laid out the plan. I'll brief you on this operation. The base was bustling with activity, with tanks moving in and out. Everyone was in uniform and fully armed. In the nearby town, monsters had already overrun the area. While the combined forces engaged the smaller minions, each psychic team will locate a barrier and eliminate the alloy mages. Lihan explained. As you know, there are 7 psychic armors on standby in the air. We can request support from a maximum of 3 of them. His eyes gleamed with serious intent. But that is a last resort. Although there will be sacrifices, we need to hold out for as long as possible. After all, those bastards want to quickly deplete our forces to make us activate the psychic armors. Just then, bombs detonated underground as the military unleashed a torrent of gunfire on the monsters. The creatures fell in droves, their shrieks echoing across the sky. With advanced weaponry, the Gizuns were not a major threat on their own. The real danger was their frenzied swarming effect. They would focus on a single enemy and charge recklessly, ignoring any injuries. The grinding sound of their teeth only fueled their madness. 30 to 40 of them would willingly die just to destroy a single tank. If not for their rapid reproduction, they would have gone extinct long ago. The city was engulfed in explosions and gunfire, with skyscrapers crumbling to dust. Figures in full protective gear ran through the streets, guns in hand. Enemy spotted ahead, Lihan announced. The group halted. 4 Gizuns exploded, but they weren't dead. A massive monster turned to face them. Lihan gripped his gun, sweating nervously, when suddenly, A colossal creature with a mouth full of sharp teeth appeared out of nowhere. "It's an ogre," someone yelled. "Sergeant Tsai, stay quiet," Lihan quickly ordered. "Please handle the gizuns." Gripping his iron spear, he called out to Simon, making the first move. "Let's take down the ogre together." Simon smirked and nodded in agreement. The two of them, along with Silent, charged forward. The monster was enormous, with two sharp horns pointing to the sky. They fired relentlessly at its body. When the smoke cleared, its giant legs were still standing firm. "Over here, you monster," Lihan shouted to draw its attention. The creature's claws were terrifyingly sharp. It opened its massive maw and began stomping wildly at them. "I'll aim for its head," Lihan yelled as he leaped into the air. "Simon, clear a path for me." "Got it." Simon thrust his hands forward. A barrage of large rocks flew into the air, creating a path for Lihan. "Go, Lihan," Sanin yelled. As Lihan ran across, the rocks began to fall. Clutching his spear, Lihan ran up the creature's leg. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into plunging the spear into its eye and quickly pulled out a grenade. The spear found its mark, and the monster roared in agony as blood gushed out. Lihan threw the grenade straight into the beast's open mouth. At the same time, Simon focused his own power, creating a barrier that shielded Lihan completely from the blast. The grenade detonated, blowing the monster's face apart. The explosion was so large that a column of black smoke could be seen from a distance. Lihan stood watching, his gun held tight. "Let's go." Elsewhere, Sai and Silent had already dealt with the other creatures. Sai smiled to himself, thinking in amazement, "My God, is that still the kid I once knew?" As the group reassembled, he thought, "I always knew he was outstanding. But now, even though I've been on the battlefield for most of my life, I feel like I'm being led by a trustworthy superior." They moved from one location to another, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. They entered an alley filled with corpses. Lihan touched the blood on the ground and examined it carefully. "They've been dead for a while." "Lihan," a teammate called out, holding up a strand of fur. "There's wolf fur here. I'm sure there are hunters nearby." Just then, a sound echoed through the alley. The team froze, on high alert. "Simon, Silent," Lihan warned, "ready your melee weapons. If there were wolves, beheading them will be more effective than shooting." He then picked up a large rock and threw it forward to scout. The rock ricocheted off the walls. When nothing happened, the four of them moved forward cautiously, Lihan with a grenade ready in hand. Just as he was about to throw it, a giant monster appeared right in front of him. He tossed the grenade at it and dodged to the side. The creature looked down at the explosive just as it detonated, bathing the area in a brilliant flash of light. After the massive explosion, the team charged in, their weapons flashing as they cut down the monsters. In an instant, the ground was littered with corpses. Suddenly, Lihan froze. On the rooftop across from them, a figure stood with a bow aimed directly at him. "Get down," he yelled, but the masked figure had already fired. A corpse flew through the air, intercepting the arrows. It was Simon, who had used his ability to lift the body to block the attack. "Phew," he breathed, exhausted. Silent glanced at him, surprised. "What?" Simon snapped, noticing the look. "Our lives are more important." He was level-headed and reacted quickly. "We need to take that bastard down," Lihan shouted, charging forward. "A grenade can't reach the distance," Sai thought in shock. To everyone's surprise, Lihan's throw was easily dodged. "It will hit," Lihan thought, his eyes glowing as he used his power. Gritting his teeth, he threw another grenade, but the archer simply leaned aside to avoid it. Lihan watched intently as the grenade, guided by his power, curved through the air and chased after the monster, finally exploding. Silent gently patted him on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "I don't know much about psionic abilities," Sai said, "but that seemed impossibly successful." Simon, however, was not as impressed. He recognized the difficulty of the technique. It was equivalent to sinking a three-pointer from mid-court while spinning. Purple light once again illuminated the area as monsters poured into the city. Explosions ripped through their ranks. Suddenly, a ball of light pulsed, and a notification sounded. ".9. The psionic barrier open. Requesting elimination. Team Yas is approaching .9. Just 1 kilometer away," Lihan shouted as they ran. "We'll be done in 5 minutes." Sai ran beside him, recalling Lihan's earlier instructions. "Sergeant Sai, please connect the detonator cord and pull it from here. Use a few more grenades. The noise will draw the minions into this area, so we need to set a trap." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lihan had become a warrior faster than anyone he knew. Watching him run ahead, Sai felt a pang of jealousy. It hurts my pride, but he's just a kid who's barely 20. Monsters swarmed around a colorful sphere of energy. The 4 of them watched from a rooftop above. Everyone except Silent, clear a path to the psionic barrier, Lihan planned. In the meantime, we'll protect the escape route. Silent will cut through the barrier and eliminate the LA mage. Okay, Silent nodded in agreement. Lihan nodded back. Silent's body surged with power, and he crossed his arms in front of him. We're counting on you, Silent, Lihan said with complete trust. In the past, a young boy with long hair and a cast on his leg sat watching TV, smiling happily. I am here, Silent thought as he sped towards his mission. Under the moonlight, a figure in a hood tried to ambush him from behind with a sword. I am here. The other 3 charged through the horde of monsters toward the sphere of light. Silent leaped high into the air and, with a flurry of slashes, cut the barrier to pieces. The monsters below looked up, their jaws agape. Silent was in kill mode, decapitating a monster with a single strike. He fought relentlessly, surrounded by a swarm of creatures, cutting and dodging, tossing grenades and somersaulting away from the blasts. Team Yas has taken point 9, Lihan yelled. Let's retreat before we're surrounded. Simon sighed and turned to Silent. What's with those childish lines? You're giving me goosebumps. A large aircraft flew overhead, dropping a massive bomb. As the light streaked down from the sky, Lihan shouted a warning. A psychic armor has been deployed to support the ground troops. We need to move. Suddenly, a voice crackled through their comms. Easy one, do you read me? This is Alpha 1. Alpha 1. That must be the Alpha Team Lear, Lihan thought, snapping to a military salute. I read you. Your next target is point 8, the voice said. Since we're nearby, we were thinking of joining up with you. You've already cleared your designated location. Lihan shouted in surprise. They're fast. Yeah, luckily we were quick, the voice replied, panting. But we have a problem. A problem? Lihan asked. Are they being pursued? Well, after we eliminated the ALE mages, we just got out of the air. So now we're being chased by a pretty large army. We're in a bit of a tight spot. Behind the 4 members of Alpha Team was a horde of monsters. The city was bathed in an eerie purple glow. Lihan pulled up his system interface. Alpha Team Lear. Alpha 1. His name is Deke, and his special ability is electricity. Lihan stared at the screen, an idea forming. If only there was a place where he could use that ability. Alpha 1, do you read me? He called out. Yeah, loud and clear, Deke replied. You told me to wait, but then you went silent. I thought you'd abandoned us. If you turn left in 500 meters and go straight for another 200, Lihan instructed, you'll find a large outdoor swimming pool. I am sure there's some rainwater in it, even though the city's power is out. Deke ran. The monster's hot on his heels. Whoa, I think I know what you're getting at, he said, a grin spreading across his face. In such a short time, he came up with a strategy that uses my special ability. We'll go to that location and wait for you, Lihan said over the comm. Easy one, Deke's voice suddenly grew serious. If we survive this, and get back to act, let's be friends. Lihan smiled faintly. Deal. Alpha Team ran for their lives. Ark, one of them screamed as a monster lunged. How much farther? We're almost there, a teammate shouted back. They rounded a corner. As soon as we turn, I'm going to fry all of them to a crisp. Deke's eyes and hands crackled with golden lightning. But when they arrived, the pool was empty. It's empty, Simon observed grimly. The floor and walls are all broken, so there's no water. Lihan froze, his fists clenching and unclenching. Sai looked at him with concern. Lihan's hands wouldn't stop shaking, and his eyes were wide with guilt. It's all my fault, he thought, his heart sinking. I've put everyone in danger. Lihan, Sai shouted. Calm down, it's going to be okay. No one is going to die. His expression was deadly serious. Lihan gave a slight nod. Just then, a massive commotion erupted in front of them. Lihan snapped back to reality. The enemy is approaching fast, get ready. The sound of footsteps and shouts grew louder as another team came into view. Run, their commander yelled. Behind them was another horde of monsters. Prioritize protecting Alpha Team, Lihan ordered as they charged into the fray. Use your guns, use your weapons. He then shouted, fall back, only kill the ones that get close, but it was too late. The monsters swarmed them, cornering them against a wall. Lihan, Sai yelled in panic. We can't fall back any further. We need to request a psychic armor. The weight of responsibility pressed down on Lihan. I have to make this decision carefully. Everyone's life depends on it. If I request ground support, as Sergeant Sai said, we might escape. But then there will only be 2 units left. No, only 1 for the other teams. I can't do that. We have to get out of this ourselves. Think. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw it. A large water tank behind a tree. An idea sparked. While his teammates fought fiercely, he yelled, "Silent, Simon, get to the other side of that tank. Alpha 2, 3, 4, and Team Yub, hold the defensive line and lure them towards it." They followed his orders without hesitation. "Silent, there's a water tank behind that tree in front of you. Check inside first." "Just half a tank will be more than enough, Simon," he commanded. "Get ready to destroy the support structure." The 2 coordinated their actions seamlessly. Lihan stood his ground, fending off the approaching monsters. An oak signal flashed on his display. "All units, fall back," he shouted. "Alpha 1, get ready." The grinned. It was his time to shine. The tank's support structure broke, and the massive container of water crashed down, flooding the area. Simon and Silent watched, panting. The tank rolled, trapping the monsters in the water. "I guess it's time to restore my reputation," Teek said, slamming his fists together as lightning crackled around him. He grinned gleefully. Tonight's menu is roasted gun. He unleashed a powerful current of electricity into the water, electrocuting the monsters instantly. They shrieked in agony, unable to withstand the massive voltage. Deke poured all his strength into the attack, a bolt of lightning shooting up into the sky. When it was over, all the monsters were dead. Deke stood panting, admiring his work with a triumphant laugh, but the effort had exhausted him. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth as he chuckled. Lihan rushed to support him. "Sorry," Deke gasped. "I'm out of juice. I'm entrusting Alpha Team 1 to you. Easy one." "I know you're tired, sir, but we have to go now," Lihan insisted, refusing to let him give up. Deke laughed. "You stubborn kid." Explosions continued to rock the area. "All psychic armor support units have been dispatched," Lihan told his comrades. "We have the upper hand. That's the last location." They advanced towards the center. "Did they defeat all the minions?" One soldier asked. "I think so," another replied. "There's only one place left," Lihan said, pointing to the brightly colored sphere surrounded by the remaining monsters. A giant creature stood guard, still alive despite being riddled with bullets. The psionic barrier around the sphere remained unscathed. "Silent, break through the shield," Lihan ordered. Silent immediately complied, darting forward. But as he approached, he sensed something was wrong. The sphere was cracking. Everyone froze, staring in stunned silence. The remaining monsters raised their hands to the sky as if in a ritual. "What are they doing?" Lihan wondered. At the center stood a humanoid figure, holding a staff high. "There's no time to waste. We have to kill the Aeloi mage now," Lihan yelled. A bolt of lightning struck the sphere, and an immense power erupted from it, lighting up the entire sky. The Aeloi mage was impaled and killed, his helmet clattering to the ground. As Lihan stood there, a black hole formed where the sphere had been. A terrifying roar echoed from within, freezing him in his tracks. Something enormous emerged. Lightning flashed as a massive, clawed leg rose from the ground. "What kind of monster is that?" Lihan thought in horror. He stood paralyzed, and even the monsters behind him were motionless. Sweat poured down his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Even though I can only see its foreleg, there's no doubt that, compared to the dragons we learned about at AK, this one is at least twice the size." Black tendrils snaked out of the black hole, which was now spreading towards his feet. Just then, Silent rushed to his side. "He's going to fall into the rift," he thought, yelling. Lihan, he remembered their conversations, how he had told him, "Don't die." He had once said that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. Lihan had laughed. "I don't plan on dying." "Where did you hear that line?" Silent had teased. Remembering this, Silent grabbed Lihan and leaped away, soaring over the heads of the monsters just as the black hole exploded in a blinding flash of light. The dragon's head emerged, massive and terrifying, its fangs bared. Silent brought Lihan to a safer location. Both of them trembled on the ground. The situation had been incredibly dangerous. With a single gulp, the giant dragon devoured all the nearby monsters. Lihan shuddered in fear. If he had still been standing there, he would have been swallowed too. "It's eating even its own followers," he stammered. The creature chewed greedily, blood dripping from its jaws like a grinding machine. The sight was nauseating. Even someone as tough as Simon couldn't suppress a shiver of fear. The dragon's massive claws dug into the ground as its upper body emerged from the black hole. Its eyes glowed red, and its sheer size was overwhelming. Standing before it, Lihan was no bigger than an ant. The rift is too small, so only its head and forelegs can get through, he thought frantically. We need to request psychic armor support now, the dragon roared, thrashing wildly as it tried to pull itself free. The sound alone was enough to knock Silent to the ground. The others, including Lihan, were frozen in place, unable to move. He was paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide, and his mouth agape. Some of his comrades clutched their heads, while others wept in terror. The full moon shone brightly in the sky, and the dragon's head rose as if to swallow it whole. Its eyes blazed as a voice that wasn't a sound echoed in their minds. So, the disgusting pests are before me. The psychic assault was unbearable. Lihan collapsed to his knees. Once the rift is fully open, I will end everything on this earth. Stop it, they pleaded, clutching their heads in agony. The pressure was immense. Damn it, get out of my head, Simon snarled, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes wide with strain. First, I will eliminate the thing you created from the flesh and bones of my kin, the dragon declared, its gaze fixed on the cargo plane in the sky. Lihan snapped back to his senses. It's aiming for the cargo plane. I have to stop it. He forced himself to resist the dragon's crushing mental pressure. The dragon opened its mouth, and a ball of energy began to form inside. We're all going to die, Simon whispered in terror. Lihan and Silent were closest to the dragon's leg. Everyone will die. Unless I do something, he thought, his jaw clenched. The energy sphere in the dragon's mouth grew larger. Lihan charged forward, his spear in hand, and swung. He reached out, straining to touch it, and screamed in agony as power coursed through him. Seeing him charge, Simon wanted to help. He raised his gun, die, but he couldn't do it. The gun fell from his hand as the word echoed in his mind, tearing at his sanity. He struggled to his feet, only to collapse again. Veins bulged on his forehead. He had reached his limit. He couldn't be as strong as Lihan. How are you doing that? He wondered in despair, watching Lihan stand resolute while he couldn't even get up. Why are you the only one? The dragon continued to gather energy, and Lihan charged toward it. Why are you the only one who's still okay? A man dropped a file on a desk. Here's what you asked for. What are your plans for this list of level 3 promotion candidates, anyway? Zed asked, looking at it. Johnny picked up the file and flipped through it thoughtfully. I'm thinking of assigning one of these people to the Tyrana mission, as a member of Di-Chen's team. Di-Chen? Zed asked, surprised. Lihan. Di-Chen is the nickname I gave him, Johnny explained. So he hadn't just been misremembering all this time, he'd deliberately given him a nickname. Is it supposed to be funny? Zed asked, trying to decipher the name. He then remembered something. That's the same kind of stupid name you gave to Guan. Have you matured at all since then? What about you, smoking in a non-smoking area? Johnny retorted, but quickly got back to the point. Wait. Nukemare, a healer. He used to be in D-Tran's squad. He then pointed to a profile. Oh, I like this kid. He looks just like me. Zed was speechless. He was picking a team member just because he liked him. Finally, he pointed to another file. This one is better. It turned out they were on the same wavelength. I don't know, Johnny said. He looks more like you. Finally, a decision was made. Zed lit a cigarette. Do as I say. They'll be a perfect pair. Do they have a good relationship? Johnny asked. No, Zed said bluntly. Honestly, their relationship is terrible, but they never let it interfere with a mission. He hates losing more than anything in the world. The person they were talking about was Simon, and that trait was what drove him forward. Lihan was Simon's motivation. He forced himself up, trying again. Lihan, if you can do it, then I can do it too. Lihan ran toward the dragon, kicked off its leg, and used its body to launch himself into the air, soaring over its head. He aimed his spear, ready to fight alone, but now he had Simon's help. Simon felt his own strength wavering. Damn it, he couldn't lose to Lihan. He pushed himself harder. Above, Lihan had a clear shot at the dragon's eye. He knew his attack wouldn't do much damage, but he channeled his power, enveloping his spear in a blue flame. I wish I could change the trajectory of its death breath, he thought, his teeth clenched as he thrust the spear down. Just as the dragon fired its energy blast, he used his spear to deflect it. The two forces collided, and he was sent plummeting to the ground. The blast still hit the plane, but it was off target. The dragon turned its furious gaze on Lihan. That effort was all for nothing, it sneered. Lihan trembled in pain, trying to push himself up. You foolish little thing. You have no hope left. After the fall, he was badly injured. I can't feel my left arm and leg. The dragon's sharp eyes glanced over him. You still think you have a chance? That look in your eyes is starting to annoy me. You still think you can win? It raised its claw to strike him down. Lihan knelt, unable to stand, clutching his injured arm. But for some reason, the dragon's body began to tremble. It couldn't touch him. Trembling. It roared in disbelief, its claw slamming into the ground just in front of him. The rift. Why is it closing? Lihan didn't understand either. The rift was shrinking, pulling the dragon back. But it still tried to kill him, stretching its claw out. If it could just kill you. Lihan tried to stand, but his body wouldn't obey. Damn it, my leg. It was a life or death situation. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot down from the sky, forcing Lihan to shield his eyes. A figure appeared, blocking the dragon's claw just in time to save him. A psychic armor, he thought in astonishment. Did it come down on its own, without an activation command? He stared, realizing there was only one person who could do that. Looks like I made it just in time, a familiar voice said. I thought I was the only one who was going to make it out alive. The figure's helmet obscured their face. Lihan trembled with a mixture of shock, fear, and relief. The dragon had seized the armored figure. Your leg. Before he was pulled away, the man tried to speak. A long life. The dragon's claws closed around him. The dragon was sucked back into the black hole, taking the man with it. There was only one person who called him D-chan. It had to be Johnny. Johnny, Lihan screamed, tears and sweat streaming down his face. The old man had sacrificed himself to save him. The black hole closed, taking the dragon and Johnny with it. Lihan cried out in anguish. Sunlight broke through the clouds, and the danger passed. Bahamut. That's the code name for the 8th dragon that appeared in the Tirana mission, a voice said in a debriefing room. An image of the dragon was on the screen. Bahamut. That's a pretty grand name for it, someone commented. A woman stated firmly that bastard was unlike any dragon that has appeared in the past. It was significantly larger and stronger. The speaker at the podium continued. The destruction of the 4th team's psychic armor is a great loss for us. Even if we were granted an increased budget, it would be very difficult to re-equip our entire military force in such a short amount of time. He pointed to the map. The good news is that thanks to the appearance of the dragon, many other nations have shown a clear interest in joining the project. Old man Jigen sat in deep thought. Even if there are good people among them, the appearance of Bahamut has made their position quite difficult. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly stood up and shouted, Wait. Pause the screen for a moment. Who was it that inflicted that wound on its face? On the screen was the scene of the dragon being stabbed in the eye by Lihan's spear. He usually trained with Jigen. The old man teased him. Sometimes, you're no different from an emotionless brute, are you? The two were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. He observed Lihan. You act as if that's the reason for your rationality. While blocking Lihan's continuous attacks, the old man said, even if you had to walk a path that leads you straight to death's door, if you think it's the right choice. Lihan gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the blows while listening. I am sure you would seize that opportunity without a second's hesitation. The two continued their conversation while training. Suddenly the old man gained the upper hand, grabbing Lihan by the waist and throwing him down. The room echoed with continuous thuds. Back then, the old man had also told him, don't you dare die. You must survive at all costs. Those words were etched into his mind. The old man sat in front of him, smiling triumphantly. It's time to get up now, Cadet Lihan. His face blurred. When he opened his eyes, it was Z standing right next to his bed. Seeing him awake, Z asked softly, Are you awake? Surgeon Z. Lihan recognized him. He sat up abruptly in the hospital bed, one arm in a cast, and asked in alarm, How long have I been unconscious? You've been sleeping for 2 days, Z replied. Lihan's expression darkened with sadness. Sir Dicey continued, Yes, he vanished along with that bastard. He's been reported as missing, not deceased. Lihan requested, Could you please? His hand gripped the bedsheet, his whole body trembling violently as he tried to control his emotions. Please, could you give me some time alone? Z understood. He opened the door and left Lihan by himself. He let out a long sigh. Outside, 3 others were waiting. Seeing him, they asked, What do you think this is, a nursery? Z sighed helplessly. Lihan just woke up. I think he needs some time to compose himself. In the hospital room, Lihan sat alone, biting his lip, his hand clutching the blanket, his eyes burning with determination. A voice announced, "Many nations have shown no signs of being found. Most of them seem to have perished in the Tiamat battle." Old man Jigen closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's a relief. At least we can rest easy for a while. Is that all for today?" Suddenly, a bald man raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, there's something I need you to look at." Jigen looked at him in surprise. The bald man shot up and said sternly, "I propose that the second-generation prototype currently being considered for use by the first platoon be transferred to us, the third platoon." As soon as he finished, an old man jumped up, pointed at him, and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about?" The bald man wasn't intimidated, and shouted back even louder, "The prototype can be activated immediately." The two old men argued back and forth. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even that guy and Cross couldn't move it, despite his exceptional sensitivity to psychic power control. The dragon material ratio is too high." The bald man, sweating, yelled, "Just say you want it instead of making excuses. You were going to send it back to the factory for disassembly anyway." The other old man was so angry he grabbed the bald man's collar and roared in his face, "Even so, I would never give it to you. What kind of monstrosity are you trying to create this time?" The bald man refused to back down, yelling, "There is someone with perfect compatibility for this prototype." Ignoring Jigen sitting there, the two continued to argue fiercely. Unable to stand it any longer, Jigen's face darkened with anger. "Send your proposal to me, you bald man. I think I'll go mad if I stay here any longer." 3 days later, Lihan, with his arm in a cast, was walking down the hallway when he ran into Simon. The two looked at each other in silence, Simon's gaze cold. They walked past each other without a word. Suddenly, Lihan's voice broke the silence. "Finance, Simon." Simon stopped. Surprise. Lihan looked at him sincerely and said, "For your cooperation on the last mission." Simon's brow furrowed, his expression even more tense. He immediately thought of the fight with the dragon, of him sitting helplessly while Lihan charged forward to fight. The thought brought both shame and anger. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. He bowed his head sarcastically and replied, "Don't make me laugh. You think you can look down on me just because you were assigned as team leader a few times." The more he spoke, the less he could control his emotions, finally shouting, "Don't treat me like one of your childhood friends." Lihan was bewildered. He had spoken kindly only to receive this attitude. He couldn't hold back any longer and pointed straight at Simon's face, scolding him. "Then how many times have you beaten my childhood friends?" "Oh, I forgot. You recently lost miserably to Gio in a match, didn't you?" Simon, struck by the insult, glared with furious eyes and gritted his teeth. He issued a challenge. "Follow me to the training room now. Let me break your other arm." How could Lihan refuse such a provocation? He clenched his fist. "Fine, I accept." The two walked together, one behind the other, each lost in their own thoughts. "Damn it," Lihan thought. "He seems to have a fragile ego. Did I just make things worse?" Meanwhile, Simon thought, "I just showed him my own insecurity." He walked past Lihan, angrily questioning himself. "What the hell am I doing with a cripple like this?" Lihan, on the other hand, felt he hadn't said anything too serious. But they both shared a single thought: no matter what, I won't be made a fool of, especially by him. Neither was willing to back down. Just then, two people appeared behind them. "Hey, isn't that..." They called out. Lihan, Simon, both turned at the sound of their names. One of them gave a thumbs up and grinned. "Hey, long time no see. Have you two heard? Nat and I got promoted to grade 3. The two, who had been furious with each other, glanced sideways at one another. Lihan decided to be the bigger person. "I think we both need to cool down a bit. Don't you agree?" Since he had said it, Simon had to relent. "Then just stay out of my sight. Even if I calm down, I can't guarantee I won't get pissed off again." Despite his words, they both understood. The other two stood there, grinning. Lihan raised a hand in greeting. The cafeteria buzzed with greetings. "Hey Lihan, I heard you chased it down with just one spear. So cool." Morning, Lihan. People looked at him like he was an idol. Nat, walking beside him, shrugged and asked, "How does it feel to be hailed as a hero?" Lihan broke into a nervous sweat, his face showing no pleasure. Just then, someone approached and said, "That accident would be more pleasant if you just think about it in your head." It was the same guy from before. He smiled at Lihan. "You still remember your promise to be my friend if we survived, right?" Lihan recognized him immediately. "Alpha 1. Daddy." He looked surprised. "Whoa, you even know my name. That's awesome. Nice to meet you." Lihan smiled and nodded happily. They were friends now. In the crowded cafeteria, several people looked up in amazement. Oh, he's at it again. Everyone was looking towards the front, where a guy was carrying a mountain of pastries, a truly striking sight. Lihan's jaw dropped in recognition. Silent. It's been 5 days, Dade, I said. According to rumors, when he needs to think about something, he'll stare at a wall for days without even a sip of water. He calls it a wall training. Anyway, the amount of food he eats after he's done is insane. Lihan looked at the pile of food, intimidated. I've noticed he eats even more than I do. Nat, sitting next to him, was scared. I bet that pushes the limits of a human stomach. While they were talking, Silent dropped his pile of food and sat at their table. Seeing him, Lihan asked, a bit awkwardly, "You changed your mask?" He replied nonchalantly, "I just forgot to charge the battery." A question popped into Lihan's mind. How does he eat then? Without it, his lower jaw moves. But he only dared to ask, "Why do you do wall training?" Silent thought of the day he fought the dragon. "I was thinking about how cowardly I was, unable to do anything but watch you fight alone." His attention shifted to the blonde guy. "Who's that next to you?" "Ah," Lihan pointed and introduced. "This is Nutmeyer. You've met him before." Nut smiled and waved. "Nice to meet you, though I'm not sure if you remember me." Silent replied honestly, "I'll try to remember you." Suddenly, Nut leaned forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared intently, completely shocked. What he was looking at was Silent lifting his mask to put food in his mouth. A small, delicate mouth, just like a girl's, made Nut's face flush red, his heart pound, and his legs tremble. He was love-struck on the spot. In the training room, Nut was lifting weights, breathless. As he trained, he couldn't stop thinking. He glanced at Silent training nearby, unable to help but wonder, is there a girl in it? If not, does that mean I like guys? No, the thought horrified him. He stared at Silent. To get rid of this awkward feeling, I have to check. A storm raged inside him. He couldn't take it anymore. Motivating himself, Nut thought. Instead of fearing the unknown, I just need to find out. He decided to act immediately. This is my chance. With that mechanical mask, there's no way to tell. He took a deep breath, preparing to move. Whistling nonchalantly, he pretended to wipe his face with a towel, but his eyes were locked on Silent. There's a rumor he has a scar on his face, he thought. If that's true, I can just apologize. Like a flash, he lunged towards Silent and tried to snatch the mask. But he was too slow. Silent jumped back to dodge, then smoothly delivered a painful kick that sent him sprawling. Standing at a distance, Silent smiled, holding up 2 fingers in a teasing gesture. Never let your guard down, no matter where you are. This is the way of the ninja soldier. With that, he walked away, leaving Nut on the ground, muttering angrily, just you wait. While also wondering, what the hell is a ninja soldier? Lihan had seen the whole thing. He walked over and advised, I think you should stop. But Nut refused, arguing, unlike you, once I get curious about something, I can't stop. D came over and put a hand on his shoulder. Nut, you bastard. I know how you feel. He grinned slyly. Meet me on the dorm roof at noon. We'll discuss this in detail. Nut's face lit up with understanding. Oh, you have an idea. The two shook hands. All right, see you later. Lihan stood there, scratching his head, completely uninterested in their shenanigans. Later on the roof, the group gathered. All right, Nat. Let me introduce you, D announced, spreading his arms wide. We are the secret organization dedicated to unmasking Silent. He presented his perverted group, call us more for short. Silent's mask opening research expedition. We've gathered to see Silent's face. He excitedly placed something in Nut's hand and shouted, Welcome, Comrade Nut. Looking closely, it was a bottle cap with s'more carve on it. A badge made from a bottle cap. Nut thought, unimpressed. He looked at it, his brow furrowed in distaste. Seeing his reaction, D asked, You seem disappointed. Nut held up the cap disgustedly. Couldn't you do any better? This looks like a piece of trash. What kind of organization is as shoddy as its badge? D wasn't offended at all. He held his own badge up to his eye. A piece of trash. That's exactly what we're aiming for. It's one of the reasons we've been able to maintain our secret identity. The three of them stood confidently, hands on their chests. Chasing Silent on your own is impossible. But if you join us, there will be 4 of us. What's the minimum number at? Requires for a mission. 4, Nut answered. As soon as he said it, D shouted excitedly. Exactly, we'll become truly strong with 4 members, and the last empty seat of S'more will be filled. These words opened up a new horizon for Nut. His eyes lit up, his mouth agape. Convinced, he asked, all right, what's the plan? D smiled, a cunning look on his face. They stood on the roof, looking down at the field below. In 20 minutes, at Ground 7, silence blink ability training will take place. Afterward, he won't be able to blink, and that's when we'll surround and ambush him. Isn't that a bit cowardly? Nut asked, surprised. D looked at his naive question. You don't know anything about Silent, do you? Down below, Silent was stretching seriously. Just watch, and you'll understand. Silent said to himself, all right, Silent, let's begin. 6 consecutive blinks within a 35-meter range per blink. And as always, the last one is vertical. He got into position, staring straight ahead. Start. In a flash, he vanished, zipping from one light pole to another so fast the naked eye couldn't follow. Silent's entire body seemed to dissolve into thin air. But he still pushed himself, a little faster. He dropped low to the ground. A little farther. He soared high, twisting and turning with incredible speed. Even if I blink, I won't lose acceleration. All kinetic energy will be released upon landing. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light appeared on the ground and he landed on a mat below. See, he said to the group. As long as he can blink, you can't catch him. Nat, now seeing Silent's full power, exclaimed, that bastard is scarier than I thought. But it's not over. They knew. He'll do 2 more sets like that. Don't hesitate. Get ready. They grinned at each other. Finally, today we will uncover its greatest secret. Lihan was walking through a room, carrying a stack of books. He thought of the 2, hoping they were okay. Kat and his dark-skinned friend blocked the front, while 2 others blocked Silent from behind. What could he do in this predicament? Kenneth lay on the ground, looking at the sky. You guys are too weak. His friend offered a more objective perspective. Why don't you consider that our opponent is just too strong? Besides, it seems I can't use my special ability to electrocute Silent. Kenneth sat up. This isn't working. We need a brain to lead us. You will oversee the strategy and direct us. Someone knocked on the door. Lee unopened it to find 2 familiar faces, Kenneth and D. They came into his room and sat down. Lee and started. I don't want to do anything he doesn't like. But Kenneth pressed him. Be honest, Lihan. Aren't you curious too? About the face behind that mask? No, Lihan replied. Damn, Kenneth thought. I thought he'd at least hesitate a bit. He sighed, as if giving up. Alright. Suddenly Kenneth brought up the past. Oh, I just remembered something from way back. When I first joined the 13th platoon. Well, even if I wasn't there, I am sure you would have managed to set up your own squad somehow. He stood up as if the conversation was over. I'm leaving. Take care. Seeing his 2 friends leave, Lihan thought to himself, sorry, Silent. Then he called out, Kenneth, I'll help you just this once. But if you fail again, you have to give up. Kenneth gave a thumbs up. In the hallway, a sign was posted. Under repair. Please use detour. They laid out their plan. We'll lure Silent to the rooftop. Lihan added, to be sure, we'll set up various traps throughout the building. They've marked the locations, let me share them. There are quite a few. So move carefully. Lihan's skills impressed the group. How did you draw such a detailed map in such a short time? You even know where to place traps. Kenneth was proud of his friend. See. I told you we could leave it to Lihan. Lihan advised. You should move in pairs when I'm not around. Also, don't get within 20 meters of Silent. You'll likely be caught in an instant. If Silent disappears at close range, lunge forward. If you're lucky, you might avoid him. Everyone took his advice positively. Whoa, you're really smart. Alright, let's go, everyone, Lihan commanded. On the rooftop, Lihan adjusted a tarp and put in his earpiece, confirming communication status. There were 4 participants besides him. As the commander, Lihan announced, the target will appear in front of Group 1 momentarily. S'more 2, lure the target towards S'more 1. Kenneth sped off after Silent. D launched a surprise attack from the side but missed. Lihan reported over the comms, target has entered the building. Alright, S'more 1 and 2, fall back and head to the roof. S'more 3 and 4, it's your turn. Silent, running, didn't notice a thin wire stretched at ankle level. It triggered a cage to slam into his temple. It didn't cause any real damage, but it made him realize the hallway was trapped. They seemed much more organized than before, he thought. There's no way they got this smart so quickly. Someone intelligent must be directing them. That bastard. Over the comms, someone yelled. The target suddenly changed his movement. The two on site reported back. He ignored the first trap and bypassed all the others at terrifying speed. Lihan said, I don't think we can catch him like this. The important thing is that he's aware of the traps and has let his guard down. Silent thought smugly. Pathetic. There's no way I'm getting caught by that. He ran up a deserted staircase, but suddenly felt something was wrong. It felt like the bastard commander had him right in the palm of his hand. The target is heading towards the roof. Silent burst through the rooftop door. So, it was you, Lihan. The two faced off. This is absurd, Silent thought. MBO monster. He braced himself. I'll just blink past the first trap. And when I blink past the second, I'll be right on top of Lihan in an instant. Lihan had read Silent's mind. He had set traps that Silent didn't even need to touch to activate. With a string tied to his finger, he could trigger the second trap himself. He'll have no choice but to blink. Seeing the purple-pink aura emanating from Silent, Lihan slammed a metal bucket over his head and said, Sorry about this. The other four surrounded the target. Now, everyone attack, but it didn't go smoothly. The movements were like something out of a movie. Unbelievable that it could happen in real life. But Silent was an exception, with his incredible physical skills. In a flash, he had taken down all four healthy young men. Silent lifted the bucket off his head, looked at Lihan, and said, You're the worst. Lihan looked back without a word. They seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement not to engage each other. Lihan knew he had really angered him. Hannah complained, If you were going to put a bucket on his head, why didn't you just take off his mask? You said we attacked together, so why did you just stand there? Lihan coolly replied, I'm not a member of your group. Hesitating in front of a door, Lihan debated whether to knock. He finally chose to stay outside and said softly, Silent, I came to apologize. I'm sorry. The person inside was quiet, then communicated through Lihan's smartwatch. Why did you do that to me? Lihan explained, I couldn't refuse Kenneth. He's made big decisions for me in the past. He paused, frowning. He decided to be honest. No, it's all my fault. To be honest, I thought it would be fun. What's fun about that? Silent asked. Lihan said, I wanted to see if I could catch you with my abilities. I was also a little curious about the face under the mask. Seeing Lihan's sheepish curiosity through the door's security system, Silent found it amusing. The door opened. Standing before Lihan was Silent, wearing his signature mask, the mystery of his true appearance intact. Lihan said with a hint of disappointment, So, it's finished charging. Silent warned him, Don't ever do that again. He must have his reasons. Lihan thought. I have no intention of unmasking him if he hates it that much. So Lihan said, I'll make sure to tell Kenneth to back off. Should I make him come apologize? It's fine, Silent replied. I just wanted you to apologize. Feeling he shouldn't bother him anymore, Lihan turned to Lihan. Alright, see you later then. But Silent grabbed his shirt, stopping him. Before Lihan could figure out what was happening, he was pulled into the room. At a military airfield, a grim-faced old man spoke. Today is the last day of our suppression of the Pettis organization. How did we find their headquarters? We have the dragon, Bahamut, to thank. Since confirming the appearance of our common enemy, one of Pettis's executives traded their location for his own safety. It's a mix of joy and sorrow, really, another man remarked. For humanity and our future generations. I suppose. Military planes flew over a training ground. Two cadets were running side by side. Did you apologize to Silent? One asked. Kenneth replied, Yeah, they stopped by. He said it was fine. I like his easy-going nature. Does that mean you've given up? Lihan asked. Yeah, just as I promised, Kenneth said. A more energetic cadet was about to overtake them, shouting coming through. Lihan and Kenneth made way for him and then returned to their conversation. Lihan asked, By the way, Kenneth, want to watch a movie tonight? Silent lent it to me yesterday. The scene flashed back to Silent pulling Lihan into his room. Do you remember I said I'd let you watch a movie? Silent asked. Lihan remembered. Samurai Kagitoki, right. Wait a second, let me find the file, Silent said. Seeing Silent's room for the first time, Lihan was impressed. Whoa, is this all movie posters? The room screamed that its owner was a film enthusiast. You really love movies, Lihan commented. Silent revealed a little about himself. It's the only way for me to see the outside world. This made Lihan ponder. Come to think of it, he said he's been at a For a long time. He must have come here when he was 7 or 8, maybe even earlier. So the only world Silent knows might be the world from movies, or a artificial island. Silent handedly on us. I know these movies are fake, but I can't help but admire the characters. They're just so cool. Enjoy the movie. Back in the present, Lihan felt it was quieter than usual. It's only grade 3s here. Where did all the soldiers go? A man not in training gear was waiting. He called Lihan by name. This is an emergency. I'll give you time to change. Get dressed and come down. The man got into a vehicle behind him and tossed Lihan a helmet. I won't answer any questions on the way. Then he drove off. Something urgent must have happened, Lihan guessed. A lieutenant had to come pick up a regular soldier. What if the soldier's joke about is real? This is far beyond what he imagined. A man approached. I'll guide you from here. A security system scanned his palm and confirmed his identity. Access granted. They waited for a thick steel door to open and stepped inside. Lihan couldn't help but ask, so what's going on? I don't think I'm allowed in this area. You're right, Alex replied. But someone really wants to see you, even if it means breaking the rules. And that person doesn't have much time left. They arrived at the door of an important individual's room. We're here. The person you're about to meet is the current vice commander of Dearden Tower. They entered a luxurious, European-style room. A voice said, come in. Are you Lihan? Come closer. Lihan looked warily at Jurgen's frail arm, connected to an trip. Noticing his gaze, Jurgen said softly, there's nothing to worry about. After a moment's hesitation, Lihan took the offered hand. A psychic network immediately formed, enveloping a certain area. What is this? Lihan asked, startled. This is inside you, Jurgen explained. And it is also your true self. Jurgen observed him and commented. You regained your composure quickly, just as I heard. A true talent for your age. Did your environment forge you into what you are? He reached out a hand as if to satisfy his curiosity. Will you let me look inside you? Lihan's eyes widened as the hand came closer. He slapped it away, rejecting the intrusion. The network shattered. Startled and on high alert, Lihan backed away as far as he could. Alex, surprised, called out his name. Lihan caught his breath and asked, what did you do to me? Alex started to reprimand him, but Jurgen intervened. It's all right, Captain. His reaction is normal. He is sensitive, and his mind is surrounded by walls that even I cannot see through. Lihan said, Sire, the only person with psychic abilities, and who interrogates mages is you, Sir Aloy. Jurgen smiled knowingly. Meeting you in person has confirmed it for me. I can entrust it to you. The second generation mental power armor. I'm tired now. He pinched the bridge of his nose, gesturing for them to leave. You may go. After leaving Jurgen's room, Lihan asked, does the vice commander have a psychological problem? Alex clicked his tongue. That's none of your business. You will keep your mouth shut about what you saw today. Of course, Lihan replied amicably. I just wanted to be sure. He has restraint marks on his wrists, and on top of that, his door locks from the outside. It seems the time the commander can maintain his sanity is quite short. So that's why his wrists are often cuffed and... Stop, Alex cut him off. Don't say another word. Are you trying to show off how smart you are? Then Alex realized he had just confirmed it. Since the cat was out of the bag, he revealed, it's just as you said. He has been tormented for a long time. The periods when the commander can maintain his sanity are incredibly short. During those brief moments, he analyzes documents and decides the course for a... Today, he spent that precious time on you. Do you know what that means? The second generation mental power armor allows an enhanced soldier to fight on par with a dragon. In other words, it means an enhanced soldier is as much a threat to humanity as the dragons. Lihan realized he wanted to test whether I would be a savior or a destroyer of humanity. Alex turned and said, anyway, you just need to know it was a difficult decision. It certainly must have been, Lihan replied. Entrusting everything to a child who's barely turned 10. Alex said grimly, you're rubbing salt in the wound. Even I, the captain, often forget that though it is cruel and shameful, we are placing the future of humanity in the hands of children. But perhaps we have been searching for a child like you all along, a prodigy to whom we can entrust these burdens without feeling guilty. Alex spoke again, let's go. At a military camp in a barren desert. Hannah yelled, it's hot as hell. I can't even step into the shade. His friend, equally hot-tempered, scolded him, you're so annoying. Just sit still, But it's boring to just sit here, Cat grumbled. I'll grab you by the neck and throw you off a cliff, his friend threatened. This is a desert in North Africa, Lihan thought, where the fourth dragon once appeared. The fourth dragon could emit destructive energy beams, which is how so many canyons were formed. The locals call these canyons the Dragon's Valleys. It seems a fossil, believed to be from a dragon, was found in one of them. Something older than human history itself. Hannah turned around and asked, Hey Silent, aren't you hot? You're wearing a helmet in this furnace. Silent replied, I had the research department install an internal temperature-controlled device before we left. Hearing this, Kenneth demanded, Let me borrow it. Silent ignored him. Lihan suddenly felt a headache. I want to go back to it. A group returned from the valley. It's pretty hot down there. Huh. A woman from the research team asked, Does anyone want to go down there with us? Among the 6 of them, some were melting from the heat, others were indifferent. Lihan looked at his friends and reluctantly volunteered. I'll go. The research team was glad to find a volunteer. And because Lihan was going, Silent also stood up. I'll go too. There should be 2 people per group anyway. I'm not hot. The research team and the pair took a cable lift deep into the valley. It was dark, so they had to use flashlights. It's over there, one of the researchers said. Lihan's eyes widened in astonishment. Before them was a colossal creature, so large that their entire group would barely equal the size of 2 of its knuckles. Look how huge it is, someone commented. If this is really a dragon, it would be classified at the same level as Bahamut. The female researcher asked Lihan, Can you confirm it? Lihan reached out and touched the creature's limb. The information flooding into him felt heavy and overwhelming. Oh my god, the researchers gasped. A blue aura emanated from Lihan, gradually covering the creature's arm. He seemed to want to pull away but couldn't, so Silent had to intervene before something went wrong. Silent helped Lihan step back. Thanks, Lihan panted. The female researcher was ecstatic. This is amazing. It really is the skeleton of a dragon. Leave the rest to us. Well done. As he was being helped back to the lift, Lihan thought, impossible. If that's really a dragon fossil, does that mean dragons existed before humanity? Suddenly, a male researcher kicked something underfoot. He bent down to see what it was. When he shone his flashlight on it, he saw a strange object but still carelessly touched it. What is this? Before Lihan could leave, he heard the researcher's scream of pain. The group was in a panic. What happened? The strange object had clamped down on the man's hand. It was slowly devouring his entire arm. He screamed for someone to pull it off him. The thing biting him spat out a corrosive fluid, causing even more agony. He shrieked, It's getting bigger. Help man. The other terrified researchers told the armed soldiers to do something. The soldiers immediately opened fire, but it was too late. It had already swallowed him whole. Everyone, get to the lift, now, Lihan shouted. One of the researchers recognized the creature. Damn it, it's a corpse bug, how the hell is it still alive? Hearing that, Lihan froze in shock. A death worm, Lihan realized. Based on what I learned at ACT, it's about to form a cocoon to metamorphose. He quickly sent an urgent message to command. We need to get back to the surface, now. The reply was immediate. All units, prepare for combat formation. Our target is a death worm preparing to enter its 2nd stage. A shriek echoed through the cavern as the creature burst from its newly formed chrysalis. Lihan was stunned. That was fast. It's already hatched. The worm slithered rapidly toward the elevator, where the research staff was panicking. It's coming this way. The elevator shook violently as the creature's mouth widened, accompanied by terrified screams. Help me. The death worm coiled around the elevator car, halting its ascent as it opened its maw. The corrosive fluid it secreted began to eat away at the elevator's structure. Please stay calm, Lihan said, reassuring the panicked researchers. We're almost at the surface. He calmly relayed instructions to his team above. Listen carefully. We have to predict its path, and decapitate that bastard as quickly as possible. We cannot lose, at any cost. If anyone dies, its evolution speed will increase dramatically. Target has appeared. Move out. The response team acted instantly, weapons at the ready. They opened fire, drawing the death worm's attention so the non-combatants could escape. But the bullets seemed to have no effect. I think firepower is useless, Nuke said, decisively tossing his gun aside. He used his own body to block the death worm's path. Dan, that hurts. Dimmy, grab its tail. Following his teammate's call, Dimmy seized the monster's tail. The worm was momentarily immobilized. Jump, Simon shouted to his teammate. Dick, holding a spear, stepped onto a levitating platform that Simon had prepared, launching him to the perfect height to inflict maximum damage. He channeled his power and plunged his spear through the death worm's abdomen, the electricity temporarily paralyzing it. Lihan, the bastard is paralyzed. Nuke yelled. Silent. The rest is up to you, Lihan said. He pulled the pin of a grenade with his teeth and, as Nuke pried the creature's mouth open, tossed it inside. Get back, Nuke. The grenade instantly detonated inside the monster's mouth. Silent, sword in hand, leaped high into the air, rocketing toward the monster's head. With the combined force of his speed and gravity, he decapitated the death worm in a single strike and landed safely. But it wasn't over. The body began slithering toward the severed head. Don't let them reconnect. Leave it to me, a soldier yelled from a truck. I'll push it off the cliff. He floored the accelerator, ramming the truck into the monster's body. At the last second, he swerved, sending the worm's massive torso tumbling into the abyss below. The soldier then got out, approaching the severed head with his rifle. You disgusting worms. Don't get near it, Lihan warned, but the soldier, eager to show off, didn't listen. I'll crush you with bullets. But as they already knew, bullets were like mosquito bites to a death worm. The head lunged forward and snapped up the reckless soldier. By the time Lihan's team could react, the man was gone. Damn it, Simon cursed. These amateurs should have just stayed put instead of interfering. With enough nutrients from its meal, the death worm's head began to evolve again. It has wings. It's reached its third form, Lihan shouted. Simon silent, prepare for aerial combat. The newly evolved death worm now had the ability to fly. It shot straight up into the air above the team. But this creature was smart. It wasn't going to get cornered for a second time. It flew off, leaving the team staring in disbelief. Oh, Lihan refocused instantly. If we lose track of it now, the casualties will be even greater. He directed his team. Simon, prepare the flight boards. With Simon's help, Lihan quickly pursued the death worm. Armed with a grappling gun, he fired a shot at the fleeing creature. The hook lodged in its body, and Lihan was pulled along, rapidly closing the distance. The ground is a better place for bugs like you, Lihan shouted as he drove a spear through one of the death worm's neck segments. Injured, the creature began to fall from the sky. The rest of the team rushed forward, calling his name. In a research facility, a young man was being examined. Among the A-class individuals, he's very special. Truly extraordinary. Would it be difficult for him to become in C-class? I think we need a little more external stimulation. He's likely in an unawakened C-class. The examination is complete. A friendly female researcher approached him. Good job, Gudu. Would you like something to eat? The young man named Gudu replied. No, I just want a rest. Oh, is that so? The woman said, slightly disappointed. Alright, then let's go back to your dorm. Gudu's brow furrowed slightly. Her kindness was fate. That attitude would change the moment he became useless. The testing schedule is almost finished, she said as they walked. He'll be promoted to level 3 soon. Lost in his own thoughts, Gudu stared out the window. Level 3. From now on I will protect you, because I finally have the strength to do so. Back with Lihan. The death worm was in a free fall. Lihan was determined to finish it before they both hit the ground. He succeeded. The death worm lay motionless while Lihan was unharmed. Simon had controlled the flight board, saving him from the impact. Simon saved me, Lihan realized. The group surrounded him. Are you okay? Lihan turned. Simon looked his teammate over, relieved to see him unharmed, before complaining. Damn it, those military branch soldiers. I won't let them get away with this. They dared to revive a bastard we almost killed. Are they even soldiers? Why is Simon always so angry? Nuke wondered. It's one of his bad traits, Silent noted. At the command headquarters, a report was being presented. This is regarding Kana, a dragon fossil recently discovered. It appears to be from the Cretaceous period. There have been countless speculations about the origin of dragons. Enough about their origins, Alex interrupted. You can research whatever you want, but only after we fend off the dragon invasion. What's so important about that fossil? We can already produce a ton of dragonic tools and psychic armors. Why don't we skip this and move on to the prophet? We are planning to awaken her. Surgeon Zet shot to his feet, turning to Alex. Is that the commander's order? He demanded. Isn't it still too early? The others around him tried to calm him down. Hey Zet, calm down. Why are you being so disrespectful? Shut up, Zet roared. We still haven't been treated, Seeing how agitated he was, the others whispered, "Damn it, help him calm down. Hold him back." Zet's power flared. "Hit away from me." As flames erupted around him, everyone was forced to back off. Seeing his insubordination, Alex could no longer sit still. He walked over and punched Zet across the face. "Control yourself," Alex said sternly. "Are your feelings more important than the cause? Bahamut and Kamat, everything we faced was unforeseen. What if the dragons attack us ahead of schedule? What do we do then?" Zet calmed down and looked up at Alex, raising his hands in surrender. "I will reflect on my actions in solitary confinement." But Alex showed a rare moment of understanding. "There's no need. It's not that I don't understand how you feel." Zet thought of the name Catherine. A few days later, in the training area cafeteria, a whisper spread. The prophet, Muke, always the first to hear gossip, told his friends, "It's a rumor that's been going around among the soldiers. I heard them say that the prophet has awakened." "Is that the person who can see the future?" Demi asked. "Yes," Muke replied. "I'd heard they woke her up recently." They turned to Silent, who was eating a tray of sweets instead of a meal. "Silent, have you ever met her?" Silent just shook his head. "Good grief, how can you eat all of that?" Demi said, looking at Silent's tray. A girl stood in the doorway. As the doors opened, a murmur went through the room. "It's the prophet. It's the prophet. What's all the noise about?" Nuke wondered. The young woman, with striking light blue hair, spoke up. "What are you all staring at? Haven't you ever seen a person before?" "That must be the prophet," Nuke exclaimed. "I can't believe she's a girl." "Whoa," Demi added. "Most of the psychics in our generation are male." Silent noticed everyone's attention was on the girl, and he glanced at the person sitting next to him. Lihan was staring, dumbfounded. In his imagination, the first generation was supposed to be intimidating and battle-hardened. He was experiencing culture shock. She looks so young. Is she really from the first generation? She can't be more than 20. How old was she when she started fighting? Silent immediately took a dislike to the prophet. The prophet was about to light a cigarette when someone called out to her. Zet, tall and imposing, stood before her. "What do you think you're doing here?" he said. "I was given permission to go outside," she snapped back. "Why do you care? They only allowed you a normal walk, you idiot," Zet argued, snatching the cigarette from her hand. "You were going to smoke the moment you got out. Are you crazy? If you want to die, just say so." He burned the cigarette to ash with a flick of his flame. "Shut up and follow me. Let me go," the prophet struggled. "Who do you think you are?" she cried out, but Zed ignored her and dragged her out of the cafeteria, leaving everyone inside speechless. "They're both really aggressive," New commented. "What did she do to get grabbed by Sergeant Zet?" Lihan watched the scene unfold, his thoughts unreadable. Zet walked around a corner. Damn. Where did she go? The prophet was hiding, trying to avoid being caught again. In a control room, an operator asked, "Ready, Lihan?" This is its first major training exercise. Lihan was armed to the teeth in the most advanced suit of armor, ready to test its power. The second-generation psychic armor. The prophet muttered to herself, "How dare he try to control me? He's nothing but ex-loyal dog." She headed off somewhere. Meanwhile, Lihan finished his training. Okta clapped enthusiastically. "Your movements are excellent. I knew I chose the right person. Keep training like this, Lihan, and the upcoming test will be nothing for you." "What test?" Lihan asked. "Sooner or later, we'll have to present this to everyone," Okta said. "Just be ready to show them our best work." Lihan quietly wiped his sweat, and then asked, "You're pretty close with Sergeant Zed, aren't you? Do you know anything about the prophet? I heard she just woke up. Is she in a condition where she can't move freely?" The prophet was cryogenically frozen, Okta explained. "The cost was as much as installing a psychic armor, but her ability is worth it." "Why did she have to be frozen?" Lihan asked. "Because of psychic overload," Okta replied. "Some people awaken their psychic powers too early and can't handle their own strength. Their bodies gradually turn to stone, and then they die. The prophet is in a state where she could die at any moment." "That sounds interesting, Okto," a voice interjected. Okta jumped and turned around. "Prophet, what are you doing here?" "I wanted to ask you for something," she said, getting straight to the point. "Please get me a handheld game console. I'm so bored." Okta was at a loss for words. Where would I find something like that in Act? And why should I? The prophet grabbed him by the collar. "You're a technician. If you don't have one, make one. What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Okta stammered. Seeing she was getting nowhere, the prophet turned to the other person in the room. Her eyes landed on Lihan. Oh my, you're from the second generation, aren't you? You're so young, but so muscular. Look at those muscles. You grew up too fast. It's not fair. I have something to tell you. Want to go somewhere quiet? Okta saw his chance to get rid of the trouble. That's a great idea. Take him with you. He's done with his training. Go on, Lihan. See you tomorrow. He whispered. Get her out of here. I hate stubborn girls like her. I can hear you, you know. The prophet snapped, standing right there. Now about that game console. Okta was frustrated, but couldn't bring himself to hit her. Outside, Lihan asked, what did you want to talk about? You heard what Okta said, right? About my current condition, the prophet asked. It is. I don't have much time left. My hair wasn't always this color. But I still want to live happily for the time I have left. Do you want to run away to a faraway place with me? Lihan stared at her blankly and turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'm going. Wait, she called out, sighing. You really don't have a sense of humor, do you? Just like Zet said. Lihan caught the main point. So, you know me. Her expression turned serious. Yes, I do. And I want to tell you this. She used her ability, placing a hand on his forehead. A light flashed, and she gave him a warning. If you want to live, don't participate in this operation. I'm only telling you this, because Zet cares about you. Did you see my future? Lihan asked. I'm telling you this because I saw nothing, she replied. In most cases, that means you're going to die. A dead person has no future. But Lihan was not phased. In fact, he sounded optimistic. In most cases. That means there's still a chance I'll survive, right? The prophet was taken aback by his resolve. She turned away, but then an image of Zet's back appeared in her mind. She bit her lip and said venomously, fine. Then go live and die like a loyal dog. As Zet dragged the prophet away, she whined, let me go, that hurts. He opened a door and threw her inside. What is your problem? He demanded, his voice heavy with frustration. You saw the dragon invasion today, didn't you? Why didn't you say anything before? You already know why, don't you? She shouted back. Because I don't care about this world. Stop acting like a child, Catherine, Zet urged, trying to contain his anger. You're not the only one who is sacrificed. Do you know how old the second generation kids are? The oldest is only 12 or 13. And they're out there risking their lives. So what? Catherine screamed. Sacrifice sounds so noble, so heartwarming. Why should I have to sacrifice? I won't even live to see the next invasion. At least those kids have hope that they'll live in a peaceful world once the dragons are gone. Why should I care about my ability to see the future when I don't have one myself? Zet looked down, his face dark. Because you're a good person. Catherine brushed past him and stormed out. This time, he didn't stop her. How ridiculous, she muttered as she walked away. You fool. A fleet of military aircraft flew towards a city with a famous tower. Seeing a city so intact. It's both nice and strange, someone remarked. All the civilians have been evacuated. So it looks like a ghost town, Nuke said. I bet this place will be in ruins in 7 days, Demi added. Probably, Timon replied flatly. According to the prophet's prediction, a dimensional gate and a dragon would appear in Paris within 7 days. This unprecedented event in a new location drew the attention of special forces from around the world. A team of soldiers, their leader wearing armor bearing the American flag, approached. They were all more powerfully built than Lihan's team. You're the psychics from Mac. The American leader asked. Mind moving out of the way. The road is wide enough. Why don't you go around? Demi shot back. The American soldiers laughed. Aren't you guys magicians or something? Why don't you just fly over our heads? Demi was getting annoyed. But Lihan calmly stopped him. They're trying to provoke us. He looked at the American flag on their armor. Who are you? You seem to be from the United States. The leader introduced them with an air of superiority. Where's you? High-level special forces, also known as the Hell Boys. Lihan had heard of them. They were around the same age as his team, and although they didn't have psychic powers, they had undergone physical enhancement. Their promotion standards were said to be higher than Axe, which probably explained why they were even bigger than Demi. The American soldiers continued to mock them. Look at the size of you guys. If it weren't for that psychic stuff, you'd probably be squashed like bugs. Lihan remained calm. That's funny. Alright. Let's go. The American soldier clicked his tongue, disappointed. Boring. See ya, shrimps. As Demi walked past them, he deliberately bumped into one of them. See you later, Demi said with a challenging look. The tense encounter ended peacefully for the moment. In a luxurious hotel room, Nuke exclaimed, "Whoo, I've never stayed in a place like this before." He flopped onto the soft bed. "Hey, Lihan, this bed is so comfortable." Lihan, though more composed, had to agree. "I've never touched anything this soft either." "Is this so? Now I know what luxury feels like." He found a minibar. "Look at all these drinks. Want one?" Lihan declined. Nuke then found some pastéis and took a bite. "Oh my god, it melts in your mouth. What does this say?" "I don't know French." After finishing the box, he announced, "All right, let's go." "Go where?" Lihan asked, puzzled. Nuke held up the empty box. "To steal these from the other rooms, of course. Those soldiers won't eat this stuff." "Don't wander off," Lihan warned. "There are many other units here besides AK. You're not the team captain on this mission," Nuke said playfully. "So I don't have to listen to you." "That's Nuke for you." Lihan sighed as his friend left. He opened a 3D map of Paris. "I should memorize the locations of all the main buildings, while I have time. Without proper preparation, you can't win." He remembered his father's words, "You won't use everything you've prepared in a fight, but when you need it, that preparation will bring you victory." He would never forget that. Suddenly, the door opened. Lihan thought it was Nuke returning, but it was an uninvited guest. He was quite surprised to see the prophet standing there. Silent stood outside a room, from which he could hear panting and heavy breathing. "Wait. Let me just sit like this for a moment." "What the hell? That girl." Silent couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. The scene looked intimate, and it was easy to misunderstand without context. It was more than enough to put him in a foul mood. He turned and walked away, fuming. What is she doing with Lihan? Elsewhere, Demi was facing off against the leader of the American team. "Scared to go alone, so you brought your friend." The American taunted. "Don't worry, it's just me against you. They're just here to watch. Unless you run away, of course." Demi was itching to punch him, but he responded with bravado. "Don't you worry, either. I won't use the magic you're so scared of." They reached an agreement. "So, shall we begin?" Back in the hotel, Silent was in an elevator. The image of the prophet leaning intimately on Lihan's shoulder replayed in his mind, making him feel sick. "I need to go to the roof for some fresh air." Just as he stepped into the elevator, Nuke spotted him. "Silent, where's he going?" The scene cut back to Demi's fight. He landed a punch squarely in his opponent's chest, and then followed up with a flurry of blows, forcing the American on the defensive. "Damn. This bastard's body is ridiculously tall," Demi thought. "It's like I'm not hitting him at all." The American caught one of Demi's punches and countered. Demi met the blow head-on, surprising his opponent. He seized the opportunity to switch tactics, twisting the American's arm into a joint lock. "Give up, unless you want a broken arm," Demi grunted. But his opponent wasn't going to give up that easily. He used his entire body to throw Demi off, sending him crashing onto the concrete. Demi looked up just in time to see a large boot coming straight for his face. He rolled away just in time. After creating some distance, he was ready for round 2. He ripped his shirt off. "Now I'm going to fight you properly." But the spotlight was about to shift. Silent appeared. The American teenager looked down on the smaller boy. "Get out of the way, you might get hurt." But Silent was in a foul mood. "I need to break something." He used his psychic power to snap one of the American's fingers. The teenager quickly popped it back into place, annoyed by the surprise attack. "Damn it, you want to die." Silent effortlessly dodged the American's punch and struck him in the abdomen with a martial arts technique that used impulsive force. The American crumpled without a sound. When his teammates saw him go down, they all charged at once. The fight was completely one-sided. "Smo isn't weak, Uke," who had arrived to watch, commented. "Silent is just too strong." The remaining American soldiers backed away from the dark-clad figure. "I don't think I could beat him," Demi admitted. Back in the room, the prophet said to Lihan, "I'll report to the higher-ups that you will die if you participate in this operation. All I have to do is say the word, and you'll be moved to a safe location." "I thought we already talked about this," Lihan said, disagreeing. "A dragon is going to appear," she yelled. "You've seen a dragon before. You'll die. You're too young to die." Suddenly, her body convulsed. She collapsed, her skin turning a deathly blue. "I'll get a doctor," Lihan said immediately. "It's okay," she gasped. "Just let me rest for a moment." "Is this psychic overload?" Lihan thought, remembering what Okta had said. "The survival rate is 0. In a war-torn building, Zet noticed a young woman with blonde hair and a white dress standing on a window ledge. Cease fire, he signaled to his team. There's a survivor. She seemed ready to give up on life. As the morning sun peeked through the clouds, she closed her eyes, waiting for death. Catherine awoke with a start from the dream of her past. She was in Lihan's room. So it was a dream. She sat up and looked at him. Stubborn as a mule. He reminded her of Zet. Why are they so similar? Birds of a feather flock together. You're awake, Lihan said, turning around. Feeling better? I'm fine, Catherine mumbled. Good, Lihan said bluntly. Then please leave. And don't come see me again. It's a bother. Catherine was taken aback. What the hell? She went back to Zet's place. You want to wear a psychic armor? She yelled. Are you insane? Do you have 2 lives or something? Look at your own leg, she said, pointing to his prosthetic. Stop it, he replied. That's why I'm trying to compromise. We don't have many enhanced soldiers left. If adjoin, we'll have 1 more. He noticed Octo in the corner, making frantic gestures. He's saying either make her shut up or both of you get out, Catherine translated. Follow me, Det said. There's a place I want to go. He took her to a bar and ordered her a drink. Here, drink this. It was orange juice. If you're so worried, then look into my future. Just see if I live or die. I have no interest in your future, she said irritably. I just pity your ridiculous actions. Now, give me a real drink. Do you think I'm a child? Alcohol isn't good for your health, Zet said reasonably. She slammed her glass on the table. Don't you think it's a little late to be worrying about my health now? I told you, we're researching a cure, he said, frustrated. You know I won't live to see it, Catherine said quietly. That's mood sword. Damn it, Kathy. I was the one who wanted you to stay asleep more than anyone. He relented. Just 1 bottle. Let's not talk about this anymore. Fine, you want a drink. We'll drink. You should have one too, she suggested. All right, he conceded. They drank together, bottle after bottle, until they were both drunk. At some point, Catherine reached out and messed up Zet's perfectly styled hair. You look much handsomer with your hair messy like this, she complimented. Catherine awoke with a jolt. She was in Zet's room. She checked herself over. He must have slept somewhere else. She was a little disappointed. Always the perfect, flawless gentleman. She remembered the date he saved her. Just as the sniper had her in his sights, Zet had signaled to cease fire. That's a distress signal, he had thought, but why would there be a survivor there? Then, she had deliberately jumped. Zet had leaped without hesitation and caught her. Weren't you the one who sent the distress signal? He had demanded, his heart pounding. What were you thinking, jumping out of a window? She had looked at the man who saved her, and smiled. I saw it in a vision. I saw that you would catch me. After freshening up, she found a hidden stash of medicine boxes behind a mirror in his room. She also found a box of cigars, and took one out onto the balcony. She remembered messing up his hair, and felt a little embarrassed. You're crazy, she mumbled, tapping her head. She left the unlit cigar on his table and opened the door to leave, only to run straight into Silent. You're Silent, right? She asked. This is Sergeant Det's room, Silent thought, his impression of her worsening. Well, actually. Catherine stammered. Silent typed on his device, calling her a pervert, which left her utterly confused. Hey, I think there's been a misunderstanding, she said, but Silent ignored her, his dislike for her palpable. Meanwhile, Lihan was with Octo. Let me show you the new toys. First, this one. Lihan didn't understand Octo's gesture. You don't know Spider-Man. He shoots webs like this. Fwoot. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lihan said blankly. Never mind, Octo sighed, switching to a more technical explanation. On your left arm, you'll find a replacement for the grappling hook. It's detachable, so you can take it off if you don't need it. It also has a power pack. It's essential for hunting those disgusting flying creatures. But be careful not to get hit in the back. If it explodes, you'll be seriously injured. Another technician chimed in. Whenever the boss says you'll be injured, it means there's a chance you'll die, so be extra careful. I can imagine what would happen if a device that can lift this much weight explodes, Lihan thought. I have to be careful. The prophecy is about to come true, Octa said gravely. Lihan, you probably already know this, but you'll be in the reserve team. 4 first-generation psychic armor users will face the dragon first. The ideal scenario is that they succeed in killing it. For the past 10 years of peace, humanity has become too complacent. If we can't stop that dragon today, the world will end. I won't let that happen, Lihan said with determination. I'm not fighting for humanity. I'm fighting for my friends and my brothers. The sky suddenly turned gray, a sign of the dimensional gate. If it's like the previous gates, Alex said from the control room, the ground will crack open, and the minions will crawl out. All teams will be assigned to their respective positions, with the predicted gate location as the epicenter. The energy fluctuations were concentrated at the top of the tower. Damn, I feel sick, Nuke said, standing among the soldiers below. The psychic energy was all converging in one area. All right, Alex commanded. All teams, prepare for battle. The energy beams in the sky grew more chaotic. Below, tanks, machine guns, and soldiers were all in position. This is weird, Simmons said. Why isn't anything happening? An American soldier asked. Did they get stuck in traffic? Up there. Look at the sky, Demi shouted. In the sky, Alex said in disbelief. A horde of monsters poured out of the chaotic source of light. They fell from the sky like a flood. Of course, nothing could escape gravity when falling from such a height. The soldiers stared in horror at the rain of flesh in front of them. What the hell are they trying to do? Nuke wondered. What is going on? The rift in the sky continued to spew out monsters, who fell freely to their literal doom. Everyone who witnessed it was baffled and disturbed by the anomaly. A gate in the sky. They all stood in stunned silence. The commanders must have been speechless too. After all, they had been preparing for a ground assault, and established defense systems solely for a ground-based battle. The survivors of the initial onslaught have been confirmed. The dead must have served as a cushion for them. We'd better be ready. After the first wave broke their fall, the subsequent waves were able to land safely and begin their invasion. The operation commenced, and soldiers unleashed a storm of bullets, tearing through countless monsters. This is like a video game, isn't it? One of the American soldiers thought cheerfully. Easy win and we get paid, too. Nuke fired his weapon, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Damn those cocky bastards. It'd be best if this is all there is to it. But their ammunition was finite, and the wave of monsters was endless. Damn it, there's no end to them. Demi cursed. Are they trying to drain our ammo first? Following the ground troops, a swarm of flying creatures appeared. Another life form. Simon alerted his team. Flying monsters are coming out. The flying monsters were aggressive, but humanity's artillery was formidable. However, these creatures had a devastating trump card. Suicide attacks. They deliberately crashed into tanks and other military hardware, causing massive damage. Are they self-destructing? Someone in the control room asked in disbelief. More and more of the flying creatures used this tactic, whittling down the human forces. Those still standing could only continue to fire relentlessly. Damn it. At this rate, we're going to be overwhelmed. It was clear that humanity was losing ground. The command center issued a difficult order. Detonate Sector 1. All personnel, retreat. He heard him. Let's get out of here. Nuke yelled to his comrades. But as he turned to leave, a monster bomb was right in front of him. A deafening explosion followed, and Nuke's fate was unknown. Silent entered the fray with dual blades, clearing a path through the monsters. Simming used his psychic powers to create a shield, covering the other soldiers' retreat. Keep moving, the commander urged. Sector 1 is ready to detonate. Hold the line. The American soldiers were also struggling. Come on, we have to get out of here. This place could become a wasteland any second. One of their wounded comrades said, just leave me here. If you don't, you'll. The arrogant American leader showed a surprising amount of camaraderie. You idiot. If we die together. Who are we? We are the warriors from hell, the wounded soldier roared, his spirit renewed. But both of them were clearly exhausted, ready to face their end with a smile. See you in hell, brother. But before the monster could reach them, it was incinerated. Demi had charged in, his psychic energy flaring. His armor was gone from his upper body, but he was still able to quip. Don't you two think that Slowden is a little childish? Though your loyalty is commendable. In another part of the battlefield, Nuke had survived. But his vision was impaired. The blast had injured the side of his face. He was lucky to have the life-sustaining properties of his psychic power. The other soldiers near him had not been so fortunate. He screamed in pain and loss, unleashing a massive surge of psychic energy that lit up the entire street. A spear materialized in his hand, and his body was fully restored. You damn bastards, he snarled at the monsters. I'll kill every last one of you. A report came into the command center. There are still surviving soldiers. Should we hold out a little longer? Alex gave the grim order. Detonate. The entire central area was engulfed in a series of massive explosions. The survivors were left to fend for themselves. Paris's glorious reputation would be utterly destroyed. To act, even a beautiful city like this is just a tool for defense, Octa said grimly. Even if we win, Paris will become a wasteland. That was a huge explosion, Lihan worried. I wonder if everyone was able to evacuate in time. Most of the minions have been eliminated, an operator reported. And no more will be able to come through the gate. Keep an eye on the remaining minions, and tend to the retreating soldiers. Alex ordered. Prepare the first generation's psychic armors. It will appear soon. The heavily armored individuals prepared for battle. There were 4 of them in total. Do you all hear me? We will end this war. It's using its dragon breath. This is a familiar attack pattern, not much different from what we saw in the first Dragon War. The power is even less than what we've seen in the past. Even though it might not be Bahamut. We must be careful. We are proceeding according to plan. Aim for its wings. Dragons fly using their psychic power, but they can't do so once their wings are gone. After all, sensation and imagination are the essential elements of a dragon's psychic power. I'll obstruct its vision for a moment. Climb on it from behind. Set, in his armor, attacked one of the dragons with a blast of fire. 2 others teamed up on another dragon. We will sever its wings. Prepare for a ground battle. But the dragons didn't just stand there and take it. They retaliated with blasts of red energy. Impossible, that exclaimed. The armored soldier closest to the blast took the full force of the attack, but he managed to sever the dragon's wing with one last strike before they both plummeted to the ground. I won't forget your perseverance, Set thought. The remaining 2 pursued the wounded dragon. We can't give it time to rest. The dragon landed, glowing with a red aura. What the hell is it doing? Set wondered, wary. It's changing form. I guess you could call it a new species. Our old methods won't work on that monster. But that doesn't mean we'll just accept defeat. If this is a ground battle, we still have a chance. Set your get boosters to maximum output and follow me as closely as you can. We'll attack it with a synchronized operation. I'll go first and attack it with an electric charge. But what will happen to you? His worried comrade asked. If I'm lucky, it will die before I get electrocuted, Set replied. There's no time to hesitate. Let's go, damn it. Alright, the dragon was more cautious now, using its psychic power to levitate debris. It's using telekinesis, Set realized. It attacked Set with the debris and his comrade with its claws. Set was knocked back, injured even through his heavy armor. But he was able to get back up. His comrade was not so lucky. The dragon quickly realized Set was approaching again. Damn it. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. I just need to hold on a little longer, and reveal its other abilities before I die. The backup plan must be deployed. Lihan, begin the operation. What? Set gasped. Lihan had received the order to enter the battle. No way. But the Act Commander would never give such an order. Why do you have to participate in this battle? Lihan. Are you just going to let Set die? Frieren confronted Alex. Prophet, you can't. A soldier advised. Don't touch me, she snapped, shoving his hand away. Let her be, Alex said calmly, turning his attention back to her. Prophet, you are aware of the importance of this, are you not? That dragon is a new species. We don't know the full extent of its abilities yet. If the second generation enhanced soldiers die because of an unforeseen event, it will be the end of the world as we know it. Frieren raised a nail gun. If he dies and leaves me behind, that will be the end of my world too. Her action finally broke Alex's composure. She pressed the nailed gun to her own neck. If Set dies, I will follow him. Alex could see in her eyes that she wasn't bluffing. A communication was sent to Lihan. I'm sorry, Frieren whispered. Her voice transmitted directly to Lihan. I know I'm being contradictory right now. After all, I warn you not to participate if you wanted to live. You can hate me as much as you want, but Set. Please. Her voice broke, and tears streamed down her face. Please save Set. I'm begging you, Lihan. Lihan made his decision instantly. Octo, please suit me out. He replied to Frieren, Prophet, whether you asked me to or not, I would have gone out there anyway. I don't want to see Sergeant Zet sacrifice himself either. Alex listened to their conversation in silence. Lihan's participation was now a certainty. His appearance surprised not only Zet, but the dragon as well. You idiot, what are you doing out here? Zet scolded. Can you burn its eyes again, sir? Lihan asked calmly, wasting no time. No, Zet said stubbornly. I'll be the bait now. It's guaranteed to be more effective. It's guaranteed to get you killed, you mean? Lihan shot back. Shut up and do as I say. Since when? Lihan cut him off. I'm not fighting for humanity. I just don't want to see the people I care about die. The dragon fired off psychic blasts in all directions. Lihan, in his advanced armor, easily dodged the long-range attacks. The dragon resorted to its old trick, controlling a pile of debris. It's using telekinesis. Be careful. Set warned. Lihan hovered in the air, avoiding the rocks. Please use your fire to block its vision. I'll blow its brains out. Set was about to argue, but decided against it, choosing to go all out. He unleashed a torrent of flames, and Lihan seized the opportunity, firing an energy beam that wrapped around the dragon's horns. I have to reel in the line as fast as possible, then max out the boosters, and blow the dragon away in one shot. What are you going to do, Lihan? Set wondered. Lihan was using the acceleration to build momentum for a piercing attack. Back in the control room, Lihan had asked Octo, is there any way to deal with the electric current? Temporarily discharge all of your psychic power, Octo had advised. He may be a rude bastard, but we can't let him die. If you're in danger from the dragon's psychic power, discharge all of your own. Since the percentage of dragon material in the second generation suit has been increased, it will neutralize other types of psychic power when you use your own. A powerful, explosive psychic thrust followed. Set, who was there to witness it, held his breath. He saw his student Lihan standing firm at the end, while the dragon lay motionless. This victory ignited a spark of hope in Set. Maybe, just maybe, the kid I chose will be the one to save the world. Lihan had a dream. A brilliant light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a primordial forest, bewildered and overwhelmed. The creatures there looked at him with curiosity. He walked deeper into the forest, to a place with towering stone pillars. On top of one of them, a magnificent creature was resting. A dragon. It instantly sensed his presence. With 3 eyeballs in each eye socket, it spread its massive wings and flew towards him. To Lihan's astonishment, it spoke. Human. I will test and verify your free will. Lihan woke up from the dream, confused. Seeing the white ceiling, he guessed, a hospital room. Sorry, did I wake you? Nuke asked, pouring a glass of water. Nude. How long was I asleep? 3 days. Why are you in a hospital gown? I had a psychological evaluation, Nuke explained, his usual energetic demeanor gone. They said I have to be hospitalized for a while. The explosions, the fire, the smoke, the life and death of that day in Paris. The pain and loss, the resentment had all turned into motivation and determination. As soon as he had fully recovered, Nuke had annihilated the enemy. He had charged into the horde of monsters with no strategy or reason, just a blind fury. A monster had chopped off his arm, but he had simply regenerated it with his psychic power and continued his rampage. This repeated over and over again, until a blast of fire had wiped out the entire area, finally ending his mindless battle. Nuke didn't want to talk about it. He just said to Lihan, you always said you fight to protect the people you love. I'll fight to protect my friends too. Anyone who harms my friends will die at my hands, even if I have to follow them to the ends of hell. Lihan looked at his friend, understanding that the battle had left a deep psychological scar. A knock came at the door. Surprised, Nuke said, I'll give you some space. We'll continue later. The visitor was Catherine, formally dressed. How are you feeling? She asked. I'm fine, Lihan said optimistically. I healed quickly. He then changed the subject. It seems you've decided to cooperate properly now. It's because I went over the command's head and sent you out, she explained. She bit her lip. Those who train 10-year-old children as if it's normal. The soldiers who are always ready to fall, calling it their duty. I hate all of them. But even so, when you went to save him, I felt so relieved. She couldn't help but hate herself. I'm no different from them. After a moment of silence, she regained her composure. I'm sorry. I came to thank you. But now it's turned into this. She's too soft, Lihan thought. Catherine's smartwatch beeped. I have to go. The funeral is about to start. Take care of yourself. Lihan nodded. You don't have to feel guilty. You were just doing your job. It might have seemed crazy before, but now it's normal. To protect the ones I love, I'll keep fighting until all the dragons are dead. Catherine was moved. I understand, she said, leaving him to his thoughts. In a deserted area of the base, Gudu and Simon stood face to face. Sinan, why are you here? Gudu asked. Where are Lihan and Nuke? They're both in the hospital, Simon replied. Otherwise, why do you think I'd be here? Use your brain. What? Are they okay? Gudu asked, immediately worried. Who cares? Simon said dismissively. If you want to know, go visit them yourself. Try to keep up. If you fall behind, I won't bother waiting for you. I guess Simon still doesn't like me, Gudu thought, disheartened. That stupid face of his pisses me off, Simon thought. That bastard will only wake up when one of his friends dies in battle. I would never trust him with my back, not even in the most dire situation. 2 days later, Lihan was invited for a chat. It's good that you've been discharged, Alex said, pouring him a cup of tea. Drink up while it's still hot. Lihan took a sip. It's delicious. Now you know how to flatter, do you? Alex said, adding a few sugar cubes to his cup. It's better with a little sugar. Lihan cut straight to the point. I'm sure you didn't call me here just for a chat. Is this about Gudu? Yes, Alex admitted. Please guide him so he can participate in battle. He will also be fighting in a second-generation psychic armor team. We've decided to train 11 additional units. There will be 3 teams of 4, and one of them will be yours. We've killed all the dragons that have appeared, besides Bahamut. We used to be able to kill them with just 4 people in a first-generation psychic armor team. But now, with the new dragon species, that's no longer possible. They are evolving to counter us. Now, our future depends on the second-generation psychic armor teams. As Lihan walked back, he thought, right now, I have 2 trump cards. Unless they reassemble the prototype, I am the only one who can operate it. Also, Gudu is strongest when he's with me. Egg needs me right now. All the advantages are on my side. Someone kicked open a door. Hey, hurry up. It was Simon, looking like someone owed him money. What's taking you so long? They've asked everyone a rank and above to meet at the lab. We're late, let's go. I swore I wouldn't be weak anymore, Gudu thought, feeling insecure. But no matter how hard I try, without Lihan by my side, I feel like I'm reverting back to my old self. When they arrived at the lab, everyone was buzzing with excitement. What is it? Simon asked. It's the new psychic power assessment machine. Someone replied. It probably measures our psychic power levels or something. A researcher explained. This device will synthesize your psychic power limit index based on your output level. Just sit down, put on this helmet, and use as much of your psychic power as you can. Assessment complete, 8,000 Be. Simon pushed someone aside and sat down himself. The assessment began. I wonder what his score will be. Someone whispered. The genius of England. Simon took a deep breath and unleashed his psychic power. Assessment complete, 10,000 Be. The room erupted in cheers. That's insane. Isn't that the highest record so far? No one has ever passed 9,000 before. Simon shot a competitive look at Gudu and handed him the helmet. Hey, you should get assessed too. There's no need, Gudu said, waving his hand. I've already been assessed. How much? Simon asked bluntly. Say stepped forward and answered for him. 12,000 Te. And that's just based on his average results. Simon clicked his tongue in defeat. That's not fair. Doctor, we don't necessarily have to, with his stubborn personality, Say said, cutting her off. He definitely wouldn't have let it go until he knew. On a military plane, Gudu explained to Lihan, it quantifies a person's psychic power level, like stats in a video game. I haven't tried it, but I think I understand what you mean, Lihan said. Ak wouldn't create something like this without a purpose, he thought. They'll probably use it in battle somehow. So, Captain, what's our mission this time? Nuke asked. Lihan and Silent exchanged a knowing glance. Lihan looked at Nuke. We'll start discussing it now. A memory flash. Hey, you pathetic failure. Let's fight. I'll beat you to a pulp. What is the reason for this fight? I don't like that our names are so similar. That's all. Alright. I think that's enough. Come at me. The memory ended there. It seemed to belong to Silent. What was that just now? A memory I lost after the injury. In a small village in the Pyrenees Mountains, Nuke wondered, did all the soldiers from the battlefield in France flee to this place? It seems quite unusual, considering their instincts and intelligence. Something must be manipulating those bastards, Lihan guessed. Probably one of the Eloi. Let's search this village a little more. They looked at the bodies of the villagers. Based on the climate and the condition of the corpses, this happened about 2 days ago, Lihan observed. There are no other bodies. Are the rest of them somewhere else? Lihan, someone is approaching from the front line, Nuke said, aiming his rifle. A man dressed as a civilian entered the village, pulling a cart. Please identify yourself, Lihan requested. The man set down his cart and looked up. You're soldiers from Ak, right? As you can see, I'm a farmer from this village. Lihan's sharp eyes noticed something. The skull and helmet tattoo on your hand is a common one among the Marines. If you don't identify yourself, we'll have to use other means. He activated his smartwatch. Act database. Preparing to scan. The man raised his empty hands. Ricky. Call me Ricky. Full name. Lihan demanded. How rude. Better to be rude than to overlook a risk factor. The man sighed. Ricky do. Lihan checked the system. You retired 6 years ago. You were a member of AXIF before that. Yes, Ricky replied. I decided to come to you after all these years of running. You're not a deserter. So what's the problem? Psychics are always being monitored, even after retirement. There's no freedom at all. They're always afraid we'll use our powers to commit crimes. Ricky walked past Lihan and knelt beside a body. Will you help me? I can't bury them all, but I want to give them some dignity. Later, they stood before a pyre in the center of the village. Although I initially settled here to avoid being monitored, I grew to like this place, Ricky shared. I wanted to spend the rest of my life here. He stared into the flames. I assume you're hunting those bastards, right? I'll join you. Lihan was surprised. I could only watch as they died, one by one, Ricky explained. Because of this ability, I decided to live like a coward. He activated his psychic power, his body turning transparent. Even though we don't know his combat abilities, this psychic power will be very useful for scouting, Lihan thought. He handed Ricky a rifle. Pleasure. My name is Lihan. I'll be temporarily hiring you. Ricky accepted the rifle and a combat knife. Nice to meet you, Captain Lihan. The group of 5 ventured deeper into the forest. Ricky brought the rear, not because he was slow, but because his age was catching up to him. Lihan suggested they take a break and set up a watch. My god, are you guys even human? Ricky sighed. I didn't think I was this out of shape. I guess I can't keep up with a group of fully equipped soldiers. We're enhanced psychics, Lihan explained. What? You mean you're the second generation? They're still continuing that project. Ricky looked at the young group more closely. Now that I look at them, they're just kids. Probably around 13 or 14. They must be stronger than the first generation, but they're so young. Why did you leave AK? Lihan asked. Ricky looked up at the sky. Because to me, AK had become as evil as the dragons and minions. Silent turned to face him. If that was 6 years ago, then that's the same time my injury occurred. A buried memory resurfaced. A hand reached out, and a voice said, come with me. We weren't born to be raised like cattle. Everyone out there is our enemy. Come with me. A blood-soaked teenager reached out to a younger Silent, calling him by a forgotten name. At the AK headquarters, Catherine walked through the base, followed by Zet. They stopped in front of a door. Don't just stand there, open it. Most of the records had been digitized and stored on the server. Don't take me for a fool, Catherine said sternly. In the 10 years I was asleep, the records from those 6 years have been altered. I will find out the truth about what happened during that time. Back in the forest, Lihan asked, is the reason you hate AK because they recruited and trained children like us? Ricky didn't answer. He just advised, don't put too much faith in AK. They've taken children like you and a communication cut him off. This is easy too. We are tracking a low-level monster. It can't move because of a severe injury. It seems to have been abandoned by its pack. Lihan put his helmet back on. Let's go. He then noticed Silent was having a problem. He was trembling, clutching his head. Kyu, you handle it. Kill it. Nuke was worried for Kyu. After all, the purpose of this mission is for Kyu to get combat experience. He needs to get used to killing minions too. As the team leader ordered, go take care of it, Kyu. Kyu hesitantly approached the monster. It looked back at him. He pointed his gun at it. I'm going to kill you, he said, as if trying to convince himself. Because if I don't, my friends will suffer the same fate as the bodies we saw. The thought steadied his trembling hands. In a quieter part of the forest, Lihan shook the frozen Silent. Calm down. I need to calm down, Silent told himself. I'm not wrong. If anyone is wrong, it's this world. That child. Silent, Lihan's urgent voice brought him back to reality. They were both breathing heavily. I'm fine, Silent said, grabbing Lihan's shoulder. Time to switch shifts, Nuke said. Lihan patted Kyu on the shoulder. Good job. Kyu gave a slight nod. Ricky watched them, thinking, so these kids are the second generation. They're completely different from the second generation they knew. They don't seem like children who were forced into this role, but like children who have grown up naturally. At the base, Catherine threw a pile of papers on the floor in frustration. Damn it. It's not here either. She turned to Zet, who had been there the whole time. You didn't stop me. Restricting your actions goes against my principles, he said. Why don't you just die? She snapped. Because I won't move an inch until I find out the truth. Tell me why the records were altered. Zet sighed and took out a key. Between the first generation and the current second generation of psychics, there was another generation. 50 children with the highest psychic potential were selected. He removed a picture frame, but they lost control in the early stages of the program. The plan failed. He opened a secret compartment and took out a top-secret file. Catherine's blood ran cold. Don't tell me. Back in the forest, Lihan's team was tracking the monster pack. We finally found them. Rakefit, you're our scout, Lihan assigned. Report back on their numbers, equipment, and who their leader is. Rakefit took off his shoes and went barefoot to minimize noise. Using his invisibility, he easily infiltrated the enemy's camp. 17 low-level monsters. This is so easy. Even a normal first-generation psychic could do it. I still haven't seen the leader. Where could he? It must be nearby. Rakefit, you've been gone for a while, Lihan contacted him. Come back to base. You'll be detected if there's an ugly mage there. Just a little longer, Rakefit insisted. It's fine, there are only low-level monsters here. But he was being careless and overconfident. I've lost contact with Rakefit. Lihan told the others. We have no choice but to proceed. Our top priority is to ensure his safety. Let's split up and approach the monsters step by step. A psychic presence was approaching one of the young soldiers. It was Rakefit. In the past, Rakefit had thrown his helmet on the ground and shouted, Are you serious about this? You're going to kill those children. Not kill, control, the man opposite him had said. However, some may die in the process. That's basically the same as murder. Rakefit had protested. I can't follow such orders. I'm leaving act. I can't have the blood of those children on my hands. But now, with a dagger in his hand, he slit the young soldier's throat without hesitation. The boy collapsed, just a few trees away from the monster pack. Silent charged in, decapitating monsters as he went, clearing a path. Let's go, Lihan urged. Gudu, use your power to support me. I have to do well. I'll protect Tan at all costs, Gudu told himself. The closer the monsters got, the more intensely he activated his ability. He made the rocks and soil in the area levitate, forming a giant hand that crushed the monsters within its grasp. So this is the power of Encyclass, Lihan thought, impressed. I understand why Ek is so determined to keep him. Impressive, Gudu, he praised. But you should conserve your strength. You don't need to go all out for a low-level monster. At the same time, Nuke contacted the group. This is easy 3. Does anyone read me? I don't know why. Rakefit looked back, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. But Rakefit is now our enemy. Nuke, with his regenerative abilities, reported to the team. I don't know why you're doing this, but come at me, old man. He readied his spear, facing off against Rakefit. The others rushed to his position. Easy team, assemble at Easy 3's location, Lihan commanded. Nuke, with his youthful vigor, charged in. Rakefit, with his veteran experience, was much more efficient in his attacks. Nuke was quickly pushed back, sustaining a series of injuries that even he couldn't immediately recover from. He collapsed to his knees. Lunged forward, feinting a fatal blow. Caught by surprise, couldn't block in time. Hanat dodged to the side with his gun. Sorry, old man, he shot off one of his legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Just because you can regenerate doesn't mean you can't feel pain, Hanat said. Lihan and the others arrived. What happened? Hanat explained, he attacked me out of nowhere. But from the look in his eyes, it seems like he's being controlled. Don't get too close. He's still dangerous. Lihan looked at the man's severed leg and said with concern. But he'll die if we just leave him like this. Trembled as he looked up, his eyes suddenly glaring as he roared, by order. Intense psychic energy erupted from his body. What is that? A crimson phantom emerged from G. With blood-red eyes, he looked like he was breathing fire. Everyone was bewildered. What is that? An aura emanated from him. A ghost. One soldier wondered. No, his comrade replied. It's a psyche. It exists, and can breathe. That psyche is gradually escaping his body. Hanat wondered, is it controlling G? The soldier beside him gripped his weapon firmly. If he's being controlled by a psyche, it will be vulnerable to weapons made from dragon parts. Hanat rallied the others. Let's take it down together. No, the soldier responded. I'll handle this myself. If it can infiltrate and manipulate human minds, we can't let it take advantage of Gudu or Silent. Compared to them, my combat skills are inferior, so it's best if I'm the one affected by its power. The young man charged forward, power enveloping his body. While I hold it off, you guys saved it. He smiled with grim determination. The psyche attacked first, but the young man swiftly dodged. They seemed to be toying with each other. The soldier's eyes lit up as he unleashed his own attacks. With one swift move, he struck. Did it work? He wondered. He turned to the others and shouted, now, save the... Everyone rushed forward. He shattered the psyche's form with a flurry of fierce slashes, but now the psyche's energy began to envelop his own body. Everyone panicked. Lihan shouted, fall back, I need to drain a little more of its energy, he thought to himself. Then, Lihan threw his weapon away. He decided to absorb the entire psyche into his own body. In that moment, his body grew larger, and everyone stared, dumbfounded. Lihan was like a different person, with a scowling face, glowing eyes, and gnashing teeth. His eyes were like headlights as a piercing scream echoed through the forest. The screaming didn't stop. Lihan was drenched in sweat as the others tried to restrain him. What do we do now? A friend asked. Kenneth replied, we've already reported back to base. We might have to bring him back in this state. He called to Gudu. Can't you use your powers to get inside his mind? Gudu stammered. You really think I can do that? For now, let's try everything we can. Gudu focused, using his power. Inside the psychic space, a young boy stood opposite the psyche. It was a younger version of Lihan. This place. He thought. The boy held an old man's hand. This is my mental space. It seems we've gone much deeper this time. He looked ahead at the writhing psyche as a face materialized. It's unbelievable you've managed to retain your consciousness this long. This is a first. The entity raised its hand, to the boy's surprise. Zap! A weapon appeared in its hand. I will destroy you once and for all. The boy raised his arms. Just like me, Hudov. Do you see anything? Gudu asked from the outside. Gudu replied, I think Han is fighting right now. If he can push that thing out of his body, I might be able to capture it. But I can't be sure. Kenneth's eyes filled with sorrow as he shouted, damn it. Beat it, Lihan. Like always. Inside, the boy version of Lihan was covered in wounds, pinned onto the entity. This is the end for you. Die, it said. Don't be sad. All your friends and family will soon be reunited with you. This is the only thing you can be proud of. Unable to bear the pain, the boy screamed. The entity was delighted. You're the only human who has lasted this long. A blinding light erupted from where they stood. The psyche was shocked. What the hell is this? The boy's hands vanished. Then his legs began to disappear. Even the boy was confused. His body was fading away. The psyche was bewildered. Is my psychic power being rejected? Rejected? The boy wondered. Recalling his past. We've never seen a case like yours. Someone who uses psychic power but rejects psyche energy. The boy looked at the psyche and said, maybe it's thanks to my special circumstances. The psyche could only grit its teeth. The boy grabbed its collar and raised his fist. Stop impersonating me. It ends here. With a furious look, the psyche watched the boy's fist fly toward its face. The punch landed, and the psyche dissolved like smoke. Its body sent flying into the air from the impact. This brat. It thought as it flew. I have to get out of here. The boy thought. His power is too dangerous. The psyche was expelled from Lihan's body. Everyone gathered around, worried. The scream echoed once more. Kenneth pointed at the psyche ascending into the sky. Gudu, can you do it? I'll try, Gudu agreed. He summoned all his internal power, focusing it to destroy the psyche. The entity was frozen by his power. Got it. The psyche could no longer speak. Then, it exploded like an atomic bomb. Is it trying to escape by turning into smoke? Lihan, now conscious, stood up. Let me see. Han, are you okay? Everyone asked, concerned. Despite his injuries, one of Lihan's hands began to glow. I'm fine, for now, he answered. I didn't think I'd actually use this in a real battle. He raised his fist, a golden hand emitting a powerful aura that enveloped the entire sky. The psyche was battered and then obliterated in a massive explosion. Lihan lowered his arm. Kenneth immediately asked, what? What just happened? And Baldy's latest experiment, Lihan replied. He secretly took some bone and skin when they excavated the golden dragon's remains. I wasn't comfortable using this in combat since it hasn't been approved by it. But now that I've tried it, maybe it's suitable for someone like me who has no special strengths. They gathered around, calling his name. Can you hear me? Lihan asked. He opened his eyes. Stay strong, Han. A medical bird from has been sent. No. Reply. It's too late for me. But even if I die now, I have no regrets. Thank you for avenging those bastards. It won't be long before I see my friends again. An image of him waving to smiling civilians appeared. He raised his hand. So you don't need to feel guilty about my death. Cannot hesitated, then said nothing. Continued, I should rest for a while now. He was bathed in sunlight, as the others watched over him. Back at the office. Ghosts. That's what we call these psychic parasites. They seem to use the host's memories and skills, which arguably makes them even harder to deal with than dragons. We need complete control. The veteran soldier T.A. is dead. Catherine stared blankly at one spot. Did you kill them? She asked the man in front of her, holding out a file. The children from the original plan. Did you kill all of them? The man closed his eyes. We tried to capture them alive, but they were stronger than us. In the end, we had to use the mental power armors to eliminate them. Catherine screamed, why would you do that? There were some casualties in the process, he replied, but the majority were captured alive. As for their current whereabouts, I truly don't know. You don't know? Catherine asked. You expect me to believe that? I would never lie to you, he answered, especially about this. Only the chief of staff, and his inner circle know, he thought. As you said, maybe they are already dead. Catherine bowed her head, then glanced up at him, wondering, what did they do to the children? Alexandrico. The shower was running. A woman stepped out of the bathroom. On the table was a skull. She lay on the bed, wondering why that thought had popped into her head. She began to think. A calm demeanor and wisdom beyond his years, a persuasive ability that makes others nod without realizing it. An image of Lihan appeared. He reminds me of Han. Black coats hung in a closet. The door opened. The coats floated in the air, and a young man put one on. Lihan opened a book with a pen in hand, observing intently. After the space gate appeared in Paris, we received deployment requests from other European nations. This is Team E, spotted fleeing. Identified as 5 Hue warriors. Deal with them. Gudu, over here, a soldier called. Gudu's power activated, creating a barrier against the enemies in front. Annoyed, they turned to see Lihan's team advancing. They had no choice but to turn back and fight. Net, silent, charge, Lihan commanded. Everyone immediately followed his orders, unleashing their powers on the opponents. Like an endless barrage of bombs, their attacks converged on a single enemy. A purple light enveloped the space. He leaped up and beheaded an opponent, and landed swiftly. Silence fell after the fierce battle. Silent, you're a real monster. How did you slice them so cleanly? The real monsters are the minions who can create things that rise from the ground like this, he replied. Cannot lay down. You have a point. Good job, Gudu. Lihan praised him. Your ability to assess situations has improved dramatically. A hand tapped Lihan's shoulder. He turned. What is it? The person next to him pointed at Lihan's golden hand. Give that to me. He sighed. This won't be useful for you. You'll waste psychic energy that should be used for teleporting. Anyway, give it to me, Silent said. Lihan replied, all right, if you take off your mask. Hannah sat up with a jolt. What? He's actually going to take it off. Everyone watched intently. I don't think I can. This is who I am, Silent said, hanging his head. That's why I said it. Lihan thought. Don't be too discouraged. I'll lend it to you next time. Silent immediately brightened up, patting Lihan on the shoulder. You promise? Deal. Deal, Lihan replied. Ow, that hurts, Silent. The atmosphere became lively. Hannah and Gudu wanted in too. What? Han, what about me? I want to try it too. Alright, Lihan relented. The pen and notebook began to work according to his thoughts. During the 2-week trip, we managed to control most of the chaos that originated from Paris. It felt like we'd gone through years of training in just 2 weeks. He glanced at a message on his watch. Behold the 11 new second-generation mental power armors. They all contain your prototype data, a researcher told Han. So you called me here to test them, Lihan asked. Exactly, he replied. We can't afford to release any faulty products. You'd better conserve your energy to deal with all 11 of them. Right. A complete operating system, weapon in hand. Lihan was already wearing the armor. Begin the test, he said. Catherine stood up. 30 days from now. The location is the northern region of Arizona, USA, the Grand Canyon, she announced at the meeting. That is where the dragons will appear. Alexandra Echo spoke up. So the countdown begins again. There are 8 second-generation mental power armors in this new batch. Thanks to Lihan, who single-handedly defeated a whole swarm of dragons with the prototype, we are now better prepared than ever in terms of weaponry. Prepare 2 teams of second-generation mental power armors 10 days in advance. Select suitable candidates for the mission from the trainees. 2 teams, not 3. Someone asked. As the sun set, 2 people faced each other. A name was spoken. Jose, you're more talented than you think. You're smart, and you know when to backstab others. Jose immediately became angry. What? The other person continued, and you can make up for your shortcomings with cunning. Just like Lihan. Just say it. It's time for your grade 3 promotion, Jose was told. He stood before a panel of 3. This is unprecedented. To request an evaluation for promotion, I can only assume you're ready for the test. Right, Jose. His hand trembled, and he clenched it into a fist. Laughter and conversation from a T. Does your child have psychic powers apply to it? Today and receive countless benefits sponsored by the government. Jose's father sat up. None of the kids have psychic powers. If just one did, we'd be set for life. A hand slapped him. Era, his mother yelled. Instead of spouting nonsense, go look after the kids. Okay, I'm going, his father replied. His mother turned to Jose. Are you going out to play? Yes. Jose answered. Can you do something for me on your way back? Buy some things for dinner. The boy rode his bike down an old street, his eyes distant. He pedaled as hard as he could, going faster and faster. In a yard, children were playing soccer. A person with psychic powers, that's a kind of person with supernatural abilities. I heard the government will pay you a hefty salary, you'll be even richer than a soccer player. Jose, playing with his friends, didn't believe it. Really? A basket of vegetables was shoved in his face. All lies. The vendor said, those bastards just want to drag kids out and let them die fighting monsters. If you have any special powers, make sure no one finds out. If they do, you're dead. Jose went home with the fresh ingredients. He held an onion in his hand, wondering if what the vendor said was true. Suddenly, the onion in his hand began to glow. He was astonished as it levitated back into the basket. He walked his bike, talking to himself. Don't tell anyone. I don't want to fight monsters anyway. Jose opened the door and entered the crowded house with a full bag of groceries. I'm home. Children were playing. His father was sprawled on the sofa, and his mother was cooking. She turned and replied, You're back. Just in time. Stop fooling around. Jose warned his siblings. You can just leave that there, his mother said. Okay, Jose replied obediently. He pushed his younger brother against the wall. You mischievous kids, I told you to stop messing around. The vase on a shelf above them started to teeter, alarming all the children. It wobbled and then fell straight towards a crib where a baby was lying. Panicked, Jose stretched out his hand, and power shot out. His mother was stunned, and everyone else couldn't help but stare. His power had stopped the vase mid-air. He was even able to move it to a different location. Back in the present, a file was slapped on the table. You were always on the potential promotion list. There was only one reason you were removed from the final test list, your psychic power was weak. But I don't think you've shown your full potential. Now is the time to show us everything you've got. Power emanated from Jose's hand, light shooting towards the 3 people in front of him. They stood still, watching his power. 2 of them shouted nervously, Hey, Red, isn't this too dangerous? Red calmly took out a cigarette. This is a flame created with psychic power. He can even choose to burn specific objects. Of course, that's assuming he can control it perfectly. The power began to expand. The vendor from years ago had a tattoo on his arm. He had said it was all lies. If you have any special powers, make sure no one finds out. If they do, you're dead. Hey old man, Jose thought, I don't need to be rich anymore. The cigarette was lit by his power. The 2 men beside Red were pale with fear. They checked their bodies. But I'm okay. Red spoke. Well, that's a great way to light my cigar. This ability far exceeds the requirements to pass the evaluation test. Jose, as of tomorrow, you will be promoted to grade 3. Now I have nowhere to return to. Joe turned and walked away under their gaze. I will use all my strength to destroy them. Images of his family flashed in his memory. Lights shone down. An armor crate floated in the air. A blonde-haired man was fuming in the cafeteria, his face full of anger, drawing everyone's attention. He's throwing a tantrum again, Kanat said. Jimichi added. Just because he was rejected from being a second-generation enhanced soldier. I heard they only chose 5-year trainees who have been at this level for at least a year. He's just angry because Han was the only exception. The scene changed to a deep forest. This is our first job. Our official mission is to wipe out the minions, but our real goal is to get used to the mental power armors and how to work as a team. I think I could handle this mission on my own. Mew laughed. As for the formation, Lihan began, the rest of you. Listen up. He started to assign roles. Mew, a greatest psychic from South Africa, interrupted. I mean, we don't need these suits just to take down a few minions. It's a piece of cake. Do we really need formations and stuff like that? Mew, are you listening? Our main objective is not to destroy minions, Lihan reiterated. We need to get familiar with the mental power armor, and how to work as a team. Alright, don't be so serious, Mew replied. I was just kidding. The person opposite them sprayed something, saying nothing more. Mew and Lihan thought they're both as skilled as Simon and Gudu. But another person watched him, thinking, it seems Han has a lot on his mind. They began to move quickly. Confirmed. Silent and I will approach first. Great. Time to get to work. Let's find something fun, Mew said, activating his power and rushing ahead of everyone. Mew, slow down, Lihan warned. Everyone, stay close to him. They immediately followed. Ha, look what we have here, he said, delighted. I didn't realize there were so many werewolves here. Monsters began to appear. Light erupted from their team's weapons, like glowing red grenades. Mew smiled, holding his gun. He shot the first one, then the next. The team of 4 continued to advance. All units, provide fire support. Another figure appeared. A dragon. Everyone was a bit confused. No, that's not a dragon, Lihan thought. He announced, a bale is on our flank. Bales are large type minions. They can crush a tank like a matchbox. A normal soldier can't take one down, but with the second-generation mental power armor, it's a different story. Silent, hit the bale's head, Han ordered. And me, cover Silent. I'll go help Mew. Wrote her. Everyone got their assignments. Ami said, aim for the head. Let's take it down in one go. He's using one bait to distract the bale and 4 more to maneuver it. He's really good, he thought. The attacks continued. The monster was slashed to pieces by Silent and collapsed. Finally, the battle ended, and peace returned. Sunlight filtered through the trees. All clear. Lower the mental power armor's energy output and rest until Thebes arrives. Everyone took a break. Mew smiled and reloaded his gun. Ew, Hammy immediately said. You're starting to act like you can't hear him again, aren't you? Come on, shut the little longer. Our mission is done anyway. I mean, seriously, this thing is awesome. He caressed his gun. These weapons are perfectly sized for the mental power armor. I love seeing the minions melt like ice with just one shot. Han, sitting nearby, heard everything. He called out, Mew. Mew, got it, Roger that, Captain, Han thought. Even though the second-generation mental power armor is made with less dragon material, everyone is adapting to it quickly. They are definitely veterans when it comes to battlefield experience. Getting them under my control before the Grand Canyon attack. He looked up at the sky. Loud roars echoed as monsters charged towards them like moths to a flame. A large gun was set up. A purple light flared with each attack. This one's mine, a voice said. A shield was erected in front of him, but it shattered with a single slash. The mask was slowly lowered. He smiled. Well, this is going to be a big problem. This is too easy, no fun at all. The 4 of them stood together. Mission complete, Lihan announced. Ava informed Thebes. Everyone, rest. The bald man turned and asked, Hey, Emmy, are you tired of just providing support for me? Next time, let's bet on who can kill the most minions. No games, Emmy replied immediately. Why not? You're only asking me because you know you can't beat Silent. What nonsense are you talking? Who do you think I am? Hey Silent, want to make a bet? Meanwhile, Lihan thought silently, it's completely understandable why they act like this. The team's power is so overwhelming against the minions that slaughtering them is just a game, not a threat to their lives. It's like my own life, where death battle with the werewolves was just a figment of my imagination. His gaze was deep. No, wait. You two are the best of the best. But that's also what's preventing you from fully trusting me. I hope that in battle, you can put your egos aside and follow my command. And you should not doubt my judgment for a single second, under any circumstances. Because even 1 second is enough to put us all in danger. As they walked away, yeah, right. What do we have to worry about when we have 8th generation mental power armors out there? Even 3 or 4 dragons would be a piece of cake. And the way he treats us like subordinates is getting on my nerves. I mean, skill-wise he's not any better than us, Mu said angrily. He explained, but Han is our captain. Technically, what he said isn't wrong. No, Mu said. But I have my limits. You know. We should really pay attention to it. Someone stood behind them, clenching their fists, watching them. He suddenly lunged forward. Mu noticed and turned. But he couldn't react in time. A bloody gash. I shouldn't kill him, right? The masked attacker thought. We can't get a new teammate right now, and we can't fight with a 3-person team. He had been thinking about it before. I'm letting you off, because I respect Han. He turned and left. The Grand Canyon. Smoke and dust filled the air. Small tents were clustered in a clearing. Nuclear weapons. We don't need to fight close quarters here. It seems they plan to wipe out the minions with nukes. Deez asked, won't that kill us too? They'll give us protective gear, Im said. What if we turn into mutant monsters? Will I start growing horns and a furry tail? The blonde man wondered. Senan, from behind, spoke up. You're already a monster. Stop talking nonsense, and get back to your spot. You're starting to annoy me. Kenneth stepped toward him. I don't like the way you talk to me. Why are you taking your anger out on us? It's not our fault you failed to become a 2nd generation enhanced soldier. This enraged Simon. What? I dare you to say that again. Get out here. Kenneth, unafraid, replied, you want it, you got it. The two walked out under everyone's watchful eyes. Should have stopped them. Deez asked. Let's go watch, Rangy said, smiling. Catherine was lying in a hospital bed. What happened? Did I pass out from a seizure again? She sat up. The time between seizures was getting shorter. Maybe it would be better if I died now. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The silver dragon. A horde of monsters and a purple light advanced. A massive crowd. The prophecy is breaking. She rushed out. I have to tell someone. As fast as possible. The IV needle in her arm was yanked out. Red alert, a space gate is forming. Thunder roared, and a red light enveloped the area. Hannah and Simon stood side by side, slamming their hands on a table. It's 5 days earlier than the prophecy, Alexandrico said. The armors were assembling into complete human forms. Lihan, fully armored, his hands glowing. His golden hand held immense power. The sky seemed to be torn in two, and an eye flashed open. Catherine had arrived, panting, her body trembling. Time isn't the only thing that's changed, but the entire prophecy. But how? How could they observe this surprise through the monitors? Catherine wondered, is it because of that silver dragon? The monster roared, spitting green venom. Alexander Agco and Catherine gaped at its actions. The creature grew larger, seemingly devouring everything around it. The black dragon was swallowing its own kind. It appeared to be consuming the silver dragon's psychic core. What the hell is going on? You wondered. Why are the dragons killing each other? Lihan was observing intently. Everyone calm down, he said. This could be to our advantage. That's one less dragon for us to deal with. The silver dragon glowed with a mystical blue light. It seemed to grow new wings, its power doubling. The gate behind it was closing. The gate is closed, the commander informed Alexander. Only one dragon remains. No sign of minions. Alpha team, blue team, it's your turn, Alexander ordered. The dragon roared and charged from its position, flying through the sky. All units. Ready. We'll aim for its left wing first. Then blue team will destroy the right wing, and we'll proceed to phase 2. I will assist Silent as an attacker. Neo, you will go with blue team, and distract the dragon. Ami, you will support us from behind. It seems we have nothing to worry about. In the end, Han will take down the dragon by himself, Alexander said. This time we have others from the 2nd generation. As long as this one isn't as strong as Jupiter, we have a guaranteed victory. Jupiter was the Elias of the golden dragon Han had captured before. Catherine clasped her hands in prayer. All right, we have its attention. Attack, destroy its wing. Everyone followed his command. Purple light flared as a warrior slid past the enemy, doing several flips as his teammates created an opening. Han gritted his teeth as a comrade shouted, grabbing his hand. Thanks, he thought. One of its wings was severed, just as planned. Now, all out attack, Han yelled. Everyone charge. The monster was wounded further. Those watching the monitors cheered for their victory. The silver dragon had fallen. Excellent, clean it up, everyone advanced. Weapons in hand. Those bastards from blue team. They're trying to take all the credit. You asked Han, what are you waiting for? We should go too. They were still surrounding the silver dragon's body. We still have time, he replied. Let's cut its throat before blue team gets here, Mu urged. Han watched from behind. Something's not right. Why would they send such a weak dragon here? There has to be more to this. Feeling uneasy, he warned, everyone, fall back. Alexandrica was ecstatic, jumping to his feet. A decisive victory. Excellent. Our project is a complete success. Catherine stared at the screen, thinking, I hope this is the end of it. Blue team was ready. We'll move together and attack. As they advanced, a warning came. Everyone, wait. Blue team, you two, fall back immediately. Mu turned, annoyed. What the hell is the problem? Han. When things are going this well in our favor, we need to be extra careful. It could be a trap. Let's take a moment to calm down and assess the situation, he warned everyone. If I'm wrong, you can laugh at me all you want later. But if there really is something wrong here, it could lead to death. This isn't a game. So what do you want us to do? Just wait until it wakes up. Alpha team, you can do as you please. They didn't listen to his command. Just leave the dragon's head for us. Mu was furious. Damn it. Everyone had their weapons ready. Nice joke, Emmy. Mu didn't listen and stepped forward. Don't try to stop me. I just want to get this over with and rest. Make sure you think carefully too. You don't want to be an unsung part of the heroics, Emmy said. And he then shouted. Get back in position, now. Sorry, Han, he replied, but I think Mu was right this time. They continued towards the monster. I hope my worries are for nothing, Han thought to himself. They surrounded the dragon. Is everyone here? Everyone raised their weapons. On the count of 3. 1. 2. 3. Wu lunged forward. A tearing sound. Blood splattered everywhere. They had been wounded. Mu looked down at his body. He trembled. What was that? Where did it come from? One member's throat was slit, then a second's head was severed from their body. Silent, get back here. Now, Lihan shouted. What was that? What's attacking them? He thought as they collapsed to the ground. Eli. Are they all using invisibility? He observed. The attackers stood in a circle, facing outward, a red aura emanating from their bodies. They advanced as one, converging on a single point. They're here, Lihan said. As they moved toward the remaining team members, Lihan realized, they're using cloaks for invisibility. I have no choice but to predict their direction based on their speed. He focused, sensing their position. They must be here. Seizing the moment, Lihan thrust his golden hand forward, unleashing a wave of power that sent the cloaked figures flying. Silent, he called out. Silent leaped forward, finishing them off. Where's the last one? Lihan realized with a jolt and immediately attacked. The helmet of his armor shattered. I knew it. There's only one type of weapon that can destroy psychic armor, one made from dragon parts. They're all armed with them. A large opponent materialized behind him. Damn it, I don't have time to dodge, Lihan thought as the enemy struck. Surprisingly, Lihan was unharmed. Silent had moved in time to sever the attacker's arm. Lihan followed up, ramming his staff into the creature's face. Together, they had won. Thanks, Silent, Lihan said, turning his head. Now, the only one left is that Eloi over there. The Eloi was powerful, standing defiantly amidst the smoke and dust. The wolf behind him let out a howl that echoed through the mountains, a sound that seemed powerful enough to blow everything away. The howling and growling continued. The pressure. My body is trembling. Lihan thought. No, the howling hasn't stopped. He raised his weapon. It's coming. The opponent advanced. Lihan gritted his teeth and dodged. Silent attacked from above while Lihan engaged it on the ground. With a loud roar, Lihan's weapon was sent flying, leaving him with only his staff. The opponent seized the opportunity and attacked again. The force of the blow sent Lihan crashing to the ground, their collision creating a massive explosion. Silent landed, propped up by his two swords. The sword didn't penetrate deep enough, he thought. As the smoke cleared, Lihan saw his opponent, and pushed himself back to his feet. As the creature charged again, Lihan ran, then pivoted and countered with his bare hands, using his power to bind the creature's arm. His eyes glowed as he unleashed a direct blast of energy, knocking his opponent to the ground. Lihan seized a sword and pointed it at the fallen Eloi. The tables had turned. He drove the blade straight through its body. Panting, he felt the blood-soaked sword in his hand. The enemy was defeated. Lihan looked up at the ferocious wolf, which was still howling. It's using its breath weapon. We need to get out of the way, he thought. Just then, a flash of purple light appeared behind him. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy. The beam of light tore through the earth, carving a new canyon in an instant. Still alive, he thought, looking at his body. That absolute power. You created a new canyon in the blink of an eye. A voice said, startling him. You did well. It would be a shame to let you die so soon. From now on, my team will handle this. Omge team, move out. A member of the Omge team stood before him. What will we do with the remaining psychic armors? Lihan thought, recalling a past conversation with Zet. It's just a precaution, Zet had said. It's not that you don't trust me, right? Like you said, other teams exist. Don't ask any more questions. They say curiosity can bring a lot of trouble, Zet had replied, turning to Li. Lihan stared after him. Wait. Don't tell me that 6 years ago, Ag killed the children they were training. Zet had spun around to face him. Would you do that to us if things didn't go as planned? Lihan had asked, his eyes glowing. Zet had summoned his fire. Does it look like Ak has the ability to eliminate you right now? Lihan had said nothing more. Back in the present, Lihan thought. I don't know how those children were treated, but maybe not all of them were killed. They could become a major problem. The wolf continued to howl as the Umge team advanced. You, with the skull mask, one of them said to Silent. Will you help us? If you can focus your attacks on its neck, we'll try to get underneath it and aim for its core. Silent joined the fight. They attacked in concert, leaping, throwing, punching, while the beast roared in helpless fury. Omge team, Lihan thought as a blue light emanated from the creature's body. I want to talk to those children, Silent had told Zet. They're too dangerous, Zet had warned. They are criminals who not only killed their trainers but even their own comrades. I know this better than anyone. One of them might be the one to shoot you in the head. Can you hold back your anger when you meet them? It would be a lie to say I no longer hold any grudges, Silent had replied. But I won't fight them. Zet had closed his eyes, then opened them to look at Silent. I'm sorry, but I'm in a position where I have to convince you. They are monsters now. Those who have given up on being human. I don't know how Ak managed to control them. But either way, this is not for the faint of heart. Standing alone, Silent opened his palm, and stared at it. Can you hear everything? The voice came through Lihan's earpiece. If what Surgeon Zet said is true, Lihan thought, this is probably the work of the Chief of Staff, the one who truly holds power, not the mentally unstable Commander-in-Chief. If war breaks out now, the Chief of Staff will be promoted to Supreme Commander. Omga team must be a product of Ak and the Chief of Staff. He removed his earpiece. Why would he create them? Zet stood by a sink, water running. I can't believe I said those words. Monsters who have given up on being human. It's not their fault. He looked at his reflection. It's Ak's fault. No, it's my fault. He splashed water on his face, then braced his hands against the mirror. It makes me sick. He stared at his trembling hands. Until the war is over. Until the war is completely over. The mission was complete. This place is completely destroyed, Nuke Mayor said, surveying the smoldering ruins. It's uninhabitable now. The Alpha Team's teamwork is perfect, Alexander said. This is the 6th skirmish they've handled since the Great Canyon event. But it's also the 3rd time the prophecy has been wrong, Zet added. Heatherine spoke up. I think it's because of the Silver Dragon. I have a feeling the prophecies of the future change whenever the Silver Dragon appears, like how a track changes when you pull a lever. And the Silver Dragon was killed by other dragons. It seems they will conflict with dragons of different colors. You mean dragons of different characteristics based on their color. It's also possible that the Silver Dragon had something to do with the gate opening, and had to turn against its own kind. We were able to conduct a deep study on the Eloi we captured, Zet said. But the truth is, we don't know a thing about the dragons. However, Demi interjected, we have no choice but to trust the prophet's predictions. The only thing we can change is how we respond to them. It seems our best course of action is to use the Black Sphere and deploy it as soon as possible. It's time for us to prepare for the final battle. AK had undergone a major restructuring. First, ears would no longer be recruited, as there wasn't enough time to train any new psychics. All the psychics who had been serving as instructors returned to the battlefield. As a helicopter prepared for departure, Zet lit a cigarette and spoke to his friend. You're going back to China. I know you agreed to join on the condition that you would only be an instructor, but I thought you'd change your mind after the kids grew so fond of you. Worry about yourself first, his friend replied. Zet watched the helicopter leave, then looked up at the sky. I'm a little sad to see him go. Duwina watched from a window, tears in her eyes. I think there's someone else who is even sadder than me. This is Red 2. Luring minions to the designated area. I've got about 200 of them. This is Red 3, also heading to the target. I have about 300 here. This is Red 4. Same here. I've brought about 500. Alright, no more joking around. This is serious. It doesn't matter how many they have, just bring them all to the target location. Our captain will take care of them all at once. A figure in red armor, crackling with electricity, moved like a bolt of lightning. A massive explosion erupted in the forest. They still can't believe it. With that kind of firepower, how did he only burn the minions? One of the team members wondered as they sat in a circle, their helmets off. That's the captain of the red team. Destroying all those minions with a single spark. Impressive. Set watched the monitor. His fire abilities are especially powerful against large numbers of minions. Moreover, he's the best psychic when it comes to pyrokinesis. But what he's best at, Set thought, is hiding his true power. He always controlled his abilities to ensure he never stood out. For example, he was placed in D class despite mastering telekinesis, and he kept his pyrokinesis hidden until the survival training. And above all, he chose to stay behind as a year 5 for a long time, even though he could have been in a much better position. Why is he suddenly showing off his skills now? I'm worried he's in a dangerous situation. Prophet, what is the current prophecy? Deek asked. Do you feel it changing? No, Catherine replied. The next invasion will be on the Iberian Peninsula. I see a large army of minions and 1 dragon. And this mission will be assigned to Alpha Team and Red Team, that announced. A golden hand appeared alongside a flaming one. I won't let anyone else die. Let's send them all to hell. In the white, falling snow, a small basket was left in front of a building. A baby cried inside. A note was attached, with only a single name, Hanli. Stop right there, you brat. On a television broadcast, an announcer said, Today, we have Major Bae Yoon-tang, the head of the Korean branch of AK, along with Korea's first psychic, Jeon. Applause echoed. When the war against the dragons ends, our military strength will depend on the number of psychics we possess. We need to increase our numbers at all costs. Right now, humanity has a common enemy, but in the future, it will be a war between psychics. Hanli ran past the teehees, clutching a bag. The chase continued. Damn it. A man shouted. Next time I catch you, you're dead, you little brat. Lihan ducked into an alley. A man appeared, blocking his path with a sinister grin. Finally found you, you little thief. You're Lihan, right? Give me that bag while I'm still being nice. Lihan hid the bag behind his back. What if I don't? Gutsy for a little kid, the man said, advancing. No wonder a kid like you could survive so long on the streets. I think I have a way to make you useful. Why do you think I know your name? I know everywhere you've lived. You can try to run. But do you think your brothers and sisters can do the same? A month later, Lihan saw an old man carrying a bag of groceries. The old man turned and smiled, then walked toward him. Lihan tensed, ready to act. The old man pulled an apple from his bag. Little boy, do you like apples? He just wants to give it to me. Now don't be fooled. The image of the old man with a sinister smile and a rotting apple in his hand flashed in his mind. What's he hiding in that bag? Lihan lunged, snatching the entire bag of apples from the startled old man. Hey, kid. He ran to a rooftop. I can't believe it. He was just being kind. I've never met anyone like that. He huddled in a corner. How much longer do I have to live like trash? The blonde man from before kicked the door open. There you are, you little rat. You've been running from me for a month without paying a single penny of protection money for your siblings. He cracked his knuckles. You know what's interesting? Maybe you'll learn a lesson if one of them gets hurt. I've already moved them to a safe place, Lihan retorted. You can try, but as long as I'm alive, no one will touch a single hair on their heads. Yeah, right. You're all talk, kid. Maybe I should just finish you right here. Lihan grabbed the bag of apples and ran. The man chased him. Lihan leaped from one building to the next. The man didn't dare to follow. "I'm not letting you get away this time, you damn brat." Rain began to fall. The chase continued. A railroad crossing gate was lowering, but they kept running. The man grabbed Lihan's collar just as a train sped past. Lihan kicked him in the face, sending him stumbling onto the tracks. Lihan landed safely on the other side, apples scattering everywhere. Later, he sat behind the bars of a cell. "What's with this kid? He was at the scene, so I brought him in. You think a scrawny kid like this could push a grown man onto the train tracks?" "Oh, but..." The psionic energy detector at the west gate was activated. A man entered the cell. "Sorry, but stay put. You might be a psychic. We've contacted ACT to come and check you out. This child is terrifying," Major Bayan thought. "I will protect them, at any cost." The present, Lihan was strong. His helmet was lowered as he entered the battle. "My siblings. This world, and my friends. I will kill all the dragons." The red team attacked, facing a massive army. The Gizons were surprisingly intelligent, using their dead as shields, likely controlled by an Iloi. Only, Alpha team will engage the dragon. A giant beast appeared in the sky. Lihan's team was ready. He stood before the charging monsters, fully armor and focused. "Alpha 3, Roger that. Over here, you monsters," Ukmayer yelled, drawing their attention. A slash from a teammate sent the monster reeling in pain. "So stupid," Simon said, thrusting his hand forward. The beast turned, disoriented. "Well, at least he's good at distracting the dragon," a teammate thought. They seized the opportunity, striking the creature's body and exposing its psychic core. Lihan unleashed all his power, moving like a beam of light and striking the final blow. The dragon fell into the burning town below. The dragon we just defeated was a red dragon, the same type as the first one we ever fought. Second-level dragons like Jupiter have a special pattern on their bodies, completely different from level 1s. Third-level dragons are enormous, with psychic abilities to match. It's likely they have self-awareness. Beings like Karen, whose remains we found, and Bahamut belong to this category. Lihan stood in the shower, thinking. We can handle level 1 dragons easily, but they're appearing more frequently. To this month already. At this rate. Next year, we might be facing an all-out war. He found a letter on his table. To Hun, we are doing well, thanks to the government support. We hope our efforts will contribute to our country. He crumpled it out. My family would never say something like this. Do you think I'm that easy to fool, Major Kang? He tossed it in the trash. I'm doing the right thing. Ardade. 2 weeks later, helicopters flew over a beautiful beach. 12 enhanced soldiers. Isn't that a bit overkill for just one-dimensional gate? No gas. It just means they're trying to minimize the damage as much as possible, Lihan replied. All the places we've been deployed to before have been completely destroyed. Australia is the biggest financial contributor to ACT, Simon Site. They want us to protect it as much as possible because they're the ones paying. ACT sent all of us to the battlefield to prove to Australia that their investment is worthwhile. Anyway, with 12 enhanced soldiers, taking down one dragon should be a piece of cake. We should try to get some sleep, Lihan said. At the Australian Air Force Base, most of the country was untouched by the war. It's been a while since I've had a comfortable bed like this, a girl remarked. Lihan entered his room. After a shower, his watch lit up with a new message. Doing anything tonight? I was planning to see Octo after my shower. Then I'll go with you. I want to make some adjustments to my armor. Alright, see you in an hour. Cinnamon walked down the street, lost in thought. He saw a bar and went inside. First time here? The bartender asked. You a soldier from ACT? Simon nodded and pointed to the drink of the man next to him. He'll have what he's having. He took a sip. Tastes like cigarettes. He downed the rest in one go. That's not how you're supposed to drink it, the bartender said. Simon's face was already flushed. Who cares? Another one. Someone knocked on a door. Silent was surprised to find it unlocked. Oh sorry, Lihan said, startled. I am not done yet. Just give me a minute. He was still toweling his hair, a towel wrapped around his waist. Silent didn't say anything. He slammed the door shut and waited outside, looking embarrassed. Nuke walked by. Hey, Silent, what are you doing here? Waiting for Han. Where are you two going? To the lab. I'll go too, I have nothing to do anyway. If you have nothing to do, then go to sleep, Silent replied. Why can't I go with you? Just then, Lihan opened the door. You're going to the lab too, Nuke. Well, I was planning to, but Silent punched him in the stomach, cutting him off. Nuke doubled over. Let's go, Silent said to Lihan. A man rushed up to them. Han, Simon. You have to stop him. Simon was drinking heavily, throwing things around the bar. He's a psychic, what do we do? Lihan arrived. Simon, that's enough. Let's go back to our room. Look who it is. Our wonderful captain, Simon thought drunkenly. I don't understand what you're saying, Lihan said, using his power to restrain him. We'll talk after you've sobered up. But Simon roared, his body glowing with power. Why you and not me? I can't sleep at all. But why doesn't it affect you? Lihan blocked the blast with a table and lunged, grabbing Simon just as he was about to throw up. I'm sorry for the mess, Lihan said to the others. The next morning, Simon woke up and screamed. So embarrassing. If I ever drink again, I'll just kill myself. They're calling for us to assemble, Nuke said, poking his head in. Are you sober yet? Why are you punching the wall? Get out, Simon yelled, slamming the door. Local forces will handle the minions, Lihan said. We just need to focus on the dragon. You sound confident, did she remark. Do you have a trick up your sleeve? A sniper rifle, Octus said, sweating. It seems they have more money to burn than we thought. The monsters, Beta-Flass deathworms, were enormous. The one we captured before was just a baby compared to these. The hunter's steel arrows were surprisingly effective. What is that? It's amazing, Dichi said with a grin. Can we get weapons like that? I bet I could use it if I flexed hard enough. The recoil would break your spine, Nuke retorted. Time to focus on the battle, Lihan said. It's our turn. The dragon was identified at the gate. Type, green dragon. The newly deployed weapon fired. But as Octa had predicted, it didn't affect the dragon at all. It's up to you kids now, destroy it. The dropships were launched. The dragon looked up and unleashed a torrent of energy blasts. It's aiming for us, Lihan yelled. It's a breath attack. The blast tore through the sky. A single point of light remained. Call me Alpha, you bastard. Are you okay? Lihan asked. I'm fine, Simon replied. At least for now. I mean, I'll definitely die if I keep free falling like this. A figure threw several spheres, which fell into a pit, followed by the figure himself. Damn it. The man cursed as he hit the ground. A hand reached out to him. He survived after all, Nuke said. Get lost, Simon grumbled. Save your energy for the fight. Something's not right, Lihan said. The dragon has appeared, but the gate hasn't closed. The prophecy was wrong again. It seems so. The good news is, it's 3-on-3, Lihan said, giving them hope. One dragon for each team. The green dragon is ours. Noble and Crimson teams, you handle the 2 black dragons. Let's take them all down, Timmy shouted. He charged the silver dragon. My spear isn't the only thing you need to watch out for. I've been training in Sambo since I could walk. You have no chance of beating me in close combat. Oh. Really? Lihan had once replied during training. So you're going to catch dragons with your Sambo moves. Demi had faltered. By then I'll be able to choke a few dragons out. Back in the present, Demi's eyes gleamed. Sorry for breaking my promise, but I don't think I can choke this one out. It's too thick. Instead, I'll try to break its wings. He wrapped his arms around the silver dragon, and the battle began. Now, Lihan yelled. Take it down. They attacked from all sides, and the dragon fell. Amazing, Octa cheered. They took down 3 dragons in a flash. Level 1 dragons are nothing to them now, but at the base, an operator stared at the monitor in horror. No signs of minion activity near the gate. Confirmed. All dragons have been eliminated. Caves. Over. That asked, his hand trembling on the mouse. A massive explosion rocked the base. What? What happened? Octa yelled. It can't be. That stammered, his face covered in blood. The gate is opening. Inside the base, monsters poured out, attacking everyone in sight. Han, can you hear me? Octa yelled into the comm. The Air Force base is about to fall. We can't send support. We can't send any reinforcements. Survive, at all costs. Someone pulled him away. Director, we have to go. Don't die. Octa shouted one last time before the transmission was cut off by an explosion. Damn it, Nuke said, his body trembling. What happened over there? Did we lose? Even though we killed all the dragons. They used the 3 dragons as bait, Lihan realized. That means the dragons aren't the important part of their army. At that moment, Lihan understood something. Something is crawling out of the gate. Everyone looked up. Move it. We should get back while we still can, he ordered. Jimichi gritted his teeth. Running away is too cowardly. Let's just destroy all of them, he said. I don't think I can handle it if we don't. Jimichi, Lihan said. A series of explosions went off. Baldy was thrown far away. His comrades shouted, he's injured, carry him, quickly. Ah, we're going to die, Baldy groaned. They were trying to carry him out of there. This way, just a little longer, we have the Uds on the deck, he'll get us out. No, Baldy replied. Water. We need water. They've completely taken over the airspace. They're swarming all around us. Lihan said, Jimichi, Team Noble's mission is to handle all the minions since there are no more dragons here. They'll have to stay alive until the rescue from the Uds arrives. Jimichi said, but if you insist on retreating, we'll buy you some time. Hands reached up as people rose behind him. Footsteps approached. Lihan was startled and looked to his sides. He felt a surge of strength. I won't just stand and watch this time. Everyone moved forward. Team Noble, wait, Lihan started to say, but before he could finish, they were already attacking. Simon struck first, his blow landing on Jimichi. Jimichi immediately turned and grabbed Simon by the throat, then lifted him up. What did you just do? Do you want to die? Jimichi asked. If I die, we die together, you bastard, Simon retorted. Have those combat stimulants messed with your head? We're not invincible. When we run out of our armor's energy, we're all done for. Lihan agreed. He's right, Jimichi. If we run into another dragon, for example, we won't be able to handle it. Jimichi hesitated. Then stopped. I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm sorry, Simon. He turned to Lihan called out, Simon, shut up. Simon interrupted, walking away. I don't want to talk about it now. Just let it go. This guy, Lihan thought. The explosions continued. Oof, my ears. What is that? Everyone clutched their heads. Communications are down. This isn't good. Let's get out of here. Team Alpha arrived. This is like Sinew, Kanat said. Sinew? Simon asked, confused. We're about 10 miles from the base. But it's still jamming our communications, Lihan thought. I have a bad feeling about this. It feels like we're prey being hunted. Jimichi said, let's head to the nearest town. If we're lucky, we might be able to use a communication device there. Lihan took a breath and smiled. Good idea. And there won't be anyone there since they all evacuated after the gate warning. It's still not far enough to escape the radio interference, Lihan thought, but we're out of food. At least we'll find something to eat. Let's go. A burly figure appeared, his presence lighting up the area. It was Alexandra Go. Chief of Staff, you have failed, the people around him said. We haven't failed yet, Alexandra replied. We still have the Australian army. In other words, you failed to stop the gate. The real war hasn't even begun, but is already a huge disappointment. As if we had another choice, Alexandra thought bitterly. Red dots swarmed a single point on the globe. To be optimistic, the gate is in Australia, so it won't spread to other countries for now. It's only a matter of time. Those bastards can use teleportation or whatever. We can't just sit back and believe this and handle this. They make it sound so easy, Alexandra thought. He asked, so what do you propose we do? Nuclear weapons, they replied. We'll use nuclear weapons. Alexandra was stunned. What, sir? What are you saying? We can't do that. This is Australia's jurisdiction. This must be the Australian High Commissioner. Minions are like cancer cells, they argued. To destroy cancer after a failed surgery, you must be prepared for bloodshed. Let's hold a vote. Alexandra was furious. These bastards. They're using this opportunity to try and overthrow Australia, their strongest rival. This is insane. Using nuclear weapons. It's better than humanity going extinct. Many nations were engulfed in flames in the last war. We'll just deploy the mental power armor again after the nuclear strike. Please stop. We absolutely cannot use nuclear weapons. Please, have some dignity. We are all making a difficult decision here. For humanity. Dangerous smiles appeared on their faces as they trembled, clutching their heads and kneeling. I can almost see their mocking expressions. Alexandra wondered. Can we really win the war this way? A loud kick. They kicked the door open. The tea was turned off. The program interrupted. Everyone was going about their activities. Did you find anything? This is pretty good. All the tea channels have no signal. They sat together on the long sofa in the living room. Lihan was looking at the machine in front of him, making a quick adjustment. The system came back online. He was startled by a noise from behind and turned to see two people looking at the same thing. "Where's yours?" Lihan asked. "I did it," his friend replied. The system suddenly made a sound. He was startled. "What do you want to do when the war is over?" Silent asked. Han was lost in thought for a moment. "I haven't thought about it," Lihan replied. "I think I'll go see my brothers and sisters." "I'll go with you when you visit them," Silent responded. Lihan smiled. "Okay." An emergency red alert blared. The two of them ran. "Just sent us the mission plan," Han said. "The nearest rendezvous point. The airspace is no longer safe, so we have to move on our own." "Let's go, Silent, we've been here too long." A loud explosion rocked the area as they were talking. "Check on each other and switch all communications to the internal network." "Road here. This is Alpha 1, does everyone copy?" "Check the route I just sent. We have to take a detour to shake them off." Lihan said, "With the remaining energy, we'll just have enough to reach the rendezvous point. So only those with spare energy can stay behind to buy time for everyone. Silent and I will handle the minions." He put on his armor, ready for the next battle. "Move through points B and C before heading to the target rendezvous point." "Are you sure you'll be okay, Han?" Jumichi asked worriedly. "I'll stay too," Simon said, stepping forward with sharp eyes. "We'll stay together." Another member stepped up. Kanat smiled. "We're Team Alpha, after all." Lihan said, "Kanat, go help Simon. He was injured in the fall earlier." "What?" Kanat exclaimed. Simon spoke up, "It's just a small fracture. I won't drag everyone down, don't worry about me. I don't plan on sacrificing myself right now. I made this decision because I know we're strong enough to handle this." Lihan restored his power. "So trust me, I'll see you all again after we survive this." Flames erupted beside them. "Okay," Kanat replied. Simon said nothing more as the fire grew larger. The monsters had begun to appear. The teammates fought together, a fierce battle where neither side gave an inch. "We need to conserve the armor's energy," Lihan thought, "so we'll use our guns as much as possible." Waves crashed against the shore. "I didn't even think there was a river here. I guess this is the best way to cover our tracks." Team Alpha waded through the water. Han wasn't wrong about the remaining energy, Kenneth thought. "We might not make it to the rendezvous point. But is Han really okay? That prototype consumes even more energy." Sparks flew from collisions. Team Alpha pushed forward, their bodies covered in scratches. "Silent," Lihan shouted. "Get to point C first and wait for me there. If I don't meet you within half an hour, go straight to the rendezvous point." Silent turned, thinking, "But in your condition." "Lihan, this is an order, Silent, go." After a moment of hesitation, Silent obeyed it and took off at full speed. A light emanated from his body. "I believe in you, Han. Survive, no matter what." With unwavering faith, Silent placed all his trust in his friend. Lihan braced himself and fell back, landing precariously on a cliff edge. He used all his strength to pull himself up and rested under a large tree. "Is this point C? Silent has probably already reached the final rendezvous point. I'll rest for a bit, and then head there." He looked up, then closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, glowing brightly. "Don't look at me like that," a voice said. Lihan's sword pierced through him. "He scared me too." Lihan finished him off. "I can feel the psychic energy with all my senses, as if it has become a scent or a sound," he thought. He charged forward again. "Come at me if you want to die." Helicopters landed, surrounded by a large crowd. "It's an enhanced soldier," confirmed. "It's Alpha 2. "Why is Alpha 2 here alone?" "Yes, Sir," Silent replied. "I don't see Alpha 1. "Unfortunately, we can't wait any longer," the officer said, thinking. "I was ordered to bring Alpha 1 back at all costs. But get on, Alpha 2. We need to move." Silent remained silent. "They're going to level this place with a nuke," the man said. "If we stay here any longer, we'll be caught in the blast." Silent still said nothing. The helicopters started up. A blood-soaked knife, a battered and bloody body, heavy footsteps. Lihan was moving. "Am I too late?" he wondered, startled as a helicopter descended. "Just in time. Alpha 1, I'll drop a line for you." Lihan let out a sigh of relief. The sky turned purple as the helicopter climbed higher. On board, Silent sat quietly in a corner. Lihan clenched his fists. Need me right now. My strength is gradually recovering. I was completely wrong, he thought. Those is still in control of the situation. I've always taken it. Support for granted. I can't believe it took losing it for me to realize this. The transport suddenly accelerated, and everyone stumbled. The sea below grew more turbulent. We just got far enough away, Simon said. How big was that bomb? Hannah asked. Lihan's thoughts raced. The controls everything. They control who becomes an enhanced soldier and how they are managed. They even control who gets to survive. So when the war is over, what will happen to us? A few days later, how are the kids? They all came back in one piece, Z replied. What about Han? Catherine asked. Z paused and turned to look at her, bringing 2 glasses of water. You're quite interested in him, aren't you? He's really strange. Catherine looked at the aura around her body. No matter how many times I try to look into his future, I see nothing. And yet, he's still alive. It's so strange, isn't it? It seems that no matter where he is, he's always someone special, Z replied. But at the same time, Catherine thought, it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly collapsed and died. He could die at any moment. She bit her lip. Catherine looked at her glass of water. I want to go home one last time before I die. Red's eyes welled up with tears he was trying to hold back. That place has been completely destroyed, he said. There's nothing left. It doesn't matter. I want to draw something there. Catherine's hand trembled as she clutched the glass. Please, can you help me? With your position at that. Well, you can definitely do it. Z turned away. I'm sorry. Catherine screamed. You bastard, how could you do this to me? The Z I knew would have done it for me without a second thought. She threw the glass of water. He would have done it for me. The water spilled everywhere as Catherine buried her face in her hands and sobbed. In the courtyard, Lihan and Simon stood facing each other. I'm going to request a transfer to a different team, Simon said. Lihan was a little stunned and guilty. Simon, on the other hand, looked annoyed, his blue eyes staring at Lihan, urging a response. I always thought we worked well together, at least on the battlefield, Lihan said, flustered. I won't force you to stay, but at least tell me why. Is it because of what happened at the tavern? A vein popped on Simon's forehead as he gritted his teeth. They sat down on a bench. Simon looked down and said, we just don't get along. That became very clear to me during the last mission. Lihan looked surprised. Simon raised his can of water and said, you think your team members are people you need to protect, don't you? What I need is a teammate, not a bodyguard. But protecting my team is part of my duty as a leader. Lihan reasoned. Simon chugged the water and crushed the empty can in his hand. I'm not as good with words as you are, so just shut up. A breeze rustled by as Lihan stood alone, watching Simon's retreating back. He squeezed his own unopened can. He's transferring to red team. A past image appeared, a young Lihan sitting by a fire with another boy. My mom's a great cook. The boy, Jose, said. I really want everyone to try her food, though I'm not sure if you'll like Spanish food. That innocent comment had stuck with Lihan ever since. After the conflict, Lihan sat in his room and told Nut, I'm sure Jose has his reasons. Let's give him some time until he's ready to talk to us. The scene changed. In a dark place, Red used his psychic ability to light a cigar. He took a satisfying drag and leaned back in his chair. That moment flashed in his mind again. Catherine's angry scream, even with an if in her arm, the red team I knew would have done it immediately. Red brought the cigarette to his lips again, lost in thought. The red team she knew. What was I like back then? A drawer opened, revealing old photos. He picked them up and looked at them. A picture of a blonde girl looking innocent in a pure white dress. It was Catherine. Red remembered the day he met her. She was an American tourist on vacation in Spain. After leading a group of survivors to safety, she had sent out a distress signal. But this place is a monster hotspot. How is that possible? Red wondered. She said she could move through safe zones thanks to her ability to see the future. A teammate explained. This made Red curious. Catherine casually tried to light a cigarette, but a strong gust of wind blew out the flame. She looked stunned. The wind swept them back to a memory of them leaning on a railing, watching the waves. Red, give me a light, Catherine said, holding out her cigarette. Red conjured a flame on his fingertip and lit it for her. Catherine exhaled in satisfaction. Red watched her and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? She asked. I have never liked guys who smoke, Red replied. And when were you ever my type? Catherine shot back. Gulls landed around them in the noisy yet peaceful scene. Red, what are you going to do after the war ends? Catherine asked. Leave the force, Red replied. That's it? She asked, curious. Red nodded. I am sick of war. I get it. She buried half her face in her arm, looking shy. Catherine mustered the courage to ask, want to come to Texas with me? And open a barbecue joint? She glanced at him as if afraid he would refuse. My grandpa taught me his special sauce recipe, and cooking will be a piece of cake with your fire-starting ability. She had even calculated the finances. We'll split the profits. 70 for me, 30 for you. Without hesitation, Red grinned and replied, deal. But I get 70. You get 30. You idiot. Catherine playfully tried to lunge at him, but Red's long arm held her back. We walked the path to the future together, with smiles, hope, and our beautiful youth. A photo of the three of them marked their journey. Johnny's face, with black glasses, took up the whole frame. Okay, he said, satisfied with the angle. His white teeth showed in a smile. Alright, this piece of junk works well, doesn't it? Johnny returned to the group. The countdown had just ended. Okay, smile. Beeps came from the old camera, and a picture of the three of them, all with serious expressions, was captured. They huddled together to look at it. Why did you want to take a picture? Red complained. Man, this is terrible, Johnny criticized. You should have done something more fun, you know. Johnny smiled at them. We're almost done here. We should have a picture to remember our time together. Only the seventh dragon remained. Their long battle had finally come to this. The war will soon be over. For Red, for Catherine, my friends. After all this, I want to live a normal life. But seeing the way they looked at each other, Johnny felt like a third wheel. His face darkened. He held out a pack of cigarettes to them, as a test. Have one. I'll pass, they both said in unison. Johnny felt more irritated than ever. The scene changed again. Red stood aside, listening to Alexandra. But it seems she already knows. At this news, he just silently furrowed his brow. Alexander's face was also thoughtful. He then asked, is it feasible to put her into hibernation again? This suggestion horrified the three scientists present. Her ability is irreplaceable, Alex said. She can't die yet. He slammed his hand on the table. We just need her power one more time, at the final moment of the war. Red's brow furrowed even tighter, panic in his eyes. Before that day, Red had been running hurriedly. I finally did it. Despite his injured face, his smile was radiant. Catherine, he thought, we finally did it. We killed the last dragon. He shouldered his gear and rushed back. But when he opened the door, he found Catherine on the ground, clutching her head. Catherine, what's wrong? He asked worriedly. The girl was trembling uncontrollably. When she looked up, tears were streaming down her face. Her pupils had turned blue. Oh, no, she said. Seeing her terrified expression, Red knew something was wrong. He went to her and asked, did you see something? Tell me what you saw. Catherine clutched her head in agony. It's not it. It's not. Strange blue veins appeared on her hands. Red was horrified. They spread across her face, and her lips turned blue. She whispered, the last dragon. This war was just a reconnaissance mission. 15 years from now, we will all truly die. Catherine's hair had turned blue, and she couldn't stop shaking. That scene was still seared into Red's mind. He suddenly stood up before Alexandra. Until the very last moment, Red's furious voice echoed, you're going to treat the prophet like a tool. He demanded angrily. How dare you? Alexandra replied sternly. Do you really think you have the right to say that to me? Of course not. Red silently clenched his jaw. Under Alex's intense gaze, Red turned and left. The heavy door closed behind him. Alexander must have noticed his unusual feelings for Catherine. He ordered the others to keep an eye on Red. Night enveloped the face. The prosthetic leg was beautifully maintained. It's all done. You kept it cleaner this time, Red said. I haven't been in that field for a long time, Shockley replied with a laugh. Haha, so even the mighty Red has fallen on hard times. Oh, just like you, old man, he retorted. Hemph, what do you know? Shuck proudly puffed out his chest. Is still far behind. They all still have to use my designs. They think they're so great just because they found new applications for what I created. I should go, Red said. Will he be okay? Shockley asked, his expression serious. This is really for the prophet. Are you sure you won't regret this for the rest of your life? As they had aged, The years had become more apparent on Shockley's face. Red looked down silently, then said, "I've already done too many things I'll regret for the rest of my life." Shockley ran a hand through his hair and sighed in compromise. He then quietly walked in another direction, lifted an old cloth, and said, "This thing seemed to have stopped working, but I fixed it myself and got it running again." When the black cloth fell, Red's expression immediately changed. It was an old, bothful mecha. Even if they succeed in putting her into hibernation again, Shockley said, there's no guarantee she'll wake up in her current physical state. Alexander is willing to bet on the smallest chance, but she has already saved countless lives. Her days are numbered, but she has the right to be happy in whatever time she has left. Don't you agree? As Red left the workshop, Shockley's words echoed in his mind. You and the Prophet will go to Hangar 4. I'll have a mental power armor and a helicopter waiting for you there. He walked silently down the dark, deserted path, pulling his cap low over his face. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Where are you going at this hour, sir? He stopped, his face thoughtful. A pair of golden eyes gleamed in the darkness. Where are you going, Sergeant Red? It was just the two of them in the dark corner. Red's hand clenched. This voice. He gritted his teeth and glanced back, cursing internally. Damn it, Alexander. Of course he'd send the most troublesome kid to tail me. I'm taking a walk, Red said, trying to act normal, while wearing the military cap you never wear. Lihan asked. Red's blue pupils flashed a dangerous red. I know. You know. So stop acting. Not just him, but Lihan was also on edge, flexing his golden gloved hand. The protagonist was ready to fight. This kid always acts with a purpose, Red thought. He must have a reason for doing this, Lihan thought. Red also took a defensive stance. I guess I have no other choice. What are you going to do? Lihan asked. Ray was stunned. What? Lihan pulled a cap onto his own head. When you take the Prophet, do you know how to get out of a... Red's eyes showed confusion. You're not tailing me. I'm here to help on the Prophet's orders, the protagonist replied. And you just accept orders from the Prophet like that? Red asked irritably. Lihan gestured behind him. I've already taken care of the officers who were following you. Red growled in frustration. Lihan, as if he didn't see Red's anger, Lihan continued. We'll enter through the third floor window on the right. It's the closest route to the emergency exit, and there are no guards. This cunning brat, what does he really want? Red wondered. He's found all the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. This isn't something just anyone can do. Red looked at the student he had trained. It's almost as if he was preparing for a situation where was the enemy. Lihan looked back at him. I know that out of everyone, you understand best why I am so prepared. The old man had once said, in an unexpected situation, only those who prepare for the unexpected will survive. Have you taken the old man's words to heart? Still, I can't believe you went this far. You're a stubborn brat. Red clutched his head and laughed. I'm telling you, no matter what happens to this world, I guess you'll survive. They hid around a corner. The door in the adjacent hallway was heavily guarded. Lihan peeked around the wall and saw them exchanging signals. They're changing their route. Let's wait here for a moment. Lihan quietly observed. There were only 2 guards. That means they don't anticipate a break-in. How could they expect me, a sergeant, to betray a... While Red was distracted, Lihan suddenly rushed out. Don't tell me you're going to fight them with that glove, he thought, gritting his teeth. Lihan moved like lightning. Before the guards could realize what was happening, they were electrocuted. Double kill. They collapsed to the floor. Red walked past them and asked, are they okay? I'm sure I used just enough power to knock them out, Lihan replied. I've run many experiments on Nut to know exactly how to control the power surge. So don't worry. Red immediately thought of the kid's fate. The most miserable friend in the world is Nut. They successfully reached Hangar 4. Lihan tightened the last bolt on Red's armor. A helicopter was there. The moment had come. A slender hand held out a memory card. What you promised, Catherine said with a grateful smile. Thank you, Pa. Take care. I never thought I'd say this, Red said, but thanks, Pan. Lihan's expression turned strange. Catherine and Red left together. Who's going to fly this helicopter? She asked. Apollotta's already agreed to help, Red replied, joking, it looks like I forced him to help. Lihan frowned, watching them go, his fists clenched. He suddenly spoke up. Do you have any final advice for me? Red stopped and looked back at the student he had guided, who was now so tall. Lihan An waited for an answer. Advice. I don't know. You have more experience fighting dragons than I do. If I could give you one small piece of advice, it would be, don't show too much of your emotions. No one has the right to blame you just for acting like a human for a moment. Lihan's hand holding the screwdriver trembled slightly. Is that really all you have to say? After training me to be this tough? Red looked at the boy, his lips pressed together. Lihan's jaw tightened. You'll be eaten alive the moment you show a weakness, Red added. The memory of being chased for a piece of bread flashed in the protagonist's mind. I know that better than anyone, Lihan said. If that's the advice you have for me, I don't need it. But Red's gaze softened. Lihan looked at him warily. Red let out a sigh, then smiled. Alright, fine. I wish you luck in battle, Han. The helicopter began to lift off, perhaps taking with it his strict instructor and their childhood memories. Red had always been strict, but he had also always quietly watched over him. Lihan watched the helicopter fly away, the wind messing up his hair. When they were too far apart to see each other clearly, Lihan whispered, Goodbye, Sergeant Red. The next day at lunch, the cafeteria was packed. That bastard, how could he do that just for a girl? Someone muttered. How could a war hero be a traitor? Another sergeant commented. I thought he was a heartless bastard, but it turns out he's quite romantic. In the chaotic cafeteria, Nut sat with Lihan and the others, frowning at the gossip. Everyone's talking about it, Nut said. I mean, they're not wrong, Shimishi replied, taking a large bite of his sandwich. He's a pathetic bastard, running away at a time like this. But what's stranger is the higher of silence, Nut added. There's no way Sergeant Red could have slipped out alone. Aren't they even trying to find his accomplices? Lihan just listened silently. After the stuffy meal, Lihan returned to his room and took out the SBK the Rhine had given him. The hallway was deserted. He opened a small virtual screen. When he saw the words, his expression changed. It simply said, I'm sorry. The rest of the message was only partially revealed. I'm sorry. If I hadn't done it. But Red was in a deserted, snow-covered forest. He carried a deer on his back, a hunter returning with his prize. His pickup truck was parked nearby. He loaded the large deer into the back. The key turned in the ignition, and the powerful engine roared to life. In the middle of the white forest, the truck started moving towards home. It was dark when the wooden roof of a cabin appeared in the headlights. He trembled. What was that? Where did it come from? One member's throat was slit, then a second's head was severed from their body. Silent, get back here, now, Lihan shouted. What was that? What's attacking them? He thought as they collapsed to the ground. Are they all using invisibility? He observed. The attackers stood in a circle, facing outward, a red aura emanating from their bodies. They advanced as one, converging on a single point. They're here, Lihan said. As they moved toward the remaining team members, Lihan realized. They're using cloaks for invisibility. I have no choice but to predict their direction based on their speed. He focused, sensing their position. They must be here. Seizing the moment, Lihan thrust his golden hand forward, unleashing a wave of power that sent the cloaked figures flying. Silent, he called out. Silent leaped forward, finishing them off. Where's the last one? Lihan realized with a jolt and immediately attacked. The helmet of his armor shattered. I knew it. There's only one type of weapon that can destroy psychic armor. One made from dragon parts. They're all armed with them. A large opponent materialized behind him. Damn it, I don't have time to dodge, Lihan thought as the enemy struck. Surprisingly, Lihan was unharmed. Silent had moved in time to sever the attacker's arm. Lihan followed up, ramming his staff into the creature's face. Together, they had won. Thanks, Silent, Lihan said, turning his head. Now the only one left is that Aloy over there. The Aloy was powerful, standing defiantly amidst the smoke and dust. The wolf behind him let out a howl that echoed through the mountains, a sound that seemed powerful enough to blow everything away. The howling and growling continued. The pressure. My body is trembling, Lihan thought. No, the howling hasn't stopped. He raised his weapon. It's coming. The opponent advanced. Lihan gritted his teeth and dodged. Silent attacked from above while Lihan engaged it on the ground. With a loud roar, Lihan's weapon was sent flying, leaving him with only his staff. The opponent seized the opportunity and attacked again. The force of the blow sent Lihan crashing to the ground, their collision creating a massive explosion. Silent landed, propped up by his two swords. The sword didn't penetrate deep enough, he thought. As the smoke cleared, Lihan saw his opponent and pushed himself back to his feet. As the creature charged again, Lihan ran, then pivoted and countered with his bare hands, using his power to bind the creature's arm. His eyes glowed as he unleashed a direct blast of energy, knocking his opponent to the ground. Lihan seized a sword and pointed it at the fallen Eloi. The tables had turned. He drove the blade straight through its body. Panting, he felt the blood-soaked sword in his hand. The enemy was defeated. Lihan looked up at the ferocious wolf, which was still howling. It's using its breath weapon. We need to get out of the way, he thought. Just then, a flash of purple light appeared behind him. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy. The beam of light tore through the earth, carving a new canyon in an instant. Still alive, he thought, looking at his body. That absolute power. You created a new canyon in the blink of an eye, a voice said, startling him. You did well. It would be a shame to let you die so soon. From now on, my team will handle this. Omega team, move out. A member of the Omega team stood before him. What will we do with the remaining psychic armors? Lihan thought, recalling a past conversation with Set. It's just a precaution, Set had said. It's not that you don't trust me, right? Like you said, other teams exist. Don't ask any more questions. They say curiosity can bring a lot of trouble, Set had replied, turning to Lee. Lihan stared after him. Recti. But don't tell me that 6 years ago, I killed the children they were training. Set had spun around to face him. Would you do that to us if things didn't go as planned? Lihan had asked, his eyes glowing. Set had summoned his fire. Does it look like Ak has the ability to eliminate you right now? Lihan had said nothing more. Back in the present, Lihan thought, I don't know how those children were treated, but maybe not all of them were killed. They could become a major problem. The wolf continued to howl as the Omega team advanced. You, with the skull mask, one of them said to Silent. Will you help us? If you can focus your attacks on its neck, we'll try to get underneath it and aim for its core. Silent joined the fight. They attacked in concert, leaping, throwing, punching, while the beast roared in helpless fury. Omega team, Lihan thought, as a blue light emanated from the creature's body. I want to talk to those children, Silent had told Zet. They're too dangerous, Zet had warned. They are criminals who not only killed their trainers, but even their own comrades. I know this better than anyone. One of them might be the one to shoot you in the head. Can you hold back your anger when you meet them? It would be a lie to say I no longer hold any grudges, Silent had replied. But I won't fight them. Zet had closed his eyes, then opened them to look at Silent. I'm sorry, but I am in a position where I have to convince you. They are monsters now. Those who have given up on being human. I don't know how Ak managed to control them. But either way, this is not for the faint of heart. Standing alone, Silent opened his palm and stared at it. Can you hear everything? The voice came through Lihan's earpiece. If what Surgeon Zet said is true, Lihan thought, this is probably the work of the Chief of Staff. The one who truly holds power, not the mentally unstable Commander-in-Chief. If war breaks out now, the Chief of Staff will be promoted to Supreme Commander. Omega team must be a product of Ak, and the Chief of Staff. He removed his earpiece. Why would he create them? Zet stood by a sink, water running. I can't believe he said those words. Monsters who have given up on being human. It's not their fault. He looked at his reflection. It's Ak's fault. No, it's my fault. He splashed water on his face, then braced his hands against the mirror. It makes me sick. He stared at his trembling hands. Until the war is over. Until the war is completely over. The mission was complete. This place is completely destroyed, Nuke Mayor said, surveying the smoldering ruins. It's uninhabitable now. The Alpha team's teamwork is perfect, Alexander said. This is the 6th skirmish they've handled since the Great Canyon event. But it's also the 3rd time the prophecy has been wrong, Zet added. Catherine spoke up. I think it's because of the Silver Dragon. I have a feeling the prophecies of the future change whenever the Silver Dragon appears, like how a track changes when you pull a lever. And the Silver Dragon was killed by other dragons. It seems they will conflict with dragons of different colors. You mean dragons have different characteristics based on their color? It's also possible that the Silver Dragon had something to do with the gate opening and had to turn against its own kind. We were able to conduct a deep study on the Eloi we captured, Zat said. But the truth is, we don't know a thing about the dragons. However, Demi interjected. We have no choice but to trust the prophet's predictions. The only thing we can change is how we respond to them. It seems our best course of action is to use the Black Sphere and deploy it as soon as possible. It's time for us to prepare for the final battle. Ak had undergone a major restructuring. First years would no longer be recruited, as there wasn't enough time to train any new psychics. All the psychics who had been serving as instructors returned to the battlefield. As a helicopter prepared for departure, Set lit his cigarette and spoke to his friend. "You're going back to China. I know you agreed to join on the condition that you would only be an instructor, but I thought you'd change your mind after the kids grew so fond of you. Worry about yourself first," his friend replied. Set watched the helicopter leave, then looked up at the sky. "I'm a little sad to see him go." Duino watched from a window, tears in her eyes. "I think there's someone else who is even sadder than me. This is Red 2, luring minions to the designated area. I've got about 200 of them. This is Red 3, also heading to the target. I have about 300 here. This is Red 4. Same here. I have brought about 500. Alright, no more joking around. This is serious. It doesn't matter how many they have, just bring them all to the target location. Our captain will take care of them all at once." A figure in red armor, crackling with electricity, moved like a bolt of lightning. A massive explosion erupted in the forest. He still can't believe it. With that kind of firepower, how did he only burn the minions? One of the team members wondered as they sat in a circle, their helmets off. That's the captain of the red team. Destroying all those minions with a single spark. Impressive. Det watched the monitor. His fire abilities are especially powerful against large numbers of minions. Moreover, he's the best psychic when it comes to pyrokinesis. But what he's best at, Zet thought, is hiding his true power. He always controlled his abilities to ensure he never stood out. For example, he was placed into class despite mastering telekinesis, and he kept his pyrokinesis hidden until the survival training. And above all, he chose to stay behind as a year 5 for a long time, even though he could have been in a much better position. Why is he suddenly showing off his skills now? I'm worried he's in a dangerous situation. Prophet, what is the current prophecy? Dake asked. Do you feel it changing? No, Catherine replied. The next invasion will be on the Iberian Peninsula. I see a large army of minions, and one dragon. And this mission will be assigned to Alpha Team and Red Team, Zed announced. A golden hand appeared alongside a flaming one. I won't let anyone else die. Let's send them all to hell. In the white, falling snow, a small basket was left in front of a building. A baby cried inside. A note was attached, with only a single name, Hanley. Stop right there, you brat. On a television broadcast, an announcer said, Today, we have Major Bae Yunteng, the head of the Korean branch of AK, along with Korea's first psychic, Jium. Applause echoed. When the war against the dragons ends, our military strength will depend on the number of psychics we possess. We need to increase our numbers at all costs. Right now, humanity has a common enemy, but in the future, it will be a war between psychics. Hanley ran past the T's, clutching a bag. The chase continued. Damn it, a man shouted. Next time I catch you, you're dead, you little brat. Lihan ducked into an alley. A man appeared, blocking his path with a sinister grin. Finally found you, you little thief. You're Lihan, right? Give me that bag, while I'm still being nice. Lihan hid the bag behind his back. What if I don't? Gutsy, for a little kid, the man said, advancing. No wonder a kid like you could survive so long on the streets. I think I have a way to make you useful. Why do you think I know your name? I know everywhere you've lived. You can try to run, but do you think your brothers and sisters can do the same? A month later, Lihan saw an old man carrying a bag of groceries. The old man turned and smiled, then walked toward him. Lihan tense, ready to act. The old man pulled an apple from his bag. Little boy, do you like apples? He just wants to give it to me. No, don't be fooled. The image of the old man with a sinister smile and a rotting apple in his hand flashed in his mind. What's he hiding in that bag? Lihan lunged, snatching the entire bag of apples from the startled old man. Hey kid, he ran to a rooftop. I can't believe it. He was just being kind. You've never met anyone like that. He huddled in a corner. How much longer do I have to live like trash? The blonde man from before kicked the door open. There you are, you little rat. You've been running from me for a month without paying a single penny of protection money for your siblings. He cracked his knuckles. You know what's interesting? Maybe you'll learn a lesson if one of them gets hurt. I've already moved them to a safe place, Lihan retorted. You can try, but as long as I'm alive, no one will touch a single hair on their heads. Yeah, right. You're all talk, kid. Maybe I should just finish you right here. Lihan grabbed the bag of apples and ran. The man chased him. Lihan leaped from one building to the next. The man didn't dare to follow. I'm not letting you get away this time, you damn brat. Rain began to fall. The chase continued. A railroad crossing gate was lowering, but they kept running. The man grabbed Lihan's collar just as a train sped past. Lihan kicked him in the face, sending him stumbling onto the tracks. Lihan landed safely on the other side, apples scattering everywhere. Later, he sat behind the bars of a cell. What's with this kid? He was at the scene, so I brought him in. You think a scrawny kid like this could push a grown man onto the train tracks? But the psionic energy detector at the west gate was activated. A man entered the cell. Sorry, but stay put. You might be a psychic. We've contacted ACT to come and check you out. This child is terrifying. Major Lihan thought. I will protect them at any cost. The present day Lihan was strong. His helmet was lowered as he entered the battle. My siblings, this world, and my friends, I will kill all the dragons. As soon as Zet got out of the car, Catherine opened the door of the house. She breathed out a puff of white smoke and smiled. You're late. Did you sell the game? The corners of Zet's bearded mouth curved into a smile. He looked so ordinary now. Yeah, I even bought dinner. Steaming soup sat on the table as they ate a warm meal together. Catherine laughed and raised her bowl. She would just chug it all in one go. Good grief, you silly girl, Zet said fondly, watching her eat voraciously. Slow down. After they had finished, both of their faces were a mess. Catherine laughed at Zet's appearance, the light from the window reflecting their silhouettes. I'd betray everyone to see that smile again. I don't regret my choice. Back at the base, Lihan sat alone in his room. The sound of his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table echoed in the darkness. His face was full of thought after reading the message on the card. I'm sorry. If I hadn't done it, Zet would have died. There must be more to this message, Lihan thought. Is something about to happen? Elsewhere in the base, a loud thud was accompanied by an angry voice. Wiped out. Alexander couldn't believe the report. Both armies of the first generation psychics were wiped out by the minions. One of them survived and returned, the sergeant added. He has no visible injuries, but he's unconscious and being treated in the infirmary. Alex's face darkened. I'll go see him myself. As he walked, he thought, I can't believe this happened right after Zet left. Even though we're mainly relying on the second generation, we still need the first. They arrived at a heavily secured room. He's in here. Alex stared at the door as it slid open. A pair of long, muscular legs came into view. Alex's eyes widened in horror. A gunshot rang out, and the sergeant who had led him there fell to the floor in a pool of blood. The figure inside was holding a gun, its eyes glowing red. Art, Alex screamed. The figure smiled demonically, and aimed the gun at him. One of Alex's arms was injured, and he was unarmed. But just as the creature was about to fire, something flashed and sliced through its neck. It was Lihan. He had used his spear to finish it. Henley. But how? Alex asked, stunned, as the large body collapsed. You need to get out of here, sir. It's not over, Lihan urged. But Alex didn't understand. The creature's body began to twitch, something writhing within it as if searching for something. Go, now, Lihan repeated. Before he left, Alex said, Hun, I'll go get reinforcements. No, this thing will possess your body, Lihan replied, his focus on the creature in front of him. I'll handle it myself. The entity had shed its physical form and was now a being of pure energy. Lihan gripped his spear. I'm not prepared for this. How can I defeat it? The red entity looked like it had been dredged up from hell. Lihan knew its goal was to possess a body, and it wouldn't risk causing physical harm to its desired host. He raised his spear in a bluff, but it had no effect. I have no choice but to fight it mentally. He let it enter his body. His entire body tensed as the silent battle within began. The sunset painted the snowy mountains gold. Zet was chopping wood outside while Catherine watched him from the window. The sound of the axe splitting wood seemed to bore her. She yawned. Zet, I am bored. Come inside. If we don't want to freeze to death, we need firewood, he panted. Catherine cupped her face and smiled slyly. We could keep each other warm. Zet looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Are you sure about that? Night fell quickly. They sat outside, a large pile of firewood stacked nearby. The sky was full of stars, the Milky Way clearly visible. It's beautiful, Catherine said, but her eyes told a different story. She smiled. It's so peaceful, considering the world is on the brink of collapse. You're still keeping your promise, right, Kithy? Zet asked, suddenly. You promised you would never use your power again. Catherine's gaze didn't waver, her purple eyes steady. Zet watched the woman he loved. Yes, of course, she finally replied with a smile. He knew that statistically, she would die during her next seizure. She was fine now because she wasn't using her powers, but it could happen at any time. He stared at her cherry red lips. I'm hungry, she said suddenly, her smile bright and innocent. It sapped him out of his thoughts. You scared me, he sighed, standing up. Good grief. Let's go inside and make something to eat. Why were you so surprised? She asked, following him. It's nothing. Lihan woke up to the beeping of a heart monitor. Someone knocked on the door. In the room, Alex stood looking out the window. Lihan entered. Sit down, Alex said, his expression hidden by the backlight. He gestured to the 2 cups of tea and a box of candy on the table. As usual, I want to hear your report. About the recent ghost suppression incident. Lihan looked down at his hands. When I received the physical enhancement, there was a severe rejection of my psychic abilities. They said it was unprecedented. My body reacted to the ghost in a similar way because it was made of psychic power. It invaded to possess my body, but it voluntarily terminated itself inside me. Is that all? Alex asked after a moment of silence. If so, he's hiding something from me, Alex thought. All right, you're dismissed. Lihan saluted and left, looking solitary. If the previous reports are correct, the ghost didn't die because Han's body rejected it. It was probably forced out. He's definitely hiding something. If only Zet were here now. Outside, Lihan looked at his hand. Actually, I don't know what really happened yesterday. He remembered the moment before the fight. When it got close, all I did was reach out my hand. The ghost had suddenly contorted in agony, and exploded before he even touched it. Because I didn't receive the psychic abilities. My psychic power level is so low I can't even properly control a psychic body. That's why I always thought my special trait was my good control over psychic power. However, this might be the real me. 6 months later, Zet parked his car and got out. The metal of his prosthetic leg didn't seem to feel the cold. You're home early, Catherine greeted him. Is everything okay? He asked. Wait, don't come in yet, she said, blocking the door playfully. Wait, go buy some salt. He removed his hat. Do you need it that badly? You won't even let me in. I was making salted food, but I started making soup, she insisted, pushing him out the door. Go on, hurry up. All right, I'll go, he relented, a smile playing on his lips. I guess everything is fine for now. He drove back down the mountain. The town at the base was bustling. As he got out of his truck, his prosthetic leg made a creaking sound. Damn it. Looks like I haven't been maintaining this thing properly. He walked down the crowded street, the sound of his metal leg drawing stares, but he ignored them. In the supermarket, he found the idol with the salt. This should be enough, right? He muttered. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He grabbed a jar of salt and spun around, elbowing the person who was approaching him. Bark, the person cried out. Zet slammed the jar against the back of their neck, then pinned them to the floor. You've been following me since the parking lot. I even took a detour. Who are you? He pressed a pistol to the person's forehead. Wait, the person stammered. That's enough, another voice said. Zet was surrounded by 3 other armed men. Drop the gun, Sergeant. Zet raised his hands. You're from F. After all this time, what do you want with a has-been like me? Alexander entered, his left arm now a prosthetic. Because the situation has become so dire that we have to call on the has-beens. Chief of Staff. It's been a while. What are you doing? Zet suddenly froze. Defy. He pushed past the men and ran. Stop, they yelled, raising their guns, but Alexander stopped them. Let him go. Follow him. Defy. The prophet, Alex thought. I didn't think she would still be alive after 6 months. Zet's truck swerved, barely missing a large fissure in the road. He gripped the steering wheel, his face bleeding from the impact. Because for me, spending my days with you is more important than the future of humanity. The memory gave him the strength to go on. His prosthetic leg jammed, and he fell into the snow. He crawled the rest of the way, his breath heavy. When he reached the cabin, it was eerily quiet. He pushed open the door, and his heart went cold. Catherine, his angel in a white dress, lay still on the floor, a pool of dark blood around her. I love you, Zet. Her love was eternal, even in death. By the time Alex's team arrived, Zet was cradling her body, his face streaked with blood and tears. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the car, Alex closed his eyes. Later, Zet cooked the soup she had started. He sat at the table, looking at her empty chair, and then ate the soup, just as they had always done. Everything is ready. He went into the bathroom and shaved off the beard he had grown. He put on his old uniform and looked at her one last time. I thought about joining you right away. He walked out and set the cabin on fire. I still have some unfinished business. Wait for me a little longer, Kiffy. I love you. Sergeant Z is back. But why? They said he was on medical leave. Act doesn't have time to consider such things right now, Lihan reminded them. The 88th ranked psychic armor teams, a total of 22, were assembled. You guys. It was a fact. They hadn't been in contact for a long time. There's something I haven't told you. So all of you come back alive so I can tell you. When we meet again, I'll tell you everything. Deal, Lihan smiled. See you later, Nuke added. They will try to invade us with multiple waves of attacks, Alexander said, watching them on the monitor. We will also divide our forces into 3 parts to prepare for such a scenario. If the invasion 15 years ago was just a reconnaissance mission, then this invasion will be unlike anything we've ever seen before. But I don't think we will lose. He gave the order. Put the Mongolian steps on the screen. Set stood before his army. We don't have any psychic armors, but you are still a part of the psychic force. Our job is to support the paratroopers and eliminate the minions. All you have to do is what you've been trained to do. Jizo Dun's hand trembled. Damn it, I can't hear a word he's saying right now. Jizo Dun, you idiot, don't be scared. You won't die. You'll go home safe. Do you have a problem? Set asked him. No, sir, Jizo replied quickly. Set put on his helmet. Stay alert. Is this really the final battle? He wondered. Wait for me a little longer, Kiffy. An officer looked through his binoculars. It was eerily quiet. Suddenly, the sky turned red with countless shimmering specks of light. He lowered the binoculars, his face pale with horror. What is this? It's a gate, he reported back to the command center. This is the army's commander, seated in the central position, spoke up. Leaning on his chin, he continued, it's happening right before my eyes, but I can't believe what I'm seeing. A roaring sound echoed as a series of circular space gates appeared. So this is how their main army invades. Spherical objects emerged everywhere, hurtling toward the ground. The ground defense forces, composed of tanks, opened fire. Tanks from other units also fired continuously. The rumbling was incessant. The barrage of artillery completely shattered the prior silence. Explosions roared continuously, and from within the smoke, bizarre 4-legged creatures emerged. These monstrous beings were incredibly agile, dodging the attacks from the armored forces. Across the entire front, the sound of artillery fire was everywhere. The creatures were repeatedly hit, blood splattering, as a waiting tank relentlessly fired upon the bizarre swarm. The soldier on the machine gun screamed while unleashing a hail of bullets. The special forces were ready to engage the advancing enemy. When the targets were in range, the soldiers attacked continuously with their machine guns. They yelled, "Die, you bastards!" Enemy mages constantly held their hands forward, chanting incomprehensible words, likely casting some sort of spell. The battlefield was in chaos, filled with explosions and red and blue orbs from the enemy side. A soldier shouted that many monsters had survived the assault. Stay alert. Commander Alexander Rios slammed the table. He ordered air support. We need to strike their gates directly. A squadron of bombers was mobilized. Bombs rained down from the sky. Consecutive explosions lit up the dark sky, where dozens of red space gates hovered. From these massive portals, winged creatures flew out. Hideous, grayish-black beams poured through the gates. The scene was utterly deadly. A fierce battle was promised. A soldier reported spotting dragons and requested reinforcements. In an instant, a terrifying attack was unleashed. The dragons were attacking everywhere with an incredibly powerful force. The assaults were relentless, carried out by numerous dragons. From a screen in the command center, an officer asked for guidance. Their breath attacks are destroying us. Should we deploy the first wave? Alexander Rio pondered. I didn't expect much, but is it over already? What a pity, but I suppose I'll have to keep using them as bait, at least for now. He calmly folded his hands, rested his chin on them, and waited for an opportunity. It's not over. He used the to distract them a little longer. A dragon's breath swept past a soldier. He gasped, watching the attack in confusion. The area was set ablaze with a purple fire, thick smoke billowing up. Many soldiers had died in that attack. When the soldier turned his head, a dragon seemed to be growling before him. No, it was one of the strange creatures from the ground assault. It had sharp claws and teeth, and was charging at him. Just as death seemed imminent, Sergeant Red appeared. He calmly took a stance, though fear was unavoidable. His teeth were clenched, sweat pouring down his face. When the distance was close enough, he fired directly at the monster, protecting his fallen comrade. He shouted, "Get a grip, Shiro." Kiro was panting, unable to calm down. He uttered, "Sergeant Red. Put us." At the command headquarters, reports continuously flooded in. Thousands of our men have been sacrificed in the battle so far. But news kept coming. Approximately 200 dragons have been confirmed. "Sir, you must deploy the first wave now." Rio, still resting his chin on his hand, was deep in thought. "Just as I thought," the second year for not experienced enough. "Do I really have no other choice?" A fleet of airships quickly appeared. The dragons turned their attention to the ships. From the airships, pods were released. The dragons attacked the pods in unison, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Despite being hit, the pods were undamaged and shot rapidly toward the ground. The chambers cooled, emitting black smoke before landing. Alexander Rio said, "The pods are made from dragon materials, so they can withstand any breath attack during their descent." A series of explosions erupted on the ground. Rio stated, "The first wave consists of 6 teams who excel at aerial combat. They carry close combat weapons and charge the enemy. Their mission is to target the dragon's wings and bring them down." The dragon's wings were torn to shreds. Reports kept coming in. "Excellent. On to the next one." Thanks to the mobility of their combat suits, the soldiers moved fluidly on the dragon's bodies. Each soldier in the team constantly shifted and leaped around the dragon's forms. Many dragons were brought down. One soldier was caught in a dragon's maw. He cried out, "Guard!" Sergeant Red warily raised his gun. "Damn it!" A creature growled. He fired directly at the monster before him, and it collapsed in a mangled heap. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not dying today, damn it." Reports continued. 60 of the enemy's air force has been eliminated. "Sir, preparing to deploy the second wave." Rio assessed the situation. Taking down 200 dragons with only 24 people. With this power, there is no reason for us to lose. More dragons poured out of the portals. These were reported as Type 2 dragons. "Send in the second wave, the elite forces. Now." A message from command. "We're counting on you, second wave." Dimishi cracked his knuckles. "You hear that, boys? It's our turn." A commander rallied the troops. "We don't know what awaits us after this battle. We don't even know if we'll make it out alive. But for me, I don't want any more of my friends to go to the battlefield." Everyone heard the call from command. Akima smiled quietly in sight. Simon seemed ready. He said, "This is really the last time. Let's go end this war." Nut shouted a heart and charged forward, full of fighting spirit. He leaped onto a dragon's back and plunged his spear into it. Another soldier, Lihan, flew past and reminded him, "Silence, to your right." He wielded a double-bladed spear, intending to attack a red dragon ascending into the sky. Energy charged and gathered in the spearhead. He adjusted his stance, aiming at the dragon. In the brief moment the dragon was distracted, another soldier severed one of its wings. Lihan yelled, "Ark," then delivered the finishing blow. He and his spear flew through the dragon's chest, leaving a massive hole. Dimishi's voice came over the radio, full of energy. "Alpha team has already taken down 3. We can't fall behind, can we?" Their determination surged. "Let's send these wingless, fallen dragons back to the sky." Rose's team used fire to incinerate and pursue all dragons within range. Kuro was also unleashing techniques to handle the dragons. Kuro's giant blue spiritual hand was crushing dragons in the sky. Alexander Rio clenched his fist. Only now did his face relax slightly, though it was still beaded with sweat. He thought, everything is going smoothly. Lihan was about to take down another target. He and his spear charged forward. "We can end this war." On the ground lay heaps of decomposing monster corpses, their slimy green flesh and blood dissolving, leaving only white skeletons. The first team stood around the beasts they had just killed. Lihan removed his helmet, sweat dripping. Nut, panting, wiped the sweat from his face. He asked, "We're not done yet, are we?" Exhausted, Lihan rested his hands on his knees and replied, "Probably. There are still ones like Bahamut, and we still need to account for the next wave." They all looked up at the glowing red circles in the sky. The gates had not yet closed, and the tension remained. Lihan thought, "We still have the third wave. If we can hold off one more wave of attacks without them, the situation will turn in our favor." That was also Rio's thought. Suddenly more dragons flew through the gates, swarming like ants. The defenders looked up in dismay. No way. Reports from the battlefield poured into headquarters. Dragon reinforcements are arriving at the gate. Type 2, about 100 of them. Rio slammed his desk and stood up. What? He gritted his teeth, calculating. Type 1 dragons are babies compared to Type 2, but there are 100 of them. He ordered the deployment of the third wave. The airships appeared again, carrying the third team to the battlefield. Lihan ordered all squads to merge into one platoon, commanded by the most experienced squad leader. The fierce battle erupted once more. A voice on the radio announced, the first wave will focus on support since they have the fewest resources. The aggressive monsters chased the soldiers, wanting to crush them in their jaws. Lihan charged forward to meet them, fighting with a noble ideal. This is what defines my life. I fight for justice. Lihan swung his sword, cutting a dragon in half with only one thought in his mind. I need to kill at least one more dragon to lessen the burden on everyone. The battlefield was devastated. Jiro lay there amidst the monsters. Others approached him. Jiro lay with his eyes closed, covered in blood. Someone came to his side. It was Sergeant Red. He looked at Jiro and asked, "Are you alive, Jiro?" Jiro struggled to sit up. "Ah, Sergeant Red. Am I? What happened to all those monsters?" Red looked into the distance and replied, "They scattered unexpectedly." Surprised, Jiro asked, "What? But why?" Red continued, "I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, whether we want to or not." In the distance, a flock of dragons was flying back toward the gates. "I'm a little frustrated," Jiro said. "Why is that?" Red asked. "Because I can't fight with them up there," Jiro sighed, as the battle continued in the sky. At headquarters, reports kept coming in. 90 of the Type 2 dragons have been eliminated. The situation is turning in our favor. We have only 12 casualties so far. Rio stood up completely. He prayed, "Please let this be the end." He was still incredibly tense, his heart pleading, "Please." The gates were growing larger, merging into one. Dimichi gritted his teeth. Nut's jaw dropped in surprise. The gates. They're merging, Kuro stammered in confusion. Into one giant gate. The gates fused into one, continuously discharging electricity. Another dragon was impaled through the chest by a spear. Lihan shouted, "Stay focused. We will wipe out all these dragons before the next wave hits." At headquarters, everyone stared intently at the screen. A report came in, anomaly detected at the gate. Unprecedented size. This must be Bahamut. Rio was stunned by the sight before him. Someone's arms were chained, red marks around their wrists. An old man with white hair and a beard screamed in a bizarre language. His eyes glowed purple. Something slammed down to the ground, shattering the earth and sending a shockwave outward. All the warriors were blown away, no one was exempt. The shockwave was too powerful. A giant claw emerged from the gate, followed by a massive purple leg that stumped onto the ground. The hideous beast poked its head out, revealing sharp teeth. Everyone gasped, "It's huge." "Han, is that the one from before?" Still in shock, Lihan replied, "Yes, I'm sure of it." A spear was still lodged in the monster's eye. With its jagged teeth and glowing eyes, it was Bahamut. The giant winged monster strode toward them. It emitted an electric wave, causing everyone's head to itch as a voice echoed in their minds. "You lowly insects. This time, I will ensure I crush every last one of you." At headquarters, after an assessment, a report was made, over 97 match. "It is Bahamut." Rio trembled. "So it's true. It can talk." The monster roared, and everyone collapsed, clutching their heads in pain. "If the noise in my head won't stop." Kuro clenched his fists so hard they trembled, sweat pouring off him. He said, "We need to get out of here." He was clearly desperate. He could feel it. Because very soon, all life on these plains will be extinguished. A rumbling sound echoed across the grasslands. Kuro said, "In a few moments, we will all be dead." His voice was filled with despair. Lihan heard him and, stunned, turned to ask, "What?" Nut walked toward Kuro step by step and pushed him back. Nut yelled, "Say it in a way we can understand. Don't just stand there like an idiot." Lihan said, "He means there's no way for us to get out of here alive. Isn't that right, Kuro?" Kuro bowed his head and didn't answer. The monster raised its head to the sky. It began to beat its wings, creating incredibly powerful gusts of wind. In an instant, it had flown high up, beyond the earth. Energy gathered in its mouth. A colossal purple energy beam was fired, shooting straight down. The beam pierced through the sky and clouds. When it hit the ground, the earth cracked and shattered, leaving only smoke, dust, and a ceaseless rumbling. A voice from headquarters, "It has destroyed our external sensors. We have no visual on the battlefield." Alexander Rio pointed and ordered, "There's no time to waste. Prepare the aircraft immediately. Now." A small hand reached out. A child was using spiritual power. A memory, a duel with a young Demichi. A fish jumping out of the water, to the delight of two children. Memory, Lihan being caught by guards, his face pressed to the floor, reluctantly being taken away. Back on the battlefield, the green grasslands had vanished, replaced by barren earth. A huge crater had appeared with incessant rumbling sounds. A blue spiritual energy layer enveloped Lihan. He wondered, what is this? A voice came through the comms, a shield. I'm not even scratched. Everyone was protected by the shield. The rumbling continued. Far away, a group of soldiers had witnessed everything. Sergeant Red was stunned. Were they all wiped out? There's no way anyone could have survived an attack like that. His eyes were filled with sorrow, and a thought crossed his mind. Even if they miraculously survived, it's still attacking us from an unreachable distance. This is the worst possible scenario. Someone was bleeding profusely, blood pooling at their feet. Kuro stood there, his hand raised to the sky, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Nut recognized him. He turned, removed his mask, and said, "Wide, you bastard." He screamed Kuro's name. Kuro. The last streams of energy were fading. Kuro's eyes glowed blue, but he seemed unconscious. Lihan shouted Kuro's name and rushed toward him, his face full of worry. Kuro lost his footing and fell backward. His eyes returned to normal, but were dimming. Everyone gathered around him. Nut pulled out a syringe and injected Kuro. Lihan, his hands sparking with yellow electricity, performed chest compressions, pushing so hard that Kuro's body jolted. Lihan pressed rhythmically, again and again. The others surrounded them, calling out, "Kuro, Kuro, wake up." Lihan panted, yelling, "Kuro, open your eyes." Nut shouted, "Damn it, this is not how you die." An airship was heading to the battlefield. Rio asked how much longer. The other side reported, approaching the airspace around the gate. Rio ordered, "And Bahamut, do we have a visual?" A soldier typed frantically and reported, attempting a psychic pulse for visual confirmation. Psychic energy concentration detected. It's outside the atmosphere. It seems to be preparing another breath attack. According to our calculations, we have about 30 minutes until the next attack. The soldier continued, "Sir, the monster is still hovering out there, preparing energy for the next assault." Rio commanded, "We need to get there faster." "Hurry." The airship accelerated, flying at full speed. Kuro suddenly coughed up blood. Everyone watched intently. Lihan exclaimed, "Kuro, he's awake." A rumbling came from above. The shadow indicated it was the airship from headquarters. Lihan recognized it. Everyone looked up. The airship had arrived. A loudspeaker blared. "Selected members, board the aircraft." "There's no time to explain." The aircraft descended. "We only have about 20 minutes. We need to strike before the monster does." Alexander Rio's voice came through. "I believe in you, Han." Han was surprised by these words. As team leader, he commanded, "Since the gate is still open, we need people on the ground. Only one team will go up." He selected the team to attack Bahamut. "Silence, Semen." Before he could announce the last member, someone spoke up. "I'll take the last spot." Lihan turned toward the voice. It was Akima. "You're checking psychic levels, right?" "I have more than Nut or Dimichi. They've always been vanguards, but I can also fill a support role, just like Semen." Nut and Dimichi were slightly annoyed but couldn't argue. Lihan was about to say something, but Akima interrupted. "Don't worry, Han. You don't have to worry about me getting in the way. I don't want to die in a place like this either." On the airship, they were in a great hurry. Lihan said, "Theoretically, we have 10 minutes. We need to move fast." He laid out the plan. "Instead of aiming for the wings, we attack its vitals directly. It's accumulating energy for a breath attack right now. This might be our only chance. The rest of you, maintain formation and defend against any attacks coming your way." The ship approached Bahamut's position. Opening the hangar bay, the four of them flew out. Lihan commanded, "Let's move, spread out and use the jump kits to accelerate." Bahamut's eyes shifted and saw them. The monster spread its wings. On those deadly black wings, tens of thousands of eyes appear, stunning Lihan's team. From those eyes, purple orbs began to form. Bahamut floated in space, surrounded by countless glowing purple orbs. Lihan, holding his long spear, carefully moved forward. The comms announced, "They're like mines. Be careful not to touch any of them." He skillfully weaved through the gaps, using his thrusters to navigate the dark space. Nut did the same, deftly dodging each mine. Lihan got close to the monster and pointed his spear at it. The time was right. He shouted, "Now." The beast was about to fire its next energy beam as our warriors approached it. Bahamut growled, "These flies are so annoying." It roared, ready to fire. The purple beam of death shot straight toward Lihan. "We're going to die." As Lihan faced the devastating attack, an arm suddenly appeared and pushed him away. It was Simon. Now, he was the one to bear the brunt of the attack. Lihan's jaw dropped, speechless. Simon grimaced as he looked at Lihan. In that moment, Simon had chosen to sacrifice himself. Lihan was completely shocked and helpless. The energy beam passed through, leaving nothing of Simon behind. He had turned to dust as the beam continued toward her. Lihan stood stunned, staring at the spot where Simon had vanished. He screamed, "Simon!" Lihan activated his thrusters, about to charge the monster, but someone stopped him, shouting, "Calm down." It was Akima. "If you lose control now, it's the end for us." Lihan snapped out of it. He shut his eyes tightly, then opened them again, calmer. He turned to the monster, pointing his spear at it. The monster seemed to recognize him. It said, "Why, you?" It paused, remembering the one who had jammed a spear in its eye. "You're the one from before. Both of you have the same goal. I will at least kill you." Bahamut directed purple energy waves at Lihan. He continuously used his spear to deflect the attacks. The monster said, "When you run out of that pathetic psychic energy, I will personally tear you to pieces." Lihan was struggling to block all of Bahamut's attacks. He shouted, "It's only targeting me. Now's your chance." Someone else yelled, "Go, silence." While Bahamut's attention was focused on Lihan, Silence and Akima flew behind the monster. Silence used high speed while thinking about teleportation. She quickly approached the monster, concentrating energy into her weapon. Her whole body glowed with a purple light. Silence spun several times to build momentum for a powerful slash. Her sword struck Bahamut's body. She was stunned. The monster was completely unharmed, without a single scratch. Akima watched in despair. A voice came over the radio, "Weapons made from dragons are ineffective." Lihan angrily gritted his teeth as he looked at his teammate. Lihan was still trying to fend off Bahamut's attacks, but couldn't block them all. One attack got past his defenses. He turned his face to take the hit, thinking, "Damn it." An explosion occurred right next to him. A green shield had blocked the impact. Lihan gasped for breath. He thought he had taken the full force of that blow. It turned out Akima had created the shield. "I'm helping you for now," Akima said, "but we need to think of another plan." Quickly, Bahamut continued to flap its wings. Akima warned, because as you know, a dragon's psychic energy is limitless. A fist was raised. "We need to do something. Anything." A memory flashed. A young boy stabbing himself with a pen. Lihan dodged another series of attacks. He tried to block everything Bahamut threw at him. He shouted, "Silence." He commanded, "Move on my signal. This is our only way if we can't do damage from the outside." Silence appeared right in front of Bahamut. Lihan said, "We'll go in through its throat and tear it apart from the inside." The monster began to open its mouth. Akima exclaimed, "That's ridiculous. It's basically a suicide mission." Even so, Akima saw Silence preparing her energy. Lihan charged toward Bahamut's mouth. Silence was enveloped in purple psychic energy. She thought, "I trust you, Han." In an instant, Silence, even faster than Lihan, shot past him toward Bahamut. Lihan was stunned, thinking, "So fast, worthless creatures." Bahamut said. Despite Silence's speed, it sneered, "I can pinpoint your exact locations." The monster was about to unleash another energy wave. Now disappeared at Razet. Regardless, Silence pushed forward into its mouth. She didn't flinch, didn't turn back. No matter what happens. Akima yelled, "Breath attack." "I knew it. We don't stand a chance." Lihan looked at his hand. "I won't let that happen," he resolved. He clenched his fist, watching Silence's brave charge, and thought, "Control. The limit. Silence made it inside Bahamut's mouth. Lihan spread his hand and unleashed a technique. The monster was surprised to see its energy completely dissipate. "What is this?" Silence flew deep inside the monster, continuously attacking its body from within. It cried out in pain. "Art," Lihan ordered, "find the core. Destroy it." Headquarters was on edge. Rio asked, "Were they successful?" A soldier reported, "Bahamut is writhing in agony." Bahamut thrashed wildly in space. You dare do this to me." Its eyes flashed, screaming in pain. "Art," Bahamut glared at Lihan. It groaned, "That one is a threat to me and my kind." Bahamut craned its neck, and with a great strain, its chest began to split open, revealing something purple. Bahamut tore the object out of its own body. It held the thing in its hand, presenting it to Lihan. He was shocked. Is it taking out its own core? Even if I break into pieces and disappear, Bahamut said, at least I can take you with me. Its heart began to dissolve, emitting a blinding light. A super-massive explosion occurred. Lihan only had time to raise his arm to shield himself, screaming, "Ark!" The command ship was violently shaken. Everyone inside was thrown to the floor. Akima had to shield his face from the intense light, yelling, Han's armor lit up. He was stunned, feeling something strange within it. In a flash, an explosion erupted from his own body. Han vanished before Akima's eyes. Space returned to its previous silence. Akima was bewildered. Bahamut slowly disintegrated, piece by piece. The colossal monster, even in its demise, left behind a sense of terror. I will return, it said. Akima was surprised. What? What did it just say? The sound of the airship's engines returning was met with the cheers of victory from the soldiers on the ground. Dimichi and Nut smiled with excitement. We won, the war is over. We did it. Josen Kuro also beamed. The monster finally defeated. Silence spoke. Han. He looked at her. We did it, she said, overjoyed. We defeated Bahamut. Han replied, it's all thanks to you, Silence. Because you went into its mouth. In that moment he suddenly felt something was wrong. He asked, bewildered, you can talk. Since when? Lihan lay in a desolate forest, sunlight weakly filtering through the dense canopy. A bird flew overhead. He suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open. The helmet of his armor was shattered. The scenery was unfamiliar. He shook the armor, the heavy metal clattering to the ground. Panting, his body drenched in sweat, he stretched his limbs. He thought, I was able to take off the psychic armor because it was almost destroyed. I can't use my psychic powers anymore. Something was moving nearby. He glanced over. It was a long-necked dinosaur. Lihan was in absolute shock, his mouth agape as he watched it. Later, Lihan was striking two stones together, trying to make a fire. His hair had grown long, covering his eyes. He cleared a path through the wild plants, then used a knife to mark a tree trunk. He wandered alone in the forest, one hand holding a knife, the other a spear, a cloth bag on his back. Something was high above. He looked up. A huge foot stomped the ground. Startled, Lihan broke into a cold sweat. A Tyrannosaurus Rex was chasing a herd of herbivorous dinosaurs. He quickly hid, watching them run past. Sitting under a tree, Lihan opened his cloth bag, which contained some fruit. It's been months since I landed here, he thought. He bit into an orange-colored fruit, its juice squirting out. As he chewed, he mused, it's hopeless. I can manage to survive here, but I can't do much to get back. I don't know when I'll be able to return, or how long it will take. He told himself, don't lose hope. I know I can go back. He slept under giant trees, covering himself with leaves for camouflage. He sat with his knees hugged to his chest, head down, thinking despairingly as night fell. There's nothing I can do. He sat there, loneliness engulfing him. I'm not going to die like this, am I? He recalled the final moments fighting Bahamut. I'm sure Bahamut died then. He opened his hand, thinking my special ability that I discovered too late. He looked intently at his hand, and blushed. Maybe I should give it a name. I mean, I have all the time in the world now. Psychic Resistance Pulse. Pulsive for short. Sounds a bit boring. In the morning light, the primeval forest was vibrant with life. He walked briskly, planning his route. East. I'll travel as far as I can today. He wiped the sweat from his face and tore a piece of meat with his teeth. As he ate, he wondered, when I get back, will my friends believe me when I say I've tasted dried dinosaur meat? A terrifying sound suddenly echoed, startling him and making him drop his food. What was that? He wondered, looking up. A massive creature flew overhead. It had whiskers, fur, wings, a tail, and claws. Its enormous body cast a vast shadow over him. Lihan's eyes widened. The strange creature was so familiar. It flew toward a distant mountain, growing smaller and smaller. Once it was gone, Lihan collapsed to his knees. He slammed his hand on the ground, trembling. His eyes flashed with hatred. His face was a mixture of excitement, fear, and deep-seated animosity. I'm sure, he affirmed, that was a dragon. Foolish humans, a great dragon said. You cannot unite even when facing total destruction. Your species has already lost. Perhaps we have no way to stop the others, Lihan replied, but even so, I will return to my world. His gaze was unwavering. The dragon asked, so you think it's fine if the world ends, as long as your friends and family are safe? How are you any different from those selfish humans who only care for their own ambitions? I see no difference. That doesn't matter to me, Lihan said firmly. Can you help me? You've learned enough about psychic energy through my memories, the dragon stated. There is no way to recharge it here. Lihan responded. Psychic energy isn't generated from within, but borrowed from elsewhere and stored. That means you can't recharge unless you're reconnected to your world, right? And your kind uses psychic energy to survive. And you are dying. The silver dragon did not deny it. Correct. Normally, we do not need to consume food to sustain ourselves. I have been hunting to minimize the consumption of my psychic energy. Suddenly, its eye opened, revealing 3 glowing purple pupils. It hesitated. Why? Lihan listened intently. He looked deep into its eyes and made his request. It's nice not having to say what I'm thinking. Do you like my offer? The silver dragon asked in return. Do you think that while I may not be able to return to my former self, I have enough psychic power left to send a small creature like you? Lihan replied without hesitation. Yes, and you won't do this to help humans, but to help your own kind. You will do this so that an intelligent being with immense power does not become a beast dominated by emotions, the white silver dragon said. A dragon's baseless hatred is a disgrace to intelligence. We must overcome this to be worthy of being called gods. Hearing these words, Lihan was startled. He wondered, has he overcome his hatred for humanity? The white silver dragon's massive wings spread wide. I renounce the command he instilled within me. I will save humanity from the oppression of the dragon race. This will be the proof and test of my free will. Both sides looked at each other and were silent for a moment. The white silver dragon pointed its sharp horn towards Lihan. An abundant stream of psychic power was transferred into him. Take this, Han Li. I trust you know what to do with it. Lihan accepted it forthrightly and replied, Understood, leave it to me. He touched the white silver dragon's horn as a gesture of assurance. Then the white silver dragon's whole body lit up. It gave Lihan a crude looking spear. That is the weapon you are most suited for. Use it to carry on the legacy of the white silver dragon. The great dragon pulled out its giant heart and offered it. It said to Lihan, There isn't much time left. I believe you have nothing else to say. Now go. Lihan was stunned by this. He asked, You need to sacrifice yourself just to send me alone. The white silver dragon replied gently, Yes, but I have a feeling I have preserved my energy to meet you here today. Amazement appeared in Lihan's eyes. Impossible. Lihan suddenly recalled an old story. Centuries later, they came into contact with the remains of a dragon, and then I dreamed of this dragon. That had come true at this moment. Perhaps countless coincidences overlapped to create an unavoidable destiny. That might be what we call a miracle. Lihan said sincerely, I am truly grateful to you, white silver dragon. Hearing his name spoken by Lihan, it asked, Do humans also have a name for me? Lihan recited the name humans gave it. Kronos. The white silver dragon replied, I liked it. And then the whole area exploded due to an energy overload. The white silver dragon's journey ended here. Another place appeared with a manhole cover suddenly pushed up from below. A pair of searching eyes glanced through the small opening to ensure no danger lurked. The coast was clear. After confirming, they emerged. 3 people holding guns constantly urged each other, Hurry up, move. A rough hand gripped a cross. One of them prayed as he walked, Please protect us again today. The one in front said, We'll be fine. The blue-eyed guy pointed outside as proof of his assertion. Look, the weather is great today. It was always gloomy when they appeared. The place they were passing through was now just a pile of abandoned ruins. The blue-eyed guy assigned tasks, Let's check out the building over there. Upon entering, he said cheerfully, I found a supermarket. Let's take as much as we can. The city was quiet. After gathering their supplies, the group left. The bulging backpack seemed heavy, and the person carrying it was panting. He said to the leader, Let's go back now, I don't think I can take it anymore. The team leader said, We need to get some more supplies. Although the other person interrupted, At least we have a lot of food already. We need to consider our journey back too. Seeing the logic, the leader replied, All right, let's start heading back. They followed each other back the way they came. Suddenly, the leader saw something, and immediately signaled for the person behind him to stop. The leader asked in confusion, What is that? 20 meters away from them was someone lying motionless. His companions asked doubtfully, A minion? The leader moved closer to get a better look. No, it's a person. Black hair and yellow skin. Looking Asian, his face covered by his hair. Suddenly, the person's mouth opened, and a faint breath could be heard. The other two asked, "He's still alive, what should we do?" "Leave him, we're not much better off than him." The leader seemed hesitant. Then he said, "Let's vote, we're in America after all." The other two looked shocked. "What? What's the use when this place is in ruins?" The man in the hat said, "I say we leave him." The Mexican man raised his hand and said, "I say we take him." The leader let out a sigh, then he put down his backpack and handed his gun to the Mexican. "Hold my gun." He cracked his knuckles and said, "I'll carry him." The person was still lying on the ground, breathing faintly, looking like a dried-up corpse. When Lihan opened his eyes, he saw the face of a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. A childish voice rang out, "He's awake." Lihan tried to open his heavy eyelids. There were several shadows cast over him. The main character looked around. Under the yellow light, 7 strangers were staring at Lihan. As consciousness returned, his pupils contracted with vigilance. Lihan used his astonishing strength to leap away from the crowd. To their amazement, he jumped into a corner and faced the crowd. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "What? Can a human move like that? That's not a person, that's Lihan." Everyone asked each other in confusion, "What do we do now? Should I attack?" A person holding a gun asked. Lihan wondered, humanity. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Am I back? I have to be careful about what I say." Lihan spoke up, "Everyone, you can calm down, I have no intention of attacking you." He proactively raised both hands in surrender. "I was just so surprised. That's all. It's been a long time since I've seen another person." A man came forward and reassured the panicked crowd. "All right, you heard what he said, stop it." He smiled at Lihan. "It's good that you know English. We won't attack, so you can relax." He asked Lihan, "I want to hear your story, can you come with me?" Looking around, this place was an underground base. People were housed in tents scattered throughout the shelter, and life seemed peaceful. Lihan strode towards a tent. When he lifted the flap, the image of the man inside appeared. He was reading a book. Seeing the main character, the man closed the book and said warmly, "You look like a completely different person. It's a bit old, but it still looks good on you." Lihan had been washed and had his hair cut. A new set of clothes seemed to have been given to him by the people here. Lihan was hungry, and took a large bite of bread. The man said, "I see, Han Li, so you were able to survive alone because you had military training as a soldier. That's impressive, surviving alone for 3 years." Lihan chewed his bread and thought, 3 years? Has it really been 3 years since that day? It's still an amazing feat. A human surviving for 3 years. Seeing him chewing intently without responding, the man laughed and asked, "You must be really hungry. Haha, do you want my share?" The question stunned Lihan a little. He replied, "I am fine." He secretly guessed they probably didn't have enough food. "I haven't forgotten my manners." Under the dim light of a battery-powered lamp, the man began to talk about himself. "I used to be a professor at a university. I guess that's why I was put in charge of this place. We are in dire need of any able-bodied young men." The man made an offer to Lihan. "If you join us, I am sure it would be a great help." Lihan was quite surprised by the offer. But he replied, "I'm sorry, but I have something I must do." Lihan carefully watched the man's expression. He laughed comfortably and said, "Is that so? Then don't worry. I have no intention of stopping you from leaving." Lihan continued his unfinished words, "But I want to repay you for saving my life." He proactively asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" The group members led Lihan into the ruined city to look for supplies. The blonde-haired man said, "You're new." He proactively introduced himself, "I am Cullen, and you?" The main character replied, "Han Li." Cullen smiled. "Nice to meet you, Han." They moved on, carrying a few empty gas cans. Cullen said, "Today we're going to try to find some gasoline. Everything in the city has been depleted, so we'll have to go a little further. There's no guarantee there will be any gas there." He smiled teasingly, "I hear you were a soldier. Han, I guess we won't have to worry if we run into a minion." Lihan thought to himself, his spirits are still high even in times like these. It reminds me of Cut. I wonder if they're still alive. The team continued to move. Eventually, they reached an abandoned gas station. Cullen frowned and said, "Damn it, it's empty." "What about over there?" The young man on the other side replied, "It's the same here." The black man asked, "What now? Should we try another gas station?" Cullen unfolded a map and replied, "We need to get back before dark. It's too far for us to go now." Lihan spoke up and asked, "About 6 miles." Cullen was quite surprised that he joined the discussion, but Lihan was even more enthusiastic. picking up 2 cans and saying, "I'll go and fill these too." Cullen frantically waved his hands. "I know you want to help, but I can't let you do that." The guy tried to dissuade him. "You won't make it back in time if you go all that way. Just come back." Lihan replied firmly, "I can be back within an hour." He instructed them, "If I'm not back by then, head back without me, I'll catch up." And Lihan took the 2 cans and set off on the designated path. As the afternoon sun began to set, a figure appeared at the end of the road. Lihan was panting as he returned with 2 cans of gasoline. When he put the cans down, the rest of the group was terrified and stunned. "You back already? Were you in the Special Forces? Army, Marines?" Lihan didn't answer. He was too busy catching his breath. "Theo." Cullen held his pale face, unable to believe how a human could do that. As darkness fell, they made it back to the familiar manhole cover in time. The groups set down their items and began to take inventory. A group of kids rushed over excitedly. The little blonde girl offered a piece of bread. "Here, you can have this." For a moment, Lihan was stunned by this caring gesture. He took it and said, "Thank you." The children giggled when he took it. Lihan suddenly wondered, was I this small when I first joined ARC? Cullen pointed at himself indignantly, "What about me? Why does only Han get one?" They innocently pointed at the 2 of them. "None for you. You're ugly, he's handsome." Cullen immediately rushed over to chase the children. The little ones laughed and ran away, as fast as squirrels. Lihan silently looked at the bread in his hand and the peaceful scene before him, his deep eyes filled with thoughts. Lihan closed his eyes, as if praying. "I hope the people I love are all still alive." Cullen joked with Lihan, "Sounds like everyone already knows what you did today." Thinking back on it, I still get tired just imagining running that fast with 2 full gas cans. I mean, when I first saw you move, I guessed you weren't an ordinary person. But Cullen scratched his head and asked, "You said you were leaving, right?" Lihan replied, "Yes, I'm planning to leave soon." Cullen enthusiastically suggested, "Then let me give you a gift. A bicycle is the best option if you're traveling a long way." This idea surprised Lihan. A bicycle? Ugh. I never thought of using one, because I don't know how to ride a bike. Cullen gestured and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to see the bike. It's on the surface, but it'll be fine since it's nearby." The day Lihan left, a large crowd came to see him off. They had all been his companions during his time here. Lihan smiled and waved goodbye to them. Cullen would lead him out. Until they entered the underground tunnel, the 2 of them were still bidding each other a reluctant farewell. Lihan lowered his eyes and thought, "They are all good people. I want to stay and protect them." But he quickly changed his expression. "I need to be realistic." The heavy manhole cover was pushed up from below. Cullen looked around and said, "It's safe." He walked over cheerfully and pointed to a nearby store. "It's right over there. That's my bike shop. I'll give you the best one I have." Cullen seemed to really like that bike. He kept talking about his bike. "It's as expensive as a used car, you know. It even has a repair kit in the back." Lihan's eyes narrowed with vigilance. He ordered the man, "Be quiet." Cullen went inside the shop and locked the door. Cullen then panicked, raised his gun, and looked around. "Do we have company? I'll fight too." But the main character's cold and decisive voice made him shrink back. "Cullen, you will only go that way. This is an order." Cullen immediately scrambled into his shop on all 4s, while Lihan raised a spear. He thought to himself, "I can use my psychic powers now. I guess my first big welcome is from you guys." Puff. In front of the main character appeared 3 small blue dragons. They were just small fry. Cullen trembled and hid behind the door, clutching his gun tightly. What did I just see? Cullen's terrified eyes peered through the crack in the door. He doesn't even have a gun. Lihan's spear was already stained with blood. Cullen recalled the scene he had just witnessed. He took one down in the blink of an eye with a spear. When the dragons lunged, Lihan immediately used his psychic powers. He moved as fast as lightning. One thrust straight through the monster's body. It was only then that Cullen realized in shock, that kid is a sucker, isn't he? Looking at Lihan's ferocity, it was a sure thing. Lihan let out a loud shout and stabbed another one in the chest. The thrust made it collapse to the ground. Psychic power erupted with a shockwave. Lihan's eyes shone brightly. All the dragons were eliminated in the blink of an eye. With the final thrust, blood splattered everywhere, splashing onto Lihan's face, making him look even more like a demon from hell. The sunlight shining through the crack in the door created a whiteout. Lihan suddenly opened the door, causing Cullen to fall backward. Lihan stared at the man at his feet. Then he said, "It's safe for now. You should go back inside before more of them show up. However, Cullen's whole body was trembling, and he couldn't utter a word. He reluctantly had to press his hands on his knees and replied, "Right, okay, got it." Lihan looked at Cullen silently again. To a normal person, am I also a scary thing? After getting the bicycle, Lihan said, "Thanks for the bike. Get back inside before it gets more dangerous out here." He walked the bike to the middle of the road and got his bearings. "Let's head west. There's a military base near the west coast." The sky quickly darkened, and the ruined buildings were tinged with a gloomy and mournful color. Lihan's bicycle wheels kept rolling. The main character finally learned how to ride a bike for the first time in his life. The wind whipped against his face. Lihan thought, "Riding a bike is more fun than I thought. I could do this all day." Lihan leisurely paddled along the long road. Suddenly, he frowned and looked to his left. Lihan stopped the bike and carefully propped it up. He took his spear and took a step forward. The main character looked around cautiously. "They followed me by the smell of blood. They caught up faster than I thought." The spear behind his back was now in his hand. In front of Lihan, dragons had perched on both sides of the ruined building. Lihan warned them, "Don't touch my bike. I've grown fond of it." A horde of 120 dragons chased after Lihan. His long legs ran swiftly across the main roads. Finally, Lihan ran into a room. He used a cabinet to block the door. Their sharp claws easily pierced the iron door. Lihan held his spear tightly, ready to fight. Its large head had managed to get inside. The main character didn't hesitate, and immediately speared it through the head. As this one fell, several other heads popped in. There were no dragons left outside, meaning they had either left or all gone inside. A moment later, Lihan pushed open the door and stepped out. He was panting heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat from the exertion. Unable to stand it any longer, Lihan suddenly slumped to the ground. On the other side of the wall, a few dragon heads lay motionless. The scene inside was even more horrifying. Through the glass door, everything was in chaos. Dragon corpses lay dismembered. Lihan sat leaning against the outer wall, catching his breath. Lihan looked at his weak arm. "It's harder now that I've lost some muscle mass. The enhanced body isn't quite worth the cost." After dealing with the flies, Lihan got back on his bike and continued on his way. By some miracle, he managed to ride his bike through the desert. The wind blew sand everywhere, making it difficult to travel. It wasn't until nightfall that the main character reached a city. "There's a gun shop over there." Lihan opened the door. It was empty inside. He told himself, "I was too naive to think there would be any guns left, wasn't I?" Lihan then moved to a large convenience store. He grabbed a bottle of water and drank it all in one go. Well, at least there's food. He collected supplies, filling his backpack with canned meat and a few boxes of crackers. Lihan's cycling figure was reflected on a wall covered in graffiti. A very faint crashing sound came through this wall. Lihan continued to move, the sound still echoing in his ears. Then he suddenly realized something. Lihan glanced towards the wall. That's a person's voice. They're fighting something nearby. Lihan tightened his grip on the spear and decided to go check it out. The dwarf goblin with huge teeth was growling. On the opposite side was a group of 5 people, whispering to each other. "Damn it, what are you guys just standing there for? Shoot, open fire." They all raised their guns and fired at the monsters, but it had no effect, and the monsters charged at them aggressively. The bullets hitting them were like hitting steel, they did 0 damage. The people exclaimed in terror, "It's bouncing right off. Crap, aha, please." And just then, under the bright moonlight, Lihan's figure flashed across the sky with his spear. He landed right next to the large monsters, his eyes cold and sharp. The spear in his hand swung in a perfect arc, severing the legs of all 3 monsters. Having lost their legs, they immediately staggered. Before the horrified eyes of the 5 people, the monsters fell to the ground. Lihan's spear moved like lightning, striking their weak spots, one move finishing them all off. His actions were decisive, cold, and merciless, as if etched into his muscle memory. Lihan's eyes emitted the light of a psyker. The other people could only stare wide-eyed at the swift massacre that had just taken place. The night returned to its peace. The people profusely thanked Lihan. "Thank you for saving us. We're alive thanks to you. There's a corpse nearby with its stomach pierced through. We lost one person, but we all would have been dead without you." Lihan didn't answer but looked around cautiously. The leader made an offer. "If you don't have a place to stay, you're always welcome to join us." The main character held out his hand and replied, "Sure, my name is Han." The two shook hands. Red Hat said, "Nice to meet you. Let's talk while we move." Lihan walked his bike alongside the 5 people. Red Hat asked, so you're a psyker too? If you want to rank up, you should talk to the commander. Lihan was curious. Commander. Red Hat enthusiastically invited, there's no better unit for a psyker than ours. Lihan asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Red Hat pointed to the backpacks they were wearing. All this stuff we're collecting, it's all tribute for the psykers. Lihan was startled to hear that. Tribute? One person replied, why do you think we risk our lives to get these things for them? Because the psykers keep our families safe. Red Hat said honestly, I won't lie. It's hard work, but I can't complain because my family's safety is guaranteed. Lihan frowned and remained silent. Suddenly, Red Hat asked, have you heard of the psychic armor? You can kill dragons if you wear one of those. I've seen it with my own eyes. This statement struck a chord with what Lihan was looking for. Red Hat continued enthusiastically, so in a world like this, there's no safer place on Earth than our base. Lihan was lost in his thoughts. Who could that be? Is it related to R? Are they friends or foes of R? His yellow eyes narrowed cautiously. Lihan told them, I want to meet him too. The commander you mentioned. The man now said they were going to Area 1, which was an area only psykers could enter. The man's people were just delivery men, they were only allowed to go to the gate. If you want to enter Area 1, tell them. They will welcome a psyker of your level. If you join, please put in a good word for my people. The man drove him to their base. At the gate, the guard ordered their vehicle to stop. The guard asked the driver if they were from Area 6. They were late. The driver said they were held up. The guard said he would inspect the vehicle now. The guard ordered them all to get out of the car. They all had to get out. Both sides were wary of each other. He also took this opportunity to observe his surroundings. The guard ordered the goods to be checked and brought inside. As he spoke, a group of identically equipped people came to inspect. Lihan was startled when he looked at them. He could feel their psychic power. They are all suckers. They've even been properly trained. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. The man in the red hat said to them, he's also a psyker, and he's quite strong. He seemed like a trained psyker. The other soldier pointed his gun straight at him, asking, are you an outsider? What is your reason for coming here? Lihan said he wanted to see the commander of this fortress. By now, 5 soldiers had surrounded him, ready to fire. They continued to ask, were you part of a military unit? Which unit did you belong to? Identify yourself. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if revealing that he was from ARC would benefit him. After a moment of silence to make a decision, he replied, my name is Lihan. I belong to a psyker training academy, R. The soldier who heard his name was surprised, and asked again, you're Lihan. The others who heard it also found it a bit strange. They all knew him. They couldn't believe he was here. Lihan still didn't understand what they were talking about. He didn't know why their attitude was like that. They told him to follow them inside. The large iron gate opened, and he stepped inside with them. Inside was a very large but cold space, like a large factory. The scale of this place was larger than he thought, a semi-military facility. It was similar to ARC. He didn't know who the commander here was. Lihan observed his surroundings as he walked. In one room, children were training, using sticks to fight each other. He asked, are they training young psykers? The soldier said yes. He could see the young soldier's face under the visor. He looked quite young. This kid has clearly undergone physical enhancement. But I know all the third-year cadets. So are they the first and second-year cadets who survived at that time? Arriving in front of a room door, the soldier told him they had arrived, and he could go in. As soon as the door opened, the room inside was dark. The silhouette of a person doing push-ups inside could be seen, with a muscular body. He looked inside the room. The person doing push-ups suddenly stopped, then stood up. He spoke up, smiling and saying, what a surprise, you're still alive. Liha also recognized him, saying it had been a long time since they had met. Omga 1. He was wiping sweat from his forehead, his body muscular but full of scars. The door closed. He asked, are you really Alpha 1? I saw you disappear right in front of my eyes. How are you still alive? He asked him, what about the other enhanced soldiers? What happened to R? His expression suddenly changed, his eyes becoming more dangerous. He still hadn't answered, but picked up a water bottle to drink first. He threw the water bottle down and said, Ark has fallen. He asked him, why don't you answer my question first? How did a dead person suddenly appear at my doorstep? But never mind, he said, we should talk first. He told him to sit down. He had put his clothes back on properly and asked, did you travel through time and space to another world? It's a hard story to believe, but some things seem strange. Because you disappeared without leaving a body, or a trace of your psychic armor. As said, it took me about 3 years. I need information. He suddenly smirked and sighed. Before we talk about that, there's one thing you have to decide first. Will you take my hand and become my comrade, or will you choose another path? He glared, and asked what he meant. He replied, you know exactly what I'm talking about. What did you think about on your way here? He said, distinguishing psychers by rank, a blatant structure of domination where psychers receive offerings in exchange for protection. He laughed and said, you've understood it clearly. However, they were just taking the first step before anyone could defeat them. He told him to think about it. They were forced to fight the dragons in vain. They were the ones risking their lives. But their commanders were ordinary people. Did that make sense? In the end, he brought out his like-minded comrades from Ark. He reacted angrily and stood up. He scolded him. Was that really necessary in this situation? Ark and the world are almost destroyed. If we continue to fight, there might be no psychers left. Even if we had won the war, Ark couldn't have controlled them. Ark had no intention of stopping them when they decided to rule over humanity. He said that humanity had always feared them. Those bastards think that ordinary people are the masters of the world, not psychers. Lihan knew this kid had been messed up since the accident. They are all human. And the reason why they fight the dragons is because they are soldiers. He tried to calm down and asked, so now you're hiding like a mole and training those kids? And you think that one day you will kill all the dragons and rule the world? Do you think that's possible with the scale of the Citadel? His dangerous expression stared at him as he confessed he had been waiting for him to ask that. He stood up and told him to follow him. He would show him their hope directly. They went to the central space of the base. It could be seen that this place was very large in scale, containing many floors. He asked him, did you kill those who didn't follow you at R? He asked back, why would you think that? When I was young, I didn't know the concept of neutrality, so I only recruited people who shared my views. He asked in surprise, can you really say the word neutral? When you left Ark, everyone was as strong as you. That's why I couldn't use violence. That's why I need you. He had brought him to the right place. The door opened and smoke billowed out from the other side. He felt a very strong psychic power. He laughed and said to him, you two probably know each other. Lihan gritted his teeth and looked ahead. Who is that looming inside? That's Silhouette. I guess it's Simon. When the voice called his name, Lihan's face turned pale. The person asked, is that you? His arm wrapped tightly around him. He said he was so happy to see him alive. I had always knew you wouldn't die so easily. I missed you so much. It was Kuro. His face was genuinely happy to see him. Lihan was still surprised. Kuro looked so different now. He asked, how did you end up like this? Kuro touched his hair and said, this just happened recently. Why don't we sit down? We can eat and talk. They went back inside the office. Kuro said, make yourself comfortable. Lihan angrily shouted at Kuro, asking what he had done with Manga. Kuro turned his head. Lihan was stunned when he saw how different Kuro was. His eyes lit up. He's never looked at me like that before. Psychic power erupted from his body. He questioned, hasn't Manga explained it to you yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Manga knelt down under the pressure of the psychic power. Kuro was furious. Didn't I tell you to do it properly? Vice Commander. Manga obediently complied. He asked, sir, Kuro. Kuro explained, I guess you never sent the commander to the front lines. You only sent him as support from behind. But at that time, we didn't think through the tactics carefully. The commander's mission was to pierce the dragon's heart, and that's when the miracle happened. You don't understand, a miracle? What do you mean? He continued, when the commander pierced the dragon's heart, he absorbed all the psychic power that it released from its damaged vital part. Everyone thought he was dead. After all, no human body could withstand such high-density energy. But the commander was a special case. The special case here is a psychic crystal that formed in his heart. He has the ability to store and control high-concentration psychic power. Kuro let Manga explain to him, while he played with his psychic power. Inside him is the psychic power of the Dragon Lord. I know if that's true, Kuro's power is stronger than not only psychers but also the dragon race. After the explanation, he wanted to talk to Ha alone and told the vice commander to leave, but he hadn't heard his answer yet. He continued, it depends on whether you cooperate with them or not. Kuro's powerful psychic force blew a teacup, hitting Manga in the head and creating a scratch on his face. Kuro was angry that he didn't listen to him, telling him to get out, telling him not to treat Lihan like that and not to come in until he called. Manga's face darkened, his mood unreadable. He only followed Kuro's orders, saluting him properly before leaving. The broken pieces from before had not been cleaned up, now only Kuro and he were in the room. He asked, "What happened to the others?" He looked at Kuro very seriously. Kuro smiled back at him as if nothing had happened. "I see you still care deeply about your friends. You're still the Hun I cherish. I'll tell you everything I know." After everything was settled, he left, carrying his weapon with a soldier leading the way. When they arrived, the soldier said, "This is where you'll be staying. We hope you'll be comfortable." The soldier raised his hand to salute him. "It's an honor to meet you." He opened the door to the room. Inside was a spacious room with a small bed. Just as the silver dragon said, the human race will still be wiped out even without the dragons. In short, what Kuro said was that Ark was divided into two groups, and the Citadel. At this time, Sergeant Red was leading. He couldn't believe that Chief of Staff Alexander had died at the hands of the dragons. Kuro was definitely strong, but not strong enough to win the war. They would have to use all available resources to win. He needed to contact someone at Ark as well. In the room from before, Kuro was still sitting in the same position. He was shirtless, and his powerful psychic energy could be seen radiating. He was covering his face with both hands, saying, "I am so happy. Lihan, I'm so thankful that you're still alive. I'm strong now. Stronger than anyone. You don't have to do anything anymore, because I will protect you no matter what happens." Kuro's face was strangely excited as he said this. He was no longer the Kuro of the past. The base remained uneventful until 15 days later. Manga came looking for him. He stood at the door with his arms crossed, waiting for him to change. "That suit looks good on you. I don't like sending you on a mission, but you won't do anything stupid to kill anyone." An orange-haired girl had also just arrived. "This is your new teammate for this mission." The girl was cheerful and lively. "My name is Yanni. I'm looking forward to working with you." He was surprised. A girl. Yanni told him not to underestimate her just because she was a girl. "Even though I may look like this," she said, "I haven't lived an ordinary life." He said nothing more, simply turning and telling her it was time to go. "Eastern Kazakhstan, right?" he confirmed. That was where the most recent trace had been found. 2 dragons had been taken down before the target. The person he was looking for, named Silent, had moved on. He recalled their conversation in the debriefing room. When he had asked what happened to the others, she had replied, "You always think of others first, don't you? You're still the Lihan I admire. I'll tell you everything I know." The organization he once knew had collapsed, but a successor organization, also called had risen in its place. He could consider it the legitimate heir. Joe's was there, and First Sergeant Red was leading it in support of Commander Jujin. Semin had gone missing during the war with Bahamut. And as soon as Silent left. After that he had gone to Omga and thrown a file on his desk. "What's this?" Omga had asked. "I've reviewed the intel gathered by the Citadel. It's a 2-year tracking file on unaffiliated enhanced soldiers. An enhanced soldier who uses dual swords isn't exactly common. That's Silent, isn't it?" Omga flipped through the file. "It's not just possible, it's almost certain. We've tried to track Silent in the past and failed multiple times. We don't know why, but it seems they have no intention of returning to I'll track Silent down," Lihan had declared. And that was what led to this journey. Soldiers lined up in 2 rows, shouting a farewell as he departed. Yanni remarked, "You're very popular here. The hero who vanished with Bahamut returned from the brink of death. I admire you too, you know. I just never realized you were so handsome." His sharp gaze fell on her, and she guiltily looked away. "Don't get the wrong idea," she stammered. "I'm not interested in men. I'd like women." Just then, someone rushed up from behind. "Lihan," Kuru shouted. Yanni turned and saluted the commander. "Don't go," Kuru pleaded. "You don't have to fight anymore. The other soldiers and I will handle everything. So please, just rest. You've never had a moment's rest all this time." Lihan was not pleased. "I'm not a doll to be put on display." He turned and told Yanni it was time to leave. Yanni glanced helplessly at her commander, whose face was etched with sadness and worry. In a log cabin deep in a Kazakhstani forest, a brilliant light flashed. Lihan collapsed, exhausted. Yanni stood before him. "You did great for a first-timer," she praised. "Usually, people throw up." "Where are we?" he asked. "This is one of the Citadel's designated jump points. It looks like a normal cabin, but it's a safe house stocked with everything you need. I can only teleport to places I remember." This is the closest location to Silent's last known position. We'll have to walk about 60 kilometers from here. Maybe I should have brought a bicycle, he mused. I'll share the map and location. That's where they killed the dragon. No other traces after that. Further tracking was deemed futile. We've avoided continuous pursuit. Judging by their movement patterns so far, they must have headed east. So good luck to you. She gave him a playful, cute look. He went outside, using a knife to mark his position. Such a strange person, he thought. Since she's a woman, she wasn't part of and therefore didn't undergo the enhancement procedure. Do all women do things their own way? It was just as the prophecy had mentioned. It was now late afternoon, the sun nearing the horizon. After a long day, he sat down for a drink and a short rest. Holding a ration bar in his mouth, he twisted the cap off his water bottle. They were almost out of the forest. Ahead, there seemed to be a meadow. The shadow of a colossal creature passed overhead, blanketing the ground in darkness. He looked up, startled. The beast, a dragon, was flying directly above him. Lihan quickly hid behind a large tree, waiting for it to pass. As it flew into the distance, he wished he had a psychic-powered suit of armor, or at least that bicycle. Night fell. The moon was bright, illuminating a gruesome scene on the ground below, the mangled flesh of countless bodies, not a single one left intact. He turned to look. Did one person do all of this alone? Nearby lay the desiccated carcass of a giant creature, likely a dragon. He approached it for a closer look. Why abuse teleportation like this? Either Silent has reached a level where they can use it recklessly, or there was something here that needed protecting, forcing them to overexert. Suddenly, laser sights appeared on his body. He stood up and raised his hands in surrender. I have no intention of resisting, he shouted. I just have one question. The dark figure ahead warned him. Don't move. I need to see what you are. The moonlight revealed the figure's legs. Both were prosthetics. Their eyes flashed with a blue light. A psychic, Lihan realized with a start. An aura flared behind the figure, taking the shape of a beast's face before morphing into a sharp projectile that shot toward him. Lihan stood his ground, unleashing his own psychic power to block the attack just in time. The figure smirked, satisfied. Your reaction time is still sharp. Your object control skills have improved, too. Hearing the voice, Lihan recognized it, but he couldn't believe it. The figure pulled back the tattered hood, revealing a shock of blonde hair. It was Simon. Simon, he called out, stunned. Simon extended a hand. I never thought you were still alive, either. I didn't expect we'd meet again like this. Lihan reached out to shake his hand. He should be the one who's surprised. Suddenly, Simon's focus sharpened. He pulled his hand back and lightly tapped Lihan's chest. What are you doing? Lihan asked, confused. That's my rocket punch, Simon said. It's not funny. But I guess kids would like it. Simon turned and began to walk away. Don't stay here. Let's move to a safer place. To our shelter. Lihan followed them inside. The place was far more primitive than Kuru's citadel, more like a temporary base, and the people resembled nomads. As soon as they entered, a group of children ran up, cheerfully calling Simon's name. He seemed to be very popular with them. The children clung to him, begging, do that trick, just once. Don't you see we have a guest? Simon said, flustered. But the children were insistent, so he relented. Once. The children cheered in excitement. He performed the same rocket punch trick he had just done to Lihan. Seeing him so playful was a shock. Is this really the Simon I know? Lihan wondered. He noticed Simon's arm was also a prosthetic. Simon poured water into a dented cup and offered it to him. Lihan thanked him, but didn't drink. Silent thought you were dead, Simon said. What happened to you? Simply put, I turned out to be alive just like you, Lihan replied. Simon's expression softened. In the end, we failed. We failed to stop the world from being destroyed. It's too soon to say we've failed, Lihan countered. Come with me, Simon's brow furrowed. I can't even use my psychic armor anymore. I've lost all my limbs. You can move your prosthetic arms and legs with just your object control, Lihan pointed out. Moving them as naturally as your own limbs is a feat. You're still a talented psychic. After explaining the situation in the tent, Simon finally understood what had happened. So this was all planned from the beginning? Simon asked, surprised. That's what I need your help with, Lihan said seriously. Simon put his cup down, his face grave. I have to admit, I can't leave this place. I'm sorry I can't help. His face was etched with sadness. I am the only trained psychic here. I have to protect them. Lihan looked him straight in the eye. You can't stop the world from being destroyed by staying here. It may sound arrogant, but if you don't help, it will all be over. But I have my reasons, too, Simon argued. If I go with you, I might be able to save thousands, even tens of thousands of people. However, if I save the world but these children die, it will all be meaningless to me. A meaningful future for me, right now, is being with these kids. He calmly took another sip of water. Lihan shot to his feet. You're a fool. Don't act so philosophical right now. Simon's eyes darkened, but Lihan continued. Do you think someone else is going to save the world while you sit here? No one will. Hoping someone else will do it is a fool's errand. We have to act. Stop joking, Simon said, his gaze sharp. This is my territory. Lihan looked down at him. You've never beaten me, not even once. Have you forgotten? Their eyes glowed with psychic power as they stared each other down. After a moment, Simon sighed. I admit, you've failed to convince me. You're just worried right now. It was as if Lihan had been jolted away. He calmly sat back down. Simon had truly changed. The only ones who haven't changed are me and Manga, he thought, bewildered. Simon changed the subject. Let's talk about Silent. He came here for her, right? I ran into her about half a year ago. She deals with the minions and dragons around the shelter, takes what she needs in return, and leaves. She said she was heading east. East? That means Japan, I guess. No, Simon corrected. She's very strong now. An image of her appeared in his mind, wearing a skull mask, dressed in tough, unfeminine clothing, dragging a large container behind her. By now, she should be almost across China. She'll be in Korea soon. Behind her, a group of people appear, armed and looking ready to attack. Silent froze as an identical group appeared in front of her. Among them were people with whom he had once shared his food. No matter how bad the circumstances, there are some things a person should not do. Once they cross that line, they are no longer human. Standing amidst the crowd, she was calm, but her trembling hands clenched into fists as she charged into battle. She killed them all. Their bodies littered the street. Imperfect compassion and sympathy are not virtues, but evils, he thought. Is this the kind of world she has been living in? A truck sped through a forest road, carrying two people, Simon and Lihan. A few days earlier, Lihan had said something that changed Simon's mind. What nonsense are you talking about? Simon had demanded, shocked. I understand you have to move because of the newly discovered dragon's nests, Lihan had explained. However, it's too dangerous to just leave it be. I saw a red dragon on my way here, recklessly burning the forest. Even if you're not caught by it, in the worst case scenario, everyone could die in a surprise attack. So, you and I should handle that dragon. And that's why they were here now. I don't understand why you're risking so much for me, Simon said. You got the information you wanted. You could have just left. Why did you push me out of the way and take that hit back then? Lihan asked. Simon looked into the distance. I'm not sure why I did that. Hearing his answer, Lihan said nothing more, turning to look out the window. Wasn't it because you felt bad? Just like I feel right now. If I leave you like this, I'll feel awful and uncomfortable, and it's something I won't be able to forget. Suddenly, Simon laughed, his smile as bright as the sun. What's the big deal? The truck left the forest, and stopped in a clearing. Simon and Lihan got out. This should be far enough, Simon said. Lihan fired a red flare into the sky. It was the signal for the others who had been waiting in the forest. When they saw it, they began to move. Standing on a cliff overlooking the forest, Simon wondered, will that attract the dragon's attention? I'm not sure, Lihan said. I hope so. He loaded more flares of different colors and fired them into the sky. The ground was littered with spent casings. That's the last group. They've all left now. I guess we're lucky the dragon didn't show up. It's too early to relax, Lihan warned. Just as he was about to fire another signal, he froze. A dragon was flying rapidly towards them, from the east. Get in the car, we have to go now, Simon shouted. That's the direction the migrating groups are heading. The fearsome red dragon soared over the forest. The people below saw it, their eyes wide with terror. The twilight sun illuminated the dragon as it closed in. Simon's truck was racing in the same direction. Please, God, Simon prayed, his eyes filled with worry. Someone, please save them. At that moment, the dragon was about to breathe fire. It incinerated the forest. The dragon's flame was immense, and the people directly beneath it were engulfed. Faces screamed in fear and pain. The fire was about to consume them all, including the cute children from before. People could only trample over each other to escape, but there was no way out. Simon drove frantically, losing his composure. Calm down, Lihan urged. If you panic, it's all over. Simon knew this. His face was still contorted with anger, but he listened. Their truck sped between two rows of burning trees, the dragon just ahead and above them. Don't slow down, Lihan commanded. Aim for its belly. The dragon breathed fire towards their vehicle. Lihan leaned out of the car and jammed his spear into the ground, using it as a lever to launch the truck into the air. He used his psychic power to keep the truck from falling, guiding it towards the dragon. Lihan, now out of the truck, held a spear and faced the massive creature. Kill that dragon, Simon yelled. Of course I will, Lihan said, leaping from the truck towards the dragon. As he got closer, he fired a grappling hook from his gun, embedding it in the dragon's hide to swing himself onto its body. When he was level with its torso, he imbued his long spear with psychic power and delivered a powerful slash along its body. The truck continued to speed along below, waiting for him. Lihan had managed to wound the dragon. The dragon's red eyes flashed with psychic energy. Lihan's eyes widened in shock. The wing he had just injured was regenerating. A new wing grew in its place. Damn it, it's a Type 2. How could I forget? He thought, his lips pressed into a worried line. Lihan stabbed the spear into its wing again and fell. In mid-air, he yelled for Simon. Simon looked up in horror at Lihan. Lihan threw the spear down towards the truck, then twisted in the air, his hand framing the image of the flying dragon. A surge of power erupted from his arm, and a purple flame burst from the dragon's body, startling it. The dragon seemed to shrink, its power gone. Simon didn't understand what was happening. The dragon was falling. Simon's truck raced to where it fell. He got out, taking Lihan's weapon, and approached the dragon. His gaze was sharp, his hair blowing in the wind. The dragon could only watch with wide eyes as he walked towards it. Why do you want to kill humanity? Simon asked, thinking of the children he cared for. The image of their happy, innocent faces fueled his hatred for the dragons. He gritted his teeth until they bled. Did they have to die for nothing, just because they were born into this world? His whole body trembled as intense psychic power radiated from him. Staring into the dragon's eyes, he wished they had never come here. His prosthetic arm fell away, and a new one formed from pure energy. Simon channeled all his rage into the spear, and plunged it into the dragon. The dragon convulsed as a blinding flash of psychic light erupted. His face was a mask of determination. The new arm disintegrated, but Simon bit down on the spear shaft with his teeth, and continued to push forward. The dragon roared in agony. Simon's teeth shattered, but he used his own body to drive the spear deeper. The dragon threw its head back in pain as Simon, with what little was left of his body, fought to defeat it. As the battle ended, and the psychic energy faded, the dragon lay charred in a blue flame. Lihan walked up from behind. Simon was still there, in front of the dragon. Lihan quietly watched his friend, whose prosthetic legs were gone, whose arms were no more. In the flickering light, a single tear traced a path down his cheek, a heart-wrenching sight. Simon collapsed. Lihan just stood behind him, watching. A while later, Lihan turned to leave. Why don't you rest first? Simon's voice called out. Lihan looked back. Simon's silhouette was framed by the twilight. He was standing, supported by a crutch. You may look fine on the outside, Simon said, but you're a mess inside. There's no danger nearby. Get treated first. I have to be at the Citadel in a few hours, Lihan refused. I can get treated there. Simon fell silent. He couldn't stop him. Your plan didn't fail. Without you, everyone would have died. Thank you for killing the dragon. All the survivors are grateful to you. I know your personality, you're probably blaming yourself. Lihan was surprised by his words. You're a better person than I am, Simon. Simon didn't argue. A bright smile lit up his face. I am a good person. I've always been better than you. Then, he could only watch as Lihan left. In the past, he had hated him. They were always at odds. He still thought Lihan was a nuisance, but looking back, maybe he had wanted to be a part of their group too. Lihan remembered that time. The silver dragon had given him the sharp horn from its head. You will know what to do once you receive this, it had said. Lihan lightly touched it. Type 2 kin of the same color shared the same spirit. Since it had refused to open the gate of time and space, Bahamut must have opened it with the blood of a silver kin. When a Type 2 loses its original body, its new body inherits its memories and intelligence. However, its memories as a dying exile would not be passed on to the new silver kin that would be born. It would only grow to become one of Bahamut's puppets and open the spatial gate to their world. Please take care of my kin, it had begged. May the inheritance of the silver pass through you. Lihan had forged the spear from the horn. It wanted him to plunge the spear, carrying its will, into the head of the new Silverkin. Now, sitting in the log cabin, he stared at the spear. Before his eyes, the spatial gate appeared again. Yanni emerged, greeting him cheerfully. "We meet again. It's good to see you alive." "Of course," Lihan replied. "It's good to see you again too." Yanni's face went pale with shock. She trembled. "You're not this kind of person. What happened in the last few days?" Lihan thought of Simon's face. "He's what changed me. I'm not sure anymore." Akimo reported to Kuru. "He's going to New Seoul to find Silent, but he didn't even report what happened in Kazakhstan. He's doing whatever he wants. Are you just going to let him be, Kuru? Unlike in the past, we are the rulers here now. Leaders should know the whereabouts of their subordinates." Kuru said calmly, "Lihan is not our subordinate. Let him do what he wants. If necessary, we will give him a position equal to our own." Akimo was taken aback. Was he talking about letting Lihan take over this place, the one he and Akima had built? A dangerous look flickered in Akima's eyes as he left Kuru's room. "Their bond is stronger than I thought," he mused. "No, that fool trusts him like a one-sided admirer. It's true the Citadel needs Lihan. He has leadership abilities. However, if he somehow does something to encourage division or harm the Citadel..." In New Seoul, Korea, the landscape was completely destroyed. The city was a desolate ruin. Lihan moved cautiously, gun in hand. "I never thought I'd come back here." There were no signs of life. Not even a minion could survive in a place like this. The chances of his siblings still being alive were extremely low. But that stubborn person would surely not worry about that, and would still try to find them. He arrived before the Uni defensive wall. South Korea had built a city within a defensive wall for a select few elites. Even the people who built the wall couldn't live inside. Within the wall, the city was as vibrant as ever, so bright it could light up the night sky. He had seen it like this since he was a child. He planned to go inside. Silent climbed down a ladder into the city below. The lights were dazzling. This was a facility that could be used immediately after some minor maintenance. She opened a door and entered a room, where she found a package of instant noodles. Though she couldn't read Korean, she guessed it was something edible after adding hot water. Silent took off her mask and ate a chocolate bar. Fortunately, she had found a few. She stood before an information board, written in English, and headed for the residential complex. At the jam, she opened the door to a large, unlit room. Suddenly, she smelled something. The lights flickered on, and she froze at the sight before her. The room was filled with bodies lying on the floor. What did they die from? She wondered. They had clearly been dead for some time, but there were almost no signs of decomposition. Is it because of the special environment here? Even seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't make sense of it. She decided to check elsewhere. While she was still focused on the corpse in front of her, several figures with dangerous red eyes approached from behind. There were many of them, perhaps the reanimated corpses from the room. Realizing the danger, Silent turned to see them, and immediately ran out the door. Outside, there were more of the same, but these looked even more formidable. They were dressed in military uniforms and carrying guns. They fired continuously at her. Her agile body dodged the hail of bullets, while she swiftly killed them. They're definitely not alive, she thought. Could they be zombies? A red glow flashed before her eyes, emanating from the aura of the corpses. Meanwhile, Lihan also descended using the same ladder Silent had. He was surprised the lights were still on. Silent is definitely here. He walked through the rooms she had just passed through, then used the same information board to find her location. Now before him, Silent was surrounded by a red aura. He was about to call out to her, when he saw her assume a fighting stance. Startled, Lihan threw a grenade he had in his hand towards her. The mine exploded with a deafening blast. Lihan had already turned away to avoid injury. He knew what had possessed her was a ghost. Turning back, he raised his hand as the smoke cleared. Through the haze, he saw Silent tear through the smoke and charge at him. He shouted, "Dispel!" A white light flashed, causing Silent to falter for a moment. He was blinded. The purple smoke in front of him was a teleportation effect. He cursed under his breath and turned around. She had teleported behind him. The two guns Silent was holding suddenly fell to the ground as something like a red monster emerged from her body. It screamed in pain. The spell had hurt it, but he had never used it twice in a row. Can he use it again? He wondered. He faced her, ready to try again. Lihan fired at her, but Silent still dodged. She closed the distance, and attacked with her sword. Lihan blocked with his gun. Silent used teleportation again to attack from behind. By the time he realized it, it was too late. She kicked him hard in the back of the knee. Lihan dropped to one knee, his body staggering. Silent grabbed the helmet on his head and slammed it into the wall with enough force to crack it. Lihan cried out in pain and collapsed. Silent stood firm, raising her sword to stab him. Though still dazed, Lihan managed to open his eyes, his face covered in blood from a gash on his forehead. He looked up. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, her other arm trembled and stopped itself. He knew this was his chance. He reached out a trembling hand and touched her, dispelling the last of the red aura from her body. Silent lay on the floor, her helmet cracked, the screen displaying half a skull. Suddenly she shot up in a panic, grabbing her weapon and assuming a defensive stance. Her head throbbed from the impact, and she clutched her helmet, stumbling. She knelt, Lihan lying in front of her in a pool of blood. She trembled. She was sure the ghost had taken over her body, but how had she regained control? Silent looked up and saw Lihan unconscious. She threw her weapon to the ground and rushed to his side. She couldn't believe he was alive. Is this really Lihan? She held him, helping him up. She prepared 2 bowls of instant noodles. When he woke up, he saw her sleeping against the wall beside him. 2 steaming bowls of noodles sat on the floor. He stood and walked towards her. Silent woke up, now wearing a different mask, and looked up at him. Long time no see, Silent, Lihan said cheerfully. Silent wrote in her notebook. I'm sorry. My body was controlled by that thing. It's okay, Lihan said, still smiling. We're all still alive. That's enough. You're too kind, she wrote, surprised. Is it because we haven't seen each other in so long, or because I got hit on the head? She pointed to the 2 bowls of noodles she had prepared. He understood she wanted them to eat together. He opened his cup of noodles and looked at it strangely. He wasn't sure if this thing was edible, but since she didn't know Korean, it couldn't be hell. He looked apologetic. This is the kind of ramen where you have to drain the water before adding the seasoning. She looked up from her noodles, startled. There's ramen without soup. I'll make you another one, he said. Silent had wanted to find his siblings and let them know he was alive. If he was alive, she wanted to protect them, because they were the ones he wanted to protect. Reading what she wrote, he thought, there's something Lihan I haven't done. There was a time when I put their matter aside, he said. I stopped thinking about them, making all sorts of excuses. To be honest, even if they are alive, I am afraid to see them again. Too much time has passed, and both they and I have changed so much. But in the end, Silent couldn't find them. She wanted to apologize. It's okay, Lihan said. And thank you. They sat in silence for a while. Then he said, you'll find this hard to believe, but I was in the past. He calmly began to recount everything he had been through, and remembered, one thing at a time. He shared everything with her, the age of dinosaurs, his confrontation with Silver, the secret of the swarm, the dragon army, and their return, and even the profound loneliness and solitude he had experienced. Silent listened quietly. When he had said everything, he felt a sense of relief, as if his headache had vanished. A moment later, Silent wrote down her words of comfort. It sounds like you had a difficult time. Welcome back. Seeing those words, he froze. The moment he saw the note, he felt he had finally heard the words he most wanted to hear. They left the city and went up a mountain. Someone was waiting for them. It was Yanni. She cheerfully greeted them. Is this the Silent I've only heard rumors about? She looked more melancholic than Yanni had imagined. The teleportation gate only works for one person, right? Lihan asked. Please take Silent first. Yanni obeyed. She took Silent's hand. Hold my hand. You don't need to worry. Silent looked at Lihan, who reassured her, it's okay. As she held Silent's hand, Yanni realized something and smiled, secretly, her eyes glancing at her. Now I'm curious. In a room at Kuru's citadel, Yanni teleported Silent in. We've arrived, Yanni said. I'm quite experienced, you know. Maybe because I also have spatial abilities. Silent nodded silently. I look forward to working with you, Silent. Her sweet, flattering tone startled Silent. She pushed Yanni away. Watch what you say, and stay away from me. With that, Silent turned and left. Yanni stood there, stunned and trembling. One might think she was shocked by the rejection, but on the contrary, she was delighted. She's so cute. Lihan was alone on the barren hill, having set up a small tent for the night. He held a memory card. Information extracted from the uni barrier. What kind of information does it contain? He opened the file and saw an official directive for an emergency evacuation. In case of emergency, move to the new business area, leave the Korean peninsula, and find shelter in Japan. The directive was issued by Major Kang Bayan. No, he's a colonel now. If he's alive, he might be protecting them. I hope they are all alive and well. He closed his eyes, looked up at the sky, then slowly opened them again, calm. It's time to start over. He stood up, ready for action. He would form his own team. There was no need to suffer doing everything alone anymore. People he could trust in any situation, comrades who were equals. When he reached out his hand, there would be people to take it. He just needed to move forward with their help. Just then, Yanni appeared. You're unusually proactive today, she exclaimed. Lihan just really wanted to go back quickly and take a shower. As soon as he returned, Kuru was waiting with open arms, welcoming him cheerfully. You really brought Silent back. He hugged her tightly while Silent stood stiffly, unsure how to react. The three of them sat down to talk. I will contact again, Lihan said. The Citadel alone cannot exterminate the dragons. What are you talking about? Kuru asked, surprised. The Citadel didn't just need his raw power, he could wipe them out himself. Raw power alone cannot destroy the dragons, Lihan said. And you need your psychic armor. The technology to create that armor is at Hearing this, Kuru's face darkened with anger. Psychic energy radiated from him. He couldn't understand. He had worked so hard to become this strong. Why can't you trust me? Now, his reason was clouded by anger. He roared, shattering the table in front of them. Silent jumped up in alarm, but Lihan remained calmly seated. As Silent shielded herself from flying splinters, she glanced at Kuru, who still showed no signs of calming down. Lihan looked at him and said, in his usual tone, I need you. And you need me. You don't have to fight alone. I'm here. Kuru was taken aback. A sad expression flickered across his face, his anger gone. He turned away, his expression unreadable. All right, he said. But remember this. I'm much stronger now. He left with those words. I know. Lihan sighed, smiling at him. Later, Lihan and Silent left the room. I want to contact the head, he told her. Silent jotted in her notebook. Do you think you know me so well? He left Ark of his own accord. His gear optimized and tailored for a life of wandering. She wasn't sure if it was still suitable. She only knew this was the path used by the Department of Technology to recruit important scientists or engineers. He flinched when she mentioned the Department of Technology. Otto had certainly helped her a lot. They would be so happy to know he was alive. They had been devastated by his supposed death. She repeated this to him. He pictured Otto's tearful face. It was unexpected. He thought they wouldn't care if he died. She suggested that their means of communication might have been cut off, and offered to go with him. He refused, telling her to stay and take care of Kuru. She retorted, that overconfident Commander Kuru, who thinks he's become exponentially stronger. Her fists trembled with anger. He looked at her with concern and said he trusted her. A few days later, he sought out Jenny. She asked him, You don't have a transport scheduled for today, do you? He replied that it was a personal matter. Jenny tilted her head, teasingly curious about his personal matter. She asked if he was aware of his recent poor reputation. Many people were saying he was just a beggar living in the past, clinging to the commander. The word stung, but he knew they weren't entirely wrong. But she was fond of him and offered to help, on one condition. He said as long as it wasn't too difficult. She asked him to tell her what Silent likes, her hobbies, favorite food, or something similar. He answered seriously, sweets like cake, and she's a fan of martial arts or sword fighting movies. Jenny eagerly jotted it down in her notebook, a strange expression on her face. This was truly useful information for her. Her sly smile made him anxious. He probably just made a mistake. All right, he asked, what's the location? He wanted to go west, to the Wuz territory, to the smallest town possible. Upon arriving at the town, he found everything in ruins. A seaside town with no signs of life, completely devoid of human traces. He wondered how much the population had decreased, and how long it would take to rebuild civilization once they won. He found a phone booth to make a call. The other end said something about us. He spoke into the receiver, Blue. He repeated, Blue. Silence on the other end. He wondered if it was out of order. A blue card emerged from the phone booth. He took it, and stared at it before entering a warehouse, carefully observing his surroundings as he moved in, weapon drawn. On the wall was a locking device. He inserted the blue card. A camera on the device activated, and a notification sound played. We haven't received any notification about an outsider's arrival. Please state your identity. He replied, This is AG Reinforcement, former Alpha Team Captain Ethan. I was declared dead during the Bahamut War 3 years ago. Went with 3. His identity was confirmed. Through the device, they asked his purpose for being there. Ethan replied, "Does a soldier need any other reason to return to his own unit?" The person inside laughed through the screen, and the door opened for him. Meanwhile, with Kuru, he stood beneath a coiled object resembling a dragon's corpse. Psychic energy flowed from him, and the object, filling the room. Kuru could control it, but the abundant psychic energy was also changing him. Someone approached from outside, surprising the guarding soldiers. It was Silent, striding forward aggressively. The soldiers were excited, and admired her. They were happy to see her. The area in front of her was noisy. She was the Silent they had looked up to, the one who had killed a dragon. Thanks to her, their commander had become even stronger. A person who had just arrived clapped and said, "You did well." Silent turned to see Omgevan, Ranakima. He smiled and reached out to her, wanting to talk, but was met with her middle finger. He had messed with her head, so brazenly right in front of her. Omga glanced at the bewildered soldiers behind them. He just wanted to clear up a few misunderstandings, and suggested they go somewhere quieter. The two went into a room to talk, facing each other. Akima asked if she couldn't take off her mask in front of him. Before he could continue, she cut him off by placing her hand on his neck. They stared at each other, and then she withdrew her hand, realizing it was wrong. Revenge doesn't bring justice. She calmed down and wrote in her notebook, "My name is Silent. I have no other name." He shook his head and said, "I know." She wrote that she would bury the past. He got straight to the point, saying that was what he wanted to talk about. "Don't look at the person I was before, look at me now." He had built the citadel, led the super-powered individuals, and taken in those who needed protection. No country in the world was protecting its citizens anymore. She thought he did it out of necessity, not goodwill. Akima angrily retorted that goodwill isn't natural, and power shouldn't be a reason to be kind. If a weak person suddenly becomes stronger, will they still have goodwill? She remembered the people she had met, bowed her head, and left. She thought to herself that she shouldn't have said anything. Whether in the past or present, she could never win an argument. She wasn't Ethan, she couldn't retort even when angry. She entered her room to find Jenny smiling brightly, saying she must be tired and that it was late. Realizing it was her own room, she grabbed Jenny by the collar and threw her out, pasting a note on the door to chase her away. Danny cried, "You're so mean, I prepared so many things." Silent turned back to see tea, cakes, and a tea showing a martial arts movie. They watched in silence, and then she told Jenny to leave. Jenny obediently left. Her apparent weakness made her even more endearing and piqued Jenny's interest. Silent felt an intense presence behind her, a chill running down her spine. Ethan had entered the room. A group of people was waiting. One introduced himself as Captain Cass, the person in charge of the transit station. Ethan was surprised to learn this was the U.S. military. When asked about coordination, Cass smiled and said, "ARC has become a direct unit of the U.S. Ethan was even more surprised. He was invited to a more secure location to talk. As they entered, the building shook, and dust fell from the ceiling. Another earthquake had started. Cass said it happened often. Ethan asked why. Cass replied that the dragons were bad enough, and now they had geniuses to deal with. He nodded. Cass laughed. "You hunt dragons, but you're afraid of earthquakes." The shaking stopped. They continued on. He was taken to a room. The station chief said it would take 3 days to reach ARC. He would have to stay here until then. He wondered if they really had to stay for 3 days. The chief told him to read the magazines if he was bored. There were many magazines inside. Curious, he opened one. Ethan blushed and threw it away. Flustered, he flopped onto the bed. Might as well sleep. Everything was quiet when suddenly the room shook violently again. He shot up, and the magazines fell onto the bed. He was sure this was more than just an earthquake. He couldn't ignore the feeling of unease. He opened the door and stepped out. The guard outside immediately stopped him from running around, pointing a gun straight at him. Ethan ordered him to call Captain Cass immediately. "Hurry up." But the guards didn't listen, saying it was just an earthquake. A common occurrence. One of them scratched his head. The massive nuclear explosions had altered the geological structure, making earthquakes more frequent. The other guard yawned out of boredom. Ethan knew they were annoyed. It would be fine if what they said was true, but if there was another reason, they could all die. He insisted on seeing the captain. They called him a typical pretty boy. From behind, Cass ran up, yelling for everyone to move. "This earthquake isn't normal. We'll stay on the surface until it stops." Once they were on the surface, they saw the entire forest before them had been destroyed. The earthquake continued without stopping. At this rate, the barracks would be destroyed. The whole country might be on the verge of sinking. They had to move all the equipment. This place had to be abandoned. Suddenly, a giant monster emerged from the ground, causing a massive tremor in front of them. It was the Black Death Worm. A soldier turned his head when he mentioned the Black Death Worm, asking in wonder, was the Black Death Worm always that big? The Black Death Worm, like a centipede, charged towards them. Cass screamed, "What are you standing there for?" and ordered everyone to run immediately. Before he finished his sentence, the captain was already running. He was truly terrified, and the others ran right behind him. While running, Ethan called out to the captain, telling him the monster's body was all dirt and rock. "We might only escape if we get to the sea." The captain turned his head. That was a good idea. He immediately ordered everyone, "All of you, to the lighthouse. There's a small motorboat down there. Just head for the sea. If we can reach the sea, we'll survive." They ran with all their might towards the lighthouse. As they neared it, the Black Death Worm was closing in. They had to hold it back. At this rate, they would all be done for. Two soldiers nodded in understanding and called out to the captain. He turned to look at his two men. They said their final words to Cass, "We're counting on you for what comes next." Light shone on the side of the door as the two soldiers gave a final, solemn salute. They were ready to sacrifice themselves. With bombs strapped to their chests, they yelled and charged towards the Black Death Worm, turning themselves into two mobile bombs and detonating. The horrified captain ordered everyone down, and they hastily departed. "It'll recover quickly." Thanks to the sacrifice of the two, they reached the motorboat. But by then, the Black Death Worm had already regenerated. The creature roared with even more fury, destroying the lighthouse in front of them. It then plunged into the sea. The motorboat had managed to get some distance away. "This Black Death Worm is enormous. We should be safe now that we're here." Cass had never heard of a death worm that could swim. But Ethan, who had been observing intently, suddenly had a change of expression. The Black Death Worm wasn't dead. Its mouth opened wide, and dirt and rocks poured out. Cass didn't understand what it was doing. He stared, wide-eyed and stunned. It was vomiting up all the earth and rocks in its stomach. When all the debris was out, the Black Death Worm molted. This new form was smaller, its body no longer as heavy as before. Cass yelled, "This is insane. Is it going to follow us to the end?" The Black Death Worm dived into the sea. Cass roared for them to go full speed and send a distress signal to Ark. The motorboat sped forward. Those on board carefully watched for any movement in the water. For now, he couldn't see anything below, but if they just stood there, they would surely be doomed. The Black Death Worm lurked silently beneath the boat, as if waiting for the right moment to attack. Ethan couldn't wait any longer and jumped into the sea, startling the other two. Holding his spear, he dived down and spotted the Black Death Worm a short distance away. The soldiers on the boat thought he was crazy, jumping in with only a spear. He held his breath, taking a defensive stance. When it transformed into its aquatic, adapted form, its body shrank considerably. He had to finish it here. The Black Death Worm's mouth gaped open, as if to swallow him whole. Ethan stood before it, holding his spear steady, aimed directly at the monster's open maw. The creature suddenly shot past him. Ethan dodged while preparing to channel his psychic energy into his spear, thrusting it directly into the Black Death Worm's body. A long gash ran along the creature's body, as if it had been split in two, caused by his spear. The Black Death Worm writhed and roared in pain in the water. On the boat, they were still worried about him. Is he really fighting it? Unbelievable. Cass yelled at them. Are you just going to stand there and watch? All of you, support him now. He had also prepared himself, a rope tied securely around his waist. Just then, Ethan surfaced from the water. Cass jumped in, extending his hand and telling him to grab it. The soldiers on the boat were pulling with all their might to get them up. Ethan yelled for everyone to prepare grenades. Cass didn't understand what he was saying. Grenades were tied around Ethan's spear. The Black Death Worm wasn't dead yet, it had surfaced close to the water. Ethan stood at the bow of the boat, waiting for the right moment to strike. They had to finish it in one blow. With a tumultuous splash, the Black Death Worm seemed to fly into the air. It fell from the sky, straight towards Ethan. The small figure of Ethan faced the Black Death Worm headman. He threw the spear straight into the monster's mouth. The attached grenades did their job. A violent explosion erupted, the pressure so immense that it rocked the motorboat. Ethan was thrown against the boat's cabin, and the others on board couldn't keep their balance, also suffering from the impact. The Black Death Worm floated on the sea as the boat continued to move. Ethan retrieved his spear with his psychic energy. The grenades hadn't destroyed it. Cass stood up and pointed at him. You're truly insane, but thanks to that reckless move, we're alive. Exhausted, Ethan sat down, panting. That was a close call. He couldn't even stand now. Cass, still worried, asked if it was really dead. He said that even if it wasn't dead, it would take a considerable amount of time to regenerate. That's good. We need to get out of here quickly. The battle with the Black Death Worm ended as the sky turned to dusk. The motorboat sped away before the creature could fully recover. On the boat, they prepared food for dinner. A meal consisted of a block of cheese, dried meat strips, and a cup of water. They said he deserved to eat well. During the meal, the soldiers chatted cheerfully. Cass finally contacted Ark and arranged to meet the next morning. With some time to spare, he would tell him about what happened. This immediately caught his attention. At that time, the sky was filled with the shadows of giant dragons. They attacked and destroyed humanity. The artificial island of Ark that he once knew had been destroyed. Because of that, the United States had replaced Ark with a new name, Tyrannus. This name confused him. Cass explained it was a nuclear submarine capable of amphibious assault on both sea and land. The entire United States only possessed 2 Tyr-class warships, one belonged to Ark, the other to the US government. He thought that for a place like Ark, maintaining a fixed base was too risky. They had no other choice. Think about it, even the Citadel is in a dangerous position. The boat passed by a seaside cliff, and light shone on the deck. The sun was high, the sky was clear, and they were completely out of danger. Cass extended his hand and said, "Thank you." Ethan shook his hand politely, saying the honor was his. Cass lamented that their reunion was only fleeting. Ark was currently moving along a predetermined route. It's probably getting close. Suddenly, a column of water erupted in front of the boat. Everyone's face showed utter disbelief. The Black Death Worm had been following them all this time. Now it returned to attack the boat. It charged, harming those on board. Cass couldn't believe it. That thing is still alive. Ethan held his spear tightly. It had evolved to its 3rd stage, taking the form of a sea creature. They couldn't fight it bare, and it. The Black Death Worm targeted him, seeming to want to eliminate him first. Before him now, he could only see the monster's wide-open mouth. While Ethan was still stunned, the monster was struck by a slash from an unknown source that cut across its neck. Something swooshed by, and Ethan's eyes widened in amazement. He stared at the person who had appeared before him. This person's body was covered in steel, an armored suit, with the Ark insignia on the shoulder. The person in front of him looked like a cool and heroic Iron Man from the movies, having defeated the Black Death Worm with a single, easy blow. Transitioning to a massive submarine diving deep in the ocean, the interior was incredibly spacious, similar to Kuru's Citadel. He was taken to an interrogation room. They said it was a pity to meet again under such circumstances. He said he understood. The person sitting across from him, his eyes hidden under his hat, stared at him suspiciously. He asked if he was from the Citadel. Ethan flatly replied, "No." The other person didn't believe him, because all his clothes and weapons belonged to the Citadel. Ethan said, "If I'd met Ark first, I would have brought their equipment." The man asked what had happened during the past 3 years. He couldn't say it here. At least someone of the Chief of Staff's rank needed to be present to have the authority to know. There were things he couldn't say directly. The man was silent for a moment, then agreed to take him to the Chief of Staff. But then Ethan was handcuffed. He realized this was how they treated him. They didn't have a good impression of the Citadel. Reaching a room, the man said the Deputy Chief of Staff was in sight. He said he already knew who that person was. The door slowly opened, revealing the silhouette of a large person sitting in a chair, waiting. Set saw him and welcomed him. "It's been a long time." Ethan sat down and greeted the commander. Set waved his hand, signaling the other man to leave, and told him to skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. After the man left, the commander said there were no listening devices in the room. "Tell me everything you know." He decided that to get help from Mark, he had to bet his trust in him. He told the commander his whole story. After listening, the commander said it was remarkable. "Since I was a child listening to my grandmother's fairy tales, I've never heard a story that captivated me so much. It was the silver dragon who had found them, and brought this fateful opportunity." He said it was a chance to trace the silver dragon's lair. They had to join forces, both Ark and the Citadel. That raised an eyebrow. For the past 3 years, they hadn't been idle. They had destroyed 2 lairs. He immediately retorted, "But they don't die." Zed agreed. "They are as if reincarnated gods." The commander said this was no time for jokes. If it weren't for his information, they would have thought the Bahamut-level threat would last forever. For now, the commander wanted him to stay on the Tyrannus and await orders. He was free to move, but was told not to cause any trouble. The next day, Ethan went out and met some old acquaintances. They greeted him warmly, happy to see him alive and back. He greeted them back politely. Long time no see. He immediately asked about Nut's situation. His two friends became flustered, not knowing what to say. They both avoided the question. They said Nut was in the engine room. It's better if you see for yourself. Ethan entered the engine room where the engineers were working. They were very surprised to see him. They were all happy to know he had returned alive. As he was cheerfully greeting them, a figure in a blue jumpsuit approached from behind. This person knew he had arrived but said he had been too busy lately. Ethan stared in disbelief at the person in front of him. Otto had changed so much he was unrecognizable, becoming a thin, bald-headed old man. He asked him, "Were you very sad when I died?" Otto laughed heartily, pointing at him and boasting, "Besides me, no one is better than you." But first, he wanted to ask Otto, "I heard Nut is here." Otto suddenly fell silent. The others in the engine room also froze awkwardly. Otto pushed up his glasses, thought for a moment, and then pointed behind him. "Nut is behind that big door." Ethan glanced at the door and saw a yellow and black sign, the kind used for danger warnings. Ethan was shocked. Who on earth could think of such a thing? Otto said, "The third-generation psychic frame armor inside is an improved version of the second-generation one we once built, the one that fell into the hands of the Americans. It has been completely remade. Its design philosophy is also completely different from the second generation. Because it uses a nuclear reactor as its power source, only those with self-regeneration abilities can pull out it. Its name is Iron Maiden." He was confused. "Don't tell me that name means Lithus." Knowing what he was thinking, confirmed his suspicion. It's exactly like locking someone in a torture device. The pilot inside will have to endure their body being constantly destroyed and regenerated. He couldn't imagine it. How could they? Otto stated that only 3 third-generation psychic frame armors were made. With those 3, they had taken down 2 Bahamut glass dragons. But now, only Nut remained as a surviving enhanced soldier. The other 2 enhanced soldiers had both taken their own lives. Then the maintenance was completed. Maintenance workers in protective suits quickly appeared, moving forward to adjust and dismantle the armor. The person inside the armor was revealed. He had no strength left and needed help to be pulled out. He glowed with a blue light, panting heavily. But his face was determined, his eyes still burning with blue psychic energy. He told himself he was fine. He was someone who could still move even if half his body was shattered. This was nothing. Nut then recovered his strength. His head was as bald as Otto's. He turned, put on his hat, and walked towards him. He greeted him, "Long time no see." Nut replied like the others, "You're alive." Ethan joked, "Are you planning on being Otto's little brother? All your hair's fallen out. It just grows back, and then falls out again." This joke changed the atmosphere between them, making it relaxed like the old days. The two talked together. Nut asked him how he had survived. Ethan said he was just lucky. Wait for the official report to be released and read it. The 2 friends then laughed and talked happily, oblivious to the passing time. Suddenly, he looked at him seriously and asked, "You know Kuru is at the Citadel, right?" Nut's expression changed. "You've been to the Citadel?" He said he had been to both the Citadel and Ark. "If we want to survive, we need to cooperate." But Nut's face darkened, and he suddenly slammed the glass and his hand down on the table. He asked, "Do you know what they did?" Ethan disagreed, retorting that this was a matter of reality. If they continued like this. Nut shouted his name. The table was overturned, spilling the glasses and coffee onto the floor. Nut's voice trembled as he struggled to say the name, Jose. He said that Jose was killed by the worms. For this sentence was like plunging Ethan into an icy pit. It felt utterly absurd. Nut bit his lip until it bled. He no longer looked at him, and told him to leave. The submarine continued its journey deep beneath the sea. He hadn't seen the sun for 3 days. His head itched. Although this place seemed safer, Citadel still had much better living conditions. Ethan's watch beeped with a notification. He looked at it and then entered a room where the ship's commanders were meeting. As he entered, the person sitting in the center spoke up to greet him. "Glad to meet you." He was the deputy commander here, Tobias. The serious, middle-aged veteran soldiers sitting on both sides were all looking at him. The deputy commander said the information he brought was truly fascinating. They had reviewed it several times. "Do you have any way to prove that the 2 are resurrecting?" Ethan felt annoyed. They suspected he had another motive, hiding for 3 years before contacting them. He could have reached out to them sooner. Moreover, the fact that he came from the Citadel. Ethan cut him off. I was born and trained in ARC. I have survived countless near-death experiences and have even killed a dragon. If you don't believe me, who will you believe? By the time the resurrection of the two is proven, we'll all be dead. His firm words made some of them doubtful, and they began to consider his words. Zet, knowing his personality, just smiled helplessly in sight. The commander glanced at Deputy Commander Tobias, who was also contemplating. Tobias decided that in 3 days, he would arrange for him to meet the Commander-in-Chief. Thinking of Commander-in-Chief Teller, he remembered the powerful man with white hair and beard. The Deputy Commander said that by then, he would have regained his sanity. This was the best way to verify the truth. The figure of the Commander-in-Chief sat on a large chair, his hair and beard covering his entire face, truly frightening. He said he understood. They would meet again in 3 days. The Commander-in-Chief sat still on the chair, but on closer inspection, he was being confined there, his wrists and ankles shackled. His body showed very unstable signs. When the Commander-in-Chief looked up, his blood-red eyes, filled with crazed psychic energy, and his bizarre, terrifying expression were horrifying. On the ship, during his free time, Ethan trained with Nut. They faced off, fighting seriously with physical strength. Nut was attacking him first, while Ethan was only defending. Nut asked, "Is Kuru okay?" He replied that he was fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Nut lunged forward with a powerful punch, but luckily he dodged it in time. Panting, he reminded Nut that their goal was not revenge. Nut knew that, but they were the ones who betrayed Yas first. Nut threw a straight punch at him, but Ethan blocked it again. After training, Nut revealed that Omga One was definitely the one who killed Jos. For he asked him if he remembered what he had said before. "Anyone who hurts my friends, no matter what happens, I will kill them with my own hands." He was silent, unable to say a word in the face of Nut's determination. He went to see Otto to demand his psychic frame armor. Otto was helpless. "You just got here, and you're already getting straight to the point. You know I can't just make it whenever I want, right?" Ethan told him to think again. "You're a genius. Do you have a spare one?" Flattered like that, Otto gave in, telling himself he was a genius. He snapped his fingers and asked the others if they still had Ethan's data. "Take this guy for a physical exam. Test his physical abilities too. I'll check the archives, but don't get your hopes up." He thought to himself, "No one knows what will happen next. I need a psychic frame armor." About 3 days later, the deputy commander took him into the room to meet the Commander-in-Chief. When he entered the room, the Commander-in-Chief was still sitting there, in the same posture as 3 days ago. He walked up to him. The Commander-in-Chief recognized him and said it had been a long time. He was surprised he still remembered him. He replied calmly, "My mind is still quite sharp." He knew he didn't have much time, he wanted to prove his innocence. The Commander-in-Chief held a document and waved at him. He gently flipped through it and said, "If the contents of this report are true, you will become the hero who ends the war." He replied, "I didn't come here to be a hero." The Commander-in-Chief said nothing more, just told him to come closer. He walked towards him, but a thick red aura, easily visible to the naked eye, surrounded him. The feeling was very uncomfortable. He tried to resist it with his psychic barrier. The Commander-in-Chief could also see that his psychic barrier was still very strong. "If you want to prove your innocence, you should lower it." He said he didn't know how. He slowly guided him. "Relax, clear your mind." His consciousness was fading. He was now surrounded by the red aura, bound tightly like ropes. They penetrated his entire body. He realized this was very dangerous. Clenching his fists and straining, Ethan then let his hand go limp, completely surrendering. His whole body was now under control. In his own way, the Commander-in-Chief knew he was the real deal. The way to end the war was in his hands. To be precise, the hope of humanity, someone who could unite all the divided people. A dangerous existence. He seemed to lose control, laughing loudly and shouting. Ethan, his eyes still showing consciousness despite being blood-red, reached his hands towards the old man's neck. The Commander-in-Chief was still laughing a demonic, eerie laugh, while his hands squeezed tighter and tighter around his neck. The red warning light blared noisily. Soldiers from outside rushed into the room, cursing him as a bastard. They went inside to quickly subdue him. Ethan screamed as if in pain, but the red psychic energy seemed to be dissipating. The soldiers restrained him, forcing him to the floor, and kicked him repeatedly. Ethan dodged and raised his hands to defend himself, not understanding what was happening. The monstrous Commander-in-Chief was still behind them, but none of the soldiers noticed his strange state. They blamed everything on him, insisting he was an assassin from the Citadel. When a soldier helped the Commander-in-Chief up, He immediately reverted to his weak and sickly appearance. He thought to himself, humans are interesting in their own way. Watching them destroy themselves little by little is more exciting than anything. He secretly laughed with cunning pleasure. Afterward, Ethan was imprisoned in a room, tied to a chair, his head bowed, and his mouth gagged with a piece of cloth. Seeing him in this state, both Zet and Nut were shocked. A soldier, tall and muscular, approached him, took off his jacket, and said, "If you know what's good for you, answer truthfully. Otherwise, I'll make you open your mouth by any means necessary." Ethan remained silent. Outside, the soldiers were talking among themselves. They couldn't believe that Ethan had tried to assassinate the commander-in-chief. They believed they should wipe out the citadel. The US military even had nuclear weapons. Someone was still worried because there were other comrades there, but was immediately shouted down by someone else, "They are not comrades, they all must die." But Kuru was also there. They knew he was a monster. They didn't even know if nuclear weapons would be effective against him. Nut remained silent, not participating in the argument. His eyes were filled with sad contemplation. Zet walked over and said he still couldn't believe it. Does everyone really think Ethan is a traitor? How many of us here don't owe Ethan our lives? The people here were all silent. Then someone said that Ethan had always been someone they couldn't understand. He had been hiding for 3 years and only now reappeared. Zet, angrier than ever, grabbed the person who had just spoken by the shirt. "You think just saying it makes it true?" Zet flew into a rage and started hitting the other person, forcing the others to intervene. The man pointed straight at Zet and told him to wake up. "If you don't want to be called a spy." Zet screamed for them to bring him here. He wanted to give him a good beating, but the others held him back tightly. Helplessly, he looked at the person next to him. Nut was still standing there, which confused him. He wanted him to say something. Nut stood still, hiding his emotions. In the interrogation room, Ethan was being beaten by the soldier, blood splattering all over the floor. After beating him for a while, the soldier grew tired and scowled. Just as they said, "You're very stubborn." Ethan's face was covered in bruises, and blood flowed continuously from his mouth. He wanted him to call his superior. Talking here was useless. The soldier went crazy and kicked him in the face, cursing at him, "Don't play dumb." He kicked him so hard he fell to the floor. He still said, "The commander-in-chief is acting very strange. He must be captured and isolated immediately." He said this for his teacher to hear. "Surgeon Zet, if I were really an assassin, I wouldn't have been caught so easily. When I was in Alpha, I never failed the mission." The deputy commander was also there, and heard what he said. He said, "Even in this situation, you still try to confuse others. As expected of someone from ARC's elite forces." Zet said, "From training to actual combat, Ethan has always been one of the most outstanding soldiers." The deputy commander immediately said, "Umgo was also one of the best soldiers." He was reminding Zet to set his personal feelings aside. In the other room, the soldier was still threatening him. "From now on, if you don't answer properly, I will pull out your fingernails one by one." Zet knew Ethan could hold on for a little longer. Now was not the time to wait. Zet was looking at something. As he thought, they found nothing from the surveillance footage. But he couldn't help but be suspicious. Ethan was extremely meticulous. This was not his style. And if he had really planned this, the commander-in-chief would probably be dead. Otto suddenly ran to Zet and asked him if Ethan was really an assassin. He couldn't believe it was true. Seeing Otto so panicked, Zet said they were still investigating, and that he needed to calm down. Otto yelled, "How the hell can I calm down? This is all nonsense. Even if others don't know, I do. For the past 3 years, Ethan hasn't changed. People can lie, but machines, and Ethan don't." Zet thought what he was saying now was the real nonsense. "Anyway, you need to calm down." Zet said goodbye to him, and said they would talk later. But those last words had truly struck a chord with Z. He turned abruptly, and said something to Octo. Stood before the door to the commander-in-chief's office. He made his decision, and stepped inside. The commander was still sitting in his chair, his eyes vacant. "I believed in you," Z began. "You turned the project from a failure into a success. Psychics should be human. Before they were turned into weapons, you always believed in that. Thanks to you, another like Umgo was never created." He paused, looking at the silent man. Chief of Staff Alexander was an extraordinary person. Now that I'm in his position, I understand. I lack his qualities. Right now, I want to act on emotion, not reason. Just as I trusted you, I will also trust Lihan. Meanwhile, Octave and a few others were running as fast as they could. The test footage in the control room We're heading there now. We need to make sure there are no mistakes. In the interrogation room, Lihan's fingernails had been torn out. The soldier gritted his teeth. That's 7 now, and you haven't even groaned once. They've never seen anyone like you. Something flashed behind him. He turned. The observer in the monitoring room told him to take a break. The soldier told Lihan they would be seeing him again soon. You can look forward to it. After the soldier left, Lihan knew they couldn't kill him. But he couldn't endure this indefinitely. Given the commander's current state, it wouldn't be surprising if collapsed at any moment. The problem was convincing the others. Was there anyone who trusted him more than the commander? The very person he was thinking of removed his blindfold. It was Octo. Lihan stared in astonishment. There isn't much time, Octo said urgently. You need to get out of here first. They had already sealed the warehouse doors. In 5 minutes, the Tyrannos will surface. When it does, open the bay hatch and escape, Octo explained. Lihan was still worried. Even if you say escape. Octo gave a strange smile. Don't worry. This genius has prepared a few things. Lihan's eyes widened. A suit of psychic armor. 4 minutes left. We're almost there. Octo made some adjustments to the armor. It looked so crude that Lihan doubted it would even function. It's just a temporary rig, but I made it myself, so don't worry, Octo assured him. I call it the old man kata. They cobbled it together from parts of Gen 1 and Gen 2 suits. If you had to give it a name, call it a Gen 1. 5. According to the data, it's ready for use. But combat and data are two different things. If it's you, you can do it. You'll complete the test run in a real battle. We have 2 minutes left. Don't forget your spear. Lihan knew they were willing to help him despite the risks. Why would they go so far? It was useless to ask. Thank you, Octo. No problem, Octo said cheerfully. They've already set up the escape route. You need to go now. And only then did Octo add, Commanders asked me to give you a message. The debt is paid. He said you'd understand. Lihan burst out, and the soldier spotted him immediately, moving to block his path. He leaped over them and ran. They realized too late that he was in a suit of psychic armor. They couldn't understand how he had gotten it. He smiled with satisfaction. That's Octo for you. And he said this was just thrown together in a few days. The other soldiers were trapped behind a welded door, unable to give chase. They yelled in frustration. Is there a mole inside? Glut, also trapped, gritted his teeth and cursed Octo under his breath. He knew it was his doing. Lihan, spear in hand, rushed outside. There were 2 speedboats. The scanner in his suit identified his target. That one. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind him. A figure in psychic armor lunged at him. Lihan dodged. He knew it was Glut. A failed assassin who ran away. Glut sneered. I never expected this from you. How disappointing. His tone dripped with sarcasm. No matter what you say now, I won't believe you. The submarine hatch opened, sunlight pouring in over the vast sea. Of course you don't believe me, Glut continued. If you want to leave, you'll have to beat me first. Lihan didn't back down. Agree. We need to end this. Glut seemed to merge with his armor. Even if I lose, don't you dare blame my psychic armor. He attacked first, just as he always did, and Lihan parried the blows. His feet slid back, the force of the impact incredible. If he could get close enough, he could end this. He had to regain the speed advantage. He dashed forward, leaping to attack. But Glut seemed to match his speed, forcing him to dodge again. You can't beat me with that piece of junk, Glut taunted. He landed a solid punch to Lihan's gut, and Lihan coughed up blood. Glut grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. Why did you betray me? He roared. Lihan quickly calculated his options. If I use the pressure wave, I can take him down instantly. But Glut will definitely die. I can't let that happen. Glut relentlessly pummeled him. Give up, Lihan endured, his suit systems failing. What do I do now? Just then, he noticed something on his left arm. He remembered Octus holding him. Why are you so stubborn? When are you going to use that thing? One spear isn't enough. You need another weapon. Something that can launch from your arm like this. Octo had complained it was a hassle, and he'd only do it when the time was right. Remembering that, Lihan prayed, you could have at least told me, Octo. As he was being stomped on, a sharp object emerged from his trembling arm. The moment Glut struck again, Lihan made his move. He thrust the blade straight into Glut's helmet. The blade pierced through, but Glut remained calm. That alone wouldn't be enough to kill him or even knock him out. Lihan knew this, but it was all he had. Something crackled along the blade, then erupted in a blinding flash of electricity. After taking the shock, Glut slumped over, unconscious. Lihan turned to Li. I'm sorry. Just rest there for a bit. I have to go now. But then, Glut stirred. Impossible, Lihan thought. In an instant, Glut had hoisted him onto his shoulders. He didn't understand. Wasn't he unconscious? He was moving on pure willpower. He flew them both high into the sky. As they ascended, Lihan struggled to break free. 2 streaks of light then plummeted towards a boat below. The soldiers watching from inside wondered if he had been recaptured. Where they landed, a trembling but victorious Lihan stood up. Glut lay defeated. As Lihan turned to leave, a movement behind him made him look back. The psychic armor was burning intensely. Glut, Lihan yelled in panic. He rushed into the flames, trying to wrench the armor off him. He managed to tear a piece off, throwing it aside before frantically surging for Glut's body and pulling him out with all his might. By now, other soldiers in full armor had arrived. The vice commander ordered them to capture Lihan. Suddenly, Lihan froze. Something was wrong. From the fire, he pulled out something else. The soldiers surrounded him, guns aimed. Stay still. Come with us. Lihan turned to them. The mini-reactor is unstable. If it blows, we all die. Seeing the reactor in Lihan's hands, the soldiers froze. The boat silently sped away from the submarine. Lihan held the reactor, then with a roar, he threw it as far as he could. Let me show you what I'll do, who I am. The reactor exploded violently, the shockwave shaking the sea and tearing his boat apart. The blast was equivalent to a bomb. The vice commander's eyes widened in shock. From behind him, spoke. Whatever the reason, we cannot deny that Lihan just saved the Tyrannos. Arrest the commander. We're going back to Sector 1 to find out who is pulling the strings from the beginning. Glut woke with a start, his face pale as if from a nightmare. He was in the hospital. He gripped the blanket, his expression turning to rage. He rushed to find Commander Aziz. Is Lihan alive? Glut asked, his voice trembling. They stood before Lihan's hospital room. He was receiving treatment. How is he? Glut asked. Tonight is the critical period, was all said. Glut trembled, not understanding. Peering through the glass, his fear intensified when he saw that one of Lihan's arms was gone. His legs gave out, and he collapsed. Said nothing and left him alone with his guilt. What have I done? He risked his life again to save everyone. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Why didn't I trust him more? The vice commander sat in his office, weighing his options. Was the commander a traitor? If he treated him harshly and he turned out to be innocent, he would be the one in trouble. Suddenly, his comm buzzed. What is it? Sir, Glut is heading straight for the commander's quarters. The vice commander was stunned. The man on the other end said he would sound the alarm. Wait, he ordered. An idea formed in his mind. A scapegoat would be very convenient. If the commander-in-chief wasn't the traitor, they could just pin everything on Glut. Act as if you never saw him. Glut reached the commander's room. The man was still sitting there. Get up, Glut said darkly, aiming his gun. The commander was muttering something. It doesn't matter who the traitor is anymore, Glut said. They've made my decision. I'm going to believe my friend. His finger was on the trigger. The commander's muttering continued, incomprehensible. Enraging Glut further. Say something, he screamed. The commander finally spoke. Is guilt born for responsibility? Glut didn't understand. The commander looked up at him. What do you want me to answer? Glut Meyer. Who are you? Glut demanded. Why did you frame Lihan? You believe only what you want to believe, the commander said. You also accused Lihan of being a traitor. But now that your conscience is eating at you, you want to cast me as the villain. How convenient for you. Shut up, Glut yelled. If you punish me as the villain, you'll be freed from your guilt. But the truth is, you never really trusted Lihan. If you did, you would have helped him from the start. Stop it, Glut cried in remorse, before I kill you. At that moment, the commander's demeanor changed, becoming the same as it had been with Lihan. Is that your limit? When did I create a cage that traps you? Don't you understand? This is my ability. The commander's face contorted, his true nature slowly being revealed. You're too careless. Compared to Lihan, you are nothing. Glut stared in terror. What's happening to you? Are you even human? It wasn't human. It was the one and only Jurgen Teller. Behind him were 3 monstrous faces. Like Lihan before him, Glut's body moved on its own, aiming his gun at the entity. Leaving things shrouded in mystery isn't so bad, it said. You have no proof the commander is a traitor. You can't kill him here. Pull the trigger. Isn't that why you came? Don't underestimate me, Glut roared, his psychic power flaring. He used one hand to stop the other from pointing the gun at his own head. But he couldn't resist. The gun fired, the bullet piercing his skull. His psychic powers kept him from dying. He challenged the entity. You think you're better than me? Pathetic, you bastard. This body is mine. The entity was stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Glut punched it hard in the stomach. As it crumpled in pain, Glut said, I will take responsibility for my mistake. Just then, the door burst open, and soldiers ordered him to stop. Glut raised his hands. The commander-in-chief is alive. But I don't know if we should still call him that. All surveillance footage from that period is gone, told the vice commander. No one saw Glut go to the commander's quarters. The system was malfunctioning at the time. It was under maintenance, the vice commander replied. A coincidence, you say? Remark. What a wonderful coincidence. It's clear the commander-in-chief has lost his mind, the vice commander asserted. It's a wonder we survived so long under a madman. Watch your words, he warned. The vice commander fell silent and took a sip of water. It's true the commander's mind was controlled by something, he conceded. But it's too early to call him our enemy. I don't understand. He's shown his hostility towards humanity. If he truly wanted to destroy humanity, he's had countless opportunities. From now on, I will take responsibility for the commander-in-chief. In a spacious, heavily shielded room, Kuro sat in a state of evolution, a powerful dark aura radiating from him. His body glowed with blue light, electric currents coursing over him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Before him was a glowing heart. My image is a heart, he thought. Instantly, his chest opened, revealing countless other hearts within. A massive surge of power erupted, striking the heart in front of him, shattering it instantly. The pressure of the immense power still lingered in his chest. Slowly, he regained his senses. Finished, he walked out of the lab. Akima was waiting outside with a coat. We did it, Kuro. This time it was less than 10 minutes. The absorption time is getting faster. But Kuro seemed uninterested. That doesn't matter. Any news from Lihan? Not yet. Do you want me to check? No need. Lihan is strong. Akima didn't reply, just looked at Kuro thoughtfully. After a few seconds of silence, he said with a hint of disdain, but you are stronger now. Don't belittle yourself and overrate him. The praise didn't please Kuro. Lihan is strong even without being a psychic, he replied softly. Without my powers, I am nothing. He waved a hand at Akima. I'm tired. I just want to rest today. As soon as Kuro left, Akima shot a venomous glare at his back. Kuro already knew Akima's true intentions. I won't let you use me anymore. Omga, one, he thought. The door opened, and Silent appeared, her face as calm as ever. He let out a weary sigh. Iani, seeing Silent, immediately jumped up and ran to greet her with an ecstatic expression. Welcome, Silent. They've been waiting for you. But before Silent could reply, she was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Iani landed with a thud on her backside. Yeah, she yelped, rubbing her bruised hip and looking at Silent with a pitiful expression. Ow, that hurts. But instead of concern, she received only a cold stare. Silent held up her notebook with a single word written on it, leave. After closing the door, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. She probably didn't mean any harm, but coming here every day is really a nuisance. Before he could recover, Iani surprised him again, appearing right behind him. She tossed her hair. You really think I came here because I have nothing better to do? Silent looked about ready to explode. If you were a man, he thought, clenching his fists, I have taught you a lesson by now. Seeing him raise his hand to flick her forehead, she didn't flinch, instead meeting his gaze defiantly. Hey, wait, you're not really going to hit me, are you? Where can I hit you back? Aboard the submarine, still moving through the depths of the sea, Lihan lay in a private medical bay, hooked up to numerous machines. The monitor showed stable vitals. Appeared, his face grim. How is he? He's past the critical stage. He's stable now, the doctor reported. They both looked through the glass into the room. I see. That's a relief, said softly. Lihan was still in a coma. In the darkness of his mind, a thought surfaced. Where am I? He was standing alone in a vast, dark space. A cave. He walked forward. This was clearly Man-A. He stopped abruptly. Before him was a strange, colossal gate. An alarm blared, and the gate began to move, cracking open. Soon, it swung wide, revealing a terrifying sight that filled his eyes with horror. That's... Back in reality, Lihan's eyes fluttered open, waking from the nightmare. He looked to his side. The left arm that had been intact before was now gone. He stared at the empty space, then looked away. It was in the room. You're awake. How's your body? Even if I lied, I couldn't say I'm okay, Lihan replied. I've never been this badly injured. Not even when fighting dragons, said, trying to comfort him. Aren't humans more terrifying than dragons? Lihan was strangely calm. At least I only lost one arm. I'll probably have to get a prosthetic. His resilience pleased. Welcome to the world of cyborgs. What's the situation? Lihan asked. If they labeled you a traitor, there would have been a riot, updated him. 18 of the 34 enhanced soldiers submitted a petition demanding a reinvestigation. Did you calculate things this far? Lihan's expression grew serious. Even if I didn't, I would never let people die. The reason I fight isn't for anger or revenge. I fight to protect, just as we've always done. He let out a sigh of relief, a gentle smile touching his lips. That's a good answer, Lihan. Suddenly, Lihan noticed the comm device he had been holding. It's finally brought it up. Everyone just heard that, he said into the device. They were all very moved. Lihan realized he'd been set up and blushed. You've got much better at politics, he commented. This will sway many of the neutral parties to your side. More importantly, I am not in a good state, so I'm sorry, but I need your advice. A strange voice echoed from the device. I understand. You're planning to confront the commander-in-chief. Jujin Teller appeared with a dark expression. Lihan, just awake, left the medical bay, using a crutch to walk. Stood opposite him, smoking a cigar. They stood in silence for a moment before he spoke. I know you not well. I'm sorry, but I need you. I understand, Lihan replied seriously. What about Glut? He voluntarily entered solitary confinement. It seems he needs time to think. Lihan lowered his head. Is he? Well then, said to the two soldiers with them, shall we go? The steak was beautifully arranged on the plate. Behind a heavy, reinforced door, a knife and fork sliced into the juicy, rare meat. Jujin Teller lifted a piece to his mouth. As he was enjoying his meal, strange guests interrupted. Lihan and two others walked in unannounced. Delicious, Jujin Teller remarked, continuing his meal. Looked down at him. Are you Commander Jujin Teller? Jujin Teller smirked, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and looked up. Who do you think I am? Vice Chief of Staff. If it were Alexander, perhaps we could have communicated better. And stared at him silently, a storm brewing in his eyes. Wait, Lihan suddenly said, stepping forward. Please step back. He held out his hand in front of Jujin Teller. The action made the man freeze, his calm demeanor replaced by alarm. The two soldiers behind them wondered what Lihan was doing. Jujin Teller looked down at his own hands, then said after a long pause, I can't use my psychic abilities. Everyone was stunned. And he is psychic. Even his jaw dropped at Lihan's incredible ability. But it seemed to take a heavy toll on him. He had just recovered, and maintaining it was difficult. He turned to report. The commander's current state seems unrelated to psychic powers. Lihan, Jujin Teller said softly, you have the potential to end this war. I acknowledge that. The soldiers were still in shock. But can we really trust Silver's words? We are trusting a dragon. What if it's a trap? What if Silver wants to destroy the other hives to become the sole ruler? Or what if he's giving hope to the rest of humanity, only to lure them out and destroy them? Lihan considered his words thoughtfully. Everyone but Lihan, get out, ordered the soldiers. As they left, he thought that aura is more frightening than any psychic power. It can negatively affect other psychics. This man is not the commander. It's like looking at a demon. This reminds me of the prophet, Jujin Teller said. I've always felt guilty. It would have been better if we had died together then. That's what you think, isn't it? The words hit their mark. His expression changed instantly. Lihan noticed, concern. You are useless, Vice Chief of Staff. If Alexander were here, things wouldn't have come to this. Lihan stepped outside. When Chief of Staff Alexander died, Commander Jujin died with him. Lihan said immediately. It was our fault, he replied. We thought the commander was superhuman. We believed he would endure everything, and lead a. Lihan's face fell. But in the end, the commander was only human. Mentally weak. Knowing that humanity would eventually be annihilated, he gave up on himself and became a monster. I always underestimated Alexander, but if he were alive, perhaps a would not have collapsed. What will you do now? Lihan asked, looking directly at Z. Z was silent for a moment. A leader must be superhuman. They have a responsibility to never show weakness. Officially, we will declare that the commander was controlled by a foreign entity. The commander never abandoned or humanity. As long as people remember that, it is enough. Jujin was imprisoned in the deepest part of the Tyrannos. The high-ranking officers who knew the truth called him the devil. They kept him alive because still needed his knowledge. A water glass shattered, the sound echoing loudly. Lihan's therapist grumbled. Look at you, controlling a prosthetic arm with just your mind. Can you really fight like that? I can do it, Lihan said, a bit awkwardly. I've seen someone fight like that before. An image of Simon, fighting fiercely with only one arm, came to mind. Simon did it. I can do it too. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Lihan was trying to adapt to the prosthetic hand. I should focus on rehabilitation now. A figure appeared ahead of him, a strange man in a hooded uniform. What is it? Lihan asked. The man was silent for a moment, then said cryptically, hit me. Why would I do that? Because I was wrong. Hit me until you feel better. Until that wound heals, I won't use my recovery ability. I have no other way to apologize. Lihan just sighed. I won't get anything out of hitting you. My hand would just hurt. I'm sorry, the man persisted. It would be a lie to say I don't resent you. Lihan closed his eyes, then opened them. I should have at least trusted you. He said clearly. But we have to move forward, forget the small things. Why do you think I saved you? Because I don't hate you enough to want you dead. The words moved the man. He ran towards Lihan, overjoyed. Lihan, thank you. At that moment, Lihan delivered a powerful, unexpected uppercut. The man clutched his stomach in pain while Lihan adjusted his prosthetic. He was laughing and crying at the same time, sweat and snot running down his face. He said you wouldn't hit me. He managed to choke out. Lihan turned back. On second thought, just one punch makes me feel a lot better. Lihan stood in the middle of a meeting, holding the weapon. To prevent the resurrection, we need the power of the silver hide. The leaders of it listened intently. Find the current silver hive and stab it with that spear, right? One of them asked. There's no way to prove it's true, interjected, but we've decided to trust you without question. However, finding the current silver hive won't be easy. Even with our network, we don't know when we'll find it. We just need to combine our efforts with the Citadel's intelligence network, Lihan proposed. The room fell silent. Even if we accept that, the commander finally said, do you think the Citadel will agree? They will never cooperate with us. If I go, they will agree, Lihan stated confidently. Drew is not foolish enough to choose mutual destruction. After the meeting, only Lihan and the commander remained. Congratulations on your appointment, Warrant Officer Lihan. As of today, you are assigned to the U.S. Naval Intelligence Unit. But I'm not even an American citizen, Lihan said, taking the aid. Can it really be approved so easily? The commander smiled. Does that really matter in the current situation? It's just a formality, but it's better than having no position at all. We will hold on to Silver's spear, Warrant Officer. You will lead the negotiations with the Citadel. Understood. As Lihan left, he thought, he's thorough and a perfectionist, but surprisingly soft-hearted. Behind him, the commander's expression shifted. Finding him with a position might give us some control. Lihan, for his part, was thinking, not bad. It's convenient for operating independently of a in the headquarters' vast cafeteria, soldiers were eating. Yanni was enjoying her noodles. Opposite her, Silent looked dead serious. Really, Yanni said, pointing to her head, how could you mess up a lady's hair like that? Be grateful I'm letting it slide, just because we're eating together. Silent wrote on a piece of paper and showed it to her. Okay. But I didn't expect you to actually faint. So you're not a psychic who's had physical enhancement surgery. After her interrogation, Yanni continued her meal. Silent wrote something else in her private notebook and showed it to her. Do you like living at the Citadel? Do I look like it? Of course, there's a super psychic commander and countless strong psychics. No place is safer. Honestly, I am fine with just maintaining the status quo. I don't necessarily have to win the war. Life before the Citadel. I never even thought about happiness. Realizing she had said too much, Yanni's face turned red. It's time for work. Gotta work today too. Work. I'm leaving first, Lady Silent. And with that, Yanni practically fled. Silent watched her go, lost in thought. On a ruined battlefield, 5 soldiers moved through the darkness. Lihan led the team. To get to the citadel, we need Yanni's help. We have to reach the next jump point before sunrise. After a long march, the team stopped to rest. Lihan remained vigilant. The soldier lit a cigarette. The moon is beautiful tonight. Time to move again, Lihan announced. The moon was bright, but dark clouds were beginning to blanket the sky. The team continued their journey into the night. Lihan took the lead, with the others scouting behind him. The clouds grew thicker, blanketing the dark and silent night sky. The 4 members of Lihan's team became especially cautious as they ventured deeper. Suddenly, Lihan noticed something. He shone his flashlight into a nearby alley and caught a glimpse of a strange figure. As the light hit it, a bizarre creature was revealed. Enemy spotted. Werewolf. One of the soldiers yelled. Instantly, the werewolf scrambled up the adjacent walls and leaped onto the rooftop. The team raised their weapons, ready to fire if it attacked. As others shone their lights up, a horrifying scene unfolded. It wasn't just one. Countless werewolves perched on the surrounding rooftops. The team tried to form a defensive circle, but they were surrounded. Suddenly, before one of the soldiers could react, a blue light pierced through his chest. A piercing scream filled the air, thick with the stench of blood. Then, another team member was attacked. The screams were incessant. Soon, only the dark-skinned soldier and Lihan remained. What was that? What the hell is going on? He yelled in panic. Lihan hadn't anticipated this. He moved with lightning speed, pushing the last soldier to the ground just as he fired his gun repeatedly, the muzzle flashes illuminating the night. The wolf was hit, but it seemed to be a minor issue. It was only then that Lihan realized with horror what they were facing. An Enkidu night. The dark clouds began to part in the brightening sky, but the night still clung to the city, threatening to swallow it whole. A wolf knight stood defiantly before Lihan. Yanni was adjusting her military uniform with palpable excitement. She quickly tied her long, orange hair into its usual ponytail. Preparations complete, she stepped out with a confident and refreshed air for the new day. All right, time to get to work, she said cheerfully. She walked briskly down the empty corridor. After a moment, she glanced at her watch and began a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Suddenly, the scene changed. She was no longer in the citadel's base, but in a vast, open field under a clear blue sky. A brilliant flash of light appeared, and Yanni stepped out of it, landing safely. However, a sudden feeling of unease washed over her, and her cheerful expression vanished. She quickly drew the pistol at her side, moving nimbly over a large boulder with practiced grace. Taking cover behind the rock, Yanni held her gun tightly, scanning her surroundings. The faint scent of blood drifted on the wind. Abruptly, a soldier appeared, running at full speed with a pack of wolves in hot pursuit. After running a short distance, he spun around and fired at them. A single shot found its mark, and blood spurted from the wound, causing the wolf to howl in pain. From behind the rock, Yanni witnessed the entire scene, and immediately recognized him as Lihan. From a distance, she watched as he was pursued by the vicious pack. Don't come any closer, Lihan suddenly shouted. There's an invisible enemy nearby, an Enkidu knight. Yanni was stunned. He spotted me, she thought. The wolves were closing in on Lihan. Yanni remained in her defensive stance, struggling with a decision. I can't take on an Enkidu knight, she thought, her resolve wavering. I'm sorry, but if he falls, I'll have to run. Meanwhile, Lihan calmly faced the snarling pack. It attacked the moment I was reloading, he thought, aiming his weapon. That's how it took down the others. Damn it, he held his fire as the wolves fanned out to encircle him, drool dripping from their jaws. They crept closer, but he remained still, calculating. Suddenly, one lunged. At that exact moment, he fired a single, precise shot. Another wolf attacked with lightning speed, but Lihan dodged just in time, rolling across the ground and springing up behind it, a move the pack didn't anticipate. Like the wind, he fired again, taking down another wolf. The next one pounced, its massive body pinning him down. Thinking fast, he shoved his pistol into its mouth, preventing it from biting down, and fired. The bullet tore through its head, and the wolf's body exploded. Yanni watched, her jaw agape in astonishment. But at that moment, the wolf knight appeared behind Lihan. Behind ye, she screamed. Lihan spun around in alarm, but it was too late. The knight swung its sword down. Miraculously, his prosthetic arm blocked the fatal blow. With the gun still in hand, Lihan immediately squeezed the trigger, the bullet ricocheting off the knight's helmet. The wound prevented the knight from finishing him off. Blood streamed down its face. Lihan quickly got to his feet to escape. Sorry about that, he said coolly. It's just a prosthetic. Yanni emerged from behind the rock, her mouth still hanging open from one shock after another. The wolf knight quickly recovered. Both Yanni and Lihan sensed the danger. Yanni, Lihan yelled as the knight teleported from his position to hers. Yanni was still reeling, and the knight was about to strike. Its cold, bloodthirsty eyes promised a swift death. Lihan, though injured, couldn't stand by and watch her die. He quickly drew a knife from his prosthetic arm. Putting all his strength into the throw, he yelled, "Get down, Yanni!" She heard him and dropped to the ground. The knight's sword swung, slicing off the end of her long ponytail. Instantly, the knife Lihan had thrown embedded itself in the knight's face. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, staining the sky red. The knight collapsed, defeated. Lihan panted, his energy spent. Yanni, still shaken, gasped for breath, looking at the dead knight behind her. The battle was over. Lihan returned, alive. Akima stood in his office, a welcoming smile on his face. "You've returned safely, Alpha. Did you enjoy your trip down memory lane?" "Not really," Lihan replied nonchalantly, shaking the prosthetic hand that had saved his life. "It seems you paid a heavy price," Akima continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lihan ignored him. "I'll get straight to the point. Has decided to cooperate with the Citadel. On the condition, of course, that the Citadel agrees." The words wiped the smirk off Akima's face. For a fraction of a second, his shock was visible before he regained his composure. He laughed. "Ha, those hypocrites. Really? What's next? Don't tell me we're about to launch an all-out war. The only way to end this war is to rely on it." "What?" Lihan stated. This time, Akima couldn't hide his shock. He looked utterly devastated. "Why?" At a church by the sea, an elegant structure stood against the vast sky. Akima threw open the doors. Inside, the members of were already waiting. The members of the Citadel entered, their footsteps echoing as they approached. Mavd was ready for the negotiations. Akima led the Citadel's delegation, which included Silent, Lihan, and Kuru. On the other side were Zet, the commander-in-chief, and Dr. Chumeyer. "You have 7 people." The commander immediately challenged. "Weren't we supposed to limit it to 5? Akima just smirked. "Those 2 are originally Alpha's people. The Navy officers. And Silent, though a deserter, is still technically a." Seeing a familiar face, Zet gave a formal greeting. "It's been a long time." Silent and Kuru exchanged greetings, and Zet's mind raced. So it's true they can absorb cores. The psychic pressure is immense. He looked at Kuru, feeling a sense of awe. "We have 3 suits of psychic armor on standby outside, but we probably wouldn't win." He glanced at his commander, who quickly met his eyes. They shared the same thought. The Citadel's faction was stronger. "Let's sit down and talk," the commander said, de-escalating. The negotiations began. And the Citadel sat on opposite sides, with Lihan mediating in the middle. "This is ridiculous." The commander slammed his hand on the table. "We can provide the psychic armor, but we will not hand over the core technology." Akima smiled mockingly. "Then this meeting is meaningless. If you cling to your precious technology while we all face annihilation, the future will laugh at us. There will be no future if we lose. Go ahead. Do your worst with your great spear. If you fall, we will recover it and make use of it." It was a clear challenge. The commander trembled with rage but could do nothing. Finally, had to yield. "I will provide it," Zet announced. "What? What are you saying?" His commander sputtered. Zet looked him in the eye. "Even if the psychic armor becomes a threat later, it's still better than the dragons. If we lose here, everything ends." Though furious, the colonel fell silent. Akima pressed his advantage. "And after the war, we want to be recognized as an independent nation." The colonel laughed. "Ha, an independent nation for psychics. Where are your citizens and territory?" Akima was unyielding. An invisible pressure emanated from him, pressing down on everyone at the table. "After the war," he said with a smirk, "the places where we first plant our flag will become our territory. Those who seek our protection will become our citizens." The colonel and Zet seemed taken aback by Akima's audacity. Only the colonel was losing his temper. Zet remained calm. Night had fallen. The negotiations seemed to be concluding. The colonel took a drag from his cigarette and cursed, "Damn it, how am I supposed to report this to my superiors?" This negotiation was stacked against us from the start, Zet said quietly. Fortunately, the Citadel's demands were within our predictions, Lihan reassured them. Manga, one is the type to choose mutual destruction if their goals are not met. You really made this meeting happen, Lihan, Zet said. This is just the beginning. But well done. Lihan didn't reply. Lost in thought. He remembered a recent conversation with Akuma. Promise me one thing, Alpha. That you will not use your ability on Kuru. After a long pause, Lihan had replied, I will promise this if that betrays the Citadel first. I will side with the Citadel and fight to the end. Kuru's mood suddenly brightened. It's fine, I'm not sad, he said cheerfully. If my ability can help maintain balance and resolve things smoothly, that's great. I hope the war ends soon. A world without war or conflict. I will make it a reality. His expression became strangely ecstatic, his latent power seeming to surge. Lihan watched him with surprise. 15 days later, a military submarine, the Tyrannos, surfaced on the open sea, churning the water. It marked the beginning of the first joint operation between it and the Citadel. Damn! A voice called out. The Citadel's psychics had boarded the submarine. Hearing his name, Demi's face lit up. He ran over and threw an arm around D. You're alive, of course, my friend. D replied, equally happy. Suddenly, Demi noticed a strange man with turquoise eyes watching him. The man quickly pulled his hood down and turned away. Demi kept staring, a thoughtful expression on his face. What's the status? Zet asked Schumacher. I mean, the psychic armor from the Citadel. Considering they don't have core technology, they've maintained the armor quite well, Schumacher replied, looking at the data, and then at the suits. I think once they receive the core tech, they'll accelerate their own developments. Even the United States finally agreed to provide it, Zet mused. They probably think they can strike before the Citadel mass produces the armor. That might be true for anti-personnel capabilities, but not for anti-dragon. Schumacher pushed up his glasses. Who will be in charge of the Silver Spear? Blutmeyer, Zed answered. Among our enhanced soldiers, he has the highest success rate. You're not giving it to Lihan? Schumacher asked, surprised. It was unexpected, but Toias and I agreed on this. Lihan's pressure wave is our last trump card. It's the only key to controlling Kuru. We can't risk him on the front lines. And that man is not just an excellent soldier, he can also take on the role of commander. In the control room, Lihan stared at the numerous blue screens. We'll act as bait and enter the dragon's emergence zone. Humanity has taken down 3 high-class dragons, only 4 remain. One of them is the Silver Hive. I didn't expect to find a Silver Class 1 right away, but taking one down will be a huge help. On the submarine, Akimo was agitated. What are you saying? I will lead the charge, Kuru replied firmly. This is the perfect opportunity to impress everyone. Damn it. Akima thought, wanting to stop him, but knowing it was useless. I can't reason with him right now. Prepare my psychic armor. Kuru ordered a nearby soldier. Yes, sir, I'll bring it right away. Kuru looked at his powerful reflection. I will teach them a lesson right here, and now, that no war can be waged without my permission. Atop the massive submarine, a figure stood against the sky. Kuru, clad in his psychic armor, looked more majestic and powerful than ever. He closed his eyes, breathing in the fresh sea air. The power surged within him. Gold and purple. The colonel grumbled. Does he think he's an emperor? Kuru, Lihan's voice came over the comm. We're approaching the dragon's territory. Will you be okay on your own? Don't worry about me, Lihan, Kuru replied. The sky suddenly darkened. Kuru looked up. In the center of the black clouds, lightning crackled. Strange creatures descended from the storm. As they drew closer, Kuru remained calm. The ferocious-looking dragons approached, but he regarded them with disdain. He raised a hand, and a powerful energy erupted from his body. A blue light illuminated the space, and a bow and arrow formed from his immense power. He drew the bow, aimed at the dragons, and released. The glowing arrow shot across the sea, its light so bright that no camera could capture the image. The screens in the control room went blank. My God, the colonel gasped. What did I just witness? He took down the dragons with his psychic power alone. And it was a long-range attack, Lihan added, equally stunned. I didn't even have to use my full strength, Kuru thought. I imagine a future where you are all weak, and I possess superior psychic power. He looked up at the sky and declared arrogantly, you are not enough. You will need to call your leader. More dragons appeared, and even greater numbers. Without hesitation, Kuru fired another arrow. The submarine was bathed in a powerful blue light. A massive, enraged dragon appeared, descending at terrifying speed. A Type 2 dragon has appeared, the colonel yelled in the control room. There's nothing on the radar yet, Lihan said, surprised. Is he seeing it with his short-term precognition? Kuru, can you identify its color or position? No. Kuru replied, his eyes still on the sky. But I can definitely feel it. And that's enough. If I can feel it, it exists. I can aim at it even if I can't see it. The dragon's power was palpable even from miles away. It began to gather a ball of energy in its mouth. In Kuru's mind's eye, a giant, strange hand appeared in the cosmos. The hand suddenly seized the dragon by the neck, shocking it. The half-formed energy ball dissipated. The dragon couldn't break free. On the submarine, Kuru was exerting all his strength, blood trickling from his nose. This is a bit difficult, he thought. Should I use my full power? He decided to unleash it all. A powerful blue light radiated from him, shooting up into the sky. His body floated into the air. Incredible psychic energy, Lihan exclaimed. The colonel was speechless. His body. It's levitating. In the Middle Ages, people would have thought an angel had descended. The ethereal hand in space tightened its grip. How dare you lowly, wretched human, the dragon roared in pain. Kuru was unfazed. He slammed the dragon down. From the dark sky, a meteor of light plummeted into the sea. A massive explosion rocked the ocean. We were not always like this, a voice echoed in their minds. Creatures of order and noble laws, once worshipped as gods. Creatures without love, but also without rage. But because of you, humanity, we are consumed by indignation and hatred. All reason is gone, leaving only the will to slaughter and the instinct to destroy. If you humans were to disappear completely, we could return to what we once were. The shockwave from the impact was immense. The submarine was tossed about by the massive waves, throwing everyone inside off balance. Damn it, what the hell is happening? He yelled from within his psychic armor. Suddenly, a wave lifted the submarine. Kuru, floating in a current of energy, reached out with an ethereal hand and stabilized the vessel. Sorry, he said. I threw it a bit too close. Lihan, from now on we will freeze the entire sea surface. Deploy the enhanced soldiers for ground combat. What? Lihan and the colonel exclaimed in unison. The dragon emerged from the sea, its rage at its peak. If only you humans would disappear. Its hay-filled eyes suddenly widened. The sea. It stopped. The waves were gone. At that moment, 4 enhanced soldiers flew towards it. I never thought I'd run on the sea, one of them said. Kuru's power is on another level, Dimmy cheered. We'll definitely win. The dragon, seemingly driven mad, tried to fly but as it spread its wings, a blue liquid corroded them. He's destroying his own wings, one of the soldiers yelled in surprise. Losing its wings seemed to increase the dragon's power. Its dark aura filled the space. A lowly human dares to invade our territory. What kind of monster are you? The only answer was the crushing pressure emanating from both the dragon and Kuru. Suddenly, he shouted, and the enhanced soldiers leaped into the air, their bodies glowing. Dimmy and Tej attacked the dragon from different angles with incredible speed. The dragon couldn't track their movements. It unleashed a powerful force, knocking them all back. Just as I predicted, Lihan observed from inside. External attacks are useless. We'll have to get inside. But that plan is impossible now. It's as if he already knew our plan through a shared consciousness. After a moment's thought, Lihan took off his jacket. I'm going in. What? Kuru's voice echoed in shock. I'll try to break his psychic shield with the pressure wave, Lihan said, his eyes blazing. I just need to get within a 50-meter radius. He knew it was a long shot against a high flash shield, but they had to find out. No, are you insane, Lihan? Kuru roared. You're going in there with no weapons. You don't have to risk it. I can handle this myself. Kuru's anger fueled his power. The dragon looked down. Foolish. This time 2 ethereal hands appeared, attempting to tear open the membrane protecting the dragon. Kuru strained, but it wouldn't budge. Blood streamed from his nose. Below, an enhanced soldier in strange blue and black armor, his face contorted with rage. Watch. Finally, Kuru tore a hole in the membrane, pulling the dragon's abdomen open. It shrieked in agony. At that moment, the soldier shot forward like a blue meteor, plunging his weapon straight into the dragon's heart. The dragon's body went limp and began to dissolve into dust. Its final words echoed, "This isn't over. Next time, you will know my wrath." Kuru looked up at the sky, a distant, thoughtful expression on his face. A blue heart, carefully preserved, pulsed in the darkness. A powerful impact awakened it. Physical disintegration. No matter how many times I go through it, the feeling is still unpleasant. They've grown stronger again. They continue to evolve. We must change like them, faster, stronger, and smarter. We need even greater power. A power great enough to wipe out all of humanity. An even stronger body. Kuru was recovering his strength when his eyes snapped open. He was no longer in a room, but floating in outer space. Where am I? Is this place related to the source of my psychic power? A vast, dark void was expanding before him, consuming everything. The suffocating darkness made it hard to breathe. He blinked, and he was back in reality, panting. What was that? For some reason, I feel like I shouldn't touch that thing. The string of incomprehensible events was unsettling. Someone at T must know something about this. Lihan, dressed in an elegant white suit, knocked on a steel door. Come in, the colonel's voice said. There's no need for formalities between us. Please sit, the colonel said with a welcoming smile. Aren't you being a bit too obvious? Lihan asked, remaining standing. You don't have to go this far. I will still keep my promise. We don't have any other choice right now, do we? The colonel replied with a smile. Now, won't you sit down? He sliced into a state. If, and this is just a hypothetical, things get out of control. What are the chances you could restrain Kuru? Lihan put his glass down. I am an ant carrying a venom that can kill an elephant instantly. The gap between an ant and an elephant might even be larger than that. Hearing the uncertain answer, the colonel's face grew serious. The mother country has ordered the recall of your psychic armor. We will re-equip it with the best technology we currently have. If it's the type with an integrated reactor, I must refuse, Lihan said quickly. That plan was cancelled, so you can rest assured, the colonel replied. I understand your concerns, but Kuru is not some extremist who worships psychic power. Despite the colonel's attempts to sow doubt, Lihan's faith remained firm. I have to trust Kuru. If I don't believe in him, everything really will collapse. Thank you for the meal. I'll be leaving now, Lihan said, standing up. The door closed. Set stared in disbelief. What did you just say? Please let me meet him, Kuru repeated. And if I refuse, will you use force? The demon asked. I have no ill intentions, Kuru explained. To use my power correctly, I must first understand and control it. Set was still uncertain, but found he couldn't refuse. Very well, he considered after a moment. But it must be under my supervision. Any objections? No, Sergeant, Kuru replied obediently. They walked to Jujin Teller's confinement area. From behind the observation glass, Kuru looked down at the old man with long, white hair and a beard, looking utterly decrepit. I've heard about it before, Kuru said, but seeing it with my own eyes is not pleasant. Jujin Teller sat motionless, then his eyes snapped open, glowing as he looked at the glass. Are you sympathizing with this Jujin's plight? You could end up in a similar situation. After the dragons disappear, who do you think will be the next enemy? It will be you, Kuru. Silence, Kuru said coldly. I'm the one asking the questions. I possess a psychic core, a power on par with the dragons. What is the ultimate realm of psychic power? We don't know either, Jujin replied, his crazy demeanor gone. How boring. The tile of devil is wasted on you. You want a deeper answer. Jujin said, suddenly standing up. He placed a withered, gloused hand on the glass. The menacing aura around him intensified. Place your hand on mine, and Sankar psychic frequencies. If you show me what you have witnessed, I will answer all your questions. Furib don't, Zet warned from the side.